Chapter 1 Mr. Boss Mendis in turmoil. Ihave principal sa you cannot insult me with money. Yun a person across fromer, hair expression grave. Director Zhang furrowed at his brow so we cannot reach an agreement? He was not surprised after all. Yun wasn't see prominent tertiary star. Unwilling to play Zakan fiddle to newcomers. Unfortunately, these individual was rife with controversy, making her the misfitting choice. Ading abruptly interrupted Yun thought. She skis at her phony and glanced at the message, her vision momentarily clouding. Your card ending in 0025 has incurred an online banking expenditure of 12,546 yuan at 1345 on the 3RD, with a balance of 0.43 yuan industrial and commercial bank. It was law-bly destitute. Her lips twitched involuntarily as Hiquicli raised her head, donning poised and composed smile, her change of expression swifter hand turning gapagits no tenderly impossible, but the price must be increased. Director Zhang had tentatively voiced, 800,000. That is the hest amount I can offer. Yun flicked her hair. Hers will demur when shall we sign tea contract? On her way home, Yun berate herself for carelessly clicking on the transient, melodramatic novelted old Mr. Boss obsession with love. The White Moonlight's 99 escapes. Themale protagonist Bosiu was undeniably the quintessential domineering CEO, wielding the economy Cliflin of Wagyuan single-handedly establishing his own commercial empire. It was no exaggeration to say that has sneezed. The President would personally visit to for condolences. In romantic novels, such domineerings as invariably fall for an unremarkable damsel, enacting gamela drame of pursuit and evasion, both ensnared in their own entanglements. While it was rather reclarating to immerse an easel fin the female lead's perspective, every novel must feature a kid female antagonist, and his own was no exception. Ironically, that malicious character shared Junya's name, being the Malaylead's former wife. At first, she appeared somewhat feminine, but latter she devolved into a foolish and venomous caricature. Yunya found herself completely unable-toyed into fee with the female lead. Each time she witnessed the leads professing their love while he antagonists suffer a datatrous fate, she would passionately vent her frustrations in the comment section, warning Theathor to keep a thisapin while sleeping at night. After chissing thought foolish Thor from 100 Herbs Gardento 3-flavor study, she was taken Abaquentia Sudanla found herself transmigrate in toth everybody of Huikiv female antagonist. The individual involved expressed progressive given Aconsido Startover, she would certainly swallow her pride and mere limiter of Fucus words about the incompetent author in her heart. The good news was hat the antagonistic Quasar Yaltha beauty, married to a billionaire husband. The bad news was hat just 20 spree order her arrival, her family had owned bankrupt, leaving them with a mountain of debt. Thwarsnes was Hatura's band would soon be filing for divorce, and according to their prenuptial agreement, she would receive a not a single penny. Moreover, after participating in the Tapsir dating show, she would suffer complete online backlash, leading to a disgraceful downfall and ultimately, suicide. Yun would end in disbelief. The original owner had married Bosai purely bikins, having won the favor of Tilder Mr. Bo she held deep feelings for him, while harbored Natasha Dof affection for Thice wife. With family pressures mounting and his indifference towards marriage, he found Unuizito managin thus consentado thunian. After tours of marriage, whenever the cross paths, Hekud casually say excuse me with a straight face. Their relationship weighs as plastic as it could gay. Bosia possessed that quintessential feature Sophomall Edelman-shaped eyes, a high nose, thin lips, with a fused trance-off hair falling onto his forehead, exuding gonorrhea falofna 7, his slight frone was strikingly attractive. Hekastaglan sought an indeterminate objectant the sofa, his brows knitting closer together. His voice cold as cutthroat the air wuma, didolive hoffapigant the sofa? Ah? A pig? Where did that come from? Embarrassed and furious, Yunyu exchanged a desolate stare with Thebe wilder Dwuma. From that moment on, Yunya completely abandoned her intentions of pleasing Bosiu. The infuriating man hade tongues harpasif had just down twabital soft pesticida was vastalathim remain locked in with the female lead. He was probably out Harabian gun faithful. When Amos learned to Kerbonus dunguia sieve saman be her thoughts. A phonical arrived. She glanced at the contact name. Darling husband. Oh dear. A kilran down Yunyespine. She and Sered Thekalan swiftly modified the contact and made her phonato shortened impotent man. After thisletly operation, she felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her, her tone brightening considerably. Hello, darling. The voice in the ether hesitated for a few seconds before responding cautiously, Madam, Thesis Xiaofang. Ah, Bosias omnipotent assistant. She felt no embarrassment. Hurtin air averting to abuseness like he'd mean a row. Assistant Fong. What is it? Fong min latutus agopherly fits lakethis. Mr. Bohas beninus araxidin tandis no in the hospital. Before her cold finish, Yunya's voice to penoctave there is actually a fortunate. Tragic event? Oh dear, she'll mosteltit slip. Such a tragic event? What was so peculiar about that? Assistant Fang did not dwell in it, yes, madam. She clamped her lip shut, terrified off bursting into laughter, and with a trembling heart, is it serious? Should I me ever know? Which hospital? For heaven's sake, you Holden, you infuriating man. Even if you're draftingle, you need to it for your dear wifey to arrive. Unfortunately, Heshatrid heard illusions with cold indifferent sits. Just minor abrasions, there is no need for you to come me over. Mr. Boysel ready handling is discharge paperwork. Yunyesher sang ko iz. All right then. Fong Ming couldn't help but sigh twice evident how the applied madam cared for Mr. Bo a share to inevitably drop it thin as that she couldn't come. Mr. Bo skedmato inform I out hatherus no need to got at the old residence tonight. Yunyu lost interest off tea conversation, offering gaff-hearted responses before hanging up. Nuni could fathom the hartakio fluzing tin softboyance. Woism, it appears scheistes teen to remain devoid of fortune. Shuis it is heartened that she could bear manage a tree meal sade. After hanging up, Fong Min turned to them and standing beneath the window Mr. De Bo, he have communicated with madam. The man remained silent, sunlight streaming through the window, illuminating his chiseled features. His thick lashes cast a shadow over his eyes, and a flicker of uncertainty surfaced in Bosie's gazeous squinted slightly. His stone dangerously logone make an appointment with a neurologist. Assistant Fong, typically known for his composure, found himself momentarily at a loss for words, huh? Bosius gezu as harpachet erected I tat Fong do need mentor Pete Mijolf. Fong Minjol to do pritildo I tried away. Cold it Bethit so had sustained a head injury. Heleft with a worried expression. Once Fang was out of fearshot, Bosius spoke in an impatient whisperto theninging voice saying, his mind repeated to 7 Chapter 2. The lady has blocked you 666 felt somewhat bewildered. Pondering the identity of the entity behind IT was the Time-Space Management Bureau. Host dear. To its horror, 666 discovered it was rendered speechless. The host had somehow stumbled upon the mute function without any guidance. Bosiu, a staunch materialist and a firm believer in science, was disinclined to listen to its ramblings however, after undergoing a comprehensive medical examination. The report revealed no abnormalities, leaving him in deep contemplation. Fong Min let out a sigh of relief. I knew it, President Bo, you are fortunate and will be fine. But wait, why did President Bo's complexion look even worse than before? Bo Siu sought out the chief neurologist, furrowing his brow as he inquired, is there truly no issue with my brain? Fong Min, clearly alarmed, quickly waved his hands. President Bo, the CT scan indicates that your brain is perfectly normal. Yet, the manner in which you are questioning does not seem characteristic of a sane person. Bociu's expression darkened. He glared at Fong Min, his face a mask of cold indifference. Please arrange for my discharge. After Fong Min departed, 666 was released from its confinement, feeling quite aggrieved. Surely now you must believe me. If it weren't for me, you would have perished in that car accident at the tender age of 28. Bociu pressed his thin lips together. Indeed, the accident had been bizarre. On the overpass, an out-of-control truck had suddenly barreled towards them, and astonishingly, he had only sustained minor abrasions afterward. He had had the driver investigated. He was found to have been driving under the influence, yet his background posed no issues, merely an unfortunate traffic incident. With an impatient squint, he demanded, Speak, what must I do for you to depart from me? 666 answered with enthusiasm. Once the host completes the task of winning over the supporting female character, Lu Yu, I shall automatically detach. Winning over? Bociu scoffed. What if I refuse to undertake that task? 660 his tone lowered, sounding somewhat furtive. Then the host will meet an untimely demise right here. Bociu. He was a businessman, well aware that there are no free lunches in this world, though the president was resolute and unwilling to yield to this enigmatic entity. He had to consider that he had toiled for most of his life to build his empire, and he had yet to enjoy it fully. Was he to simply relinquish it? Wasn't that simply absurd? His jaw clenched tightly as he gritted his teeth. How do I complete that task? 666, feeling reassured, eagerly explained. The host merely needs to alter the fate of the supporting character, Lu Yu, and make her fall in love with you to achieve a happy ending. He paused, finding the name oddly familiar. Who did you say? Clearly, the busy President Bo had forgotten the name of his wife, whom he had been secretly married to for 2 years. Lu Yu, she is your wife, alas. You have no idea how tragic it is for her, merely a tool serving the plot, and in the later stages, she will be tormented by you. A scoundrel. Bocu let out a cold laugh. Be careful, or I shall sue you for defamation. He had committed none of those actions. Why should he bear the blame? In the time that followed, Bocu learned that the world he inhabited was merely a narrative, and he was the male protagonist while Lu Yu was the supporting character. A preposterous yet logically consistent revelation. His expression fluctuated between dark and light, his demeanor as if someone owed him billions. How am I to make her love me? Truth be told, he was extremely reluctant to engage in such a morally dubious endeavor. He had hardly paid attention to Lu Yu in the past, let alone harbored any feelings for her. The thought of deceiving her affection with ulterior motives made him feel cold-hearted. Yet he was not malevolent enough to stoop to such depths. 666 insisted this was no issue at all. Lu Yu loves you dearly. Winning her over should be a breeze for the host. Bocu's mood became complicated. Was his wife truly that submissive? Guilt washed over him more heavily as he entered the car. Fong Min was alarmed to notice that the president had begun inquiring about his wife. What was even more unsettling was that he had no answers to provide. Those of them in subordinate positions often tried to fathom their superiors' thoughts. Given that their president had never shown much concern for his wife, he had naturally not delved deeply into Lu Yu's life. For the first time, Bocu expressed palpable disdain towards his assistant. The hazy streetlights formed lines that streamed through the car window, casting shadows upon his side profile, with a casual gaze cast downward. He impulsively decided, forget it, I shall call her directly. The ringing persisted for quite some time, yet the call went unanswered. He furrowed his brow, unwilling to give up, and dialed again, only to find that the recipient was currently on another call. After waiting for around 20 minutes, he tried once more, growing impatient as he furrowed his brow tightly. What does it mean to be perpetually on a call? What could she possibly be discussing? Fong Min, paying attention to the road ahead, blurted out without thinking. Could it be that the lady has blocked you? As soon as he spoke, an eerie silence enveloped the car. Raising his head, he met the ominous gaze of his president reflected in the rearview mirror. Fong Min shuddered, nearly biting his tongue as he hastily attempted to smooth things over. Haha, I was just joking. That's impossible. How about I try calling her on my phone? Intending to alleviate the awkwardness, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Only to his astonishment, the call connected almost immediately, and Lu Yu's cheerful voice rang through. Assistant Fong? Is there something wrong at this late hour? Bocu. Fong Min. If looks could kill, Fong Min would have perished 1,000 times over. She had truly blocked him. Bocu took the phone. His tone dark and foreboding. Have you blocked me? On the other end, there was an eerie silence for a few seconds, followed by a flurry of commotion, and then with a decisive click. Lu Yu hung up the phone. She had actually hung up on him? An aura of gloom enveloped Bocu as he seethed inwardly. Is this your idea of loving me dearly? 666 expressed confusion. That cannot be. It must be that your tone frightened her. How could his sweet and understanding partner have done such a thing? Bocu. It dawned on him that this foolish system was merely here to torment him. Fong Min, lips pressed tightly together, dared not utter a word. Fearing he might not see the light of day again, he was eager to see what audacity that woman possessed to not only block him but also hang up on him. Fong Min thought, may the lady take care of herself. Chapter 3. The scandalous lady is trending again. Meanwhile, Lu Yu stared blankly at the phone, having accidentally disconnected the call, her mind racing with countless morbid scenarios for her demise. How audacious of her to hang up on the domineering president. However, she soon dismissed the thought. Why should she grovel to him? This miserly husband refused to pay her salary and was about to file for divorce. Why should she debase herself for him? With this thought, Lu Yu felt emboldened. As for whether Bocu would seek revenge? He would need to find her first. With her neatly packed luggage in tow, she descended the stairs in high spirits. Madam, are you heading out at this hour? Wu Ma, hearing the commotion, poked her head out. Wu Ma mused to herself that the lady seemed possessed of late. She had never paid her much mind before. But now she wore a constant smile that was quite unnerving. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her eyes widened in horror. Surely, the lady was not considering borrowing money from her. She needed to save her meager savings for the retirement home to pamper a handsome old man. The cast included 4 men and 4 women. Among the male guests were the creamy idol Luo Fan, the rising star Zhou Liangsheng, the rock singer Qi Yi, and the young painter Huai Ji. The female guests comprised the popular flower Chu Yuan Yuan, the model Jiang Li, the renowned pianist Su Mingyue, And the controversial flower vase Lu Yu. This lineup undoubtedly promised intrigue, yet Lu Yu's presence was akin to a mouse dropping, spoiling the entire pot of stew, igniting a wave of outrage on Weibo. All the other beauties and handsome men are acceptable, but the last one? Director, are you serious? Is there truly no one else? The other party's tone was spirited and rhythmical. It was not hard to imagine that if Yunyu were standing before him at that moment, she would undoubtedly be splattered with saliva. With a look of disdain, Yunyu leaned back from the receiver and said, Wei Gu, are you certain you want me to terminate the contract? The penalty for breach is in the tens of millions. Do you plan to cover that for me? Silence enveloped the other end of the line. As the saying goes, discussing money can ruin relationships. She chuckled softly, her tone softening, her gaze drifting into the void. Rest assured, things cannot possibly get worse than they are now. Yunyu let out a light laugh. What a coincidence. My current persona is designed to be unlikable. Wang Wei predictably began to curse. Miss, are you trying to drive me mad? Hello? Can't hear you, the signal is poor on my end. I'll hang up now. After efficiently terminating the call, Yunyu mused that this agent could chatter more than her mother. Upon arriving at the airport and checking in for her flight, she timed it perfectly to board the plane, promptly shutting off her phone. Thus, she remained blissfully unaware that both of her factions were utterly enraged. Her confrontational remarks towards netizens had been screenshot and quickly ascended to the trending topics. The entry Yunyu declares war on Qiyi dominated the trending list, with the comments beneath her Weibo post rife with vitriol. If one were to mention the most popular male star in the entertainment industry, Qiyi would undoubtedly be among them. He steered clear of the entertainment circle, living by his own rules with a notoriously arrogant disposition, yet he had a legion of fervent admirers. A friend, upon seeing the Weibo post, could barely contain his laughter and forwarded it to Qiyi. Annoyed, Qiyi picked up his phone to unlock it. His gaze bypassed the series of mocking comments from his friend and settled on the two characters that read Yunyu. His brow quirked slightly, and a derisive snort escaped his throat. Nuts! Who is this woman? Chapter 4. Can being worth billions really be called bankruptcy? His friend chuckled with mischief. Not knowing her doesn't matter. You'll get to know her soon enough. It seems she set her sights on you this time. What are your thoughts, our handsome Qi? Qi scoffed derisively. Thoughts? She certainly has the audacity. His friend laughed heartily. As expected of you. Mention of the topic made Qiyi visibly irritated, his brow furrowing in reluctance as he said, Sister Tang has spoken. If I don't go here, I must serve as a judge for that singer selection contest. A flicker of distaste crossed his eyes. He'd rather endure that wretched love variety show than have those worthless individuals assault his ears. This type of singing contest was riddled with favoritism. With nearly all advancing contestants predetermined, given Qiyi's temperament, he could not tolerate such behind-the-scenes manipulation. Manager Tang was also wary of him publicly losing his temper, which was why she suggested he participate in the love variety show. It would provide an excuse to bow out gracefully without offending anyone. His friend suddenly enlightened. Well, that's not too shabby. You might just meet your destined partner. Qiyi dismissed the idea with a scoff. Where is she? Bo Siyu furrowed his brows and muttered, Yunyu. Aunt Wu jolted, originally intending to say that the lady had left for a while, but in her nervousness she inadvertently blurted, the lady left for a while. Bo Siyu's pupils dilated. Dead? Realizing the implication, Aunt Wu quickly corrected herself. Goodness, why does the master look even more terrifying than usual? Her mind raced with an absurd thought. Could it be that the lady had been unfaithful to the master? Bo Siyu's expression soured further as he cast a sidelong glance at the uneasy Fong Min, who quickly scrambled to say, I'll check immediately. Just then, an ill-timed mechanical voice droned on. The president's expression is furious, revealing a mix of coldness, mockery, and indifference as he gritted his teeth and sneered. How dare she run away? Doesn't she find it better to stay by my side? Disobedient little kittens must be punished. The president promptly ordered 999 planes to scour the nation, determined to capture his runaway little wife. This time I won't let you escape from my side. The group turned in unison, realizing Aunt Wu's phone was nearby, as she had a habit of playing romance novels on the Zhongxi app while doing housework. To their dismay, the content playing was eerily fitting. The atmosphere plunged into an intense silence. Aunt Wu's face flushed with embarrassment, nearly digging a Barbie castle into the floor. She hurried over to turn it off, bowing repeatedly. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean to. Bo Siyu's face turned pale, his expression darkening. What is this nonsense? A president? Does he think his eyes are pie charts? In what era are we still playing the kidnapping game? He must be legally blind. Aunt Wu and Fong Min buried their heads in embarrassment, their ears burning. Naturally, Bo Siu could not unleash his anger on Aunt Wu. After a moment he could only warn her, "Don't listen to such unwholesome things next time." Yes, yes. Aunt Wu thought to herself that she could still sneakily listen. The lady was delightful and would even engage her in discussions about the plot. "Have you found anything?" Bo Siu raised a hand to unfasten a button. Suppressing his irritation as he cast a glance at Fong Min, Bo Siu frowned. What is this love variety show? The busy president clearly had no time to keep up with trends. Fong Min's voice dwindled, his tall frame shrinking slightly. "President Bo, the love variety show is a dating show, as the name suggests, about romanced Bo Siu." His tone was incredulous. "What does a married woman have to do with dating? Isn't she still alive?" "No, that's not the point. A dating show isn't that where Yun's misfortune begins." An alarm blared in his mind. "No, I cannot let her participate in that show. Host, you must find a way to stop this." Silence. Bo Siu was driven to distraction by the incessant buzzing, pressing his throbbing temple. "Can't we afford to keep her at home? Who told her to go out and take on work?" Yu's unfortunate brother was a true troublemaker, entirely unsuited for business. It was hardly surprising that the company was failing, however. He was still baffled. With only a few tens of billions in assets, can this really be called bankruptcy? Fong Min. Your ability to find a wife truly is a miracle from the heavens. Two staff members, growing bored, were whispering. Yun's flight should be arriving around now. Right? Why hasn't she come out yet? Another chimed in with laughter. Those photos are heavily edited and beautified. Her lashes look like fly legs, her chin sharp enough to kill, and her lipstick looks like she just devoured a child. Do you actually believe those? Just then one of them froze, eyes widening in astonishment as he pointed. Look! A beauty! Wait, I don't think I've seen someone like her in the entertainment industry. He looked on, a flash of awe crossing his features. She must not be part of the entertainment circle. Just as he spoke, the individual approached them and halted. The staff members immediately stood at attention, somewhat flustered, wringing their hands. "Miss, how may we assist you?" Yun removed her sunglasses, appraising the sign in his hand, and with a sweet smile she remarked, "Hello, I am indeed the one whose lashes resemble fly legs, whose chin could pierce flesh, and whose lipstick looks like she has just consumed a child." Yun. The two. Chapter 5. Could it be a case of pursuing a spouse? Is there anything more awkward than being caught by the subject of your gossip? One of them managed to force out a smile more painful than tears. Teacher Yun. Yun quickly waved her hands. No, I wouldn't dare call myself a teacher. I'm just a has-been vase. The two. It turns out she had seen the comments online as fellow workers. Yun had no intention of making things difficult for them. It's getting late, shall we head out? Yes, of course. They sighed in relief. Yun's arrival was quite late. By the time she reached the hotel, it was nearly midnight, and she hadn't encountered a single other guest, lacking the energy to socialize. She quickly freshened up and collapsed into bed. What? Why's isn't coming? Director Zhang, both furious and anxious, yelled into the phone. How can he breach the contract after signing it? Well, he isn't short on that breach fee. But is that the point? The crucial part is where on earth am I supposed to find someone last minute to fill in? Director Zhang vividly illustrated what it meant to be in a state of furious impotence. The other party, however, remained calm, saying something on the phone that brought a sigh of relief to Zhang. There's a backup option. Then it's all good. Suddenly, his mind caught up and he exclaimed, Wait! Who is this person you're sending? 2 seconds later, Director Zhang hung up, his expression dazed at its over. A windfall has come. With a start, he sat up straight, realizing why the fortune teller said this year would bring him good luck. This isn't just luck. This is a miracle. Somewhere in a luxurious mansion, a well-known painter lounged against the floor-to-ceiling window, chuckling lazily into the phone. Not to criticize, cousin, but my agent finally convinced this reclusive guy to step outside. And you're ruining it for sure. By the way, when did you start meddling in the entertainment industry's affairs? He pondered something and let out an enigmatic chuckle. You're not hiding some little mistress from me, are you? His expression froze, his tongue nearly tripping over itself. What? You're going? What are you going for? Wait, could it be to pursue your wife? I heard my sister-in-law is going too. Before his curiosity could fully ignite, the line went dead with a sharp click. Qin Huaiji. Even old trees can bloom. He wore a wicked grin, relishing the impending drama. Yun was roused from her slumber by an incessant barrage of disturbances. As she groggily opened her eyes, a face filled with gratitude appeared before her. Sister, you finally woke up. She squinted at the young girl and asked, Who are you? How did you end up in my room? The girl looked shocked and rushed over to feel her forehead. Sister, is your mind all right? I'm your assistant, Minion. Yunyu thought to herself, it seems being possessed by a ghost is not much better than losing one's mind. She brushed Minion's hand aside and offered an awkward yet polite smile. I apologize. I was a bit disoriented upon waking. So, what brings you here? This sister displayed none of the self-awareness expected of a celebrity. Yunyu's lips twitched, pondering what image she had left. Minion had already pulled her up, chattering incessantly like a concerned mother. This time we're going with a live streaming format, so please, sister, keep your mouth in check. If we can avoid talking, let's do just that. Yunyu raised an eyebrow slightly. That simply wouldn't he do, given she was being compensated for her presence. However, she replied, don't worry, I'm well aware. That simple-minded Minion felt reassured. Little did she know, her relief was premature, but by then it would be too late. As Yunyu exited her room, she spotted the live streaming camera in the corridor. Momentarily taken aback, she smiled brightly and waved at the camera, unaware that the chat room had already erupted in chaos. How can she still have the audacity to smile? It's nauseating to watch, and she is still boasting on Weibo about winning over Chia, who isn't even acknowledging her. It's downright hilarious. Ugh. I have a bad feeling she is about to stir up trouble again. Can Yunyu please leave the entertainment industry? Just seeing her is infuriating. Upon reaching the dining area, she realized the guests had already arrived, and she seemed to be the last. She exuded an air of pretentiousness. However, her diva antics were merely the tip of the iceberg when it came to her controversies, hardly worth the audience's breath. Faced with a gathering of handsome men and beautiful women, Yunyu felt a slight case of face blindness. Fortunately, a sweet-looking girl reminiscent of the trendy energetic youth approached her first. Hello, you must be Yunyu, right? Chu Yuanyuan tentatively spoke, genuinely complimenting her. You look stunning, even more so than in photos. The original owner had questionable taste, favoring overly edited photos of a snake-like beauty, resulting in images that even her mother couldn't recognize. While it was meant to be a compliment, it carried an oddly sarcastic undertone. Chu Yuanyuan froze in embarrassment, unsure how to respond. The high-definition camera perfectly captured Yunyu's change in expression, leading to another wave of criticism. What is she being so arrogant for? Yuanyuan was the one who initiated the greeting, yet she acted coldly. Feeling sorry for the beautiful Yuanyu, she deserves so much better. Keep that madwoman away from her. If you don't want to participate, then just leave. It's not like anyone is forcing you. Observing the comments in the chat, Director Zhang nodded in satisfaction. He had indeed made the right choice in selecting Yunyu. Her entrance had instantly escalated the excitement, proving the 800,000 investment was worthwhile. Clearing his throat to ease the atmosphere, he suggested, let us start with introductions so we can get to know each other. Chu Yuanyuan was saved from her embarrassment, beaming her signature smile. Hello everyone, I'm Yuanyuan, known for my works in The Legend of Chongning and The Unusual Classmate. Yunyu glanced around. The woman with a cool demeanor and a fiery figure was Zhang Li, while the elegant one was Su Mingyue. The men were all striking in their own right, but the most captivating was a figure in the corner, clad in a black windbreaker with the collar turned up. Obscuring much of his face with drooping eyelids as if in a state of drowsiness, he only lifted his head when nudged by someone nearby, lazily declaring, Jia. Yunyu's heart stirred as a sudden idea sparked in her mind. Chapter 6. When did his mind start to falter? Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Yunyu approached Jia with a clear objective, igniting a blaze of gossip among onlookers. Eyes fixated on the duo. Filled with anticipation, even the live stream audience held their breath. Wait, is she really about to confess to Jia? With that mouth of his, she'd surely be left in tears. Nevertheless, this did not dampen the audience's eagerness for the unfolding drama. As a shadow fell over her, Jia lazily lifted his eyelids, his expression revealing little emotion. Yunyu found herself before him, her striking beauty radiating an aggressive charm, distinct from the mundane standards of attractiveness. Yet, Jia remained impassive, leaning back slightly, shooting her a glance that conveyed displeasure as if he were being provoked. Clearing her throat, she began, adopting a tone akin to a national leader delivering a speech. You're quite handsome. He remained silent, his expression unchanged. The crowd collectively thought, oh, what an abysmal pickup line, destined for failure. Yet, Yunyu pivoted, leaning in slightly, her expression contemplative. Have you ever considered becoming my fan? The atmosphere froze. They had indeed underestimated Yunyu's state of mind. Did she truly comprehend what she was saying? The live stream erupted once more. Seriously, where does she get the audacity? Laughable, suggesting Jia become her fan. Is she looking for black fans? 666, sacrificing her dignity for attention. Ha ha ha, I've learned something new. You're quite handsome. Have you considered being my fan? Am I the only one who thinks this sister's mental state seems even more precarious than before? While onlookers found the situation absurd, Chie remained silent for a considerable time. Perhaps for the first time in his life someone had made such an unreasonable request of him that he fixed his gaze on Yunyu. His lips curling into a derisive smirk, his dark eyes swirling with a hint of arrogance. I might consider being a black fan. Yunyu, unfazed, straightened up and tossed her hair back with a smile. That's fine, black fans are still fans. Just as she finished speaking, a cold voice interrupted from behind her. Unfortunately, my timing is rather unfortunate. For a brief moment, Yunyu questioned her sanity, wondering if she were hallucinating. How could she possibly hear the voice of that dog of a man? Bosu here? The crowd turned in surprise, spotting the man who had evidently just come from some high-profile event, dressed in a black suit that exuded an air of aloofness. His demeanor radiating a do-not-approach vibe with deep, handsome features shadowed by a hint of fatigue. He glanced over, his expression grim, lips pressed tightly together, brow slightly furrowed. Under such a piercing gaze, Yunyu felt an overwhelming sense of guilt wash over her, as if caught in an indiscretion. Could it really be Bosuyu? Wait, was this dog of a man truly so vengeful, tracking her down to this place? In an instant she wished to find a place to hide. Yet upon further reflection, did he really dare to expose their relationship in front of so many people? With that thought, she straightened her posture defiantly, acting as if she didn't know him at all, donning a look of innocent ignorance as if to say, "Who are you, handsome?" Bosuyu narrowed his eyes, a wave of unnameable anger surging within him, contemplating that had he arrived just a moment later, he could have worn the metaphorical green hat without a care on his way here. He had already argued with that foolish system in his mind. Originally, Bosuyu had intended to directly terminate Yunyu's contract. If he could just keep her away from this variety show, she would avoid the fate written in the original story. He could always assist her in paying the breach of contract fee. But the foolish system intervened. Warning! Until Yunyu repays her debts, you cannot provide her with any financial support. Bosuyu found this utterly baffling. You're asking me to pursue her, yet I can't give her money? Is that how you woo someone? 666 fell into contemplation. That does seem somewhat reasonable. Pursuing someone without any tangible actions is merely harassment, ain't it? However, it was merely a string of data, aware only of executing orders. That's the requirement from above. Bosuyu impatiently furrowed his brow. So I should invest in that ridiculous dating show, and have the director kick Yunyu off? Is that acceptable? 666 paused for a moment, then gently reminded him. You're supposed to pursue Yunyu, not make her resent you. Are you sure this won't backfire? Bosuyu's face darkened. Then what exactly am I supposed to do? Thus they both appeared on the scene, and coincidentally, they overheard Yunyu's earlier words in their entirety. Bosuyu questioned 666 in his mind. Didn't you say she was deeply infatuated with me? Why is she so adept at flirting with other men? 666. Don't ask me, I don't know. Bosuyu's aura was overpowering, coupled with his face often gracing major financial newspapers, and the crowd instinctively held their breath. He acknowledged the room with a cool nod, casting a cutting glance at Yunyu, his gaze sharp as a knife. Yunyu. This dog of a man has indeed come to settle the score with her. At least he is over 1.80 meters tall, why is he so petty? At that moment the chat exploded into realization. Hey, don't be too outrageous. Chia warns. Not just tonight, you'll die outside. My socks, my coat, my brain turned to jujubes. My husband, don't run away. I just searched for this handsome guy. I declare he is my new husband. For those who don't know, you can check the Financial Times. Wow, this looks good, I'll lick it first in respect. His excited demeanor resembled that of someone who had just joined a cult and was attending their first indoctrination meeting. The crowd clapped eagerly, invigorated by the unfolding drama. Only Chia maintained his indifference, performing the same gestures with a distinct lack of enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Yunyu, upon hearing the shocking news, felt her vision darken. What on earth? Did she hear that right? Bosuyu is joining the dating show? No, when did his mind go awry? Chapter 7. Has my beauty incited your ill intentions? This world is utterly absurd. A billionaire like him, earning millions in mere minutes, actually has the leisure to participate in a dating reality show. Yunyu felt completely bewildered. Could it be that Bosuyu has been possessed? However, upon seeing that haughty, imperious face, it was clear that such an arrogant aura could hardly belong to anyone else, so it must indeed be him. With Bosuyu's sudden appearance, Yunyu fell into a brief spell of silence and negativity. Even losing her usual enthusiasm for stirring up trouble, Director Zhang noticed this and frequently shot her knowing glances, but alas, she was preoccupied, Akin to casting flirtatious glances at a blind man, the live chat was filled with speculations. Why is this sister suddenly so quiet? Has she been possessed? Based on my understanding of the clout-chasing sister, she is likely planning to switch targets, Doge emoji. If that's the case, I wish her success. Laughing to death. Does she really dare to approach a top-tier billionaire like Bosiu? One touch and he won't even utter a sound. The audience expressed their expected reactions. Chi observed the scene with a somewhat nuanced expression. Although he was indifferent to the sister's erratic posts on Weibo, her swift change of target nonetheless left him feeling subtly overshadowed. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Bosiu, whose aura was indeed formidable. As for that face, it was merely a fraction less appealing than his own. Realizing what he was thinking, his expression stiffened momentarily, and he immediately looked abysmally terrible, pulling down the brim of his hat to shield his face. Closing his eyes and going still. As soon as Yunyu took her seat, a soft scoff emanated from beside her. Though no words were spoken, the mocking effect was palpable. Her scalp tingled, and her inherent rebelliousness surged forth. Turning to look at him with a hint of a smile, she sweetly inquired, "Is something the matter, Mr. Bo? Are you feeling unwell?" Bosiu's brow twitched slightly, thinking she was somewhat self-aware, remembering his recent car accident and bothering to show concern. Just as he was about to respond dismissively, Yunyu innocently asked, "Is it my beauty that has stirred your ill intentions?" Bosiu. Others. Live chat viewers. They had anticipated she would take a more reserved approach. But unexpectedly, she dove headfirst into madness. He slowly raised his gaze, his inscrutable eyes locking onto Yunyu's face, and coldly retorted, "No ill intentions, but plenty of murderous intent." Others stifled their laughter, while Chi blatantly scoffed, the sarcasm unmistakable. The live chat erupted into uncontrollable laughter, flooded with ha ha ha. Yunyu, possessing a thick skin, remained unfazed. "To be able to capture your heart is a privilege for me. Regardless of the nature of the sentiment. Just answer whether it was stirred or not." Director Zhang, wary of allowing this ancestor to offend the god of wealth, swiftly intervened to shift the conversation. "Next, we will take a helicopter to a secluded island known as Luzhou Island, which earned its name due to its aerial view resembling a deer's head." "Wait a moment." Chu Yuanyuan interjected with a puzzled expression. "Aren't we on a dating reality show? This task sounds more like survival on a deserted island." To be honest, everyone felt an ominous premonition upon hearing this task. Su Mingyue smiled wryly. "Surviving for 7 days and nights certainly doesn't sound like a dating show, does it?" The crowd held a skeptical attitude towards this statement. The director increased his persuasion efforts. "Don't worry, this will be quite simple for you." The live chat buzzed with discussions. Looking at the director's expression, I have an unsettling feeling. 10,086 His expression while deceiving people is exactly like my guilty face whenever I mention dieting. I bet a pack of spicy strips that the production team is up to no good. I'll join in. I'm eagerly anticipating the guest's dumbfounded expressions. As the helicopter hovered above Luzhou Island, Chu Yuanyuan excitedly tugged at Su Mingyue. "Look, it's so beautiful." The helicopter landed, and the guests eagerly disembarked to explore their new surroundings. The director calmly waited until everyone had enough time to admire the scenery before cheerfully announcing, "Now let us proceed to the group division. To ensure fairness, we'll decide through a lottery." He theatrically summoned a non-transparent box, so no one could see inside. "Which guest would like to draw first?" Luo Fan revealed a bright smile, scratching the back of his head. "I'll go first." Zhongli stepped forward. "I'll be second." Watching everyone draw their lots, Yunyu silently prayed, "Heaven bless. Please don't let me be grouped with that sharp-tongued dog of a man, Bosiu. Just thinking about it makes me shudder." Soon, she optimistically thought, "There are so many people. It's not certain that I'll be this unlucky." Little did she know, the so-called dogman she referred to was desperately negotiating with the system. "Is there a way for me to end up in the same group as her?" 666 hesitated. "Are you asking me to help you cheat? I'm a legitimate system." Bosiu felt impatient. "If I'm not in the same group as her, how can I ensure she won't act foolishly? And how can I complete that ridiculous task you mentioned?" 666. Well, that seems reasonable. Ultimately, 666, despite its conscience, opened a backdoor for him. Thus, when Yunyu intentionally delayed her turn to draw, she was taken aback to find herself holding a ball of the same color as Bosiu's. She felt utterly stunned. What kind of karmic bond is this? What a minuscule probability for her to encounter it. She could hardly believe it, confirming multiple times before her anxious heart finally sank. Bosiu, meanwhile, wore an air of aloof indifference, his acting skills eliciting admiration even from the system. Chapter 8. Truly a case of indiscriminate madness. Based on my years of reading billionaire novels, perhaps Bosiu will find her refreshingly different from other women. QQ. Don't say that, my husband wouldn't be so blind. But if that day comes, let us crowdfund to get MRWO's eyes checked. Yun's spirits didn't remain low for long. Upon seeing Bosiu maintain his aloof facade, seemingly regarding her with disdain, she felt a surge of mischief that he likely still hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. Excellent. She would demonstrate through her actions what it truly means to regret past decisions. The first round of group assignments was as follows: Yun and Bosiu, Chu Yuan and Luo Fan, Zhang Li and Zhou Liangxing, Su Mingyue and Qi Yi. Most believed Yun had struck a stroke of luck to be grouped with Bosiu, unaware that it was Bosiu who had meticulously orchestrated this outcome, with Yun merely bearing the brunt of his scheming that he secretly broke into a sweat. Rest assured, this grouping is temporary. Later, we will regroup to ensure everyone has a different experience. It was evident that survival instincts were running high. The others felt a sense of joy upon hearing this, but Bosiu frowned, complaining to 666. So, does that mean I'll have to cheat again? 666 promptly declared, whining, I've already violated protocol once. I can't assist you in cheating again. Bosiu expressed subtle disdain, his voice calm. Then what use are you? An employee like you would be dismissed in my company. 666 was taken aback. Is this the heartless capitalist? Yun's spirits soared, her anticipation palpable. She could hardly wait to part ways with Bosiu. Guess, you will now face your first challenge. We have prepared a shelter for everyone in the center of the island. You must set off simultaneously, and the first group to arrive will receive a reward, a sumptuous lunch and an additional clue regarding the task. The director with a smile added, of course, with rewards come penalties. The specifics of the penalties will remain undisclosed for now. But a gentle reminder, it's best not to come in last. Su Mingyue sighed. Being last doesn't sound like a good thing. Coming from a privileged background, she had no issues performing arts but was not as adept in survival situations. Zhou Liangxing laughed heartily. No worries, as gentlemen, we will take good care of you lovely ladies, handsome and well-built, with acting skills that were passable at best. He was somewhat of a standout among shorter men. Attracting a considerable female fanbase, however, his intentions were quite transparent, as he immediately began to fawn over Zhang Li, whose demeanor was rather aloof. After a while, Zhou Liangxing, feeling embarrassed by his unreciprocated affections, shifted his focus to the affluent Su Mingyue. Yun shot him a glance, recalling the character's fate from the original story, and felt a twinge of disdain. After all, her persona was meant to be unlikable, and she didn't feel the slightest bit wronged. Smiling mockingly, don't speak too soon, who's taking care of whom is yet to be seen. With that, she appraised his physique with evident contempt, provoking an immediate backlash from his female fans, resulting in a barrage of insults in the live chat. Is this sister really indiscriminately going mad? What did our Zhou do to deserve this? Just seeing her on screen is nauseating. My heart aches for my Zhou. Clout-chasing sister. Please exit the entertainment industry. Zhou Liangxing appeared somewhat awkward, yet he maintained sufficient composure to defuse the situation, leading to even harsher criticisms of Yun in the chat. Without further ado, Zhang Li pondered for a moment before addressing the director. Are we allowed to choose our mode of transportation, or how does this work? How large can this island possibly be? Luo Fan exuded an air of optimism, a beaming smile adorning his round face. Let us give it our all. While we may not aim for first place, the odds of finishing last are still rather slim. Chu Yuan felt confident in her stamina as she blinked and looked expectantly at the director. So, can we have the map now? The director's expression stiffened, and he offered an awkward smile. Choosing silence. Qi Yi squinted, instantly deducing the implication, his tone laced with menace. You don't mean to say you're not even planning to give us the map? The director took a few steps back, managing a polite yet uncomfortable smile. As expected of Qi Yi, your guess is spot on. The crowd collectively gasped, wait, without a map, how are we supposed to navigate this vast island before nightfall? Their faces mirrored a sense of disbelief. The director, accompanied by relevant staff, hastily boarded a vehicle, stating, our accommodation is a castle, quite a prominent architectural style. I have faith in your abilities. We shall meet shortly. With that, he appeared to flee in haste, leaving only the lingering exhaust fumes in his wake. Qi's temple throbbed as he grabbed his backpack. Ready to depart, Su Mingyue instinctively asked, Qi, where are you going? Oh no, this ancestor wouldn't be considering giving up out of frustration, would he? She had heard about his temperament. He was hardly easy to deal with. That it didn't matter if he chose to give up. But they were teammates. What was she to do? She genuinely wanted to win. Her words struck a chord with the others. "Ye, my eternal idol." Su Mingyue suddenly enlightened. "Yes, that's indeed a plan." Chu Yuan smacked her forehead. "Why didn't I think of that?" As her words faded, a languid yet piercing gaze swept over that of Chi. She tilted her chin defiantly. "What are you looking at?" "I merely consider the worst-case scenarios out of habit. And what I said I assent without merit." Chi raised an eyebrow, a smirk tugging at his lips. "You'd better be right." Chapter 9. She must be born under the monkey sign. Without hesitation, the group began to follow the tire tracks, initially making good progress until they arrived at a three-way fork in the road. A silent consensus formed among them as they looked towards Yunyu. Truly a case of a self-fulfilling prophecy. Yunyu shrugged, her expression inscrutable. "What are you staring at me for?" Chi's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. Had this woman truly jinxed their fate? He was slightly skeptical. With 3 paths, any random choice would still yield a 1 in 3 chance of being correct, and luck had always favored him. After a moment's hesitation, Chi decisively selected one of the paths. Intending to stride forward but suddenly remembered he had a teammate, Patience, in tow. He turned to Su Mingyue and proposed, "I want to take this route. What do you think?" Su Mingyue, taken aback, widened her eyes. Her sense of direction was lacking and Chi appeared quite reliable, so she nodded vigorously. "Sure, I'll follow you." The duo exchanged farewells with the others and set off along their chosen path. The remaining individuals stood frozen, momentarily at a loss. The second pair to act was Chu Yuan and Luofan. Luofan, ever amiable, smilingly inquired of Chu Yuan, "Which path do you think we should take?" "I'll go with your decision." His inexplicably doting tone elicited a flurry of enthusiastic comments from the audience. Chu Yuan blinked her beautiful eyes, unsure herself. After a moment's contemplation, she pointed to a path. "Shall we try this one?" "Sounds good," Luofan readily agreed, turning to wave at the few behind them. "See you all later." Another team departed, and Zhou Liangsheng, unwilling to be left behind, tried to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor despite his eagerness. Before he could finish, Zhongli had already stepped onto the path taken earlier by Qi and Su Mingyue, her back radiating an air of cold indifference. Zhou Liangsheng, momentarily stunned, irritation flashing in his eyes, clenched his fist and hurried after her. "Zhongli, wait for me." Only Yunyu and Bo Siyu remained, exuding an air of calm. Standing in contemplation, Yunyu pondered, while Bo Siyu glanced at her. "What's the matter? Not in a hurry to showcase your skills." She shot him a sidelong glance, a half-smile gracing her lips. "Oh, so you have a plan?" Of course. Bo Siyu smirked coldly, mentally bargaining with the system, aware that this was the opportune moment to display his charm. 666. "Impossible. I absolutely refuse to assist you in cheating again. Don't even think about it. I suggest the host rely on themselves." Bo Siyu frowned slightly. This wretched system was of no use beyond assigning tasks. He was unwilling to appear cowardly before Yunyu, adopting a leisurely tone. "So have you made your decision? If you beg me, I might just point you in the right direction. A living person couldn't just vanish into thin air." Suddenly, his attention was drawn away by the cameraman filming them, his previously calm demeanor fracturing. "Wait. Yunyu, what are you doing?" At that moment, the live chat erupted in astonishment. "Wait, is this sister born under the monkey sign? How did she manage to leap that high? Whoa, impressive. Isn't that tree-climbing posture a tad too audacious? Sister, are you disregarding your image? She's on fire witnessing a female star perform monkey business. Oh my, that's a coconut tree." Amidst the gasps of admiration, Yunyu was seen scaling a tall, straight coconut tree with remarkable agility. By the time Bo Siyu noticed her, she had already ascended nearly halfway, even casting a disdainful glance his way. "Can't you tell? I'm climbing a tree." Of course, he knew she was climbing a tree. "Get down here." Bo Siyu's temple throbbed, his heart racing with anxiety. How could she dare to climb so high without any safety measures? What if she fell? It didn't matter if she was in danger. He was still young, his money unspent. He didn't want to meet an untimely demise. As is well known, coconut trees have bare trunks with no footholds. They are notoriously challenging to climb, requiring an experienced professional to ascend without any precautions. Yet, Yunyu seemed undeterred, climbing even faster, adopting a koala bear posture as she swiftly made her way to the top, leaving Bo Siyu feeling dizzy just from looking up at her. Behind the camera, the director, who had been quietly observing, felt a tightening in his chest at her words. Yunyu, surveying from her elevated position, shot him a glance. "Don't you know that standing tall allows for a broader perspective?" With that, she ignored him, squinting into the distance, her hair tousled by the wind, although her posture was quite ungraceful. It also conveyed an unexpected sense of elegance. Whatever she spotted seemed to amuse her. As she raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly before slowly descending from the tree, he rushed forward, his dark eyes glinting with barely concealed anger. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? Yunyu replied cheerfully, I found the way to Bocu paused for a moment, considering which way. She regarded him with an enigmatic smile, her lips curling mischievously. Want to know? You'll have to beg me. And if you do, I might just reveal the path to Bocu. What a prime example of shooting oneself in the foot. This woman certainly held grudges. Bocu let out a cold laugh. He, the formidable CEO, a man of influence in the economic realm of Huagua, would bow to a woman? Even the audience was merciless in their mockery. Yunyu has truly lost her mind, daring to speak to Bocu like that. Isn't she afraid of being blacklisted? Is it possible that even if she isn't blacklisted, she'll be forgotten in the entertainment industry? To everyone's astonishment, Bocu replied flatly, I beg you. It was straightforward, devoid of hesitation. Yunyu. Viewers. This domineering CEO was certainly unpredictable. If Bocu could hear their thoughts, he would likely smirk. You know nothing. While he wielded influence over the economy of Huagua, Yunyu held his very life in her hands. The wealthier and more powerful one was, the more one feared death. It was entirely reasonable. His capitulation was so swift that Yunyu felt no satisfaction. After a moment of stunned silence, she shot him a bemused glance. Look at you, so eager. Let us go this way. Bocu noted her disdainful expression, narrowing his eyes at her retreating figure. You'd better not fall into my grasp. Once he completed that wretched task. Chapter 10. Is it really this exhilarating from the very start? Bocu's pale complexion, kissed by the sun, acquired a hint of crimson, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his dark eyes concealing a flicker of irritation, having just voiced a silent threat in his mind. He turned only to be smacked with reality. His mood was complicated, but concerning a man's dignity, he dangerously retorted, Who are you saying isn't capable? It was clearly this woman who was abnormal. How was she managing to trek under the scorching sun for nearly an hour without breaking a sweat? Bocu would never admit to feeling weak. He was busy with work and made time to exercise. His physique boasting a layer of lean muscle, not overly muscular, yet certainly not frail, precisely the type most women favored. Nevertheless, after this ordeal, he felt utterly exhausted. Yunyu, with her delicate limbs, surprisingly possessed better stamina than him, which was quite a blow to his pride. To make matters worse, she stoked the flames. You're this worn out from just a little walk. I see muscles on your arms. Could you be the fabled lean muscle dog? Bocu's expression darkened, his brows knitting together as a storm brewed in his eyes. Lean dog? Those words didn't sound complimentary at all. Sensing she might have pushed too far, Yunyu reined it in. Provoking him further would serve no purpose. She flashed a feigned smile. Just kidding. Want me to carry you? Bocu felt profoundly humiliated. With unwavering resolve, he scoffed coldly. No need. Netizens revel in the drama. Having found a new path by cozying up to the wealthy, Yunyu truly has me in tears. To be fair, does Yunyu possess such remarkable stamina? Or is it that Mr.Bo is simply feigning? After all this commotion, even if Yunyu discovered the most time-efficient route, the two still ended up at the bottom. The ancient castle before them retained its Gothic architectural style, its aesthetic darkened by years of exposure to the elements, with the outer walls peeling and aging, resembling yellowed and faded parchment. The shaded areas of the castle were overtaken by lush ivy, cloaking large sections of the walls. At first glance, it looked strikingly like a scene from a horror film. By the time they arrived, the others had already gathered outside, huddled together in hushed discussion. Chi glanced up and raised an eyebrow, his tone laden with meaning. The ones at the bottom have arrived. Clearly directed at Yunyu, this gentleman was evidently one who held grudges. Bocu, uncharacteristically sheepish, remained silent throughout, as he indeed had hindered their progress. Had it not been for waiting on him, Yunyu would have surely avoided the bottom position initially. One might expect this woman to throw some veiled insults his way. But surprisingly, she refrained from any jibes. In response to Chi's provocation, she crossed her arms, a smile on her lips that didn't quite reach her eyes. Someone has to be at the bottom. We are merely benefiting everyone, aren't we? Chi's lips twitched slightly. Such thick skin. Just then the director, beaming, interrupted their conversation. Now that everyone has arrived, please step inside. The grand doors of the castle creaked open, and the crowd turned to see a middle-aged man in a tailcoat standing at the threshold, half of his figure cloaked in shadow, a perfectly measured smile gracing his lips, as if drawn with a ruler. Welcome, esteemed guests. May your 7 days in the castle be enjoyable. The eerie ambience sent everyone retreating a step. Chu Yuan trembled as she spoke. Isn't this the opening scene of a horror film? This butler looked just like an NPC from a game. Zhou Liangshang's eyes sparkled with excitement. The audience in the livestream reacted with a mix of responses. Oh, so this is how we're playing it? Now I'm truly exhilarated. Wasn't this supposed to be a sweet dating show? Lured in just to be devoured. Shivering in fear. JP, they couldn't possibly remain outside forever, so Chi took the lead, stepping inside, followed by the others. The interior of the castle was adorned in a distinctly Western style, featuring opulent murals, a grand floor clock, and an exquisite fireplace. Tio maintained the theme. The lighting was provided solely by white candles, casting a dim glow that rendered the scene reminiscent of a frame from a vintage film. In the lavish hall stood a long dining table, laden with delectable dishes, and tall wine glasses filled with refreshing red wine. Enticing the weary guests, the butler, dressed in his tailcoat, kindly remarked, "Welcome, esteemed guests, after your arduous journey. Please take a seat." However, everyone noticed that only 6 place settings adorned the table, while there were 8 of them. They exchanged glances, hesitating when the butler chuckled. "Regrettably, I must inform you that 2 of our tardy guests will not be able to partake in this sumptuous meal, but fret not, they may sit and watch while I share a few words." Yun Yu and Bo see you. Watching others eat, how considerate of you, the others observed the two, a mix of sympathy and amusement flickering in their expressions, relieved it wasn't them at the bottom. Yun Yu sat down, her table barren and excessively clean. After a moment of contemplation she asked, "Could I possibly have a glass of plain water?" If they couldn't eat, surely they wouldn't deny them water? The butler's smile faltered slightly. Of course, that can be arranged." He served a glass of water to both Yun Yu and Bo Siyu. Watching others indulge in their meal, the two, their stomachs growling, could only gulp down water, somewhat akin to a desperate thirst for plums. As the others dined, the butler spoke at a leisurely pace. "I presume you gentlemen are the detectives invited by my master?" All activity ceased momentarily, and before they could process this, the butler threw down a bombshell. "Just days ago, a heinous murder occurred within our castle, and my master, in his fury, has generously hired you detectives to assist in the investigation. The nefarious murderer must surely still be lurking within these walls." The crowd. Starting off with such intensity? Chapter 11. The dominant CEO fears ghosts. After a lengthy silence, they ultimately chose to accept this grim reality. Hadn't they just mentioned that their task was to survive for 7 days? How had it morphed into assisting with a murder investigation? Su Mingyu quietly grumbled, her eyes filled with confusion. Chi Yi spoke coolly. "Isn't there a possibility that these 2 tasks are not mutually exclusive?" Su Mingyu paused, and Yun Yu nearby chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, the murderer could still be here in the castle. What if we inadvertently become his next victims during the investigation?" She met the eyes of the crowd, her tone laden with meaning, sending shivers down their spines. Luo Fan pondered for a moment and asked the butler, "What exactly happened? Surely we need to know the details in order to assist with the investigation." The butler produced a stack of cards from somewhere and distributed them. "The details of the incident are written on these cards. Please read them carefully. One by one." They accepted the cards, and Chu Yuan remarked quietly, "This feels like participating in a live-action murder mystery." Yun Yu glanced down at the card in her hand, a clear narrative gradually taking shape in her mind. She stole a glance at Bo Siyu beside her, initially thinking he wouldn't be intrigued by such matters, but to her surprise, he was studying it intently. His brow furrowed as if grappling with some billion-dollar contract. The expression translated to a single thought: "What on earth is this?" Considering the curiosity of the live stream audience, the butler began to narrate. "A few days ago, my master invited several friends to the castle. They included a campus beauty, a lawyer, a chef, an artist, and a journalist." The crowd. Is this naming convention a bit too perfunctory? Everything was proceeding smoothly, the gathering was a resounding success. The butler paused, his expression somber. "However, just last night, we discovered the body of the campus beauty in the bushes outside the castle, with the preliminary cause of death determined as a fall. But the campus beauty had just received an offer from a renowned foreign enterprise. Her life was on an upward trajectory. Why would she choose to leap to her death at such a promising age? My master was deeply distressed, hence he summoned you all. I implore you, detectives, help my master uncover the truth." The group exchanged glances, staring at the back of the card, which depicted a girl in a white dress, her gown stained with blood, and 4 large characters scrawled across it. The death of the campus beauty. The horror film ambience was palpable. "Help! I merely tuned in for a dating show. Why does it feel like I've switched channels? Have dating shows become this deranged?" It seems more like a deduction game. It shouldn't be too frightening that I recall Chi being exceptionally intelligent, and Zhongli and Su Mingyu are also quite sharp. Bo Siyu may be an enigma, but if he's a billionaire, his intellect must be commendable. And there's our Yuan, known as the Little Lucky Koi. Her luck is phenomenal. Teaming up with her is bound to be a windfall. So the pressing question is, what role does the one who stumbles play among these heavyweights? No worries. Whether in dramas or novels, there's always a lagging pig teammate, and my sister is undoubtedly that. Doge. Based on my experience with horror films, the campus beauty certainly did not commit suicide. Zhou Liangsheng asserted confidently. Yunyu couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Isn't that obvious? If it were suicide, what would we investigate? This guy exuded the contradiction of someone lacking education yet desperately seeking to show off. Zhou Liangsheng, feeling embarrassed, retorted, that possibility can't be dismissed. Your tone is so certain. Do you already have an answer in mind? Yunyu, standing her ground, crossed her arms. I do not. The others. After finishing his meal, Chi slowly set down his knife and fork and looked toward the butler. If I recall correctly, the first place is to be rewarded with a clue, yes? Su Mingyu's eyes lit up, almost forgetting this detail. The butler nodded with a smile. Indeed, that's correct. He retrieved a slip of paper from his suit pocket and handed it over. Here is the clue you have earned. Chi, unfazed, received the paper and was about to unfold it when a throng of heads craned to get a glimpse. He leisurely halted his motion, a smirk dancing on his lips as he glanced back. If I remember correctly, aren't we currently competitors? The other's expression stiffened. Luo Fan swallowed hard, his tone ingratiating. While that may be the case, Brother Chi, strength lies in numbers. Finding the murderer sooner benefits us all, doesn't it? Others nodded eagerly in agreement. Yunyu remained silent, feeling as though this dog was targeting her. Speaking up now would only result in humiliation. Chi elegantly rose, lazily chuckling as he patted Luo Fan's shoulder. In battle, there are no familial ties. Spare me this nonsense. With that, he strode up the stairs, casting a meaningful glance at Su Mingyu, who, slightly delayed, hurried to follow him, offering an apologetic smile to everyone. Sorry about that. Chu Yuan cast a sympathetic glance at him. Is there really any need to guess? A group of individuals exchanged glances, while Chu Yuan with downcast eyes lamented, what shall we do now, Zhongli? Her expression icy retorted, what do you think? We must take the initiative to search for clues. Are we to simply wait for a pie to fall from the sky? Though her words were somewhat harsh, they were nonetheless grounded in reality. Suddenly, Yunyu stood up, prompting the others to turn their attention to her, anticipating a stroke of brilliance. She, however, appeared utterly perplexed. Why are you all staring at me? Do I have clues on my face? Bo Siyu followed suit and rose. Where are you going? Yunyu replied lazily, to the kitchen. Zhongli, with a skeptical expression, inquired, why the kitchen? Have you discovered something? Meeting the expectant gazes of the others, Yunyu hesitated momentarily before brazenly stating, because I'm hungry and wish to find something to eat. The others were left speechless. They had underestimated her. Zhongli, it was unnecessary to ask that. Ha, I knew it. I can't believe I discerned a look of exasperation on Zhongli's expressionless face. In a way, Yunyu is quite impressive. Aside from going off the rails at any moment, what else can she do? Bo Siyu, after a moment of hesitation, decided to accompany her, admitting to himself that he was also hungry. Though he valued his dignity, everyone thought to themselves that this Mr.Bo truly had a good temper, remaining on good terms with Yunyu, showcasing his sense of the bigger picture. Just as the two were about to leave, the butler called out to them, please hold on. As per the rules, since you arrived last at the ancient castle, you must face the corresponding punishment. Yunyu's expression stiffened. She had not managed to escape. Under the gaze of the others who seemed to revel in her misfortune, she pursed her lips. What is the punishment? The butler smiled, a hint of malice in his demeanor. At midnight, outside the ancient castle, you must burn paper for the deceased school beauty. Boc's expression abruptly froze. Was it possible that even the domineering CEO feared ghosts? Although they were merely illusions. Chapter 12. Let her be. Yunyu and Bo Siyu exchanged a glance and turned their heads in unison. Can't we change the punishment? Whose foolish idea was it to come up with such a sinister punishment? The director behind the screen sneezed. Who is cursing me? The butler maintained his smile, yet regretfully rejected their protests. That's not possible. Yunyu, feeling a slight itch in her back teeth, shot him a cold glance. If it's not possible, then so be it. What's the point of Yoro? After rolling her eyes, she turned and walked away. The butler's expression became rigid, his features subtly contorting. How can someone so manly be so effeminate? The director frantically reassured through the earpiece. She has been going crazy everywhere. Just let her be. Ha ha ha. Is it a bit refreshing to see this madwoman retort? The people upstairs are probably enjoying something nice. This is called lacking decorum. Bosiu caught up with Yunyu, his brows furrowed tightly. Are we really going to complete that damn task? At midnight, burning paper for the dead. Oh, it sounds just like the standard fare for cannon fodder in a horror movie. Yunyu mockingly replied, who told us to be at the bottom? Bosiu decisively fell silent. Suddenly realizing something, he cast a glance at the back of Yunyu's head. His mood subtly irritable. This woman, who had once regarded him like a mouse regards a cat, now dared to assert her authority over him? He had to endure due to this damned system, but what had possessed her? Was her previous demeanor all an act? Could it be that she could no longer maintain the facade, revealing her true nature? If he still believed the system's claim that Yunyu was deeply infatuated with him, then he would truly be under its spell. After realizing that he would never get a single penny from this stingy and sharp-tongued man, Yunyu completely abandoned the idea of trying to please him. That if Bosiu knew her thoughts, he would probably furrow his brows and sternly declare, "That's illegal. Stop watching so many melodramatic romances. We live in a society governed by law." Yet upon witnessing her leisurely stroll into the kitchen, a hush fell over the crowd. I was wrong. I shouldn't have had too much hope for her. The neighboring Chiyi and Su Mingyue have already obtained a clue, leaving them far behind. Oh no, poor Mr. Bo. Why did he end up in the same group as this woman? Hopefully the next group will have a good teammate. As for Yunyu, it's acceptable, but Bosiu couldn't possibly join her in her antics. As soon as this comment was posted, it was swiftly met with ironic backlash. Yunyu rummaged through the refrigerator and discovered a few sandwiches and some fruit salad. She wasn't one to indulge in gluttony alone, so she picked up a sandwich and offered it. Eating will help us work better, right? Initially, she assumed that a person like Bosiu, accustomed to a life of luxury, would disdain such fast food, but to her surprise, he accepted it without a change in expression, unwrapping it leisurely before taking a bite. His manner of eating was both graceful and swift. The viewers in the livestream fell into a momentary silence before arriving at a conclusion. It's not his fault. He was genuinely hungry. The double standards were evident. In reality, Bosiu hadn't eaten anything since the previous night. You're not picky at all, Yunyu remarked oddly, beginning to eat herself. Bosiu, catching the underlying tone in her words, smirked slightly. Being picky requires the conditions to do so. Given the circumstances, he certainly wouldn't hesitate to treat himself to the best. But for now, he had to make do. Was he really going to starve? As the two exchanged casual banter, Yunyu suddenly caught sight of a pair of pitch-black eyes peering through a gap, causing her hair to stand on end as she stepped back. What the hell? Such a lewd pair of eyes. Bosiu instinctively followed her gaze, feeling a chill run down his spine. Not far from them, a stack of foam boxes, roughly half a person's height, contained various vegetable ingredients. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing amiss, but nestled among those boxes was a pair of eyes quietly watching them, belonging to a person who had gone unnoticed until now. How terrifying. Could someone at least announce their presence next time? When the camera panned over, my heart nearly leapt out of my chest. Bosiu stiffened, quickly stepping behind Yunyu, gripping her shoulders with a calm voice. Don't be afraid. It should be a person. Also, could you refrain from trembling so violently while saying that? Bosiu was surprisingly afraid of ghosts. Yunyu pondered for a moment, casually picking up a kitchen knife from the counter. Her keen eyes noticed that the knife was stained with blood, but this was not the time to dwell on such details. The expression on her face as she held the knife was far more terrifying than the pair of prying eyes, causing Bosiu to instinctively retreat a few steps, his cold demeanor faltering. What do you intend to do? Had he not been concerned about maintaining his image, he would have preferred to yell, "Don't come any closer." Yunyu shot him a quizzical glance, weighing the knife in her hand, her expression suggesting, "What do you think I'm going to do? Ask him to come out." Bosiu's gaze wandered, momentarily distracted by the knife in her hand. So that's how the word ask can be used. With an imposing demeanor, Yunyu approached the stack of foam boxes. Bringing the knife down on one of them, her smile devoid of warmth. Are you planning to come out on your own, or should I invite you out? Observing Yunyu wielding the knife, the person inside shrank back in fear, not wanting to know how she intended to invite him, eagerly scrambling out. I'll come out myself. A slightly plump middle-aged man emerged from behind the foam boxes, his wrinkled clothing giving him a disheveled appearance. He rubbed his hands nervously and cautiously took small steps away from Yunyu before finally mustering the courage to speak. Miss, I truly apologize. I didn't mean to scare you. Oh, if it was unintentional, then that means it was intentional. Speak up. What were you doing hiding here? Yunyu narrowed her eyes, her demeanor suggesting she was not to be trifled with. Glancing down, she inadvertently spotted a few red stains on the cuffs of the middle-aged man's sleeves. Resembling blood, she raised an eyebrow subtly. An opportunity for a clue presented itself. One should not let it slip away. Chapter 13. She should not have humiliated herself with the knife still stained with blood. Yunyu waved it in front of the man, causing a twitch in his temple as he obediently confessed. I'm the chef. I was invited here by the owner of the ancient castle. I'm truly not a bad person. Yunyu exchanged glances with Bosiyu. Was this the culprit they were looking for? She raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile creeping across her face. A bad person wouldn't he admit to being Bosiyu also stepped closer, his tall figure exuding an air of authority that easily created a sense of pressure. From your appearance, you don't seem like a good person either. The chef gulped nervously, his sizable frame appearing rather small and helpless as he gazed pleadingly at the two. What do you want from me? Bosiyu smiled amiably. Just tell us, why were you hiding there? The chef's eyes darted around, appearing somewhat guilty. I wasn't hiding. I just accidentally fell asleep there, and I woke up when you arrived. Yunyu pointed at herself, her eyes incredulous. Do I look like a fool to you? Bosiyu instinctively nodded in agreement, only to be met with Yunyu's furious glare. That woman? Yunyu squinted. Who is that woman you're speaking of? The chef's eyes flickered. The school beauty. Upon hearing this answer, a sense of certainty washed over them. Yunyu paused for a moment before suddenly asking, Are you aware that the school beauty you mentioned died last night? The chef's eyes widened, shocked disbelief etched across his face. Dead? How is that possible? How did she die? Bosiyu scrutinized his expression, a smirk playing on his lips. Are you genuinely unaware, or are you feigning ignorance? I find myself at a loss for words. Yunyu interrupted him calmly. The school bell has died. The preliminary cause of death is determined to be a fall from a height. However, it is entirely possible that foul play was involved. What is your perspective on this? The chef's eyes flickered with a hint of terror, as he grasped the gravity of the situation. You can't possibly suspect me of having a hand in it. Can you? The two remained silent, their expressions laden with unspoken implications. The chef, looking utterly distraught, exclaimed, I assure you, I had nothing to do with it. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have been unaware of her demise. Bosiyu furrowed his brow and turned to Yunyu. Is the acting in your entertainment circle always this convincing? Yunyu replied, You're asking me? The original owner has been labeled a vase for several consecutive years. Bosiyu seemed to have heard of this and fell into silence. Yunyu cleared her throat, deftly shifting the topic. You mentioned having an argument with her. What conflicts existed between you? After all, in the heat of an argument, the impulse to kill could arise. I'm astonished. Who would have thought these two would stumble upon such significant clues in the kitchen? This chef clearly has something to hide. His demeanor is that of a guilty party, and his words are disjointed. Could it truly be him who committed the murder? It can't possibly be that simple, can it? By the way, I ascend to Yunyu's coercive demeanor a bit too practiced? Chi-Yi and Su Mingyue ascended to the second floor, seeking a secluded corner to share insights. Chi-Yi glanced around cautiously, methodically unfolding a note as he spoke. You have no objections to my earlier actions, do you? We are competitors, and while I don't mind sharing insights, the other party must offer something in return. Su Mingyue quickly shook her head. Not at all, that's how it should be. She noticed Chi-Yi's eyebrow raised slightly, piquing her curiosity about the contents of the note. The white paper bore a hasty scrawl, and the pressure marks indicated the writer's mental state was on the verge of collapse. The painter is a madman. I hate him. He ruined me. Su Mingyue silently read it aloud, then looked up at Chi-Yi. Who do you think wrote this note? Chi-Yi replied nonchalantly, the deceased school bell. For some reason, an unsettling chill ran down Su Mingyue's spine. She rubbed her arms, dismissing the bizarre thoughts lingering in her mind. What should our next step be? Chi-Yi folded the note and tucked it into his pocket, his gaze contemplative. We should find that painter and ascertain the facts. Even if he isn't the murderer, he is still a key figure. Yunyu arrived on the second floor where Bosiyu inquired, how much truth do you believe lies in what the chef said? After a moment's reflection, she replied 50-50. A mix of truth and lies is far more persuasive. She paused, adding, however, I don't believe the one who killed the school bell is him. Bosiyu raised an eyebrow. Clearly unconvinced, how can you be so certain? He scoffed lightly, what if we are just fortunate? What is that term? Chosen by destiny. The foolish system had mentioned this to him, and he found some merit in it. Yunyu retorted, have you read too many novels? Such nonsense is hardly credible, even to a 3-year-old. As they conversed, a blinding white light suddenly illuminated the dim corridor, causing discomfort. Bocu instinctively pulled Yunyu behind him. Frowning as he coldly commanded, "Delete it." To the end of the corridor, a young woman wearing a baseball cap ambled toward them, camera in hand. "Why delete it? The shots are quite nice. Would you like to take a look?" Recognizing the woman, Yunyu immediately understood her identity. The reporter from the story. Approaching the two, she waved her camera, but Bocu remained unfazed, fixing her with a cold stare. "Delete it. Don't make me repeat myself." His stern demeanor was rather intimidating, prompting the woman to pout before reluctantly deleting the photos she had just taken. "They're done," she said. Yunyu hadn't had a chance to see the images. Feeling a twinge of regret, she wondered if she had looked good in them. The reporter raised her gaze, her interest piqued as she glanced between the two, her eyes lighting up when they fell on Bocu. "I know you. You are Bocu. Mr. Bo, may I request an interview with you?" Bocu, accustomed to such attention, responded curtly, "No personal interviews. Direct any inquiries to my assistant." Observing his impatience, Yunyu interjected, "Do you recognize me?" The reporter turned to her, surprise flashing in her eyes. "Aren't you that person who frequently trends for causing a scene?" Yunyu. She regretted drawing attention to herself. Chapter 14. Teaming up for experience indeed. She was the cannon fodder female lead, unworthy of even being remembered by name. Yunyu silently shed tears, lifting her chin with an air of dignity. "Mind your words. What do you mean by causing a scene?" "I rely on my own abilities." The reporter's lips twitched slightly. "You have a point. Am I losing my mind? I actually find her reasoning somewhat valid. The way she talks about causing a scene is oddly endearing." "Haha. You must be genuinely hungry. Treat yourself to something nice." "What a coincidence." Yunyu glanced up and spotted a figure at the end of the corridor. As she caught his eye, Chi halted his retreat. Feeling incredulous at his instinctive desire to avoid this woman, a smirk crept onto his face as he took the initiative. "Are you deliberately waiting for me here?" Bocu's brow furrowed slightly. His emotions inscrutable. Was there truly someone in this world who could outdo him in pretense? Recalling how he had stumbled upon Yunyu teasing this man earlier, he scrutinized the exchange with a hint of detachment. Yunyu, unfazed, smiled brightly. "Did you notice that?" She sauntered forward. "So shall we share some insights?" Truly, she was the woman who boldly claimed on Weibo that she would win over Chi. For some inexplicable reason, he felt that being friends with Yunyu would be exhilarating. Her mental state seemed a century ahead, and she genuinely appeared capable of helping her friends secure the WeChat of their crushes on the street. Chi raised an eyebrow, surprised by her audacity, casting her a cold glance. "Dreaming before dusk?" With that, he circumvented her and strode toward the other end of the corridor. Observing the entire exchange, Bocu stepped forward leisurely, his tone laden with meaning. "See, being a sycophant leads to a dismal end." Bocu's face darkened. Was she truly so unyielding? His expression soured as he spoke with mild irritation. "If they're unwilling to share insights with you, what can you do?" Yunyu's lips curled into a slight smile. "Youngster, you must learn to adapt." Bocu found himself reluctantly trailing behind the stealthy Yunyu, watching as Chi and Su Mingyue paused at the door of a room on the third floor. His tone frigid. "Is this your idea of adapting? Following closely like a stalker, picking up scraps?" 666. Though not particularly ethical, I must admit, this method is rather clever. Is it really right to pilfer the fruits of another's labor like this? Yunyu and Bocu hid at the stairwell, eavesdropping as Chi first knocked patiently on the door. Moments later, a man with shoulder-length hair appeared. He possessed a pleasing appearance, dressed casually, exuding an air of effortless elegance. He raised an eyebrow at the two at his doorstep, pausing briefly on Su Mingyue. "May I ask what you need?" Chi's smile was a mask, his countenance resembling that of someone looking for trouble. "Nothing much, just here to inquire about the school belt." Su Mingyue was taken aback, thinking ISNT that a bit too blunt. The man's expression subtly shifted as he smiled politely and raised his hand as if to close the door. "I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure." However, the door would not budge as Chi had wedged his foot in, pushing against the door with one hand, his eyes flashing with impatience. "Come on, brother, cooperate. I'm in a hurry." The man's demeanor soured, his patience waning. "And what if I refuse to cooperate?" In the next instant, Chi seized him by the collar, and the man's eyes widened in shock. "What are you doing? Let go. I'll cooperate." Su Mingyue instinctively covered her eyes, peeking through her fingers, her heart filled with awe. This guy was serious, he meant business. From her corner, Yunyu observed with a contemplative gaze, realizing she wasn't the only one employing such tactics. Bocu, noticing her, subtly distanced himself. "What kind of look is that?" I have a feeling you're not contemplating anything good. Yunyu merely smiled enigmatically. After a brief wait, Qi and Su Mingyue emerged from the room, with Qi adjusting his sleeves as he strode away. The artist's expression was one of wariness. Who are you and what do you want? The seemingly harmless woman gave him a playful wink, resembling a lost lamb. Don't be alarmed, we just have a few questions for you. Her innocent facade slightly eased the artist's tension, until he saw her calmly enter the room and take a seat. Realizing something was amiss, Bociu followed her inside, shutting the door behind him, his tall frame making the space feel cramped as he loosened his collar, his handsome face impassive. Let us cooperate, shall we? The artist's face flushed with anger. Is this never ending? Are you all here to level up your experience at my expense? Surveying the furnishings of the room, he caught sight of the easel and palette among other painting tools. By the window lay an unfinished canvas depicting the silhouette of a girl in a white dress, her form seemingly blurred as if rendered indistinct by water. The artist sat despondently on the floor, his expression vacant. Go on, what do you wish to inquire? Bociu looked down at him with a haughty gaze. What did those two inquire of you earlier? It was no wonder that Yunyu was so eager. The artist lifted his head, revealing a hint of amusement in his smile. They asked how I met the campus beauty, what I was doing last night, if I heard any noises, and whether I was the one who killed her. He shrugged, his tone languid. I told them, gentlemen, I'm worth over 100 million. It would be rather foolish to ruin my future for a mere woman, wouldn't it? Bociu scoffed derisively, the contempt in his voice unmistakable. Worth over 100 million. And you think that's something to boast about? The artist retorted, are you not polite? Chapter 15. The nighttime rules of the castle. It became evident that Bociu possessed a modicum of politeness, though not much. The artist's face flushed with embarrassment from the ridicule. What, sir, are you quite wealthy? Not everyone follows the news, just as not everyone recognizes the face of Bociu. Yunyu interjected on his behalf, her gaze imbued with a touch of sympathy. You're aware of the richest man in Asia, correct? He.s. right in front of you. Provoking him is akin to striking a stone wall. The artist fell silent for a moment, feeling somewhat humiliated. Forgive me, I didn't mean to ask. Now you ought to share your tale, Yunyu prompted. Are you and the campus beauty lovers? She tossed this bombshell casually. And not only did Bociu exhibit a perplexed expression, but the artist himself also froze, staring incredulously at her. How do you know? Isn't this clue supposed to emerge later? The audience was equally baffled. Wait, how did she figure that out? I suspect she peeked at the script. Director, come out and explain. I was watching the whole time and missed nothing. In response to the artist's bewildered gaze, Yunyu shrugged. Was it really a guess? Didn't you tell me? She approached the window, removed the painting from its frame, and unfurled it before them. This painting features the campus beauty. Doesn't it? The bracelet on her wrist matches the one on yours. Doesn't that clarify things? The artist paused, instinctively glancing at the painting. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the bracelet she mentioned, though it was exceedingly faint and nearly invisible unless scrutinized. He even suspected this woman had secretly employed a magnifying glass. Yunyu observed his reaction. She has passed away and you feel not a shred of sorrow? The artist exaggeratedly widened his eyes. Sorrow? Of course I'm sorrowful. Where do you see that I am not? Bociu offered a sardonic smile, bending down to scrutinize him, his tone caustic. If you're so heartbroken, why did you not accompany her in death? Yunyu. The artist. The latter's expression stiffened slightly. One must look forward in life. No matter how sorrowful, one cannot choose to die alongside another. Can they? Moreover, we had already broken up, so you understand my position. Right? Is that so? Yunyu mused, her smile contemplative. That if so, why did those two seek you out? The artist's demeanor became tense, and after a prolonged silence he reluctantly spoke. I admit there were some misunderstandings between us. When I wished to break up, she vehemently refused, even resorting to threats of self-harm. With someone so extreme, wouldn't it be wise to keep my distance? So you two fell from love into hatred. And you killed her? Yunyu observed him languidly. The artist bristled, rising from the ground. I say, sister, do I have a feud with you? My lumbar spine is not suited to bear such a heavy accusation. With a countenance of despair, the artist proclaimed, that I did not kill her. I swear, if I were the murderer, may I meet a terrible fate. Having extracted a plethora of information from the artist, Yunyu felt quite pleased. Bociu found his thoughts in disarray. Do you think he is the murderer? He considered each suspect, the chef included, and this artist as well. As Yunyu strolled down the corridor, her tone remained nonchalant. I'm not certain yet, but it is clear both have concealed part of the truth. We may need to investigate ourselves. The production team could not allow them to exploit loopholes indefinitely. If merely threatening could unveil the true culprit, that would be rather simplistic. The clues provided might be genuine or fabricated, and it would be up to them to discern the truth. At dinner. In the grand hall, the guests congregated at an afternoon had passed. Had they all made any discoveries? Chu Yuanyuan gazed pitifully at everyone. Our team hasn't found a single clue. Qi leisurely toyed with his cutlery. His tone casual. Don't look at us. Aside from that one clue from this afternoon, we are equally in the dark. Zhou Liangsheng smiled insincerely. We haven't either. Yunyu, how about you? Bo Siyu refrained from interjecting, instead turning to Yunyu. I'm only concerned with one question. Yunyu pondered briefly, then, under the expectant gazes of all, glanced at the dining table. When do we eat? Everyone. Very well, it seemed all were rather insincere. Even if they had discovered something, they were unwilling to share. The butler appeared promptly in the dining room, beaming, Tonight, each of you may enjoy a sumptuous dinner. Bo Siyu let out a derisive laugh. The director behind the screen felt an immense pressure. He had not anticipated Mr.Bo would encounter such misfortune. The butler paused momentarily before continuing. Before dinner, I must share some nighttime guidelines regarding the castle. Guests may form their teams freely, 2 persons per room regardless of gender. Those with bold hearts may opt for a solitary room, though I do not recommend such a choice. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream were buzzing with excitement. Finally, we might witness what a dating show is meant to offer. A lone man and a single woman, isn't that a recipe for sparks to fly? The production team certainly knew how to stir the pot. One last note, after midnight, we hope everyone refrains from wandering about. The butler paused, his smile enigmatic, for there lurks a murderer within the castle, and we cannot rule out the possibility of some supernatural occurrences. The intrepid Zhou Liangsheng and Luofan took this lightly, even chuckling. If we encounter the murderer, it will save us the trouble of searching. For those with courage, this was hardly daunting. Only Yunyu and Bo Siyu displayed expressions of numbness, with Yunyu forcing a smile. If we cannot go out after midnight, does that mean we are to venture out at midnight to perform rituals? Is that the menu? The butler's smile turned slightly sheepish. What else could we call it but a punishment? Yunyu, Bo Siyu. The others cast sympathetic glances their way. It must be said. These two truly were rather unfortunate. Shall we assign the rooms? Chu Yuanyuan raised her hand quietly. I'm timid. I certainly cannot sleep alone. Luofan patted his chest. Yuanyuan, fear not, I shall protect you. Chu Yuanyuan shyly declined. It's inappropriate for men and women to share a room. Though it was a dating show, it still felt awkward for male and female guests to reside together. Luofan looked at her with a pitiful expression. Very well then. Su Mingyue glanced at her and spoke up. How about the 2 of us share a room? Chapter 16. Are you just pretending? Chu Yuanyuan's eyes brightened instantly. That sounds great. Yunyu had no intention of sharing a room with Bo Siyu. Not only would he likely refuse due to his unpleasant demeanor, but she also didn't wish to endure his loathsome face at night after facing it all day. With only herself and Zhongli remaining as female guests, Yunyu glanced at Zhongli, asking hopefully, Hey beautiful sister, would you care to share? To her surprise, Zhongli met her gaze. Sure. Huh? Yunyu was taken aback. She had prepared herself for a solitary room. Zhongli frowned slightly. Are you backing out? She appeared more anxious about reneging than Yunyu did. Yunyu. Not at all. Luofan looked expectantly at Qi. Brother Qi, could you? His voice was languid, and he didn't even bother to glance at her. Scram? I'm not interested in that. Luofan. Wait, who said anything about that? He blushed, hurriedly shifting his gaze to Bo Siyu, forcing a smile. Boss, may I dare to inquire? Bo Siyu's brow furrowed slightly, his tone frigid. If you know it's intrusive, then do not ask. Very well, it seemed only one option remained. Luofan turned to Zhou Liangsheng, who shot him a resentful look. What, am I your backup plan? Luofan forced a chuckle. He merely found Qi and Bo Siyu to be reliable figures. The final arrangements were set. Aside from Qi and Bo Siyu opting for solitary rooms, the rest paired up. After dinner, it was already past 9 that everyone, eager to find more clues before midnight, decided to explore further. Yunyu casually inquired of Bo Siyu, Are you truly set on sleeping alone? What if you encounter a ghost in the middle of the night? She recalled that the man appeared rather tall, yet his courage seemed lesser than hers. Bo Siyu's body stiffened, his tone dismissive. There's no such thing as ghosts. Do you not understand science? Yunyu shrugged nonchalantly, a knowing smile playing on her lips. As long as you're content. Bo Siyu felt an unsettling chill at her laughter, mentally cueing his system. There are no ghosts in this world, right? After a brief silence of several seconds, 666 responded slowly. It's hard to say that IT had just detected a slight disturbance in the magnetic field here. However, it was better not to inform the host about this, lest it destabilize their morale. With a stiff tone, Bosuyu inquired, "What does it's hard to say mean?" The system feigned ignorance. He suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Was it too late to team up with that chi something? Never mind. The other party seemed even more arrogant than he was, and there was no room for two proud individuals to be. Bosuyu maintained his impassive expression and quickened his pace to catch up. He still believed in science. As Yunyu walked, she analyzed, "We have encountered 3 out of the 4 NPCs. One remains." Bosuyu raised an eyebrow. "Are you referring to that lawyer?" "Indeed, we need to find an opportunity to converse with him." The corridor was carpeted, muffling their footsteps as Yunyu ambled along. Suddenly, she caught a faint sound of conversation drifting from around the corner. She raised her hand to signal Bosuyu to stop, and they exchanged a glance before stealthily crouching by the wall to eavesdrop. "Don't think I am unaware of what you have done. If I were to expose those petty matters." Yunyu furrowed her brow. The voice sounded like that of the female reporter. "What do you intend to do?" Another male voice, somewhat unfamiliar and tinged with anger, echoed. Yunyu guessed it belonged to the lawyer they had yet to meet. "You know what I want." The reporter chuckled, her tone ambiguous. The conversation abruptly ceased, and Yunyu beckoned to Bosuyu, and they quietly retreated. "You'll be fair. Those two have quite the knack for picking up on things. Why does no one else have such good fortune?" "Ha ha ha, Bo has evolved from initial resistance to adept navigation. Who knows what he has experienced?" Bosuyu raised an eyebrow. "So it appears they all have some suspicion. Could they be conspiring?" Yunyu shook her head. "There should only be one culprit. The rest are mere distractions." She glanced at the time, her expression turning grave. Bosuyu straightened. "What is it?" Yunyu spoke heavily. "We have only 2 hours until midnight." Upon hearing this, his mood darkened as well. With a complex look in his eyes, Bosuyu asked, "Can you sleep?" Yunyu retorted defiantly, "Why wouldn't I be able to sleep? Do you have any idea how terrifying it is for a female star to stay up late? More dreadful than encountering a ghost." This exchange left the livestream audience speechless. Did you see that? This is a classic example of what not to do. While others are diligently searching for clues, she is napping. Typically, the first to perish in horror films is precisely this type. Sympathize with my husband. What sin has he committed to be grouped with such a person? Some should refrain from excessive flattery. It's hilarious that I have yet to see any contributions from a certain big shot. She recalled Zhou Liangsheng from her team, who was overly eager to showcase his abilities, and a mocking smile tugged at her lips. Zhongli, moving softly so as not to wake her, completed her skincare routine, and by approximately 11:40 when the alarm rang, Yunyu groggily rose, her face bearing an expression heavier than a ghost's. Zhongli found her refreshingly genuine and chuckled, "Are you ready to head out?" Still half asleep, Yunyu nodded. "All right." As they exited the room, Yunyu collided with Bosuyu, and they exchanged a glance that resembled one of impending doom. Truth be told, burning paper offerings and visiting graves were hardly different. Yawning, she elongated her tone. "Let us go." Upon reaching the hall, Yunyu noticed a pile of paper money and gold ingots on the floor and teased, "How thoughtful. The props are all ready." Bosuyu adjusted his collar. "Enough chit-chat. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can sleep. Don't you find it rather cold?" He had felt a chill in the ancient castle during the day, and at night the temperature plummeted further with such a vast castle lacking heating. Was the owner truly so stingy? Yunyu turned her head slowly to look at him, her gaze inscrutable. "Not at all. Tell me honestly, are you feeling nervous?" Bosuyu's expression darkened. "Where am I being nervous?" "Clarify." Chapter 17. Ghosts favor the strong over the weak. Yunyu blinked sympathetically. "It's all right, it's understandable. After all, a man's prime is only a few years." After saying this, she slipped away, her feet gliding silently. He hadn't even made a move yet. "Ha ha ha, bold and audacious. She truly dares to say such things." "I agree with this sentiment. I only date boyfriends under 25. Who knows what I've been through. 10086 Sisters, I recommend dating younger men. The experience is truly different. Discussing this invigorates me. Let us dive deeper. I'm not short on views." The night on the island was somewhat chilly. Upon exiting the ancient castle, Yunyu felt an immediate drop in temperature, suppressing the urge to shiver, determined to prevent Bosuyu from mocking her. The darkness outside was profound. There was no moon tonight, and the dense forest in the distance loomed like a mass of shadow, as if something terrifying lurked within an areas too distant from the castle. Visibility was near zero. Yunyu chose a clearing, confirming that there were no weeds that could easily catch fire. This will do. She was a good citizen after all. Setting fire to the mountains would earn her a lengthy prison sentence. They piled the paper money in a basin and ignited it with a lighter. The night breeze made the flames flicker precariously. Taking several attempts to catch up, Bo Suyu muttered a curse. Is this wretched lighter out of fuel? The eerie silence enveloped them, devoid of even the chirping of insects or the calls of birds. Yunyu crossed her arms, urging him to hurry, move faster. Stop dawdling. In such an environment, fear could easily be magnified. Let alone when they were engaging in such reckless behavior. Bo Suyu shot her a glare. Easier said than done. Why don't you do it yourself? Despite his retorts, they finally managed to ignite the fire. The flames danced eagerly upon the dry paper, illuminating their faces. The atmosphere was oppressively quiet, unnaturally so, prompting Yunyu to break the silence. Shall we say something? Bo Suyu looked at her incredulously. What, do you wish to have a chat with the deceased? Aren't you afraid of attracting unclean entities? No, wait, he was a materialist. After a brief pause, Yunyu replied, well, that's not entirely out of the question. Bo Suyu's expression turned icy. If you want to talk, go ahead. She pondered for a moment before softly saying, poor girl, regardless of the reasons for your untimely demise at such a young age, we will uncover the truth on your behalf and grant you justice. After speaking, she felt a bit lighter and rubbed her hands together. That should suffice. Once this is burned, we'll leave. Her words halted abruptly, blood seemingly freezing in her veins as she stared blankly behind Bo Suyu. Not far off in the grass, a young girl in a white dress gazed quietly in their direction, her skirt stained with splattered blood, glaringly vivid. As she noticed their gaze, she slowly revealed a sinister smile. What just happened? Am I truly seeing a ghost? This makeup, this atmosphere far exceeds those horror films. Yunyu's composure is commendable. She hasn't burst into tears yet. Seeing Yunyu freeze mid-sentence, Bo Suyu looked up. What's wrong? Yunyu swallowed hard. Behind you. Bo Suyu stiffened, casually dismissing. Are you trying to trick me? Do you find this amusing? Do you think I'm so easily frightened? Yet despite his words, a chill crept down his spine. Fine, let us see. If I find out you're deceiving me. Bo Suyu coldly laughed and turned, unexpectedly locking eyes with the ghostly figure. His face grew rigid as he slowly managed to utter, perhaps you should continue with your deception. Yunyu yanked him, shouting, what are you waiting for? Run! Bo Suyu, incredulous, questioned, did she really just abandon me like that? Is she even human? Unbeknownst to him, the director was also taken aback, furrowing his brow at the screen. Who arranged for this extra? Why are they adding their own scenes? Cut their pay. Absolutely must. No sooner had he finished speaking than the screen fizzled out into static, causing the director to leap from his chair. I am eager to see if one can die a second time after having already perished once. In a sense, she has also experienced death. We are all specters here, so who is to fear whom? Gripping the axe with a fierce demeanor, she strode towards the female ghost, fully prepared to accompany her to the afterlife. The female ghost glared at Yunyu and suddenly vanished into thin air. Bo Suyu's pupils trembled. Is that even possible? Aren't ghosts in this day and age supposed to fear the strong and bully the weak? 666666666. Yunyu, the woman even ghosts fear. Wait, how did that background actor just disappear like that? Don't you find it terrifying? Chapter 18. The bald head is quite impressive. Must be special effects. The current technology is incredibly lifelike. No dude, this is a live broadcast. Watching the female ghost vanish, Yunyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Despite her earlier bravado, she was merely putting on a strong front. She glanced at the axe in her hand and muttered softly, this thing is rather effective. It can scare off ghosts. Bo Suyu's lips twitched. Are you certain it was your axe that frightened her away? Was it not you? The two exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Bo Suyu. Should we wake the others? Bo Suyu? His brow twitched. You can sleep through this. Yunyu, perplexed, looked at him. What else is there to do at this late hour? Suddenly realizing something, her expression turned sympathetic. Oh, I forgot you sleep alone. Here, take this for self-defense. If all else fails, you can always knock yourself out with it. Bo Suyu stared at the fire axe stuffed into his arms, his temples twitching. Should I thank you? Yunyu, no need to, it's the least you could do. Bo Suyu's room was directly opposite hers. Upon entering, Yunyu winked at him. Logically speaking, in some infinite flow novels, what NPCs say often reflects the rules, like not sleeping alone. She mischievously curled her lips. Bo, I hope to see you safe and sound by morning. With that, she slammed the door shut, leaving him no opportunity to explode in anger. Bo Suyu glared at the closed door. That damned woman. Casting a sidelong glance at the cameraman, he spoke frostily. Is this amusing to you? The latter. Bo Suyu's expression darkened as he entered his room. As soon as he shut the door, he could no longer contain himself. Are there really ghosts in this world? 666 spoke cautiously. You've already died and come back to life. Isn't it perfectly normal for there to be ghosts? There's some logic to that, but his worldview had been profoundly shaken after all. For over 20 years, he had been a staunch materialist. Bo Siu appeared as steady as a rock, yet internally he was a bundle of nerves. What if she truly comes for me? Can't you grant me a golden finger? Since binding with this wretched system, his horizons had rapidly expanded, even to the point of knowing what a golden finger was. 666 spoke in a somewhat coaxing tone. It's possible, but of course it requires payment, right? Familiar with such rhetoric, Bo Siu scoffed, adopting a negotiating stance. Name your price. I'm not human, what would I want with your human currency? 666 swiftly changed tactics, gently persuading, you only need to exchange it for intimacy points. Intimacy points? A sense of foreboding surged within Bo Siu. What on earth are those? The system bashfully explained. As the name suggests, it's a value obtained through intimate actions, including but not limited to holding hands, hugging, and other forms of physical contact. The longer the time, the higher the value. Bo Siu's face stiffened. It can't be Yunyu, right? Host is amazing. You're even answering questions before they're asked. Are you truly a legitimate system? His expression darkened, gritting his teeth in complaint. This is even worse than facing the female ghost head-on. Just as that thought flashed through his mind, the lights in the room flickered ominously, and Bo Siu's expression turned incredulous as dark hair crept through the crack of the door, slow and deliberate, as if to torment him. His mood was beyond description. It was Yunyu who brandished the axe against her. As the saying goes, grievances have their source. Why does she come after me? 666 prompted. The female ghost is about to enter. Will the host choose to accept the task? The golden finger will be granted in real time. Bo Siu retreated repeatedly. The hair was already sprawling across most of the room, and for a domineering CEO who couldn't tolerate even a single strand of hair on the floor, this was unbearable. He shut his eyes. Accept? Please, within 24 hours, while grasping Yunyu's shoulder, recite the classic line of the So woman, you are playing with fire. Bo Siu. 666. The task is random. Although he had no time to retort, the flailing black hair had coiled around his feet. Where's my golden finger? 666. Don't be afraid, dear host, now lift the axe in your hand and strike down. Boldly confront her. Bo Siu was somewhat skeptical, but he had no other options. He truly did not wish to come into contact with that greasy hair that looked as if it hadn't been washed in years. Thus, he lifted the axe and swung it down with force. When the axe met the hair on the ground, it emitted a sound reminiscent of metal clashing, followed by a wave of scorching heat. With a faint sound of a woman's furious growl echoing in an instant, the hair in the room receded like a tide. Bo Siu glanced at the axe in his hand, his eyes filled with admiration. Divine axe. 666 kindly explained. It's not the axe, it's that the host's body has been enhanced. Initially dissatisfied, Bo Siu felt a surge of satisfaction, after being chased by the female ghost in such a pathetic manner. He smirked coldly. Now it was his turn to hunt ghosts. In the dead of night, Chi-Yi was sound asleep. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room plummeted, jolting him awake. Chi-Yi furrowed his brows, muttering hoarsely, what a dreadful air conditioning system. He attempted to pull the blanket but found it unyielding. Annoyed, he opened his eyes and was taken aback to see a woman sitting at the edge of his bed, firmly pinning down his blanket. Chi-Yi. There was no time to ponder why a woman was in his room. The woman slowly turned her head, revealing a bloodied face that broke into an eerie smile. Chi-Yi narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment before articulating. Excuse me, miss, you're quite young, and that bald head is remarkably impressive. The female ghost's smile abruptly stiffened, twisting into something grotesque. Her lustrous black hair had just been cleaved by the man next door with an axe. Who knew what kind of axe it was that possessed burning capabilities? Much of her hair had been singed, leaving a bald patch atop her head. This undoubtedly struck a painful chord with the female ghost, her expression darkening as she extended her hand to grasp Chi's neck, her voice hoarse, seeking death. Just as her hand was about to reach him, the pendant around his neck suddenly emitted a blinding light, scorching her hand. Ah! The female ghost vanished in an instant. Chi rubbed his ears, voice drowsy. I must still be dreaming with that. He casually turned over and continued to sleep. The fleeing female ghost touched her hair and glanced at her burned hand, crying in profound sorrow. Damn it, in this day and age, humans are more terrifying than ghosts. Chapter 19. Have you forgotten to take your medicine? Yunyu slept exceptionally soundly until she was abruptly awakened by a scream. Ah! Zhongli was applying makeup when she heard the commotion and accidentally left a long streak with her eyeliner. Frowning, she exclaimed, "What's all the shouting about so early in the morning?" Yunyu sat up, still wrapped in her blanket, her eyes not yet fully open, yawning. It's probably just someone who died. What? Zhongli turned incredulous. Yunyu offered no explanation, a mischievous smile creeping onto her face. Just curious who the lucky one is. Shaking off her drowsiness, she slipped on her shoes and got out of bed. Let us go see. Zhongli looked at her with a complex expression. Wait, you're just going out like that? Yunyu glanced down at herself, puzzled. What's wrong with that? She hadn't changed her pajamas or done her makeup. Wasn't she supposed to be the one burdened with weighty matters? Zhongli twitched the corner of her mouth. Nothing. As they stepped out, they found Chu Yuanyan and Su Mingyue standing in the corridor, both wearing expressions of terror. What's going on? What was that noise just now? Zhou Liangshang and Luo Fan also emerged from their rooms, peering out curiously. Who was calling just now? Yunyu's gaze gradually fell to the side, where Qi Yi leaned against the wall, appearing rather weary, his eyes heavy with sleep. Noticing her gaze, he slightly lifted his eyes, furrowing his brow, and scoffed. Miss, please rein in that mischievous look in your eyes. Surprised yet somewhat regretful, he instinctively sensed that the other party was not thinking anything good. Only one person was still missing. Could it be Bo Siyu? As she pondered this, the door across from her opened, and Bo Siyu stepped out, impeccably dressed in a black suit that exuded a cool and austere aura, clearly having made an effort to prepare. Meeting Yunyu's gaze, he raised an eyebrow slightly. What are you staring at? Yunyu blurted out. You're still alive? He narrowed his eyes, coldly laughing. Is this some new way of greeting? Zhou Liangsheng exclaimed in surprise. Wasn't he at you two calling just now? I could have sworn it sounded like a woman's voice. The female guests shook their heads in confusion. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Yunyu's eyes. I know who it is. Who? Luo Fan quickly pressed for an answer. Yet she had no intention of explaining, taking the lead to stride down the corridor. As she turned a corner, Yunyu caught sight of a reporter with a ghastly pallor, who was leaning against the wall at the entrance of a room, her expression one of sheer terror. Dark red streaks of blood snaked out from beneath the door. Upon witnessing this scene, Qi Yi furrowed his brow. He recalled that this was the artist's room, which he and Su Mingyue had visited just the day prior. Both Yunyu and Bo Siyu exchanged knowing glances, a realization dawning upon them. What had the artist said yesterday? If he was indeed the murderer, may he suffer a most wretched fate. It was evident that one should never tempt fate with careless proclamations. The first to step into the room, Zhou Liangsheng, along with Luo Fan, stood frozen in shock. Luo Fan, aghast, covered her mouth and rushed out, appearing as though she might retch, while Zhou Liangsheng struggled to maintain his composure. Though his voice trembled as he remarked, the makeup artist possesses quite the skill. One would think it's real. Others bravely approached to investigate. Chu Yuanyuan's eyes widened in horror as she covered her mouth, and Su Mingyue turned ashen. Dead? There's a corpse? The artist lay sprawled on the floor, his body marred by numerous gashes, as if he had been slashed by countless blades, and the lower half of his body was drenched in blood. Shocking the men present, who felt an overwhelming urge to cover their own lower bodies. Who claims that men lack empathy? At such a moment, they were exceedingly capable of relating to the horror. The livestream had erupted in chaos. What the hell? Is someone really dead? It must be fake. It's just a special effects makeup job. Looks pretty convincing. I suggest all film and television productions take note. Now that's effective makeup. Whoa, what a grudge to bear. To go so far as to eliminate the entire crew. Unlike the others, Yunyu, Bo Siyu, and Qi Yi sensed something amiss and swiftly moved to assess the situation. Qi Yi first placed his hand on the artist's chest, then checked his carotid artery, his previously nonchalant demeanor suddenly darkening. He's truly dead. His words were not loud, and aside from those in the room, the audience in the livestream failed to grasp the gravity of his statement. The guests were pale with disbelief. How could this be? Someone has really died. The livestream abruptly cut off and the director stormed in, fuming. Who did this? Who's responsible for jamming my computer? As he gasped for breath, he met the strange expressions of the others and awkwardly smiled. Chu Yuanyuan trembled in fear, pointing at the artist's corpse. Director? There's a dead person. The cameraman's voice quivered. It's true, someone is dead. The director, upon seeing the lifeless body, seemed to awaken from a stupor. His pupils dilated in shock, and he decisively commanded, stop the filming. Call the police. Hurry, call the police. Bo Siyu with an icy demeanor stated the grim reality. There's no signal, the phone cannot be dialed. You may test it if you wish. He held his phone in hand, evidently having already attempted to make the call. The group was taken aback and hurriedly tried to use their own phones to contact the authorities. However, just as Bo Siyu had said, Their pleas for help could not go through. How could this happen? Luo Fan murmured, suddenly recalling something, his expression turning grim. Director, this must be one of your latest tricks, right? Stop the act. Can't you see everyone is terrified? The director, in a fit of panic, struck his thigh. What act? My phone won't dial out either. Zhongli scoffed derisively. With lives at stake, what are you still packing for? We should leave immediately. Upon reflection, everyone agreed and prepared to exit, only to find that the castle doors were inexplicably locked. Who shut the door? Zhou Liangsheng exclaimed, anxiety creeping into his voice. Come help. I can't open it by myself. All joined forces to push against the door, but it remained obstinately shut. The atmosphere was laden with dread, and at that moment Yunyu slowly spoke up. Now that we've reached this point, I won't hide it from you any longer. We are encountering a supernatural event. The crowd turned to her and she continued with calm assurance, there exists a female ghost within this castle, and the artist may have been her victim. After a long silence, no one dared to speak. Finally, Chu Yuanyuan cautiously asked, Yunyu, I mean no offense, but have you forgotten to take your medication? Yunyu retorted. You're the one with issues. Chapter 20. The heart that was suspended finally stilled. Yunyu gazed intently at Chu Yuanyuan. I understand that you may not believe my words, but surely you would trust what he has to say. She pointed to Bo Siyu, who wore a stoic expression, reluctantly nodding in agreement, his tone laden with implications. Last night we received a task to burn some paper offerings. While outside we encountered a female ghost, who pursued us for about 20 minutes. The group fell silent, astonished at how calmly he recounted such a harrowing experience. Right? I saw her too, exclaimed another. I knew I hadn't arranged for any extras. The director suddenly recalled something, breaking into a cold sweat. Last night I contacted the stage manager, but what I heard on the other end was a woman's eerie laughter. Could it be that ghost? Everyone turned to the director, who appeared ghostly pale, as if he might shatter at any moment. Yunyu, ever the comforter, reassured him. Consider it this way. You are the first person to have spoken with a ghost over the phone. Doesn't that make you feel somewhat honored? The director replied. Honor my foot. Thanks, my heart that was once in suspense has finally ceased to race. Speaking of which, I think I encountered something last night as well. Chi Yi interjected, his brow furrowing in contemplation. I thought I was dreaming. The ghost was sitting at the foot of my bed, her bald head shining like a light bulb, far more pronounced than my second aunt's bald spot. The group stared at him, baffled. Seriously, dude, is that really your focus? Yunyu exclaimed, perplexed. But when we encountered the ghost, her hair was quite lush. I was almost tempted to ask her for a shampoo link. A woman whose love seeks a link. Bo Siyu cleared his throat and stated simply. I encountered her last night as well. He said no more, choosing to remain silent. Any further elaboration might expose the ghost's baldness. The others' faces paled further. Su Mingyue opened her mouth, her expression dazed. Are you suggesting that there are truly ghosts in this world? Yunyu gestured towards the director, who sat on the floor, pale and mumbling prayers. Do you truly believe he would be this terrified if he orchestrated it? That makes sense. The group pondered. So what do we do now? We can't contact the outside world. And we can't leave. Are we to wait here to perish? Yunyu frowned, contemplating. I don't believe the situation is so dire. The fact that she hasn't directly annihilated us indicates we still hold some value in her eyes. Chi Yi glanced at her, acknowledging that despite her seemingly whimsical demeanor, she consistently stepped forward to think rationally in crises. Chu Yuanyuan, trembling in fear, whispered, but we have no idea what her intentions are. And now one person is already dead. The artist's corpse lay upstairs, a chilling thought indeed. At that moment, a line of blood appeared on the floor, first noticed by Zhongli, who paled as she exclaimed, Look over there. The group turned their gaze, nearly losing their wits. The previously pristine floor now bore a line of blood letters, which did not all appear at once but manifested one by one, as though an unseen hand was inscribing them upon the ground. Goosebumps prickled their skin. What the hell? The impact of witnessing such an event surpassed mere hearsay, defying all scientific explanation. The group huddled closely by the door, their expressions filled with dread as they stared at the ominous words on the floor. Suddenly, a gentle female voice began to recite, Help me find the one who killed me. You have 6 days. The others looked at Yunyu in terror. What are you doing? She shrugged innocently, defensively stating, I was just concerned that some of you might be nearsighted and unable to see. Am I not being considerate? Such consideration is quite unnecessary. Are you implying that the ghost seeks our assistance in finding her murderer? Chu Yuanyuan gulped nervously, her voice quivering. But how are we to know who killed her? This castle appeared to be centuries old, and they were trapped inside. unable to escape or even connect to the internet. How could they investigate? Bosiu interjected coolly. That ghost is the deceased campus belle. In other words, her murderer is among the remaining 4. With 1 dead. It leaves only 3 to eliminate from suspicion. Luo Fan's eyes lit up. If she killed the artist, does that mean he was the one responsible for her death? Yunyu regarded him with a look of incredulity. If it were that simple, would we be trapped here? If she had already avenged herself, why would she require our help to find her killer? Luo Fan was instantly rendered speechless. Su Mingyue's face turned pale. 6 days on the countdown means we have only 6 days to find her killer? What happens if we fail? Chu Yuanyuan's eyes widened in terror. Yunyu stroked her chin deep in thought. Perhaps we would die. Qi suddenly chuckled. How intriguing. So this is the survival method for enduring 7 days and nights on the island. His remark elicited a chorus of resentful glares directed at the director. The director trembled and feared. I had no idea there were actual ghosts. He protested. At this point, we can only follow her instructions. Otherwise, we all face death. Qi's tone was relaxed. Though he spoke of death, there was no hint of fear in his demeanor. Let us get moving. Suddenly, the cameraman drew in a sharp breath. The live stream has resumed. A flicker of surprise passed across the faces of the crowd. Could it be that there is a signal? Regrettably, as everyone hurriedly pulled out their phones, the signal bars remained blank, and emergency calls could still not be made. Zhou Liangxing's eyes sparkled with a sudden thought. We can seek help from the viewers in the live stream. They could assist us in calling the police. Indeed. Luo Fan's eyes widened in delight, recognizing the potential of this idea. Yunyu observed their reactions but felt less optimistic. Would the female ghost permit them to exploit such a loophole? I thought I was the only one lost. Is the network on the island so poor? How strange. Why does everyone look so terrified? Haha. Are they really that dedicated? Continuing to perform even after the stream has been interrupted. Zhou's expression is so grotesque. Frightens me. What is happening? Zhou Liangsheng yearned to leap through the screen, crying out in anguish. Help us, call the police. There's a ghost. A ghost is killing people. Disturbingly, the barrage of comments remained cheerful. As if no one heard their cries for help. Or perhaps some unseen force was obscuring their pleas. Chapter 21. I want to peel an apple for you. A group of individuals took turns pleading for assistance, yet the barrage continued to convey a serene passage of time. The viewers seemed thoroughly entertained. This is the most immersive variety show I've ever watched. They certainly don't treat the audience like fools. Indeed, look at the guests from the escape room next door. Their acting is so exaggerated. Compare that to them, who portray fear so convincingly. And that corpse earlier. My cousin studies medicine, and she said it looked remarkably real. The guests exchanged glances. Could it be possible that it was real? As expected, Yunyu shrugged, her expression resigned. It appears we can only obediently assist that female ghost in finding someone. Currently, it seems that seeking help from the outside world is futile. The viewers beyond the screen believe they were merely acting, unaware that those within the screen were genuinely encountering a ghost, shrouded in the chilling dread of death. Yes. Chu Yuanyuan's eyes lit up as if seizing a lifeline. The director he cast a fearful glance towards the second floor, failing to continue, yet everyone understood his implication. However, the painter was already dead. His demise indicated that the female ghost was still unsatisfied, suggesting the painter was not the true culprit of her death. Have any of you played a murder mystery game? Yunyu suddenly inquired. Chu Yuanyuan eagerly raised her hand. I have played. Zhou Liangsheng, in a state of extreme anxiety, shot her a disapproving look. Who has the mood to play games at a time like this? Yunyu remained unfazed, a slight smile playing on her lips. It's all right. I have always been quite forgiving towards those who lack cunning. Yunyu. Zhou Liangsheng's face turned ashen, while Qi regarded Yunyu coolly. Please, continue. We currently resemble participants in a live-action murder mystery game. The script held by the director seems to be but a smokescreen meant to confuse us. Our task is to peel away the layers of deception to uncover the truth. Yunyu turned to Chu Yuanyuan, offering a faint smile. Since you've played murder mysteries, you should know that each character possesses their own script, with narratives unfolding from different perspectives. However, they all share certain connections. What we need to uncover are those connections. Chu Yuanyuan's eyes brightened, realization dawning upon her. I comprehend. You mean to say that those individuals upstairs may all harbor suspicions, and we merely need to eliminate the distractions based on their testimonies to deduce who possesses the most motive and opportunity for the crime. Yunyu's smile broadened. Precisely so. That sounds simple enough. Bociu smirked, a hint of suppressed hostility glimmering in his eyes. We can tie them all up and interrogate them one by one. With their numbers, subduing 3 of them would hardly pose a challenge. The journalist, the lawyer, and the chef sat on the sofa, their expressions ranging from tense to awkward, or impatient. Yunyu sensed a subtle incongruity. Perhaps the female ghost had influenced their memories. For now, she set aside her inner turmoil. The lawyer adjusted his glasses, smiling politely. A friendly reminder, this constitutes illegal detention at this point. Not only Yunyu but the others also sensed something amiss. Whether through tone or demeanor, the trio appeared less like mere actors and more like authentic NPCs within a game, gradually forgetting their original identities. This sensation was undeniably unsettling. Chi toyed with a fruit knife, his tone casual. So tell me, what are your relationships and how do you know each other? The lawyer carefully organized his words. Sir, I believe this is our personal privacy. You are not a police officer and have no right to interfere. Is that so? Chi shot him a sidelong glance, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips. After all, one person has already died. What difference does it make if one more perishes? What do you think? This man exuded an aura of someone who would not waste words. The lawyer felt an inexplicable chill, falling silent. The journalist spoke first. We are all guests invited by the owner of the manor. None of us knew each other beforehand. A lie. Yunyu fixed her gaze on her, her eyes unwavering. I distinctly overheard your conversation with the lawyer, wherein you claimed to know what he had done and threatened to expose his secrets. The journalist and lawyer gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. You were eavesdropping. Yunyu maintained her composure, unfazed. Is there a problem? Bo-Siu nodded. I was listening with her. Chi, wielding the fruit knife, approached the two. So you refuse to speak the truth, do you? It seems you need a taste of fear. The lawyer's eyes widened in terror, his body leaning back. What do you intend to do? This is a society governed by law. Murder is illegal. I was merely jesting. Chi slowly produced an apple from behind him, dexterously wielding the fruit knife, a smile devoid of warmth gracing his lips. I simply wish to peel an apple for you. Though he spoke of peeling an apple, his gaze clearly indicated a desire to peel away the layers of those before him. The lawyer gulped, clearly feeling the pressure. I did know her before. In our line of work, we often come into contact with certain wealthy secrets. She wished to extract some gossip from me for a story, but I have my professional ethics. The journalist retorted scornfully. Spare me. Do you even have any professional ethics? What sort of clientele do you represent? Wealthy men who prey on college girls? Developers who withhold wages from laborers? The exchange of accusations left the onlookers utterly astonished. Bo-Siu's voice turned cold. Well then, it seems none of you are good people. He turned his gaze to the taciturn chef. And what about you? Chu Yuanyuan suddenly interjected. He is not a chef at all. He used to be a truck driver. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Chapter 22. His gaze seems quite disturbing. How do you know? Facing the astonished stares of the crowd, Chu Yuanyuan averted her gaze, offering an awkward smile. We found a driver's license in his room yesterday. I even took a picture. If you don't believe me, feel free to take a look. In the chef's disbelieving gaze, Chu Yuanyuan retrieved her phone and opened the album, allowing everyone to peruse the image. Yunyu took the phone, glancing at it. A truck driver turned chef? I find that curious, as they don't even belong to the same league. The chef's face flushed with shame, his lips sealed, resolutely choosing silence. The lawyer, eager to exculpate himself, wasted no time in selling him out. I advise you to question him thoroughly. This fellow has a criminal record. Bo-Siu raised an eyebrow. Oh? It seems you have some insider knowledge. The lawyer straightened his collar, his demeanor haughty. So you'd best treat me with respect. Don't wave that knife around at me. I still have. Bo-Siu, with a sardonic smile, lost patience and signaled to Chi, his expression impassive. Stab him. Chi, bewildered, raised an eyebrow. Aren't you the one who should be clarifying things? I'm your subordinate. After all. Saying this, he shot the lawyer a friendly glance, causing the latter to startle, instantly losing his bravado, and hurriedly confessed. He was forced to change careers after fleeing the scene of a fatal accident. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but drop a hint. Why don't you guess who he hit? The chef abruptly raised his head, his eyes filled with dread, his instinctive reaction betraying him. Everyone could tell the lawyer was speaking the truth. Chi, with a chilling smile, stared at the lawyer. If you continue to dangle this mystery, I'll send you to meet the king of hell. He lazily corrected himself. Oh wait, I meant to say meet the school beauty lawyer. That's even more terrifying than the king of hell. Reluctantly he spoke. The person he hit was the mother of the school beauty. Su Mingyue's eyes widened. So there's a long-standing grudge. A flicker of realization crossed Yunyu's eyes. Thus, the information the chef had shared with her yesterday contained a kernel of truth. He had indeed quarreled with the school beauty that night. Though the claim that she had pushed him and knocked him unconscious remained to be investigated, however, I'm curious, how do you know all this? Yunyu smiled, her tone teasing. Could it be that you were his defense attorney? The lawyer's expression instantly stiffened. The crowd, realizing the implication, felt a wave of indignation. So none of you are good people. The journalist interjected indignantly. Don't lump me in with them. Now that we've answered your questions, you should release us, right? Boziu mockingly remarked, even if we release you, you won't be able to escape. What's the rush? Are you eager to meet your demise? Indeed, it was a matter of life and death. If the murderer remained unidentified, it was inevitable that more lives would be lost among the group. While alive, they were tight-lipped. Once dead, who would they turn to for corroboration? Once these individuals met their end, would it not be the turn of the guests? Thus, while it appeared that the female ghost had granted them a 6-day deadline, in reality they had less than 3 days remaining. Chia turned and ascended the stairs, stating, relying solely on their words is futile. We must seek evidence ourselves. People can lie, but evidence cannot. The others pondered this and found it reasonable. Zhongli glanced at the 3 individuals on the sofa, her brow furrowed. What will happen to them? Yunyu waved her hand dismissively, her tone indifferent. In any case, they can't escape the castle. So what is there to fear? Boziu fixated on the back of Yunyu's head, his expression grave as if he were contemplating an assassination. Host, only 16 hours remain until the task deadline. Oh, please. If he knew how to naturally and decorously grasp Yunyu's shoulder while reciting that embarrassingly shameful line, he wouldn't be in such a quandary. Zhongli noticed this exchange and a glimmer of thoughtfulness crossed her eyes. Considering their roommate relationship, she uncharacteristically decided to offer a piece of advice, leaning closer to Yunyu and lowering her voice. Be cautious of Boziu. Yunyu, bewildered, asked, what's wrong with him? She hesitated, her words vague. I can't quite say, but he does look at you with a rather unsettling gaze. Were it not for Boziu's exceptionally handsome face, one could easily mistake him for a man with ulterior motives. Yunyu responded, what do you mean by unsettling? Have my previous actions finally provoked him? Is he plotting revenge? She instantly erected numerous psychological defenses. Clearly, the two were not on the same wavelength. Yunyu deliberately distanced herself from Boziu, wearing a cryptic smile. I recall someone saying yesterday that we are not rivals. That the battlefield knows no familial ties. TSK, my memory isn't the best, but that sounds about right, doesn't it? What does not having the best memory even mean? She could recall every detail, down to the punctuation, and even the smug expression mirrored that of Chia. Don't say it, who says our sister lacks acting skills? Isn't this performance quite commendable? Chia. A miscalculation. He just shot himself in the foot. Ha ha ha, is this woman a Scorpio? Chia's expression stiffened, pain flickering across his face as he forced himself to maintain a cold demeanor. Yesterday is yesterday. Now we are all in the same boat. If we don't unite, we will be picked off one by one. Fine. Yunyu nodded, revealing a mischievous smile. Here's the deal, call me Sister Yun, and I might just agree. Boziu's gaze involuntarily shifted towards her, his eyebrows knitting together in repressed frustration. Is she genuinely enjoying teasing men? Won't the audience condemn her for this? There was likely no man more unfortunate than him. Openly green and yet expected to graciously uphold her reputation. Boziu gritted his teeth, swallowing his bitterness, and forced a smile. I say, Sister Yun, that's enough. Everyone is waiting, you know? Yunyu took a step back, a look of horror crossing her face as she gazed at him. Have you been possessed? Boziu, what does that expression of yours mean? Wasn't that title her own request? Or can other men call her that? But I cannot. Boziu found himself both amused and infuriated, his tone dangerously low. Well done, Yunyu. Upon hearing his familiar tone, Yunyu exhaled in relief, patting her startled heart. Exactly. This ominous tone is much more appropriate. Now let's exchange clues. Boziu. Chapter 23. This is purely disturbing. Chia was once again bewildered by Yunyu's unpredictable behavior. He had initially thought that given her petty nature, she would not easily divulge information. Yet she had candidly shared the leads they had uncovered. The painter and the campus belle had once been in a romantic relationship, and the possibility of emotional entanglement could not be dismissed. Furthermore, the chef had quarreled with the campus belle on the night of her death, even coming to blows, as I deduced from the blood on the knife. Yunyu shrugged, stating that's all I have to say. He then produced the notes they had obtained the previous day. This is what we uncovered yesterday. The group gathered around, their expressions revealing their astonishment. Is this the handwriting of the campus belle? Chu Yuanyuan gasped, realizing that she must have harbored an intense hatred for the painter, even if he were not her murderer. He must have done something exceedingly egregious. No wonder she was the first to offer him up as a sacrifice. Luo Fan nodded in agreement, exclaiming the brutality of that death is simply too horrific. Zhongli remarked coolly, doesn't that prove he deserved it? What is there to pity about someone like that? The group decided to investigate the painter first, aiming to uncover the nature of his relationship with the campus belle. Upon entering the painter's room, a chilling sight greeted them. His corpse was missing. The crowd stood at the doorway stunned, their expressions paled. Su Mingyue trembled as she spoke. I distinctly remember his body being here when we left. How could it have vanished? They had all been downstairs. It was impossible for someone to have come up and moved his body. Yunyu paused for a moment, feigning calmness as she declared, I've seen ghosts before. A missing corpse is hardly worthy of alarm. What a fuss! She stepped boldly over the pool of blood, nearly stumbling as her legs weakened the others. All right, you nearly had us fooled. The rest of the group entered the room. Each chamber was spacious, poorly lit due to a lack of sunlight, giving the place a rather sinister ambience. The walls were adorned with numerous paintings, each bearing an unsettling quality. The subjects of the paintings were all depictions of women's body parts, hands, faces and silhouettes. Chu Yuanyuan gasped, causing the others to jump. What is it? She pointed in astonishment at one painting. Isn't that Yunyu? Yunyu blinked in confusion, stepping closer, her expression momentarily stunned. The figure in the painting was indeed her. A strikingly beautiful portrait, though the expression was one she had never worn, seductive, with raven hair and crimson lips, her eyes alluringly dazed, exuding an understated charm. Yunyu's face darkened as she charged forward to tear down the painting, shredding it to pieces, angrily shouting, perverted creep. Su Mingyue awkwardly attempted to console her, try to look on the bright side. At least he's dead now. Before long, Zhongli interjected, there is also a portrait of Su Mingyue here. Su Mingyue gasped in disbelief, her eyes wide as she rushed forward, and indeed, the painting depicted her. The usually graceful pianist erupted into furious exclamations, what is wrong with him? Yunyu felt a sense of balance restored as she echoed her earlier words to comfort Su Mingyue. Look on the bright side. At least he is dead. Su Mingyue. Staring at the multitude of women's portraits that filled the room, Zhou Liangsheng involuntarily shuddered. This painter must be psychologically disturbed, right? Boziu stood before a painting draped in black cloth, lifting the fabric to reveal a grim scene, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Be confident. He is indeed a pervert. The group turned to look, their expression shifting. The painting depicted a nude woman. Yunyu recognized the face. It was the female ghost from the previous night. In Western art, nudity is often a commonplace form of artistic expression, as seen in statues like David and masterpieces such as The Birth of Venus. However, these artistic works rarely evoke feelings of vulgarity or lewdness. Rather, they embody a sense of aesthetic beauty. Yet, the painting before them portrayed a girl in anguish, her body language filled with rejection, while the artist magnified her suffering in vivid detail, as if he were a malevolent spirit feeding off her pain. An overwhelming sense of patriarchal superiority permeated the air, leaving the women present feeling deeply uncomfortable. Yunyu suddenly sneered. He should be grateful he didn't depict me in such a ghastly manner. Otherwise, I would have the urge to drag him out and whip his corpse. The group continued to search the room, gradually uncovering numerous similar paintings. The subjects were not limited to the campus belle. There were other women as well, indicating that the victims were not just her. I had heard that artists often possess eccentricities, but I never anticipated that this individual would be so bizarre as to revel in painting women's nudity. Luo Fan felt goosebumps prickle his skin. This was purely disturbing. Su Mingyue, feeling offended, corrected him. Not all artists possess peculiar quirks. There are normal ones too, you know? Luo Fan suddenly remembered that she too was considered an artist and offered a sheepish smile. My apologies. Let us take a bold guess. The painter coerced the campus belle into being his nude model, leading her to a breakdown and a breakup. But isn't that insufficient grounds for ruining her? In the art world, nude models are quite common. It's just that our country's views are more conservative. It's quite prevalent abroad. Perhaps the campus belle felt deceived in love. This painter has accumulated so many portraits of women. It's clear he is not a good person. Yunyu squinted, suddenly noticing a subtle number 1 in the lower right corner of the painting. To confirm her observation, she examined several more paintings and found that this was not an isolated case. Nearly every painting bore a number, varying from one to another. Seeing her in thought, Boziu inquired, "What are you looking at?" Yunyu pointed at the numbers on the painting and pondered aloud, "I wonder what significance these numbers hold." Her remark drew the attention of others who had previously overlooked the peculiar digits. Chu Yuanyuan speculated, could they possibly indicate the order in which the paintings were created? Bosiu casually remarked, "What's so strange about that?" Typically, artworks displayed in galleries for auction are marked with numbers to facilitate selection for guests. Upon hearing this, a heavy silence fell over the group as they sensed something amiss. The expressions on their faces turned peculiar. Surely he wouldn't consider auctioning these works. Would he? That would be utterly despicable. To present his girlfriend's body for the enjoyment of others, what sort of hobby is that? The deceased artist was once again met with disdain from the crowd. Chapter 24. Engaging in life's conversations with a ghost. Zhongli mused for a moment. If that scoundrel were to publicly exhibit and sell these paintings, causing the campus beauty to suffer disgrace, it would indeed warrant a deep-seated hatred. Yunyu, resting her chin thoughtfully, cast a cryptic glance at the female guests present. Thus, this bloody lesson serves as a reminder to all you lovesick fools. No matter how deeply you love someone, never lose yourself. For instance, sharing private photos or videos can be perilous, as you never truly know what kind of scoundrel you are dealing with, correct? That makes sense. Chu Yuanyuan exclaimed, her eyes widening in trepidation. But why are you looking at me? I'm not lovesick. Taking such photos for someone is foolish, isn't it? The most I've done is lend my boyfriend some money in times of need. Reflecting on how she had lent millions to her little boyfriend only to be betrayed, Yunyu gazed at her with a tender expression. Perhaps you should use your head to support a load-bearing wall. Given its sturdiness. Chu Yuanyuan, baffled, touched her head. Is it really that hard? It seems fine to me. Why do I feel like Yunyu is subtly criticizing my dear Yuanyuan? Poor child, she hasn't even grasped the implication. What has she done to provoke this madwoman? This is just how the attention-seeking sister operates, trying to assert her presence, covering face and laughing. But she does make some valid points. Lovesick fools deserve to be taken down a peg. The room had been thoroughly searched, yielding no other valuable items, prompting the group to decide to explore other areas. Suddenly, Zhongli felt the urge to use the restroom, but anxiety gnawed at her. She felt reluctant to express it, as she was committed to her aloof persona. After a moment of internal conflict, she asked Yunyu with a blank expression, "Shall we go to the restroom together?" Inside, she silently pleaded, "Please, please." If she were to be declined, this socially anxious girl would find that one act of bravery would cost her a lifetime of introversion. Yunyu, perceiving her expression, quickly understood, and with a slight smile, replied, "Sure, I was just about to go to." In that moment, Zhongli felt there was no one more considerate than Yunyu. Bosiu furrowed his brow. Who had the audacity to go to the restroom at such a time? What a bold heart, however, considering it was daytime. He reasoned that the situation shouldn't be too rampant. Yunyu waved her hand dismissively, muttering, "I got it." Enough with the nagging. Bosiu's temple twitched. "I'm the one nagging. Truly a dog-biting Lu Dongbin. Is anyone shipping this pair? I shall take the lead. Oh dear, Bo is truly too indulgent with her. No way, sister. Shipping everything will only lead to your downfall. Shipping everything ensures my nutritional balance. Cold aloof tyrant versus beautiful yet vapid flower vase. A delightful mix. It is often said that the bonds of friendship among women can be measured by the number of times they visit the restroom together. And Zhongli clearly felt a newfound closeness with Yunyu. "Thank you," she expressed, recognizing that Yunyu was accommodating her, which touched her heart. Yunyu, seemingly unbothered, smiled lightly. "It's nothing. You deserve it." At the end of the corridor, they found the restroom, which conveniently had 2 stalls. The filming crew could only wait outside. Yunyu entered one of the stalls, and soon after, she heard Zhongli's voice from the adjacent one. "Actually, you're quite nice, not at all like the rumors outside. Did you offend someone?" Though she was not part of the entertainment circle, Zhongli was well aware of the unspoken rules within it. In this industry, mere looks or talent were insufficient. One needed connections. Yunyu thought to herself, "You are mistaken." With a playful tone she replied, "Is it possible that this current facade I present is merely a ruse?" After a moment of silence, Zhongli responded, "You can't fool me." Her voice suddenly grew somber. "In essence, we are of the same ilk, powerless and vulnerable, left at the mercy of others." As she spoke, her tone took on a poignant edge. She coaxed gently, her voice almost whispering against Yunyu's ear, "Don't you desire revenge? Don't you want to trample those who have wronged you?" Yunyu, maintaining her composure as she adjusted her pants, replied gravely, "You may not realize it, but I'm actually from a wealthy family. I'm not the pitiful creature you think." A sudden silence enveloped the stall. She continued nonchalantly, "So, as for the oppression and being at the mercy of others that you mentioned, I have yet to experience that. It is usually I who exerts pressure on others." The silence from the adjacent stall was palpable. Yunyu chuckled softly, her tone turning ominous. "However, I must remind you that the restroom is a moment of utmost vulnerability. I'm still in the process of dressing, And you suddenly conjuring ghosts is rather impolite, don't you think? After a rustling sound from within, Zhongli flung open the door, her face a mask of terror. What happened? Was there an earthquake or a ghost? Yunyu appraised her, suppressing her irritation. What were we discussing again? Yunyu appeared contemplative and after a pause replied, I haven't offended any people, but I may have just angered a ghost. Zhongli felt a chill run down her spine as she gazed incredulously at Yunyu, whose calm demeanor was unsettling. She cleared her throat and suddenly became serious. Can I switch roommates tonight? Yunyu stared at her in shock. Aren't you the one who prides herself on being so genuine? Who am I doing this for? They exchanged glances and Zhongli cleared her throat again. Let's just step outside for now. Upon exiting the restroom, they found themselves locking eyes with the cameraman, whose expression mirrored their own surprise. What had transpired? The chat on the livestream had already begun speculating. Heavens! Could Yunyu have been bullying my sister inside? Unlikely. Zhongli's demeanor hardly suggests she was bullied, but more like Yunyu had a sudden outburst. Makes sense. I feel so sorry for this episode's guest Kukyu. The expressions of both parties remained relatively calm. It's nothing, just a little ghostly chat, Yunyu replied weakly, leaning against the wall with a feeble smile. Zhongli subtly distanced herself. Clearly unconvinced, she was anything but the delicate flower she now appeared to be. Chapter 25. You show me this after I've taken off my pants? While others might be deceived by Yunyu's seemingly vulnerable demeanor, Bo Siyu with his past experiences, was not so easily fooled. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he instinctively recalled the image of Yunyu wielding an axe. Ready to confront the ghost, he scrutinized her with an enigmatic gaze. What did you do to her? The others were baffled. Yunyu looked equally perplexed. Isn't that question a bit misplaced? With a glint of silent menace in her eyes, she smiled with a veneer of politeness. Care to repeat that? I didn't quite catch it. Bo Siyu paused, then reluctantly rephrased, what did she do to you? Yunyu blinked innocently as if in thought. She seemed quite curious about my life experiences, though her timing was rather rude, appearing suddenly while I was in the restroom. After stating this, she nodded to herself, confidently adding, indeed, what a lack of manners for a ghost. If she behaved like that in life, she probably wasn't so admirable either. The ghost. The others. Heavens, is there no one to rein her in? Chiye's lips twitched as he diverted the conversation. It's still early. Let's split up and see if we can uncover any clues. As Bo Siyu walked alongside Yunyu, a thought struck him, and he shot her a peculiar glance, a hint of mischief in his eyes. With no one around, it seemed the perfect opportunity to act. Sensing the impending danger, Yunyu instinctively took a few steps back, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. Have you finally admitted that you're also enchanted by my beauty? It's futile. We are not suitable for each other. I despise the wealthy. Bo Siyu's eyelids twitched at her words. Observing her heightened sense of alarm, he reluctantly shelved his plans. That damn task. Not only did it require him to recite such embarrassing lines, but it also mandated that he grip her shoulder while doing so. Given Yunyu's current state, he feared that even a slight approach might provoke her into delivering a blow with her axe. His gaze flickered and he awkwardly shifted the topic. Haven't you noticed something strange? You seem to attract ghosts, sire. I mean, you've encountered her twice already. Yunyu rolled her eyes at his statement. What are you implying? Is attracting ghosts supposed to be a good thing? She touched her cheek, cheerfully asserting, perhaps she is envious of my beauty and thus looks upon me with disdain. Bo Siyu was once again left speechless by her audacity. They casually entered a room where a grand piano took center stage, alongside a small blackboard. This was undoubtedly a music room. The white curtains fluttered gently in the breeze, allowing a sliver of light to pierce through the verdant vines outside. Dust motes danced in the air, creating an atmosphere rich with artistic charm. The cameraman had just stepped in when, without warning, the door behind him slammed shut. He widened his eyes in terror, feeling an overwhelming urge to raise his hands in a gesture of innocence under the scrutinizing gazes of the two onlookers. The viewers in the live stream remained oblivious to the bizarre turn of events, eagerly commenting. After squatting for so long, can I finally see something meant for adults? A dark room, a piano, a lonely man and woman. Aren't we just asking for trouble? Or is the director just playing with us? This is so entertaining, I love it. That group who thought they were clever has sniffed out the scent. Wake up, President Bo's taste isn't that peculiar. Bo Siyu immediately stepped forward to examine the situation, forcefully twisting the doorknob, only to feel a chill of despair wash over him. It was locked. In the past, he might have attributed this to a malfunctioning lock and patiently awaited rescue. However, after experiencing the harsh realities of life, he dismissed the idea of ghosts. Suddenly, Yunyu gasped lightly. Is there a math problem on this blackboard? Bo Siu leaned closer to inspect. It was indeed a calculus problem. Yunyu spoke with a hint of confusion. Are we supposed to solve this? With all these numbers and letters, I'm at a loss. Is this female ghost obsessed with math? Even in death, she can't forget about solving problems. As someone who had struggled academically, she had vowed since high school to forever distance herself from mathematics. Just then, the piano keys emitted an eerie sound, jarring and discordant. Both of them jumped up. Bo Siu coolly mocked. Can you be a little more discreet on someone else's turf? If you want to curse her out, can't you at least do it in your head? No sooner had he finished speaking than the piano resonated again with a heavy thud. As if infused with rage, Yunyu chuckled lightly. And who are you to talk? You're not exactly in a better position, the cameraman timidly interjected, his voice trembling. It seems there's something on the piano with this. The two approached and discovered a note lying atop the black and white keys. It read, 3 minutes countdown. One plays the piano while the other solves the problem. Failure to solve will bear consequences. Yunyu's expression darkened. Wait, are you serious? Who can solve this? Bo Siu's tone was slow, laced with sarcasm. You don't mean to say you can't even handle this kind of problem, do you? Enraged, she shot back. If you're so capable, why don't you give it a try? Fine, then you play the piano, he retorted, pausing to uncertainly ask. You can play, right? Just a casual piece? He assumed that, as a wealthy heiress, she must have some proficiency in piano, if not at a 10-level standard. Surely playing a couple of pieces shouldn't be too much trouble. Yunyu's gaze flickered momentarily before she exaggeratedly scoffed. Who can't manage something so simple? Bo Siu, oblivious to her underlying insecurity, nodded and approached the blackboard. Yunyu took her place at the piano, staring at the keys with a blank expression. It was now or never. Drawing a deep breath, she slowly placed her hands on the keys. As the familiar tune of a children's song filled the air, Bo Siu's chalk drew a heavy line across the blackboard. With a snap, the chalk broke in two. His lips twitched in frustration as he caught a glimpse of Yunyu, who sat rigidly at the piano, his expression a mix of indignation and restraint. Seriously, who do you know that performs two tigers on the piano? Yunyu squirmed uncomfortably, unable to meet his gaze. Bo Siu, too preoccupied to critique, hastened his writing point. Two tigers was just two tigers after all. It was such a short piece, surely she wouldn't continuously play it, would she? As it turned out, Yunyu could indeed play. And in a suffocating silence, she shamelessly performed the piece 3 entire times. The audience in the live stream wore expressions of utter disillusionment. Wait, I've already taken off my pants and this is what you show me? How dare you toy with me? Wasn't this supposed to be a piano room play? I never imagined someone would be playing two tigers while solving calculus problems in a dating show. Are we, the viewers, just a part of your play? Smiling. Ha ha ha, I'm literally losing it. What's going through Yunyu's mind? Is she only capable of this one piece? Just thinking about it makes me break out in a sweat for her. In fact, within 3 minutes, Bo Siu had already arrived at the solution. As he concluded his writing neatly, Yunyu let out a sigh of relief, finally acknowledging that he was somewhat useful. Afterward, Bo Siu's icy gaze swept over her, seizing the opportunity to mock. Is this what you call knowing how to play? Yunyu, acutely aware of her shortcomings, bit her lip defensively. What, you look down on children's songs? She had never learned piano. Remembering just this one piece was already commendable. Suddenly, a small object fell from the ceiling with a crisp sound. Drawing their attention, they both turned to see a key. Yunyu picked it up, pondering, what does this mean? Is it a reward for solving the problem? Bo Siu shot her a sidelong glance, his tone flat. You really have the audacity to speak as if we both solved the problem? Did she really think she was the one who figured it out? Yunyu pretended not to hear, her brow furrowed in confusion. But what door does this key unlock? Their door had been shut from the inside, and the key was to be turned from the outside. Surely it couldn't be meant for this door. She approached and found, as expected, that there was no keyhole. Turning the doorknob to her surprise, the door opened. Staring at the key in her hand, she inserted it into the lock just to check. It was indeed not the key for this door. Bo Siu glanced at her. This should be a clue. Let us keep it for now. Yunyu nodded in agreement, pocketing the key as they rejoined the others. Did anyone find anything? Chu Yuanyuan asked, excitedly sharing her discovery. I think the owner of this villa is a bit peculiar. We just visited the basement level and found there's a locked iron door down there, so we couldn't check what's inside it. This. Yunyu and Bo Siu exchanged a peculiar glance. Was this fate lending a hand? Chi Yi noticed their interaction. Did you two discover something? Yunyu cleared her throat, her tone reserved. Not much, just happened to find a key. The other's eyes brightened. Su Mingyue looked hopeful. Could it be the key to the basement? Luofan nodded. It's quite possible. We'll know once we try. Bo Siyu interjected nonchalantly, let us eat first. Aren't you all hungry? It's said that 9 out of 10 CEOs have stomach issues, but Bo Siyu was the exception, adhering to a routine that was almost alarming. It was evident he truly valued his life. Others began to feel their hunger pangs too, deciding to address their meal first, but then came the dilemma. The butler who usually prepared their meals was nowhere to be found. This was a bolt from the blue. Zhou Liangxing's expression darkened. If they couldn't even exit the villa, how could the butler? If he was trapped inside, his disappearance was truly chilling. Zhongli crossed her arms and suddenly spoke up. Have you all considered one question? Was the butler even human? Chu Yuanyuan jumped in surprise. I always felt something was off about him. They all turned to the director, who appeared dazed. I don't know. He was the one who handled the initial contact with the villa owner. If he is not human, then surely he can't be. His voice trembled and his expression crumbled. Had he been dealing with that thing all along? The director tugged at his sparse hair, questioning his existence. Bocus face turned ashen as he pursed his lips in silence for a moment. More than that, I'm concerned about where the food we just ate came from. Can ghosts cook? The crowd collectively pondered. A valid question. Seeing the others' faces turning pale, Yunyu kindly reassured them, think positively. Most people would struggle to get a meal. The group exchanged glances that spoke volumes. They understood her intentions were good, but they wished she'd hold off for now. First, they needed to resolve the issue of food. She had noticed plenty of ingredients in the kitchen earlier, and with all of them able-bodied, surely they wouldn't starve. Yunyu stated this with a tone that suggested it was a matter of course, and they all made their way to the kitchen. When she asked who could cook, the room fell silent. Wait, don't you all cook at home? They replied, bewildered. Isn't there always a maid? What's takeaway for then? Yunyu was left speechless. Oh, I'm going to compete with you rich folks. The completely bewildered Yunyu felt immense pressure as the self-proclaimed hope of the village, yet she steeled herself and began directing the others. Washing vegetables, chopping ingredients. She had to prepare meals for so many people. How could she possibly manage? Thus, the dating show took an unexpected turn and transformed into a chaotic cooking segment. The guests were in a frenzy, and Yunyu could occasionally hear exasperated shouts. Do you not peel potatoes before cutting them? Chi's brows twitched as he, typically cool and aloof, showed signs of restraint, patiently peeling the potatoes. The young master, filled with resentment, thought to himself that he usually ate ready-made meals, so how was he to know potatoes needed peeling? Yunyu then approached Chu Yuanyuan and Su Mingyue, overhearing their conversation as they washed vegetables. She remarked wryly, at this rate, with your speed, we might as well eat tomorrow. 2 individuals, suddenly feeling a pang of guilt, silently quickened their movements. Meanwhile, Luo Fan and Zhou Liangxing were busy chopping ribs. Yunyu, arms crossed, observed for a moment before bursting into laughter. You 2 grown men, do you really lack the strength to match mine? The 2 men, humiliated, blushed crimson and redoubled their efforts. Yunyu approached Bo Siyu, who was surprisingly carving radish flowers with remarkable skill. She regarded his focused demeanor and, on a rare occasion, complimented him. Your knife skills are quite impressive. He smiled modestly, ready to downplay the compliment, but Yunyu added with an inscrutable tone, however, this is a family gathering, not a state banquet, so there's no need for such flamboyant displays. Bocu. He knew that even passing dogs would be subjected to her sarcasm. What's even more astonishing is that Yunyu, an unknown figure, can command them so effortlessly. I never imagined I'd witness the richest man donning a Hello Kitty apron to showcase his culinary skills. Chapter 27. A pair of truly shocking individuals. As dinner preparations commenced, the others eagerly gathered around Yunyu. Assuming her authoritative demeanor was well-founded, however, silence fell when they saw her pull out her phone and meticulously study the recipe word by word. Good news. She had some culinary skills. Bad news. It was truly just a little. Ignoring the complex gazes surrounding her, Yunyu squinted as she read, resembling an elderly man on the subway engrossed in his phone. Heat the pan and add oil. The oil should be moderate. She followed the instructions, but when pouring the oil, her hand wavered, resulting in an excess beside her. Bo Siyu glanced over and cautiously questioned, isn't that a bit too much? Bo Siyu. He had studied abroad and was not fluent in Chinese. As Yunyu muttered the steps, she quickly forgot, and once the oil was hot, she promptly tossed the vegetables into the pan. Chu Yuanyuan cautiously raised her hand. Doesn't it say here to add scallions, ginger, and garlic first to enhance the fragrance? Chu Yuanyuan, believing her, obediently fell silent. Yunyu, with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, turned to him. With your experience, why don't you take over? Chi fell silent. If he were to cook, even the ghost wouldn't need to intervene. No one in the room would survive. It would be an utter annihilation. After some clumsy attempts, Yunyu completed a few dishes, 2 of which were burnt to a crisp, resembling dark, unpalatable concoctions. Zhou Liangxing's eyes flickered with disdain as he couldn't help but comment, "Can this really be eaten? Are we in danger of food poisoning?" Though Bo Siyu and Qi Yi remained silent, their expressions mirrored his thoughts. They would rather starve than risk being poisoned by Yunyu. Zhou Liangxing. That he merely made a passing remark, yet it somehow escalated to questions of character during the meal. An unusual silence enveloped the table, as if everyone were resigned to a fate of doom. Su Mingyue nervously fidgeted with her fingers, contemplating a strategic retreat. "Actually, I'm not that hungry." Poor child was frightened. Zhang Li, however, had already started eating with an air of calm, and when she lifted her head, she was met with a sea of astonished gazes. "Why are you all looking at me? Everyone. You must really be hungry." Chu Yuanyuan cautiously inquired, "How does it taste?" Zhang Li pondered for a moment, bewildered. "It's all right." Yunyu gazed at Zhang Li with affectionate admiration, surprised to find someone with such discerning taste, and offered her a shrimp. "Eat more." "Thank you." Zhang Li paused under her gaze, feeling an uncanny resemblance between Yunyu's look and her father's. Others, intrigued yet skeptical, tentatively took a taste, soon lowering their guard surprisingly. Despite its unappealing appearance, the dishes actually tasted decent. Not exquisite, but certainly satisfactory for a group on the brink of starvation. "Yunyu, I misjudged you. Your cooking is indeed edible." Chu Yuanyuan's eyes glistened with gratitude, astonished that this young lady would cook personally, and even more so by her reasonable culinary skills. This revelation shattered their preconceived notions of her. Yunyu, aloof, lifted her chin, now exuding an air of superiority. "You all can't possibly aspire to my level." What a surprise, the most unreliable of them all turns out to be the most dependable. "I've never seen anything like this. Yunyu can actually cook? Sister, I truly have a newfound respect for you. And please next time separate the salt and sugar. It had me on edge. A cooking sister who can actually cook. How about a live stream of you cooking? That might motivate me to study, embodying a spirit of resilience." Laughing to death, someone must have hired trolls. Why is this worthy of praise? Yunyu cooking quietly trended on social media. Yunyu's manager Wang Wei, upon learning the news, sat up in shock. "What? Cooking? What did she cook? How did she do it? Wait, this ancestor can cook. No, why is there suddenly so much praise for Yunyu? Did she hire trolls?" After resolving the meal issue, everyone discussed exploring the basement. "I believe that since the basement door is locked, it must conceal something suspicious," Luo Fan declared confidently. Qi shot him a glance. "Isn't that obvious?" Luo Fan immediately deflated. "All right, let us go down together then." Yunyu exchanged glances with Bo Siyu, who looked perplexed but still voiced his agreement. After a brief discussion, the two stepped aside, and Bo Siyu furrowed his brow in confusion. "Did your eye just twitch?" Yunyu, uninterested in his musings, lowered her voice. "I suspect that something unfavorable may occur in that basement, so I suggested we all go down together to share the risk. At least everyone's chance of encountering danger would be equal." Bo Siyu tightened his grip on the axe hidden behind him, his heart racing. "How do you know? Is it just a hunch? Were it not for the system being his greatest trump card?" He might have doubted that Yunyu possessed some sort of special ability. "Of course, you're not aware that a woman's intuition is often quite accurate." Yunyu nonchalantly shrugged off, offering a kind reminder that they should avoid getting separated once down there. Bo Siyu hesitated, indicating the others nearby. "Shouldn't we inform them?" Yunyu shot him a glare. "How can I warn them without evidence? Besides, someone has to bear the risk, and if they take it, we have one less to worry about. Isn't that reasonable?" Bo Siyu pondered for a moment, then suddenly enlightened. "That makes sense." The camera dutifully recorded this exchange. The live stream audience watched in shock. What a pair of truly shocking individuals. Chapter 28. Let us play a game at the basement door. A pitch-black iron door was secured with a heavy lock. The dim light cast eerie shadows as several people squeezed into the narrow staircase, making the iron door appear as a gaping maw of an abyss. Initially eager, the group began to feel a wave of trepidation. Chu Yuanyuan swallowed nervously, her voice trembling. "Are we really going down? It looks so dark inside." Luo Fan, recalling his purpose, steeled himself despite his trembling legs. "Don't worry, I'll protect you." Chu Yuanyuan glanced at his slender arms and legs. Her eyes filled with concern. "Maybe we should skip that, Luo Fan. That is a bit disheartening. Everyone." Su Mingyue resolutely raised her hand. "I'll go down with you all, strength in numbers. If something were to happen, at least she would have some buffer. With so many people, misfortune wouldn't necessarily befall her. That if she were to be alone, that would be a different story." Yunyu nodded, pulling out a key from her pocket. Shall I open the door then? Inserting the key into the lock, Yunyu heard a click, confirming that this key indeed belonged to the basement. As the iron door creaked open with a grating sound reminiscent of nails on a chalkboard, the group switched on their phone flashlights for illumination. Chi-Yi noticed a light switch by the wall and pressed it, but to no avail. He frowned. This switch is broken. Darkness symbolized the unknown, and the unknown was the root of fear. Each step was taken cautiously, everyone huddled close to avoid being left behind. The beam of their flashlights barely reached far, revealing that the basement appeared quite spacious, with several closed doors that concealed whatever lay within. As Yunyu surveyed her surroundings, she noted that this basement didn't seem as terrifying as she had imagined. It resembled a billiards room, complete with a pool table. Chu Yuanyu sighed in relief. It looks just like an ordinary basement. Just then, before the eyes of the group, one of the balls on the table suddenly rolled on its own. Chu Yuanyu. Not ordinary at all. Whose billiard balls move by themselves? They looked around. Besides the billiards table, there were some fitness equipment. Yunyu muttered to herself. What does this ghostly lady have against playing some lowbrow tricks? Does she really think this is frightening? The others attempted to cover her mouth, but it was too late. Yunyu felt a cold gust brush against her neck, and the surrounding noise suddenly faded away. A jolt of alarm coursed through her. Is she really that petty? The flashlight in her hand extinguished without her noticing, plunging her into an expansive darkness where she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. Calculating quickly, Yunyu thought, this is it. Was this ghost planning to take her out first due to some personal vendetta? Not far away, a sudden sob broke the silence. Woo-woo, ghost sister, please don't frighten me. The one who insulted you is Yunyu. If you seek revenge, seek it on the right person. I have never spoken ill of you. Yunyu fell silent for a few moments before issuing a chilling warning. Well, you Su Mingyue, I heard everything. From another corner, Chi-Ye's languid voice interjected. And I am here too. Yunyu then heard the aloof voice of Bo Siyu resonate from ahead. I am present as well. Bo Siyu mused thoughtfully. It seems we have been divided into two groups. The other four must be together. Su Mingyue's voice trembled, laced with trepidation. But what could be her purpose in doing this? To separate us. And take us down one by one? Yunyu casually remarked. Perhaps she simply wishes to play a game with us? The others responded in unison. Please just be quiet. Yunyu sheepishly touched her nose. Chi-Yi, looking somewhat irritable, said, It seems my phone is out of battery. What about yours? Su Mingyue replied urgently. Mine is dead too. Bo Siyu spoke with certainty. It is improbable that everyone's phones have died simultaneously. There must be some external interference. Yunyu felt along the wall in front of her, contemplating. It appears I am at a corner. What about you all? She raised an eyebrow, realizing that the four of them were indeed positioned in the corners of a single room. Suddenly, she recalled something and lowered her voice, her tone tinged with an inexplicable air. Have you ever heard of the Four Corners game? Meanwhile, the other four, situated in a different room, were equally anxious. At that moment, a soft, ethereal female voice echoed, as if from a distant broadcast, Oh, you know the Four Corners game. The rules are as follows. Four individuals find themselves in a dark room, each standing at a separate corner facing the wall, forbidden from looking back. The group gasped in horror. Were they truly about to play a game? The game begins when one person moves to another corner, either clockwise or counterclockwise, approaches another individual from behind, and gently taps their shoulder, continuing this pattern. Note that if one arrives at an unoccupied corner, they must cough softly to alert the others, then proceed until they reach a corner with someone. The woman's voice suddenly shifted to a more sinister tone. When the coughing ceases, it indicates that each corner is occupied. Of course, you may still hear footsteps, suggesting the existence of a fifth person in the room. When this entity approaches you from behind and inquires if you would like to be its friend, what will your choice be? Good luck to you all. After hearing this, the group was consumed by a singular thought. This is utterly absurd. Luo Fan's eyes widened, his voice trembling. I have heard of this game. It is a notorious spirit summoning game, rivaling even the famed Pen Fairy. He swallowed hard, feigning calmness, reasoning that the so-called fifth person was either a prank by someone else or a figment of their imagination. If they maintained their composure and adhered strictly to the rules, nothing would go amiss. Chu Yuanyuan was about to breathe a sigh of relief when Zhongli coolly raised an objection. That assumes normal circumstances. However, this place is already haunted. What do you think that fifth person could possibly be? Luo Fan responded. Good point. The group's faces turned ashen. How splendid. Their previously suspended anxiety had finally settled. Chapter 29. Man, are you seeking death? Yunyu, has your mouth been blessed? In the darkness, Su Mingyue's voice cracked, and it was evident that her expression was one of utter despair. Yunyu, equally innocent, replied, "Don't you usually know about these things? Surely you have watched horror films before." Qi, unable to contain himself, retorted, "Next time such a situation arises, you should remain silent. One might think this ghost is your long-lost sister. It was too easy to guess. How could they be so in sync?" Yunyu and the ghost exchanged glances. "Is this polite?" The countdown echoed in their ears, and Bo Siyu decisively stated, "Who will begin?" Yunyu took a deep breath. "I will go first," proceeding in a clockwise direction. Do not forget, while the others spoke, she had roughly gauged the layout. Bo Siyu was to her front right, Su Mingyue to her left, and Qi Yi directly across from her. Following the clockwise order, she would tap Su Mingyue, who would tap Qi Yi, then Qi Yi would tap Bo Siyu, and finally Bo Siyu would come back to tap her. She volunteered to start, and the others expressed no objections. They reminded one another to cough upon reaching an empty corner and to maintain their composure, avoiding chaos as Yunyu reiterated these precautions. The eerie countdown concluded, and silence enveloped the surroundings. She inhaled deeply and slowly made her way along the cold wall towards Su Mingyue. The game imposed no time limit. As long as the footsteps ceased and each corner was occupied, they could collectively declare the game over. The darkness obscured visibility. Yunyu moved cautiously, the sound of her footsteps echoing eerily in the empty room. At last, her hand found Su Mingyue, confirming her arrival at the opposite corner. And she exhaled in relief, gently tapping Su Mingyue's shoulder. She felt Su Mingyue shudder slightly at the touch, causing her lips to twitch. However, it was understandable. In such darkness, being tapped on the shoulder unexpectedly would startle anyone, even if they had mentally prepared for it. Yunyu sensed movement from Su Mingyue. The sound of her footsteps resumed as she gradually made her way towards Qi. Su Mingyue's pace was even slower than Yunyu's. Likely due to overwhelming anxiety, she stumbled midway, letting out a quiet gasp. Qi's calm voice broke the tension. "Do not rush. Take your time." Su Mingyue bit her lip, suppressing her fear, and hastened to Qi's side. Upon feeling a solid presence, she sighed in relief and tentatively tapped Qi's shoulder. When it was Qi's turn, he moved leisurely, his pace unhurried, as if taking a stroll. Yunyu couldn't help but roll her eyes, thinking that this laid-back guy maintained his nonchalant persona regardless of the situation. Soon enough, Qi Yi reached Bo Siyu and tapped his shoulder. When it was Bo Siyu's turn, Yunyu felt a twinge of nervousness. His footsteps were steady, devoid of hesitation. In contrast to Qi's casualness, he exuded calm and composure. Since Yunyu had vacated her initial position, Bo Siyu paused briefly to cough softly upon reaching the now empty corner. The footsteps then continued. Yunyu sensed Bo Siyu approach her from behind, gently tapping her shoulder. Her heart, which had been in her throat, settled as she turned to tap Su Mingyue. Thus, they completed another round. And when it was once again Bo Siyu's turn to tap Yunyu, an unexpected event occurred. Yunyu felt a chilling breeze graze her nape, an inexplicable coldness enveloping her. Bo Siyu's hand rested on her shoulder, and he leaned in close to whisper in her ear, "Would you like to be my friend?" Yunyu. I am utterly bewildered. Why is it always her? He leaned closer, questioning with a soulful tone. "Can you recite the core socialist values?" "Ghost?" Yunyu replied. "Our nation has yet to prosper. How can we speak of romance? Instead, let us strive to be successors of socialism together." Ghost? Yunyu's voice resonated with conviction. "Repeat after me. Prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom." Ghost. Wait, is she unwell? Yunyu, are you alright? As she began her recitation, a sudden chill ran down her spine and she realized something was amiss. The figure behind her should be Bo Siyu. How could it be Su Mingyue? Following the clockwise order, she should have tapped Su Mingyue, so how did the latter violate the rules and approach her? Even if she acknowledged the anomaly, given Su Mingyue's timid nature, would she dare to approach her? This girl would rather hide away in tears than risk her own safety. Yunyu's heart plummeted. Was it really coming back? "So you truly cannot recite the 24 core values?" Su Mingyue replied in confusion. "What are you talking about?" Yunyu's tone dripped with disappointment. "Are you not a ghost from Huagua?" The ghost retorted angrily. "You are the one who cannot recite them. Isn't it just prosperity, democracy, civilization? No, she actually managed to recite them." A hand settled on Yunyu's shoulder, and she heard Bo Siyu's familiar voice, low and deliberate. "Yunyu, I have something to say to you." Bo Siyu hesitated for a long moment, finally resolving to seize this fortuitous occasion to fulfill that damned task. With only the four of them present, shrouded in darkness, no one would notice if he spoke quickly. At most, it would lead to an awkward moment. Yunyu maintained an impassive expression, forcing a smile. This ghost had a knack for singling her out, Assuming she had no temper, observing her lack of response, Bo Siyu felt a slight relief that he grasped Yoon Yu's shoulder. His visage contorted, suppressing a desire to dig his toes into the ground, struggling to maintain a calm tone that betrayed a hint of embarrassment. Woman, you are playing with fire. Yoon Yu's lips curled into a meaningful smile. As she turned, she swung her fist with fervor, her expression menacing. Man, are you seeking death? With a resounding thud, her fist landed squarely on Bo Siyu's jaw, leaving him dazed and stunned. Yoon Yu continued her tirade. So, you think you can just bring your domineering fiction into reality? What does a ghost like you know about being a domineering CEO? If you have the audacity, then act the part. As she spoke, she expertly reached for his lower half. Bo Siyu gritted his teeth, his voice seething with indignation. Yoon Yu, where the hell are you touching? Yoon Yu fell silent for a moment. Goodness, this sensation feels too real to be fake. The atmosphere descended into an eerie silence, with Su Mingyue and Chi Yi nearby also rendered speechless. What an unprecedented scene of drama this was. Silence reigned, a tranquil oasis amidst the chaos. Chapter 30. This female ghost has double standards. Yoon Yu marveled at the fleeting sensation she had just experienced, her mind consumed by two words. Extraordinary. This was merely in a state of slumber. She could scarcely imagine how magnificent it would be upon awakening. A twinge of jealousy flickered within her towards the female lead. How infuriating that wretched girl is living so lavishly. Not only does she have money to spend, but she also has such a splendid man by her side. She could hardly fathom the divine life the other must be leading. As if deliberately intending to embarrass her, the flashlight flickered back to life, illuminating Bo Siyu's face, which was tinged with barely contained fury, a terrifyingly dark expression. Not far away, Su Mingyue and Chi Yi stood in a corner, their phones lighting up, resembling a group of spectators. Yoon Yu felt that Su Mingyue's eyes shone brighter than the bulbs. Their gazes locked, and the air was thick with suffocating awkwardness. Taking a deep breath, Yoon Yu stepped back, only to find herself against the wall, her voice trembling. Why don't you try to calm down for a moment? How could Bo Siyu calm down? Perhaps he was so enraged that he blurted out without thinking. This is the first time in my life a woman has touched me. Moreover, her movements were infuriatingly skilled, resembling that of a seasoned offender. Give me one good reason not to end you. The air fell eerily silent. Yoon Yu cautiously replied. This is also the first time I've ever touched a man's. You know, does that count as even? Bo Siyu's expression twisted subtly. She was rather adept at calculating. Yoon Yu felt a pang of grievance. You were the one who suddenly went mad. I was merely acting in self-defense. Bo Siyu. He truly understood what it meant to suffer in silence. Beside them, Chi Yi could no longer hold back. Hey, are you two really discussing such a private matter in front of us outsiders? He scoffed inwardly. This Yoon Yu who claimed she would win him over, was now turning around to harass other men. Truly a troublesome character. With no more gossip to indulge in, Su Mingyue sighed regretfully and cleared her throat to break the silence. What just happened? Yoon Yu, finally rescued from her embarrassment, sighed in relief and shifted the topic. Upon hearing her series of events, Su Mingyue stared wide-eyed in disbelief, a chill running down her spine. That's just too twisted. And you can turn into other people? If it were me, I'd be doomed. She imagined herself in that situation. If the other turned into Yoon Yu, she would undoubtedly leap into her embrace seeking comfort. Phew. Thankfully, it wasn't her. Bo Siyu's expression remained grim, but he refrained from continuing his cold glare at Yoon Yu. Sensing the host's turbulent emotions, the System 666 cautiously consoled him. Look at it from a different perspective. At least we've completed our task. Doesn't that make you feel a bit cheerful? Bo Siyu coldly retorted. I feel joy for your father. 666. It recalled that the host had once been a civilized and polite individual. Chi Yi furrowed his brow. I'm more curious, how do we get out of here? This room was eerily devoid of doors, resembling a suddenly manifested independent space. Su Mingyue spoke cautiously. Could it be that the game isn't over yet? In the adjacent room, the same scene unfolded. Zhou Liangsheng felt a cold hand resting on his shoulder. The person who should have been patting him was Luo Fan, yet a chilling female voice echoed in his ear. Would you like to be my friend? Zhou Liangsheng's heart plummeted, his body involuntarily trembled. Sensing his fear, the ghostly figure chuckled ominously. Why don't you talk to me? Why the silence? Cold sweat streamed down his face as his body tensed. Nearly convulsing, that voice continued to chatter incessantly in his ear, and after what felt like an eternity, it faded with an air of unwillingness, replaced by Chu Yuanyuan's anxious voice. Zhou Liangsheng. What's wrong? What just happened? It felt as though someone had gripped his throat. His voice was abruptly silenced. Zhou Liangxing's blood ran cold. Zhang Li frowned. Is it really that easy? Has anyone noticed something amiss? Luo Fan shook his head. Nope. Zhou Liangxing lowered his gaze, his expression calm. It should be over now. The scene shifted, and Yunyu, clutching her slightly dizzy head, looked up to find herself back in the original billiard hall. Not far away, Zhang Li and Chu Yuanyuan rushed over. Great! We've finally escaped that ghostly place. Yunyu's gaze swept over the group, and her expression suddenly froze. But it's not us. Chu Yuanyuan stared wide-eyed in surprise. What do you mean? Zhang Li also sensed something was off, though several men haven't come out. Su Mingyue's face turned pale as a possibility struck her. They can't still be inside, right? That didn't make sense. Chu Yuanyuan pointed to herself. Then why could we get out? Yunyu quipped with a cold joke. Maybe that ghost just dislikes men. The group fell silent. Whether it was a result of being brainwashed or not. They found Yunyu's bizarre perspective oddly persuasive. On the other side, the four male guests exchanged glances in the small dark room. Chi Yi suddenly smirked. This ghost certainly has double standards. Why should only the female guests be allowed to leave after entering together? Boziu's expression remained calm, his thoughts eerily aligned with Yunyu's. It seems she has a strong aversion to men. Luo Fan wore a mournful expression. What's that got to do with us? We didn't cause her death. The eerie, sinister female voice rang out once more, laced with an air of amusement. Next, all participants would simultaneously answer questions. Only with consistent answers and high compatibility could the male guests gain their freedom. Otherwise, they might face some penalties. The male guests collectively cursed inwardly. Why were they the ones facing punishment? So, we're relying on the female guests to rescue the male guests. A compatibility test. This is a bit of a trap. They've barely known each other for a few days. What kind of compatibility can there be? But I like it. It's thrilling. Chapter 31. No compatibility at all. After hearing the rules, the female guests felt a wave of apprehension, exchanging glances. Does this mean we all have to answer correctly for them to come out? Zhang Li frowned. Answering all correctly is too harsh. Yunyu nodded in agreement. Even close relatives can't fully understand each other, so it shouldn't be that stringent. Chu Yuanyuan sighed in relief. Then we just need to make sure to minimize our mistakes. She pondered for a moment, thinking this task wasn't overly difficult. At least it was not as twisted as the previous game. Even if they guessed wildly, it was unlikely they would get every answer wrong. Right? Zhang Li shot her a glance. Shut up. Su Mingyue looked at them pleadingly. Please don't jinx it. Observing the two's anxious demeanor, Yunyu strategically chose silence. She had intended to voice her thoughts. But thankfully, Chu Yuanyuan spoke up first. Otherwise, the glares would have been directed at her. A stack of white paper and pens appeared on the ground. Yunyu picked them up, counting exactly 4 sheets. She distributed them evenly among the group. Initially feeling apprehensive, they feared that the ghost would pose bizarre questions they couldn't answer. With that mindset, a line of blood-red text appeared on the wall before them. What is his favorite color? It was surprisingly simple. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group, with an inexplicable sense of eeriness creeping in. This ghost was surprisingly lenient, not seizing the opportunity to ensnare them. Yunyu pondered the question for a couple of seconds, confidently writing her answer on the paper. Black. This person always dressed in shades of black, white, and gray. It shouldn't be too far off. Meanwhile, Boziu, upon seeing the question, felt an unexplainable sense of relief. Before marrying him, Yunyu had done her homework. There was no way she wouldn't know his basic preferences. He confidently penned down his answer. Blue. Both sides appeared self-assured, their odds seemingly in their favor. Until they reached the next question. What is his favorite sport? Sport. She hesitated for a moment, then wrote down running on the paper. If he didn't like it, who would wake up every day to run without fail? Boziu felt even more assured upon seeing the question. Everyone in the household knew he loved golf, and when it came to business, the most frequent invitations were to the golf course. If only Yunyu had been a bit more attentive, she would have picked up on it. A total of 10 questions passed by, and as they neared the end, the group pondered how to determine if their answers were correct. When Yunyu, slightly puzzled, queried, "Why do I have a red circle on my paper?" Zhang Li glanced over and instinctively responded, "Isn't that a 0? Yunyu maintained her composure for a few seconds. "Impossible. Hey, I have a 60 here. Isn't that passing?" Chu Yuanyuan looked up, her eyes vacant as Yunyu's eyelids twitched. She quickly craned her neck to sneak a glance. Indeed, Chu Yuanyuan's paper bore a red number 60. Zhang Li had 30 points. Su Mingyue had 50 points. Yunyu's pupils contracted in disbelief. How am I the one with the lowest score? A 0. Is this even reasonable? I've never scored that poorly in school. After the initial shock, a wave of intense guilt followed. She clung to a sliver of hope. You should be unaware, right? Just as that thought crossed her mind, a light, ethereal voice clearly echoed in everyone's ears. The rankings, arranged from highest to lowest based on scores, are as follows. Chu Yuan with a coherent score of 60, Su Mingyue with 50, Zhang Li with 30, and Yun Yu with a score of 0. The voice paused momentarily, expressing a tantalizing sense of intrigue. It seems there is absolutely no coherence whatsoever. Yun Yu. Bo Siyu. How is this any different from a public execution? Yun Yu, in a fit of embarrassment and anger, retorted, how can you show such blatant disrespect for personal privacy? Ha ha ha, she truly is remarkable. She got all 10 questions wrong. I trust that Sister Pankai has no ulterior motives towards my husband. Sister, it was merely a misunderstanding on their part. QQ. Bo Siyu's expression darkened to that of a stormy sky, the beam of the flashlight illuminating his profound and undulating features, dense lashes casting shadows beneath his eyelids, exuding an inexplicable aura of gloom. Just moments ago, the system had confidently assured him. Just wait, my girl will definitely get all the answers right. Now the system was as silent as a chicken. Not daring to utter a sound, Chi, ever the spectator reveling in mischief, leisurely remarked, look, this ghostly lady has taken to mocking us. Surely out of 10 questions one could be guessed correctly, right? The tone of his voice unmistakably dripped with schadenfreude. Bo Siyu cast a cool glance in his direction. Is it truly impressive to get 5 correct? Chi, hands in pockets, lazily chuckled, at least passing is a certainty. However, one must not be overly arrogant. For before he could finish his sentence, the ghostly voice echoed once more, now tinged with impatience. Given that the passing score for this assessment is 80 points, and not a single contestant has met the standard, all male contestants will face punishment. Chi can't laugh. His incredulity was palpable, his tone somber. Have you ever encountered a passing score of 80 points? This must be deliberate. The ghost paid him no heed. Bo Siyu snorted lightly, it seems we are all in the same boat. Chi, his face darkening, found himself at a loss for words. Luo Fan's complexion turned ashen, his lips quivering. So what kind of punishment are we to face? Zhou Liang's forehead bulged with veins. This is unfair. Why must we bear the consequences for their mistakes? The next moment, they were all struck by a sudden and intense sensation of weightlessness, disappearing from their original spots. After hearing the ghost's words, the 4 female contestants stood in a state of panic. Yun Yu, barely maintaining her composure, inquired, what has happened to them? What have you done to them? The ghost informed them. These individuals have been confined in a certain location. I suggest you find them as quickly as possible, or that it is possible that someone may encounter life-threatening danger. A jolt of alarm shot through Yun Yu. Damn it! Bo Siyu is in serious trouble. When Bo Siyu regained consciousness, he found himself enveloped in darkness, submerged in water, his limbs bound and contorted, the water level reaching his knees and steadily rising. He deduced that he was in a sealed space, with thin air and limited mobility. Based on the speed of the rising water, he estimated that in about 20 minutes, it would engulf his mouth and nose. Bo Siyu patiently closed his eyes. As long-buried memory surged forth once more, his typically indifferent expression tinged with fragmented anguish, as if he were trapped in a nightmare. Chapter 32. Gently shatter your skull. 666 was anxiously fretting nearby. Host? Don't give up. Why not struggle a bit more? Bo Siyu, lost in his own world, ignored it. 666 steeled itself and delivered a jolt of electricity, causing Bo Siyu to convulse violently in the water. Nearly leading to his demise, he finally broke free from the endless darkness. His face darkened as he lifted his head. 666. I'm so sorry, Bo Siyu. You are undoubtedly the greatest stumbling block on my path to survival. I merely wished to lift your spirits upon seeing your despondence. The system's tone was awkward. Bo Siyu pursed his lips. Too weary to explain to this artificial intelligence, he attempted to break free from his restraints. But to no avail. Uncertain of the method by which the ghost had bound him, the water continued to rise, and Bo Siyu tried to harness the mysterious force granted by the system. Yet, it proved ineffective. Frowning in confusion, he pondered. Why is it not working? The system stammered an explanation. The spiritual energy is only effective against ghosts, but what binds you now is ordinary rope. You must rely on yourself. Bo Siyu. I have finally embraced metaphysics, and you are now lecturing me on scientific principles? Yun Yu, feeling the weight of the situation, began her search for Bo Siyu. Life was at stake, and the female contestants dared not delay. Yun Yu suggested, shall we split up? Despite their fears, the others had no choice but to agree. However, just 2 steps in, Yun Yu suddenly halted. Did you hear something? Chu Yuanyuan looked up in confusion. What sound? Yunyu bit her lip in silence, suddenly turning on her heel, directing the beam of the flashlight behind her, where a shadow stood not far away, wielding a chainsaw, silently observing them. The light illuminated his bloodied face, his mouth twisted into an exaggerated grin, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of the hunt. Su Mingyue's face turned pale as she exclaimed, "It's that painter." Chu Yuanyuan's eyes widened in shock as if she had seen a ghost. "Isn't he dead?" Yunyu, regaining her composure, took a few steps back. "Who said that the dead cannot become ghosts?" Chu Yuanyu. "Oh, so it truly is a ghost. I have lost all hope." Yunyu turned and fled. "What are you waiting for? Run!" The three women, speechless in shock, only managed to voice their objections once she had sprinted far ahead, mentally cursing her. When it comes to dogs, she truly is the best. The four women screamed and dashed away. He pursued them, an unsettling grin on his face, the chainsaw emitting a bone-chilling sound. "Sweethearts, don't run away." "What the hell? Is it really that terrifying?" "No, do you really not sense something amiss? That painter, he seems to have no shadow." "Ah, I see it too. It's chilling to think about." As they ran, Chu Yuanyuan's tears streamed down her face. "Is this a real-life version of Saw? I've never run that fast even during the 800 meters in high school." Su Mingyue's eyes glazed over. "If he catches us, we'll be torn apart, piece by piece, won't we?" Zhongli made a dark joke. "Or perhaps it'll be chopsticks from this table to that table." Yunyu, leading the charge, turned into a room, her companions' eyes lighting up as they hurriedly followed suit. Yunyu, astonished, exclaimed, "What are you doing following me? Are you waiting to be taken out in one fell swoop?" She had hoped to disperse their focus. Meeting their pitiful gazes, she felt overwhelmed and locked the door behind her. A bright incandescent light illuminated the room, and Chu Yuanyuan, filled with delight, exclaimed, "The lights here are functioning." After her statement, she noticed the others looking at her with hesitance. Yunyu wore a complex expression. "Are you afraid that madman won't know where we are if you turn on the lights?" Chu Yuanyuan shivered in fright and quickly turned the lights off. At that moment, the painter's eerie voice echoed at the door. "Sweethearts, I've found you." Yunyu could no longer bear to look. "Let us keep the lights on." The instant the lights flickered back on, the chainsaw burst through the door, emitting a jarring, grating sound, accompanied by sparks flying. Yunyu, quick on her feet, yanked Su Mingyue aside, as they all swiftly retreated from the doorway, their faces etched with lingering fear. Yunyu scanned the surroundings, dragging a table to barricade the door. While it wouldn't hold for long, it could buy them some time. The others rushed forward to assist. The door was made of iron, far more resistant to being sawed through than wood, giving the painter some time before he could break in. "There is a door," Su Mingyue exclaimed, calling the others over. However, the door was locked with a code. Zhang Li's expression darkened. "But we don't know the password." Yunyu decisively commanded, "Search around for any clues." The only exit was blocked by the painter, and he could break in at any moment, chainsaw in hand. Even if they all joined forces, Yunyu had no confidence they could subdue him. After a thorough search, Chu Yuanyuan found a sheet of music. "This is all I found." Yunyu furrowed her brows, surveying the room filled with various fitness equipment. This was clearly a gym, so how did a sheet of music end up here? Moreover, Chu Yuanyuan was known for her luck. It seemed the crucial clue lay within. Having recently endured torment from the piano, Yunyu felt a headache coming on upon seeing the sheet music. "Mingyue, take a look." At her prompting, the other two suddenly recalled that Su Mingyue was a renowned pianist, and they looked at her with eager anticipation. Su Mingyue took the sheet and recognized it at once. "This is the renowned piece, The Prayer of a Maiden by Batachevskia." She examined the sheet for a moment, frowning. "Strange, there are a few incorrect notes." Her mind lit up with understanding. "I've got it. It's a musical password." Chu Yuanyuan, still a bit dazed, asked, "What is a musical password?" Su Mingyue explained rapidly. "In the music world, notes can also be converted into numerical or alphabetical passwords. Perhaps the password for this door is hidden within." "Hee, sweethearts, I'm coming in." The four women, filled with terror, looked over to see the painter had already sawed a small hole in the door, which was steadily widening. Yunyu immediately urged Mingyue, "Focus on decoding." Her gaze swept around the room, and she picked up a dumbbell, striding toward the door with an imposing demeanor, much to the shock of her companions. The painter's laughter echoed with an eerie and sinister quality, as he leered grotesquely through the gap in the door, attempting to savor the panic within. "Oh, let me see what my lovely darlings are up to." Suddenly, a dark object hurtled towards his head with a force so brutal that, despite his ghostly state, he felt as if his skull was shattering. The other three. That is Chapter 33, Face Your Doom. Wretch, the painter emerged with his deformed head, his expression twisted in terrifying rage. Yunyu swung the dumbbell repeatedly, even managing to find a certain rhythm, her eyes glimmering with inexplicable excitement. Isn't this just splendid? It's far more relieving than smashing moles. Noticing her demeanor, she paused for a moment, a hint of disappointment flickering in her gaze outside. The painter, still shaken, realized he was actually afraid. His face contorted in anguish. It was one thing to fear that madwoman while alive, but to fear now as a ghost. Wasn't that a tad too humiliating? The chainsaw roared to life once more, exuding a menacing aura. Yunyu furrowed her brows, rubbing her ears in exasperation, her eyes clouded with worry. This decrepit door seemed unlikely to hold for much longer. She glanced at Su Mingyue. How much longer? Su Mingyue, under immense pressure, replied. Almost there. The others, unable to assist her, rushed to aid Yunyu. Through the small opening of the door, they glimpsed the painter's dark and twisted visage, causing Chu Yuanyuan and Zhang Li's legs to tremble. The former turned pale, while the latter maintained a semblance of composure. Having witnessed Yunyu's ferocity moments ago, they felt emboldened. If that ghost could be subdued by Yunyu, then perhaps it wasn't as formidable as it seemed. With this thought in mind, they armed themselves. Chu Yuanyuan picked up a baseball bat, summoning her courage to thrust it through the door's gap. Drawing from past experience, the painter instinctively recoiled since becoming a ghost. He had lost the sense of pain, yet when Yunyu had struck him earlier, he had felt a soul-piercing agony, which was why he had withdrawn his head. Observing her movement, Chu Yuanyuan's eyes lit up, her hands trembling less in fear. If even the ghost feared her, what was there for her to dread? She wielded the baseball bat with fierce determination, while the painter stumbled awkwardly to evade her. Suddenly, the bat passed straight through his form, leaving him devoid of sensation, and he abruptly realized something. His gaze shifting, Chu Yuanyuan noticed the painter ceased his evasive maneuvers, a sinister smile creeping onto his face as he leaned closer. Startled, she frantically swung the bat, yet it inflicted no harm upon the painter. Her face turned ashen as she met his ghastly white gaze, screaming as she dropped her weapon. Yunyu, witnessing this scene, narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. Zhang Li also sensed something amiss, casting an odd look at Yunyu. Why does he only fear you? Without flinching, Yunyu replied, because I beat him up before he died. He probably has PTSD. Zhang Li's expression was one of incredulity. Do you hear how absurd that sounds? Have you ever heard of a ghost suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder? Chu Yuanyuan's face was riddled with terror. What do we do? He's about to come in. Stop urging. It's coming. Su Mingyue had finally identified the erroneous notes. Correctly recording the corresponding numbers, she counted 6 in total. That a wave of anxiety washed over her. The order of the password was uncertain, and with 6 digits there were countless permutations. If she attempted each one, they would likely be corpses by morning. Su Mingyue's lips trembled slightly. Oh heavens, don't do this to me. Following the arrangement indicated in the sheet music, she input the numbers one by one. The lock emitted a beep, and as she twisted the handle, the door swung open. Her breath caught in her throat, for the painter had burst through the doorway. Yunyu, maintaining a semblance of composure, gazed at the grinning painter and declared, "You all hurry through that door." The three were momentarily stunned, gazing at her with deep gratitude, fully aware that Yunyu had been the swiftest to flee just moments before. And it was only for their sake. Gratitude aside, the instant her words fell, the three bolted faster than rabbits, offering no words of refusal. Yunyu, are you all being a tad too genuine? She regarded the advancing painter, narrowing her eyes. Remaining behind was not without ulterior motives. With the others having escaped, Yunyu looked at the painter, her tone ambiguous. If I'm not mistaken, I can harm you? The painter's expression stiffened. Yunyu slowly raised the dumbbell, revealing a classic villain's smile. Then prepare to meet your end, wretch? The painter. Wait, have those two mistaken their roles? Yunyu, alarmed, emerged from the room, hastily shutting the door to conceal the chaos behind her. She traversed a dark corridor where the three awaited her, their eyes widening in delight. Yunyu, you're still alive? Yunyu fell silent. Normally, wouldn't they inquire about her well-being? Her accusatory gaze swept across their faces as she murmured, "You all run quite swiftly." The group exchanged guilt-ridden glances, their eyes darting. Yunyu had no intention of reprimanding them. Her gaze landed on a peculiar sight. Rows of white statues were arranged within the room, unsettling upon first glance. Each statue depicted a naked woman, posed in various stances, invoking a sense of discomfort that made Yunyu instinctively frown. Su Mingyue patted her chest. When we first entered, we were startled too. But they're just statues, nothing special. Yunyu nodded. Are they here? Zhang Li shook her head. We checked when we came in. There's no one. Since there was no one, Yunyu saw no reason to linger. Then let us go. The statues were densely packed, and they cautiously navigated through. As they passed one statue, Chu Yuanyuan suddenly remarked in a hushed tone, "This statue is quite unique." Yunyu's gaze flicked over, ready to examine it closely when she heard Chu Yuanyuan complain, "But its chest is far too flat." The others? Miss, your focus is rather peculiar." As they were about to move past Chu Yuanyuan suddenly spotted the statue winking at her. Her expression shifted from bewilderment to sheer terror. The others jolted in surprise. What happened? Chu Yuanyuan, eyes brimming with tears, stammered, "It winked at me." "How could a statue possibly wink? You must be imagining things." Su Mingyue hastily dismissed, though her tone wavered, stepping back to seek refuge behind Yunyu. She kept her composure. Chu Yuanyuan insisted, her urgency palpable. "I'm serious. I really saw it." Yunyu clicked her tongue. "Perhaps it was upset by your comment about its flat chest." The chill was palpable. Suddenly, Yunyu's expression shifted as a realization struck her. She forcefully kicked the statue, which toppled to the ground, the white plaster cracking to reveal Luofan's pale face. Chapter 34. A life worth living. The others were left astounded. Who would have thought a person could be concealed within the sculpture? Su Mingyue's face turned to one of horror. "He can't be dead, can he?" Yunyu raised her hand, while Chu Yuanyuan exclaimed in shock, "Don't act rashly. Sister. Even if he is dead, we shouldn't give up. We should at least try to save him." Yunyu shot her a bemused glance, pondering what image she projected in their minds without batting an eye. She squatted down to perform CPR. The others exchanged awkward glances, realizing it was merely a false alarm. Luofan suddenly coughed violently, color returning to his face, tears of gratitude streaming down. "Yuanyuan, from this day forth, you are my dear sister." To spot him amidst a sea of statues was surely a unique fate. Chu Yuanyuan smiled bashfully, knowing that without his notably flat chest, she might not have recognized him. Yunyu, puzzled, inquired, "So thank her then? What about me? Shouldn't my contribution be acknowledged more?" Luofan recalled the kick she had delivered, a dull ache throbbing at the back of his head, his face stiffening as if his facial muscles were cramping. "Thank you." Yunyu listened to that. He sounded utterly reluctant. Yet Yunyu was unconcerned, nodding in satisfaction. "You should." Su Mingyue's eyes brightened as she surveyed the surrounding statues. Could they also be hiding in here? Yunyu shook her head, deeming it unlikely. Given that female ghost's malevolence, she wouldn't allow us to find everyone so easily. Thus, it was highly probable that Luofan was the only one in this room. Leading the way, Yunyu exited, while the others, still worried, conducted another search, confirming that no one else was present. Yunyu felt a twinge of concern for Bo Siyu, not from a sense of guilt, but because his dire circumstances were somewhat tied to her, leaving her conscience uneasy. As the others caught up, she decisively stated, "Let us split up to search. Its more efficient life was at stake." And the others readily agreed. Had they taken a step back earlier, Luofan might have suffocated, while the others remained oblivious to the situation. Yunyu boldly opted for solitary exploration, casually picking up a steel rod. Ever since realizing she could inflict tangible harm on ghosts, she had been galloping down the path of liberation. If ghosts could feel fear, then what was there for her to dread? Her mantra was simple: a life worth living is worth the risk. Yunyu pushed open a door, the lights in the room flickering on automatically. She squinted, momentarily disoriented by the sudden brightness, before stepping inside. As she surveyed the room's furnishings, her expression subtly shifted. This was an operating room. A makeshift surgical table occupied the center, yet all equipment had been removed, leaving the room stark and desolate. Yunyu gazed at the central operating table, her eyes fixated, as a surge of inexplicable emotions welled within her. Compelled by an uncontrollable urge, she approached the table, where dried brown stains resembling blood were scattered. A voice in her mind urged her to lie down upon it, and in a daze Yunyu's rigid body complied. A sharp pain pierced her brain, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself restrained, with two cold-faced doctors standing nearby. One of them held a long needle, casting a detached glance in her direction. Yunyu recognized it as an egg retrieval needle. Instinctively, she wanted to struggle, panic enveloping her. In the next moment, the slender needle penetrated her lower body, causing her to bite her lip in pain. Her mind blank. Yunyu arched her back, gasping heavily, and as she opened her eyes once more, the doctors had vanished, leaving only a sorrowful female ghost with disheveled hair and a pallid complexion. The ghost gazed silently at her. "You, great master!" Yunyu managed to squeeze out through clenched teeth, swinging a steel rod in her hand. The ghost's eyes flickered with fear as she swiftly retreated, frowning. Yunyu stepped away from the operating table and glared at the ghost. What do you mean by showing me your memories? Do you want me to help you seek vengeance? The ghost's face was ashen, her white dress stained with blood. Yet her expression had lost its previous ferocity, now appearing unnervingly tranquil, almost numb. She looked at Yunyu with an odd expression. Can you help me avenge myself? The disbelief in her tone was palpable. Yunyu replied expressionlessly. No, the ghost's demeanor became languid. I don't even know who your enemies are. She hesitated, casting a complicated glance at Yunyu. But you've become a vengeful spirit. Isn't it rather pathetic that you can't avenge yourself? The ghost scrutinized her deeply, her tone sarcastic. If I were a vengeful spirit, you would have died the first time we met. With a huff, she glanced in a certain direction, declaring that if help was not rendered soon, it would be too late. With that, she rolled her eyes and vanished. Yunyu touched her chin, bewildered. Had she just been scolded by a ghost? Following the ghost's gaze, she noticed a large freezer in the corner and hurried over. Upon opening the freezer door, she was startled to find Chi-Yi inside. His eyes were tightly shut, a layer of frost covering his face, even his eyelashes and brow. He resembled a beautifully sculpted ice figure, far more pleasing than his usual arrogant demeanor. Yunyu gritted her teeth and pulled him out, jolted by his frigid temperature. Chi-Yi weakly opened his eyes, biting out, Who says someone has a crush on you? He had just regained consciousness only to hear this woman spreading rumors about him. He was close to being driven mad. Yunyu feigned surprise, widening her eyes. So you are still alive? Chi-Yi retorted. Disappointed, are you? With no cameras around, Yunyu was too lazy to maintain her act, pushing him away with a look of disdain. If you're not dead, hurry up and get up. I still need to find Bo-Siu. Chi-Yi felt a pang of irritation, but considering Yunyu had saved him and even warmed his hands earlier, he held back his complaints, sulking as he got to his feet, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards her. Yunyu, however, was too anxious to notice him. Where on earth was Bo-Siu? She regretted not interrogating the ghost thoroughly before letting her go. Meanwhile, others had found the weakened Zhou Liangsheng. Su Mingyue exclaimed in surprise. Have you still not found Bo-Siu? Yunyu pursed her lips and shook her head, her expression grave as she walked ahead in silence. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Liangsheng raised his head, fixating on her retreating silhouette, his gaze inscrutable. Yunyu nearly ran, pushing open door after door, her brow furrowed, emotions tumultuous, as memories of her moments with Bo-Siu flooded back. That if this person truly perished, she would likely be so heartbroken that she could only eat 2 meals a day. Chapter 35. What's up with this peeping Tom? This was the last door. Yunyu took a deep breath. Just as she was about to push it open, she found it locked. Her expression froze as realization dawned upon her. Bo-Siu was most likely inside, otherwise why would he lock it? However, this door had no password and no key. The others soon arrived, looking somewhat at a loss. Luofan volunteered. Let me try. Yunyu thought he had some special skill, so she quickly stepped aside. Luofan's eyes deepened, his energy coiling as he prepared to kick the door. 2 seconds later, the door did not budge. In the corridor, a figure hopped around, clutching his foot and screaming. Yunyu fell silent for a moment. Let me handle this. Zhongli looked surprised, her tone strange. You can pick locks? Why would I know such a bizarre skill? Yunyu frowned. Addressing the air, she said. Just borrowing your thing for a moment. The others thought she had lost her mind until the bruised artist appeared, holding a chainsaw with a dazed expression. Chu Yuanyuan gasped in terror. Why is he chasing us again? Su Mingyue lamented. Is this ever going to end? Luofan and the artist locked eyes unexpectedly. Luofan, flustered, turned and accidentally bumped into the wall, knocking himself out cold. Chi furrowed his brow. Has he also turned into a ghost? Witnessing someone die could not possibly mean they came back to life. He flexed his wrists, ready for a fierce battle. But the next moment, the artist timidly presented the chainsaw to Yunyu, who graciously thanked him. Thank you. The artist, looking awkward, replied, You're welcome, and promptly vanished, escaping faster than a rabbit. The group stared blankly at the scene. Zhang Li's lips twitched. Was it not strange to command a ghost? Chi raised his hand to his forehead, muttering, Is my brain frozen in the freezer? Su Mingyue, shocked, approached Yunyu. How did you do that? Yunyu casually brushed it off. Just made a friend. Isn't it normal for friends to help each other? As Yunyu revved the chainsaw against the door, the sparks illuminated her features, making her appear more fearsome than the ghost. Yikes, don't provoke a ghost. Just don't provoke Yunyu. In that moment, they all inexplicably reached a consensus. Finally, the door swung open, and upon seeing the room's condition, Yunyu's expression shifted. Inside were several sealed glass tanks, and Bo-Siu lay unconscious in one, his eyes tightly shut, utterly silent. His handsome features were pale, black hair floating in the water, resembling a mesmerizing mermaid. Without hesitation, Yunyu searched for a suitable object and decisively smashed a small opening in the glass tank. Water gushed from the crack, flooding the floor as Yunyu enlisted the others to help lift Bo Siyu out. He was icy to the touch, his complexion a sickly hue, and his lips devoid of color, his heartbeat nearly imperceptible. The others turned away in distress, uncertain of how long Bo Siyu had been submerged, but in such a state, it was likely he was beyond saving. Yunyu laid his body flat, kneeling on the ground to administer artificial respiration. His lips were undeniably cold, devoid of warmth. In that moment, all thoughts were banished from her mind, save for the slight tremor of her fingertips as she held his chin, betraying a hint of anxiety. Chi-Yi observed this scene, a peculiar thought crossing his mind. He had initially thought Yunyu's earlier gesture of warming his hands was considerate, but now it seemed she was a true heartbreaker. After several attempts, Bo Siyu finally stirred, coughing out water, his dark lashes fluttering as he slowly opened his eyes. Yunyu released her grip on his nose, gazing into his eyes, her heart unexpectedly relieved. He frowned slightly, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. True to her intuition, Bo Siyu scrutinized her with a critical gaze, his tone as acerbic as ever. Are you getting too close to me with ulterior motives? Yunyu fell silent for 2 seconds before revealing a teasing smile. You figured it out. She promptly stood up, relieved that Bo Siyu seemed unaware of what had transpired. If he found out she had kissed him, he would surely berate her from head to toe. Bo Siyu stood up, looking thoroughly disgusted as Chi-Yi pulled him up. Chi-Yi suddenly noticed the slight flush on the back of his ears. Narrowing his eyes suspiciously, he glanced at Yunyu, who had turned her back to talk to the others, instantly piecing together the situation, a cold smirk forming in his heart, but he refrained from calling him out. Finally, they had gathered everyone, though all seemed somewhat exhausted. What do you think was her intention in orchestrating all this? Su Mingyue slumped on the ground like a fish out of water. Luo Fan rubbed his head, chuckling coldly. What else could it be? She just wanted to torment us. Zhang Li leaned against the wall, arms crossed. I don't think so. This ghost gives off a clear sense of grudges. She only frightened Yunyu and never us. Yunyu interjected, I feel a bit offended. After pondering, Yunyu raised her head. While searching for people, did you notice anything peculiar about these rooms? Chu Yuanyuan's eyes widened as she quickly replied, I entered a room earlier, and it was covered in various obscene photographs. Frowning, she added in a low voice, all of them were nude photos of girls. Zhang Li's expression darkened, a look of disgust crossing her features. I entered a torture chamber. It had handcuffs and some adult toys. Su Mingyue clenched her fists, her tone indignant. The owner of this villa can't possibly be involved in illegal activities. It's a possibility. Yunyu rested her chin on her hand, contemplating. The artist was responsible for luring unsuspecting girls, who were then auctioned off. The chosen girls were brought here, subjected to humiliation, photographed, coerced into donating eggs or even surrogacy, or made to satisfy certain individuals' desires. Behold, a complete gray industrial chain. The group was taken aback by Yunyu's words, and several female guests turned pale. If they were ordinary individuals, they would likely find it difficult to believe that such gray areas exist under the stringent constraints of the nation. However, the entertainment industry is inherently rife with transactions of power and desire, presenting a facade of glamour while concealing a chaotic underbelly. Thus, Yunyu's conjecture is not without merit. Chu Yuanyuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. If that is the case, the campus beauty is truly unfortunate, deceived by a scoundrel in both body and heart, reduced to such a plight. A profound silence enveloped the group. Bo Siyu lifted his gaze, noticing Zhou Liangxing's unsettling habit of furtively watching Yunyu with an eerie, sinister expression. 666. The aura is too weak. It seems to be influenced by malevolent energy, which could be interpreted as possession. Bo Siyu. It must be said, why does misfortune always befall Yunyu? Chapter 36. No sleeping allowed. Yunyu rose from her seat. Let us step outside first. She felt an unsettling sensation, as if a lewd gaze were fixated upon her. The others too were eager to vacate the basement, and the group hurriedly made their exit. Zhou Liangxing intentionally lagged half a step behind Yunyu, clearly harboring some nefarious intent. Observing this, Bo Siyu also slowed his pace, vigilantly watching the man, ready to intervene at the slightest sign of trouble. He could not warn Yunyu, as he himself could not articulate how he knew something was amiss with Zhou Liangxing, who appeared perfectly normal in front of others. As the group approached the iron door leading out of the basement, Bo Siyu noted Zhou Liangxing's breathing grow heavy with excitement, his gaze fixated obsessively on Yunyu's back as he slowly leaned in, mouth agape, toward her neck. The chainsaw, confiscated by Yunyu, hung nonchalantly behind her like a rebellious heroine from a period drama. As she turned, the handle of the chainsaw struck Zhou Liangsheng squarely in the face with a resounding slap. It was unclear what material the chainsaw was made of, but its weight was substantial. Bo Siyu watched as Zhou Liangsheng was knocked down, his expression contorted in pain, yet lying on the ground in a serene pose, feigning death. Bo Siyu. A flicker of confusion crossed his typically aloof countenance as he looked at Yunyu. Yunyu appeared utterly shocked, pointing at the prone figure. What happened to him? She seemed to harbor doubts about whether he had acted at all. Bo Siyu scrutinized the scene closely. It did not appear to be an act, and he fell into a contemplative silence. Su Mingyue trembled. What transpired? Is it possible that the female ghost has caught up with us? Bo Siyu inhaled deeply, his expression impassive as he glanced at the fallen man. He is likely just tired. Yunyu's furrowed brow relaxed as realization dawned upon her. Youth is indeed a blessing. One can simply fall asleep. She approached Zhou Liangsheng, giving him a gentle kick, kindly advising, Hey buddy, wake up. This is not a place for sleeping. Bo Siyu. He lowered his gaze to Zhou Liangsheng's pale face, feeling a moment of sympathy. Why did he have to fixate on Yunyu? What happened to Zhou Liangsheng? His expression earlier suggested he wanted to devour Yunyu? This world is truly mad. I thought I was watching a dating show, not a horror film. This is hilarious. Bo Siyu is the one silently bearing everything. He is absolutely enamored. Everyone. There's clearly something wrong. Just now, someone in the comments said the police have already been called, so they should have arrived by now. The discussions among the guests in the comments were oblivious to the unfolding events. They were unaware that 20 minutes prior, several helicopters had landed on the island. Two of these helicopters bore the inscription Special Incident Investigation Bureau. Fong Min, with a furrowed brow and parched throat, argued with a man. What do you mean you cannot locate the ancient castle? The coordinates of the castle are clearly on this island. Could it have vanished? Those despicable kidnappers must be hiding somewhere on this island. If anything were to happen to Bo Siyu, could you bear the responsibility? Since arriving on the island, Bo Siyu had been uncontactable. Fong Min, sensing something was amiss, reported it immediately, only to find that it was not just the police who arrived but also a group of strangely uniformed individuals. A young man pressed his fingers to his temple, wearing a uniquely crafted black wristwatch, and spoke in a soothing tone. Sir, I understand your urgency, but we are currently facing an unforeseen supernatural event that cannot be resolved with mere human effort. We must first comprehend. Fong Min interrupted him bluntly. Spare me your platitudes. I am a staunch materialist. Shang Shuzhou regarded the bewildered Fong Min, calmly countering. Do you believe that ordinary individuals possess the ability to appear and vanish at will? Exhausted by the futile argument, he patted Fong Min's shoulder, maintaining a smile. Perhaps you should observe more closely. Shang Shuzhou squinted. Team leader Han, who are they? The assistant director swallowed nervously. On the first night, to create a terrifying atmosphere for the guests, the rest of the staff were resting in RVs outside the castle. Everything was normal during the day, but at night suddenly we lost contact with those inside. Even more bizarrely, when we awoke the next day, the castle had vanished. The assistant director appeared terrified, swallowing hard. We wanted to call for help, but there was no signal on our phones. We attempted to leave the island by boat, but we found ourselves trapped and unable to escape. Having navigated the entertainment industry for years, he had heard many tales of the supernatural, never expecting to find himself in such a predicament. After hearing the assistant director's account in broad daylight, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Finally escaping the basement, darkness once again enveloped them, and the group, utterly exhausted, lacked the energy to prepare dinner, opting instead for a hasty snack. Chu Yuanyuan sat on the living room sofa, arms crossed, her expression tense. Night has fallen again. Will someone die tonight? As soon as this question was posed, the living room fell silent. Bo Siyu and Chi Yi exchanged glances, their expression stiff. Should we sleep together tonight? Or perhaps make do with something? The others observed the two with peculiar gazes, clearly intrigued. Su Mingyue's eyes lit up, excitedly tugging at the arm of the person beside her, her hushed voice unable to conceal her enthusiasm. So much passion. Zhongli looked puzzled, glancing at the two. What is so passionate about that? Though she said this, the reluctance evident on their faces spoke volumes. Chapter 37. I always feel she's imitating me. As night descended, before the clock struck midnight, everyone instinctively retreated to their rooms, closing the doors behind them. Bo Siyu and Chi Yi exchanged glances, quickly disagreeing over the issue of who would sleep in the bed and who on the sofa, their thoughts bizarrely aligned. It felt too strange for two grown men to share a bed. Bo Siyu maintained an air of propriety. I have poor sleep quality. I will take the bed. Chi Yi crossed his arms, scoffing. On what grounds? Bo Siyu furrowed his brow, lips pressed tightly together. I can offer you money, Chi chuckled in anger, narrowing his eyes dangerously. Who do you think I am? Do I need your money? He finally understood the feeling of being belittled with wealth, reminiscent of the innocent heroines in domineering CO novels. Ha! As if he were not also a wealthy heir. Bo Siyu sensed a troublesome situation. Chi was the first person he had encountered in many years who was impervious to both threats and bribes. After weighing the options, unwilling to waste more time, he proposed. We can take turns sleeping in the bed. Chi reluctantly agreed. After a long, exhausting day, Yunyu emerged from the bathroom yawning. Even wage slaves deserve some rest. Hopefully, the female ghost will behave tonight and let me sleep peacefully. Zhang Li's lips twitched slightly. Do you hear how absurd that sounds? She's become a ghost. What humanity can be expected? Once the lights were extinguished, Yunyu fell into a deep slumber almost instantly. Zhang Li, hearing the rhythmic sound of Yunyu's breathing, felt a mix of exasperation and unease. She envied Yunyu's ability to sleep soundly, as if the sky might fall without disturbing her slumber. If Yunyu could sleep, why couldn't she? If they were to die, they could at least die together. With this mindset, she drifted off to sleep, albeit with a sense of trepidation. 2 in the morning, Zhou Liangsheng awoke, sitting up with a peculiar smile playing on his lips. He glanced at Luo Fan, who lay sprawled in a pair of shorts, exposing his pale belly, sound asleep. Zhou Liangsheng's eyes glinted with a predatory gleam, but it was evident that Luo Fan's allure paled in comparison to the tempting presence emanating from the adjacent room. He licked his lips, swung his legs over the side of the bed, moving stealthily as if his heels barely touched the ground. The door creaked open and shut without a sound, revealing a silhouette in the corridor. Zhou Liangsheng had a clear target in mind as he stopped outside Yunyu's room. He produced a key from somewhere, leaning down to fiddle with the lock, humming a cheerful yet eerie tune. Little bunny, be good, open the door. The door was locked from the inside, but that posed no challenge for him. Just a matter of time. After a few moments of tinkering, there was a click, and an exaggerated smile spread across his face as he gently pushed the door open, intending to surprise the occupant inside. As the door swung wide, a vase suspended by a string crashed down, striking him squarely on the nose. Zhou Liangsheng staggered back, stars dancing before his eyes, letting out a pained cry. Zhang Li, who had not been in a deep sleep, jolted awake at the sound and seeing the door ajar, quickly shook Yunyu awake. Yunyu, wake up! There's something unclean at the door. She was unaware whether the intruder was human or ghost, but it was evident that whoever was sneaking into their room at this hour had ill intentions. Awoken from her sweet dreams, Yunyu's irritation was palpable, her expression fierce as she sat up, grinding her teeth. Disturbing my peaceful slumber at such an ungodly hour. Where is your sense of public decency? At such a moment, was it wise to discuss public decency with a ghost? Zhang Li was near tears. Ada is coming in. Yunyu languidly stifled a yawn, clutching the chainsaw at her bedside. No rush. Zhou Liangsheng scrambled to his feet, wiping the blood from his nose, his expression a mask of fury as he stormed through the door. The moment his foot hit the ground, he let out a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Ah! He hopped outside, clutching his foot. Zhang Li, unable to conceal her shock, turned to Yunyu. What have you done? The way she looked at Yunyu was akin to how one might regard a witch. After a moment of contemplation, Yunyu replied, I accidentally shattered a glass while washing up, thinking to make use of the remnants, and casually left the shards at the entrance. She spoke lightly. Perhaps he stepped on them by mistake. Tsk. That was indeed quite careless. Zhang Li's expression was one of incredulity. How casually did you do that? Under normal circumstances, she would have uttered a curse about madness. At this moment, all she could think was, well done. That sounded like Zhou Liangsheng's voice. What was this perverse lunatic doing sneaking into our room in the dead of night? Yunyu flicked on the light. Her eyes filled with confusion. Zhang Li paused, a glimmer of surprise crossing her face. It's him? As the room was illuminated, Zhou Liangsheng noticed the glass shards at the entrance, his gaze instantly turning murderous. His intent to kill overwhelming as he disregarded the pain in his foot and stormed inside with a dark expression. Zhang Li was taken aback that Zhou Liangsheng dared to come in further. Her face paled slightly. What madness drives you to be awake at this hour? Zhou Liangsheng's sinister glare fell upon her, silencing her, her voice trembling. Why do I feel like his mental state is on the brink? Yunyu descended from the bed, chuckling enigmatically. Be confident, it's not just his mental state. Look at his foot. Zhang Li instinctively glanced over, her face paling. Why is he tiptoeing? Yunyu narrowed her eyes. In some folklore, only those possessed by spirits walk on tiptoe. Zhang Li's heart sank as she watched Zhou Liangsheng approach menacingly, Clutching a lamp, she swallowed hard. I apologize for my earlier indiscretion. Could you find it in your heart to spare me? Zhou Liangsheng's target was not her. He cast her a fleeting glance before heading straight for Yunyu Zhongli. Huh? Yunyu brandished the chainsaw, appraising the person before her. Though he may be possessed, he is still in a human body. I can't unleash my full strength, which complicates matters. Zhongli, outwardly calm but internally panicked. What on earth are you bragging about at a time like this? Think of something. She attempted to hurl the lamp at him to divert his attention, but her aim faltered. Leaving her disheartened, Zhou Liangsheng lunged at her, and Yunyu raised the unstarted chainsaw to jab at his lower regions, causing his face to turn pale with pain as he doubled over. Zhang Li's face flushed white then red in a daze. Is that even allowed? Seizing the moment while he bent over, Yunyu swung the handle down upon his head, leaving him dazed. Just because you're possessed doesn't grant you the right to invade a girl's room at night. Didn't your mother teach you the boundaries between genders? Her expression fierce, she pinned him onto the bed, covering his head with a quilt and giving him a thorough beating, glancing at the stunned Zhongli. Why are you just standing there? Find something to tie him up. After all, he is still a man. If he struggles, he'll surely overpower me. Zhongli snapped back to reality. Oh. Once Zhou Liangsheng was bound to a chair. She remained bewildered. Is this really over? She had expected a fierce battle tonight. She glanced at Yunyu, who was breathlessly leaning against the wall, appearing delicate. It feels as if she is performing me. Chapter 38. A tiger does not eat its young. Others had long heard the commotion outside, but due to the nighttime rules, none dared to investigate. It was Thin Siyu and Qi Yi who first broke the silence. Approaching the door together, contemplating the scene within, Zhou Liangsheng was tightly bound to a chair, appearing as though he had endured a severe beating, his mouth gagged with what seemed to be a sock. Yunyu lay on the sofa, her fatigue evident in every strand of hair. Zhongli, arms crossed and leaning warily against the wall, turned to them. Why are you here? She sounded somewhat disdainful of their late arrival. Qi Yi raised an eyebrow. What's going on here? Yunyu remained silent, prompting Zhongli to explain. This pervert was sneaking around our door in the dead of night. Yunyu claims he is possessed. Thin Siyu's expression shifted subtly as he glanced at Yunyu. Could she really deduce that? Qi Yi expressed his confusion, turning to Yunyu. How did you know? The latter mustered her energy to lift her eyelids. Do normal people walk on tiptoe? So that was it. Both men stood at the door, wisely refraining from entering. Yunyu, still drowsy, suddenly brightened. Why don't you two take him away? It's rather inappropriate for a grown man to linger in our room. Qi Yi clearly was not one for patience. Why not just leave him in the living room? Thin Siyu was about to nod in agreement when a thought struck him. And he frowned. No, what if something happens to him? Wouldn't that responsibility fall upon us? Both men belatedly realized the predicament Yunyu had inadvertently thrust upon them. They proceeded to Luo Fan's room. And Thin Siyu opened the door. Meeting Luo Fan's bewildered gaze, he instinctively pulled the quilt over his shorts, offering an awkward yet polite smile. Is there something you need? Thin Siyu pushed Zhou Liangsheng inside. Keep an eye on him. Luo Fan, taken aback at the sight of the bound Zhou Liangsheng, asked in shock. Why bind him? You could just untie him. Qi leaned against the doorframe, a knowing smile playing on his lips, but warm-heartedly cautioned him. He possessed. Luo Fan's pupils dilated. He looked to the two for help. Brothers, isn't it inappropriate to place me in the same room as him? Thin Siyu's gaze was reassuring. Fear not, you are roommates. A tiger does not eat its young, Luo Fan. Is that how one uses a tiger does not eat its young? However, no matter how earnestly he pleaded, the two remained unyielding as they departed. Luo Fan stared at Zhou Liangsheng, swallowing hard, choosing the farthest spot from him to sit. Zhou Liangsheng's eyes followed him, leaving Luo Fan too terrified to close his eyes all night. The chef's eyes widened as he suddenly recalled certain memories. His real name was Li Yong, not a mere extra but a ride-hailing driver on a certain platform. The reason he ended up here was that a month ago, he began experiencing relentless nightmares, haunted by the woman who had ensnared him. 2 years prior, on a fateful night, he had accepted a fare from a university to a villa on the outskirts of the city. A journey of over an hour, a lucrative deal that could earn him as much as 2 or 3 regular fares. At the entrance of a university, he picked up a young woman in her early 20s, strikingly beautiful, with a face that was hard to forget. She had dressed meticulously, wearing a lovely long dress, and had spritzed herself with a delicate perfume. Li Yong caught a glimpse of her in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but indulge in malicious speculation. Why would a girl dress up so extravagantly in the dead of night, heading to a notoriously affluent area? Surely, she must be the kept woman of some wealthy patron. Such female university students are often materialistic. They would do anything for money, as he simmered with indignation. He stole furtive glances at the girl, momentarily captivated sensing his gaze. She frowned in distaste, lowering her head to fiddle with her phone. Li Yong restrained himself. The hour-long drive felt excessively long as they ventured further from the city center, the roads growing increasingly desolate. The villa area prohibited outside vehicles, forcing Li Yong to park halfway up the hill. The girl disembarked gracefully and ascended the mountain. Li Yong, not in a hurry to accept another fare, was suddenly overwhelmed by desire, breathing in the lingering scent of her perfume in the car. He removed his pants and indulged himself afterward. He rolled down the window for fresh air, only to hear a faint cry for help. Help! Li Yong was startled, leaping from the car and running a few steps. He turned to see the girl from earlier stumbling down the hill, her shoes gone, her hair disheveled, appearing panicked and disheveled behind her. Several men watched her plight with amused detachment, as if toying with a kitten. Ultimately, she was pinned to the ground, receiving several slaps across her face. One of the men yanked her hair and demanded, "Are you still running?" The girl, tears streaming down her face, locked eyes with Li Yong in a desperate plea for rescue. "Save me." The men turned their attention toward him, and Li Yong, terror-stricken, fled, jumping into his car and flooring the gas pedal as he made a hasty retreat. As the car descended the mountain, cold sweat drenched his back. Should he call the police? That girl didn't seem to be there voluntarily. No, he couldn't call the police. He was just a driver. Those men appeared to be wealthy and powerful. If he reported it, how could he expect to come out unscathed? The image of the girl's pleading eyes haunted him, and he steeled himself, resolving to pretend he hadn't witnessed anything that night. How could a girl dare to venture here alone without considering the potential dangers? Indeed, he merely made the same choice any rational person would make later. He heard about a female student from a university who had gone missing, but he didn't dare dwell on it or care to. In his dreams, the disheveled girl clutched his neck fiercely, her expression tormented. "Why didn't you call the police? Why didn't you save me?" Awakening from that nightmare, it felt as though he had been cursed, compelling him to sign up for the extra recruitment of heartfelt moments, miraculously getting selected and thus arriving here. Suddenly everything came rushing back. No, he had to leave this place immediately. Otherwise he would die. He burst through the door and ran frantically. Yet the corridor seemed to stretch on infinitely. He finally came to a chilling realization, raising his head in terror as the disheveled female specter loomed closely beside him, her eyes brimming with malice, and her red lips curling into a sinister smile. With a voice laced with amusement, she declared, "Now it is your turn." Chapter 39. Finding a way to steal. In the following day, the group was roused from slumber by a piercing scream. Yunyu sat bolt upright, her wild hair framing a face that bore a numb expression. Such a familiar opening. Who has met their demise this time? Zhongli speculated, her gaze shifting as a thought crossed her mind. It wouldn't be Zhou Liangsheng, would it? Upon hearing this, Yunyu's demeanor shifted with newfound energy. "Let's go check." Zhongli regarded her with a strange look, sensing an unexpected anticipation in her tone. By the time they arrived, others had also gathered. The chef lay sprawled on the corridor floor, the crimson carpet beneath him marred by a dark stain. His face contorted in fear as if he had been scared to death. The group reacted with discomfort, averting their eyes, yet Yunyu's expression was one of disappointment. "So it was him that Su Mingyue instinctively queried. Who else would you think it is?" Yunyu merely smiled in silence, leaving Su Mingyue with a chill running down her spine, opting not to press further as she turned her attention to the already stationed photographer. "Isn't this dedication remarkable? Why are they still taking pictures at a time like this?" The photographer forced a smile. "The director said that since everyone is going to die anyway, we might as well gain some publicity before it happens." The group was left speechless, truly a capitalist at heart. Another death. Help, who has perished now? I initially thought it was special effects, but now I realize, how could it be so realistic? I'm terrified, yet I want to see more. The ghost won't come through the screen to haunt me. Right? PQ 10086. The identity of the chef's murderer was no longer a mystery, yet the question remained. With this method of killing, could it be our turn soon? Chu Yuanyuan turned pale with fright. Having gone 2 meals without eating, feeling nauseous but unable to purge, Yunyu sighed. On the bright side, at least we have eliminated one suspect. Now only the lawyer and the journalist remained. The journalist who discovered the chef's corpse sat on the ground, her expression dazed. Another one has died. Noticing the camera still hanging from her neck, Yunyu felt a flicker of curiosity, how dedicated she was to carry it everywhere. Luo Fan emerged with dark circles under his eyes. Immediately bemoaning, "I refuse to share a room with Zhou Liangsheng. I didn't dare to close my eyes all night. Yunyu understood instantly, glancing at both Siyu and Chiyi, both of whom appeared unfazed. Where is he? Luo Fan pointed towards a room, exasperated. He's still tied up. Entering the room, the group beheld Zhou Liangsheng, bound like a zongzi, and witnessed Yunyu approach to remove a sock from his mouth, their expressions turning incredulous. Freed, Zhou Liangsheng erupted in anger. Yunyu, are you out of your mind? You not only tied me up but shoved a sock in my mouth? Yunyu replied earnestly. It was a clean sock, I didn't wear it. Zhou Liangsheng's face turned green. What difference does that make? It's still a sock. After a moment's thought, she replied with utmost seriousness. Hygiene with no live stream that night. The uninformed fans began to speculate. Is she insane? Why did she tie up Zhou and stuff a sock in his mouth? Indeed, this is too much. I recall Zhou Liangsheng acting strangely yesterday. He even wanted to bite Yunyu. Could it be that he went to her room in the middle of the night? If so, that would be somewhat understandable. Soon, Su Mingyue posed the question on everyone's mind. What transpired last night? She smiled sheepishly. Yuan and I heard some commotion but didn't dare to venture out. These two timid souls had adhered closely to the housekeeper's warning about not leaving their rooms after dark. Their curiosity gnawing at them like a cat's claw, yet they remained firmly within the person involved. Yunyu feigned vulnerability, wiping away non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes. Nothing much. Just that he went mad in the middle of the night, attempting to force his way into my room with ulterior motives, which I discovered and thwarted in time. Su Mingyue and Chu Yuanyuan's eyes widened in astonishment, their expressions filled with anticipation. Is this what they mean by ulterior motives? Yunyu incredulously questioned, are you afraid to own up to your actions? Zhongli nodded, I can attest. He was possessed by a vengeful spirit. And it was quite ferocious. Yet, no one anticipated that Yunyu could be even more ruthless. Zhou Liangsheng found himself at a loss for words. He truly could not recall, yet his body ached as if he had been thoroughly beaten. And without an explanation, he could only silently endure. Upon learning the truth, the fans were momentarily left speechless, unable to retort against the ridicule, instead diverting their attention to Yunyu's scandalous past, with the painter now a ghost. It was highly probable that the chef had met the same fate, thus presenting them with yet another adversary. Yunyu marveled at the thought. Should all 4 of them perish, the remaining 8 would be pursued by 5 ghosts. A scenario she could hardly bear to envision. Chu Yuanyuan cautiously remarked, did you not say the painter was your friend? The painter had only succumbed to her coercion. If the ghostly faction grew stronger, wouldn't this specter pursue her relentlessly? Luo Fan's expression turned grave. So after all this, we must hasten to find the killer. Yunyu discreetly lagged behind, aligning herself with Bo Siyu, lowering her voice. Later. Devise a way to steal the journalist's camera. Bo Siyu slowly turned his head, a look of confusion on his face. Am I a thief? Why could she assert such a thing with such confidence? Yunyu cautiously rephrased, then could you retrieve it? Bo Siyu's eyes narrowed in suspicion, his tone doubtful. Why must I do it? Why not you? Aren't you quite adept at intimidation? Yunyu replied with utmost sincerity, because I have already made enough enemies among the spirits. Should she perish as well, I fear she might become a ghost that haunts me. It was best to let someone else bear the brunt of their ire. After all, it would be unwise to single her out. Bo Siyu. That's so, he was not afraid? His expression darkened as he changed the subject. Do you suspect something is amiss with her camera? Yunyu pondered thoughtfully. Don't you find her dedication rather unnerving? I rarely encounter an employee willing to work after hours. That if I were in her position, I would throw that wretched camera far away. Out of sight, out of mind. Bo Siyu scoffed. That's merely a lack of ambition. My staff is exceptionally dedicated, always on call 24 hours a day. Yunyu scrutinized him and he frowned. What is that expression? Bo Siyu continued, impossible. If there were such a group, Fong Min would have informed me. Later, upon discovering that Fong Min was the administrator, Bo Siyu's expression was nothing short of captivating. Chapter 40. He is fishing for trouble. Bo Siyu found himself with a headache, for upon waking that morning, the system began its antics once more. Dear host, a new day has dawned, and your task has been refreshed. Please check it. A vein throbbed at his temple. Was this insufferable task never ending? 666 responded with a coy tone. It likely will not end until you complete it. Bo Siyu. This rascal has taken to being sarcastic. He glanced at the task details. Within 24 hours, each time you touch any part of Yunyu's body, you will gain the ability to hear her thoughts. 010. He found himself genuinely puzzled. What does it mean to hear thoughts? Does that imply I can eavesdrop on her inner musings? 666 chirped excitedly. Precisely, dear host. This is an additional perk and you may choose how to accomplish it. Bo Siu raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, your system possesses such a feature. Rather than being forced to utter humiliating lines, he was, to a certain extent, acquiring superpowers. He exhaled in relief. If all tasks were of this nature, he would not be so averse to them. The system beamed with pride. Of course. We conduct regular surveys and assessments. As he regained his composure, Bo Siu regarded Yunyu with an inscrutable expression, a little voice in his head gleefully laughing. This woman surely has no idea that I can hear her thoughts. As for whether this ability was genuinely as effective as it seemed, with a spirit of experimentation, Bo Siu swiftly reached out to touch Yunyu's hair. She instantly turned to him with a wary look, instinctively touching the spot he had just brushed. What's wrong? Maintaining his composure, he feigned innocence. Nothing, just a little bug. Yunyu exhaled in relief, brushing it off. Thank you, remember to complete the task I've entrusted you with. When did I ever agree to that? Bo Siu replied nonchalantly, his fingers absent-mindedly rubbing, and after a prolonged silence, he began to doubt whether the system's ability was genuinely stable or if hair did not constitute a body part. Just then a voice echoed in his mind, tinged with skepticism. Let that dog of a man Bo Siu steal it. I wonder if his brain can handle this task? However, the journalist seems quite taken with him. So enticing him with a bit of charm should suffice. But stating it so plainly, he surely wouldn't agree. Bo Siu's expression gradually froze, his gaze fixed on Yunyu's unmoving lips, his mind already arriving at the answer. After a moment of silence he smiled. You have such faith in me? But the journalist appears rather formidable. I'm worried I might botch it. Upon hearing him express reluctance, Yunyu could not acquiesce. She immediately displayed unwavering trust. You are so intelligent. If you don't go, who will? Indeed, I sensed at first glance that you would undoubtedly excel. This woman has truly mastered the art of duplicity. Bo Siu gazed at her for a considerable time, letting out a cold, ambiguous snort. Fine, just wait. Yunyu felt utterly perplexed. Why did that statement seem laced with sarcasm? It must be her misperception. After a moment's contemplation, Bo Siu descended to the kitchen to brew a cup of coffee, leisurely carrying it in hand. A cold smirk curled at the corners of his lips as he resolved to teach Yunyu. This woman who looked down on others, a lesson in strategy. Having gathered intelligence on the reporter's whereabouts, Bo Siu decided to orchestrate a seemingly chance encounter. Yunyu stealthily followed him with a few companions, while the others looked on in confusion. What on earth was he up to? Yunyu, equally baffled, wondered if he intended to invite someone for coffee to cultivate a rapport. Surely, there must be a rationale behind his actions. She resolved to follow and observed at in the corridor. The reporter was distracted, her head bowed. Bo Siu approached her with an impassive demeanor, and in the fleeting moment they brushed past each other, coffee spilled onto both of them. She initially thought she had collided with him. The audience in the live streaming room reacted. I can handle this. The romantic encounter between a domineering CEO and a workplace novice. But wait, is Bo Siu trying to seduce her? Oh dear reporter, step aside and let me take the stage. It seems like Bo Siu intentionally bumped into her, right? Yunyu felt a surge of satisfaction. She had not anticipated that Bo Siu would grasp her underlying intentions and choose to engage in seduction. Their gazes met, and Bo Siu's eyes were profound, seemingly laden with meaning. The reporter's face flushed deeper. After all, standing before her was a genuine diamond bachelor, a man who elevated the aesthetic standards of the wealthy elite. She was not yet 30, and it was entirely natural for her to become infatuated. The atmosphere grew increasingly suggestive, and Bo Siu gestured toward his tailored suit jacket. Handcrafted, the reporter shyly responded, shall I help you clean it? She had also gotten dirty and had no time to attend to herself. Bo Siu shook his head. No need. The reporter hesitated, but that seems rather inappropriate. Bo Siu's expression remained icy. If you're truly uncomfortable, simply compensate me. The reporter was taken aback, questioning her own hearing. Transfer or cash? Bo Siu stated a figure that matched half a year's salary for the reporter, causing her face to shift from crimson to ashen. Leaving her momentarily speechless, he regarded her with skepticism. You wouldn't be considering defaulting, would you? The onlookers were taken aback. This was a miscalculation. It was not a romantic encounter but a premeditated scheme. As the situation escalated, Yunyu felt a sudden jolt and rushed forward. Bo Siu, why are you, a grown man, being so petty with a young girl? She shot him a meaningful glance. It was clear that her hope for him to seduce had dissipated, but his actions inadvertently provided her with a fresh perspective. Upon seeing her, Bo Siu frowned at Su Mingyue, also hurried over, having discerned the situation, and with a concerned expression she supported the reporter. Oh dear, your clothes are all dirty. You should go change. Chu Yuanyuan blinked and chimed in, albeit a beat late. Yes, yes. The reporter, needing an escape, glared at Bo Siu in indignation, then was coaxed away by the women. Chi propped her chin and stepped forward slowly. What exactly are you up to? Bo Siu, with a calm demeanor, replied, Yunyu suspects that the reporter's camera may hold some clues. Chi Ye's expression shifted to one of realization, her eyes conveying a myriad of unspoken thoughts. So, you orchestrated all this to obtain the other's camera? Bo Siu looked perplexed. Is there a problem? My jacket is worth far more than her camera. Chi Yi gave him a thumbs up. This was nothing short of genius. Chapter 41. I am a professional. This is utterly outrageous. He may appear handsome, but who knew he was so lowly indeed? I have never encountered such an unromantic man. In the room, Yunyu was the most vocal in her condemnation of Bo Siu. Her reasonable suspicions were undoubtedly tinged with personal grievances. Surrounded by the women, the reporter gradually lowered her guard and joined in the scathing remarks. Look at you, your clothes are filthy. You should change into something else. Su Mingyue urged the reporter, her expression one of pity. It was a shame for such a beautiful girl to dress so plainly. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. I brought quite a few dresses with me. Would you like to try one? The reporter's eyes flickered with hesitation. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Being women, it was natural for them to take an interest in such matters. Chu Yuanyuan beamed. What's inappropriate about it? We can help you with your makeup and transform you. Wouldn't that dazzle that despicable man? Zhongli, under Yunyu's urging gaze, also chimed in. I have decent makeup skills, and you already have a good foundation. The reporter was intrigued, and the conversation shifted to clothing and cosmetics, with endless topics to discuss. She stealthily cradled the camera and slipped out the door. Bo Siu leaned against the wall, frowning. Did she really get it? Bo Siu's expression darkened. Without my creating the opportunity, would you have managed to obtain it so easily? She was disinclined to continue the argument, focusing instead on the camera in her hands. How does this thing work? Bo Siu, lacking interest in photography, found themselves struggling to figure it out. The nearby photographer, unable to bear it any longer, quietly raised his hand. Is there a possibility that I am the professional here? Bo Siu and Yunyu exchanged glances, both glaring at him. Why didn't you say so earlier? The photographer, feeling wronged, replied. That you never asked. Once the DSLR was in the photographer's hands, he fiddled with it for a while, teaching the two the basic operations. Yunyu took it and began to peruse the photos, which included various candid shots of the guests, some depicting her and Bo Siu in rather intimate interactions. She frowned. Is this person unwell? Just as Bo Siu thought she would vehemently condemn the invasion of privacy, she exclaimed indignantly, how could they make me look so unattractive? Bo Siu. Clearly, he had overestimated her. While examining several photos, Yunyu's gaze became fixed. Bo Siu noticed and inquired, what is it? She hesitated in her tone. This seems to be that female ghost. Bo Siu glanced over, recognizing the familiar face in the photo. Indeed, it was the female ghost they had encountered before. However, in this image, she appeared dazed, resembling a normal person more closely. The lens captured the female ghost, clad in long garments, her expression anxious yet tinged with a hint of pleading. Can you truly help me expose this matter? Many girls like me are still being deceived, yet they are all powerful and influential. The reporter's soft voice resonated. Of course, but you need to tell me everything as it happened. What transpired? The campus belle's body tensed, her shoulders quivering slightly. He deceived me. Who is he? My boyfriend. No, perhaps from the very beginning. He regarded me as a mere plaything, a resource for his ascent. Hatred flickered in her eyes. We attended the same school, and at that time he was already a somewhat renowned painter. She was the belle of the art department, having gained notoriety on campus due to a candid photo of her without makeup during military training. What she believed to be a romantic encounter was, in truth, a premeditated scheme on his part. Initially, he had requested her to be his nude model, citing a lack of inspiration. Though she had hesitated, the allure of romance ultimately prevailed, and she acquiesced, until one fateful day, when she discovered her portrait displayed at an art exhibition. The campus belle felt as if she had plunged into an ice chasm. Immediately confronting him in a fit of rage, he appeared deeply remorseful, even kneeling to plead for her forgiveness, claiming it was a momentary lapse in judgment, and the painting had been withdrawn at the organizer's request. Naive and inexperienced, she ultimately wavered and chose to forgive him. Thus began an unending descent into hell. On their first anniversary, he invited her out, claiming to have prepared a surprise. She dressed beautifully, excitedly anticipating the date, only to unwittingly step into the abyss. The reporter's tone grew aggressive, laced with a hint of excitement. Are you saying they forced you? How many were there? Do you remember what they looked like? They locked you in a basement, subjecting you to unspeakable torment. A long oocyte retrieval needle pierced through your body, so it even involves such a shady industry. This news will undoubtedly cause a sensation. Could you describe in detail how you felt at the time? The more detailed, the better. Readers easily empathize. The campus belle lifted her head, her face streaked with tears. Through the lens, Yunyu locked eyes with her. A momentary jolt piercing her soul, she summoned the courage to stand and expose the darkness, yet repeatedly found herself confronted with old wounds, forced to face her battered body. Why, after such events, is it always women who are subjected to scrutiny and judgment? Why did he violate you? Was it because of your revealing attire? Or perhaps because you smiled at him, giving the impression that you were not a proper woman, thus misleading him? As in certain films, where male directors obsessively capture the numbness and pain on the female protagonist's face post-assault, offering close-ups of these moments, it seems that the more they suffer, the more the audience can empathize. But should it not be those despicable men who are under scrutiny and judgment? It is their twisted minds, poor character, and lack of discipline that give rise to such crimes, regardless of how revealing her attire may be or how flamboyant her makeup. It should never serve as justification for their heinous acts. Yunyu took a deep breath and tossed the camera into Bo Siyu's embrace. He instinctively raised his eyes, their fingertips brushing against each other. When Bo Siyu heard an angry voice exclaim, "Why can't rapists be chemically castrated?" Bo Siyu's lips twitched slightly as he turned to Yunyu and cautiously inquired, "Are you all right?" Yunyu smiled. "Why do you ask? Do I not appear calm enough?" Bo Siyu fell into a tactical silence. Chapter 42. It must be a honey trap. Thus, this reporter is indeed quite suspicious. A group of individuals gathered, listening to Yunyu recount the contents of the camera, their already muddled minds becoming even more chaotic. Luofan scratched his head and remarked, "I think that lawyer doesn't seem like a good person either. So who among them is the real murderer?" Su Mingyue suddenly had a brilliant idea. "What if we tie them both up and let the female ghost decide?" Yunyu gazed at her pensively. "Do you think she would tie us up and randomly choose one to sacrifice?" Su Mingyue shrank her neck and fell silent. "I have always been perplexed by one thing." Jiang Li, who rarely spoke, finally voiced her thoughts, capturing everyone's attention. "Why does she insist on having us find the murderer when she clearly has the capability to kill everyone?" "I have pondered this question as well," Chi-Yi interjected suddenly, glancing at the camera. "Why is it that all communication devices are inoperable, yet the live broadcast continues uninterrupted?" After considering his words, Chu Yuanyuan weakly suggested, "Could it be that she intends to torment us in this manner?" They were fully aware that there were ghosts present and that death was a real possibility. It was utterly chilling to contemplate, instilling a sense of despair. They were all glamorous stars who would agonize for days over an unflattering photo, yet here they were, forced to fight for survival in such a disheveled state. Wasn't that a psychological torment in itself? Both Bo Siyu and Yunyu were not entirely in agreement with this viewpoint. Bo Siyu propped his chin thoughtfully, analyzing calmly. "If that were the case, some of us would have perished by now, as the death of those close at hand would evoke greater fear among us. If she truly finds joy in this, we would hardly be able to sit here and analyze the situation." Yunyu couldn't help but glance at him. Was this fellow truly so astute now? She nodded, her tone persuasive. "Haven't you all noticed that this female ghost seems to have a clear sense of grievances?" Upon hearing her words, the group's ghostly expression shifted towards her. Zhou Liangsheng mockingly retorted, "Not to mention, that's a ghost. Having a clear sense of grievances? Are you out of your mind?" He had not forgotten the feeling of being tormented by that female ghost. Teetering on the brink of death, the group exchanged glances, each one grimacing. "When it came to theatrics, shouldn't you be even more adept?" Bo Siyu's temples twitched, unable to resist casting a glance at Yunyu. With such a sharp tongue, it was no wonder she attracted criticism. Zhou Liangsheng's face turned pale from the retort. Just as he was about to continue arguing with her, Bo Siyu calmly redirected the conversation. "Given the urgency of our situation, there is no need to waste time on trivial matters." Zhou Liangsheng felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine at Bo Siyu's subtle warning gaze. Though he felt aggrieved, he dared not truly offend this formidable figure. Swallowing his indignation and turning away. "Is it just me, or does it seem like Bo is defending Yunyu? What time is it? Lives are at stake. This is infuriating. Didn't they say they would call the police? Why haven't the officers arrived yet?" Yunyu's words were too vicious. "I had a bit of a fondness for Bo Siyu, but that just ruined it." Laughing my head off, this big shot is worth billions. Does he need your little affection? I don't think Bosiu said anything inappropriate, did he? Tiske. The sycophants of the wealthy are always late but arrive nonetheless. Some women should not be overly materialistic. Bosiu had not anticipated that merely supporting Yunyu would lead to backlash, yet even if he were aware, he remained unconcerned, glancing at Yunyu. Please continue, the latter, somewhat surprised but not dwelling on it, remarked. Haven't you noticed that the people she has killed are all those few extras? Up till now none of us guests have perished. Yunyu spoke enigmatically. How can we ascertain that they truly have no connection to the female ghost? Su Mingyue's eyes widened. Are you implying that? When the director was summoned, he appeared bewildered, sporting two large dark circles under his eyes, and looked up in confusion. What happened, Xiaozhang? I need to ask you something. Yunyu patted the director's shoulder, causing him to startle and look up incredulously. Did you just call me what? Did she possess any semblance of a worker's awareness, knowing who pays her salary? Yunyu cleared her throat and stated plainly, Director Zhang, we have a few queries we would like to consult you about. Director Zhang tousled his disheveled hair, his expression one of distress. Go ahead. Ever since arriving in this ghostly place, he hadn't had a single good night's sleep, and every little sound sent him into a fright, nearing a nervous breakdown. Extras? Director Zhang's dazed gaze sharpened slightly as he swallowed hard, realizing two people had inexplicably died. The thought of how much he would have to compensate once they left sent a pang of pain through him. The selection of extras was not his responsibility. That was the assistant director's job. I had no part in it, but as luck would have it, I did overhear the assistant director mumble something. The group perked up their ears, and they heard the director muttering in confusion. The assistant director had mentioned that these extras had no previous acting experience and worked in completely unrelated fields, yet they all submitted their resumes at the same time inexplicably. This was not their profession. Most of them aligned perfectly with the theme we had designed for this event, so I just hired them on a whim. Listening to this, the group felt it was all rather eerie. Having no prior acting experience and holding legitimate jobs, why would they suddenly have the whim to become extras? This situation felt off. Director Zhang suddenly came to a realization, slapping his thigh. Goodness, this is too bizarre. It must be a honey trap. Undoubtedly a honey trap. These individuals aren't trying to pull a fast one on me, are they? That could cost a fortune. The crowd. Are they truly blinded by the prospect of money? Who would risk their life for a scam? Chapter 43. Who is the murderer? Zhang Li's expression turned cold. If that's the case, I think I understand why she insists on having us find the murderer. She wants to use our hands to expose the truth. While it would be easy for the female ghost to seek revenge by killing everyone, even then, everything that had happened to her would remain hidden from the light of day, and those who had wronged her would continue to thrive in various societal tiers. Chu Yuanyu and suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy. I think she is quite pitiable. If it weren't for their fortuitous arrival here, these truths would remain eternally buried in darkness, so what should we do now? Luo Fan, unable to empathize with the female ghost, just wanted to escape this terrifying place as quickly as possible. He would rather die than participate in this cursed variety show again. Yunyu and Bosiu exchanged a glance and rose to their feet. We can begin identifying the culprit now. Bring those two here. The group looked on in confusion. Wait, does she already know who the murderer is? Is this the difference between a top student and a slacker? However, when they all ascended to the second floor, intending to interrogate the lawyer and the reporter by binding them, they were met with a shocking sight. The lawyer was drenched in blood, his face pale with terror as he sat slumped in a pool of blood. Gripping a fruit knife before him, the reporter lay lifeless on the ground, his abdomen soaked with blood, no longer breathing. Shock registered on everyone's faces as Chu Yuanyuan stammered, Murder has happened? Zhang Li furrowed her brows. It doesn't seem like the female ghost did this. Did they have some sort of conflict? Yunyu surveyed the scene in the corridor, her expression inscrutable. This turn of events exceeded her expectations. Zhou Liangsheng rushed forward, gripping the lawyer's collar in a fit of rage. Why did you kill her? Is it because you felt guilty? I knew it. You look like a shady character. You are the real murderer, hiding it well. The lawyer, as if awakening from a dream, shook his head in panic. No, I didn't kill her, it was her. Luo Fan, furious, lunged at the lawyer, landing a solid punch that knocked the lawyer's glasses off his nose. What are you still trying to argue? If you didn't kill her, then who did? Or did she commit suicide? These two seemed intent on venting their frustrations from the past few days, unleashing blows on the lawyer, leaving him bruised and battered. Luo Fan straightened up, panting. No doubt about it, he is the murderer. At last we can escape this cursed place. Su Mingyue took a deep breath, her eyes wide with fear. Look over there. At the end of the corridor stood a figure. The female ghost in black hair and a white dress turned to face them, quietly observing. The group initially recoiled in fear, and Zhou Liangsheng, suppressing his dread, spoke up. We already know who the one who harmed you is. It is this scoundrel, right? He pointed at the lawyer, who was huddled on the ground. The female ghost followed his gaze, raising her head with a smile tugging at her lips. Are you certain? The group paused in confusion. What did this mean? The female ghost approached silently, causing them to huddle together and retreat in fright. They exchanged alarmed glances. What should they do? There was only one chance. Zhou Liangsheng gritted his teeth, glaring at the female ghost with caution. Ignore her. She is clearly trying to intimidate us with her words, which means our answer is correct. The female ghost remained non-committal, hauntingly reminding, you have 1 minute to contemplate, and after that I expect a definitive answer. What should we do? Chu Yuanyuan and Su Mingyue clung to each other, tears welling in their eyes. I am still young. My acting career has only just begun. I do not wish to die. Su Mingyue lamented, her sorrow deepening. Neither do I want to perish. I haven't even had a kiss with a handsome guy yet. Chu Yuanyuan paused, incredulous. You've never had a boyfriend? With such beauty, that can't be true. Su Mingyue's expression turned somber. Not exactly. I meant with a handsome guy. None of my exes were good-looking. Bo Siyu furrowed his brow, sensing deeper implications in the ghost's words. Could the murderer truly be the lawyer? The journalist's demise seemed too hasty, and it was not the ghost who had done it. Yet, he could not dismiss the possibility that the ghost was deliberately instilling fear and misguiding them. Something felt amiss. Yunyu fixed her gaze on the ghost and suddenly spoke. I have been pondering. What is your purpose in showing us those things? The ghost's eyes flickered, her gaze fixed on her face. The ghost remained silent, yet the eerie atmosphere surrounding her thickened, causing everyone to feel a sudden drop in temperature. Yunyu's stare was unwavering, imbued with an inexplicable mix of pity and sorrow. I have come to understand. That is a gaze filled with malice, like a multitude of eyes feasting on your torment. Drawing sustenance from your suffering, the root of your nightmares. The ghost's lips trembled almost imperceptibly. How could one accustomed to feeding on the anguish of others feel remorse? The others exchanged bewildered glances, looking towards the deceased journalist. What did this mean? Was the journalist truly the real culprit? Yunyu glanced at the ghost and suddenly chuckled. You must harbor a deep hatred for cameras. Right. Would you like me to smash one for you? The ghost was taken aback, her expression complex as she regarded her. Yunyu acted on her word, removing the camera from the journalist's body and extracting the memory card. Gripping it tightly in her hand before forcefully smashing the camera against the ground, the lens shattered into countless pieces, and the ghost stared in a daze, as if some shackles had been removed from her being. She closed her eyes, her expression one of relief. I shall adhere to my promise and allow you to leave. Before the group could rejoice, she slowly added, however, whether they will permit you to leave remains uncertain. Yunyu's head slowly formed a question mark. What the heck? Chu Yuanyu nearly jumped in fright, trembling as she pointed at the journalist, who was now rising from the ground. Goodness, she's back from the dead. Chapter 44. Selling out teammates with remarkable skill. At this moment, the journalist was in a ghostly state. She tilted her head at an impossible angle, the bones creaking ominously as she fixed her malevolent gaze on Yunyu, clearly viewing her as prey. Yunyu widened her eyes, taking a step back while swiftly pointing out several accomplices. Don't just look at me. She and he, all of them took your camera too. Even in death they should share the blame. Who cares? Dead friends do not hinder the living. The more people to share her hatred, the better. The journalist indeed followed her pointed direction, her eyes igniting with fury. Su Mingyue, Chu Yuanyuan, Zhongli, and Bo Siyu exchanged incredulous glances. Isn't that a bit much? Is this something a human could do? Selling out teammates with such finesse. There was no time for complaints. The group turned on their heels and fled. Whether it was due to the journalist being the true murderer, her combat prowess was far beyond that of the painter, who was merely an amateur. Even more despairing was that, halfway through their escape, the pursuers grew in number. The limping painter unexpectedly appeared at the stairwell. The bloodied chef smiled as he emerged from the kitchen. The bruised lawyer leaped from the second floor and, impeccably dressed, stood upright. And lastly, the relentless journalist, agile enough to scale walls like Godzilla, was hot on their trail. What the heck? Are we nearing the climax and this is happening? Everyone's mobilizing, huh? One was already overwhelming enough. Suddenly, 5 appeared. Are they aiming for a total annihilation? The ghost appeared before Yunyu and the others like a specter, and the group turned ashen, trapped between a rock and a hard place. feeling utterly hopeless. Yet, the ghost regarded Yunyu, her words unexpectedly surprising. The castle's gates have been opened. You may come and go freely. I wish you luck in escaping, provided of course that you are not caught. The ghost watched her retreating figure, her ears suspiciously reddening. Who the hell is your sister? The group hurried into the grand hall on the first floor, and Bosiu tentatively pushed the castle doors, which indeed yielded. Elation surged through everyone as they rushed outside. The long-awaited sunlight bathed them, nearly bringing them to tears. Behind them, the spirits had already reached the doorway, staring at them with malevolent intent. Luo Fan feigned calmness, attempting to reassure everyone. Do not be afraid. It is daytime, and according to common knowledge, ghosts cannot appear in daylight. Zhou Liangxing's eyes brightened, his voice filled with excitement. That's right. There is also a theory that those who die in a place become bound spirits, forever trapped there. This means they cannot leave the castle at all. Chu Yuanyuan clutched her chest. So that's how it is. What difference is there between them and a paper tiger now? As soon as she finished speaking, the ghosts exchanged enigmatic smiles. The painter stepped out of the castle door under the astonished gazes of the group. I have stepped out. He made a silly face and wiggled his backside. How about that? I'm out again. Come at me, you fools, the group. Though they were irritated, they truly wished to smack him. Luo Fan's expression turned to one of horror, muttering in disbelief. Impossible. How can ghosts not fear sunlight? That's utterly unscientific. Yunyu took off running. Then you stay here and discuss science with him. The others quickly followed suit. Yunyu glanced back at the crowd trailing behind her, resembling a hen with her chicks, and felt her mind unravel. Split up, for goodness sake, isn't one ghost easier to deal with than a horde? They suddenly came to this realization, instinctively dividing into 4 groups, each heading in a different direction. Witnessing this, the pursuing spirits exchanged glances. The chef looked bewildered. What do we do now? The lawyer scoffed. You fool. They have 4 groups and we have 4 ghosts. Let's just chase them down. He pointed decisively in the direction of Luo Fan and Chu Yuanyuan. I'll pursue those 2, choosing the easier targets. The painter suddenly looked alarmed, a glimmer of fear in his eyes. Selecting Zhang Li and Zhou Liangsheng, he absolutely did not want to face Yunyu alone. Not at all. The chef blushed furiously. If you don't want to go, does that mean I have to? The journalist, oblivious to their conflict, impatiently declared. Then I'll go after Yunyu. I've wanted to kill her for ages. She turned and walked away, oblivious to the admiration in the eyes of the other 3 ghosts. The chef felt a sense of relief. She seems formidable. Perhaps she can really take down Yunyu. The lawyer shrugged, his expression grim. That would be ideal. The painter, enraged, gritted his teeth. My chainsaw is still with that dead woman. The other 2 ghosts froze. Wait, a chainsaw? They instinctively glanced in the direction of the journalist, but could not even catch a glimpse of her back. Hiss! An ominous premonition washed over them. As Yunyu proposed splitting up, Bosiu resolutely decided to accompany her. What a joke! If she was to die, he would follow suit. Perhaps due to the array of experiences over the past few days, Bosiu, who would normally be out of breath after a few steps, found no fatigue even after such a long run. You're just abandoning them like that. What if something happens to them? Yunyu rolled her eyes unceremoniously. You don't say, am I their father or mother? Their lives and deaths have nothing to do with me. Bosiu was momentarily at a loss for words. Realizing she had a point, she paused, her tone darkening. If I'm not mistaken, the journalist will come after us. Those other ghosts seem utterly incompetent. They can't handle this, so we might as well prepare for our demise. The other ghosts. Offended upon hearing this, Bosiu couldn't help but smirk. Who would have thought she had a hard exterior but a soft heart? Suddenly, he recalled something, his expression stiffening as he slowly turned his head, a sinking feeling creeping in. Wait, how do you know the journalist will come after us? Yunyu blinked innocently, opening her palm to reveal a black chip resting quietly in her hand. She asserted confidently, because I took her camera's memory card. Among us, she would most certainly want to eliminate me first at BOCU. Don't you sound rather proud of that? Chapter 45. I thought you were having another episode inside the memory card was the ghost's narrative, revealing information about those who had harmed her, some of whom were influential figures, far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. However, given the magnitude of this incident, the police would undoubtedly not dare to dismiss it. Bosiu glanced at her. Who would have thought you possess such a sense of justice? Yunyu nodded. Of course. A shiver ran down her spine, and instinctively she yanked Bosiu, and the 2 rolled to the side just as the spot they had occupied moments ago was struck by the journalist. Rising to her feet, she glared venomously. I have long found you displeasing. Today marks your end. Yunyu brushed the dirt off her body and rose to her feet, not forgetting to retort. With so many people who find me disagreeable, who do you think you are? Go to the back and wait for your number. Were it not for Bo Siu hearing her frenzied thoughts, one might truly believe her composure was unshakable. Damn! I almost met my end. Even when death was imminent, she remained defiant. The reporter, disheveled and using all limbs, swiftly approached, moving with the agility of a spider. The scene was quite striking. Yunyu was startled, gaining her first concrete understanding of the sinister crawling presence. Could this creature be a reincarnated spider demon? She retrieved the chainsaw from her back and swung it towards the spider demon. Oh no, the reporter scoffed derisively. Do you think a mere chainsaw can harm me? With a swift motion, her neck was misaligned, and with a sharp crack, her head spun 180 degrees, her once menacing gaze now reflecting confusion. The force was just right, leaving her dazed without injury. Bo Siu, astonished, remarked, "Are you seriously telling me she isn't cheating?" 666. That I have no idea. Before Yunyu could catch her breath, the reporter's neck shifted, her face reorienting to glare at Yunyu with fury and suspicion. How did you do that? Yunyu couldn't hold back any longer. You must have practiced judo, right? How can you still turn around after all that? The reporter smirked enigmatically. Do you think I am as weak as those other amateurs? How naive. She extended her claws towards Yunyu, her eyes gleaming with hunger. Your aura is delectable. I have a premonition that consuming you will greatly enhance my power. Yunyu feigned shyness. Isn't the term consume bit too suggestive? It sounds rather like a peach blossom. A flicker of disdain crossed the reporter's eyes. Are you stunned? Yunyu fixed her gaze on Bo Siu, who was silently drawing closer, and kindly warned, there's someone behind you. The reporter, annoyed, retorted, don't try that trick on me. Do you think I would fall for it? Before she could finish, a fire axe plummeted from above, slicing through her outstretched arm. Yunyu expressed regret, shrugging her shoulders. I told you there was someone behind you. If you didn't believe me, that's on you. The reporter let out a shriek, abandoning her assault on Yunyu, retreating while clutching her head. Her gaze towards Bo Siu filled with venomous resentment. She screeched, you two wretched lovers. I will kill you both. Almost instantaneously, her severed arm grew back. Yunyu covered her ears, frowning. Is that how wretched lovers is used? Bo Siu shot Yunyu an irritated glare. Aren't you going to run? This thing can't be killed. It can regrow its limbs. Do you plan to stay here and wait for death? Soon, he felt he had overthought the situation. For Yunyu's speed in fleeing was nothing short of astounding. Despite exerting all his strength, he could only catch a glimpse of her retreating figure. Pain surged in his chest, and each breath felt as if blades were scraping against his lungs. Can you please slow down? Bo Siu's frustration echoed in his skull. Yunyu, somewhat exasperated, lamented, after running so far, why are we still in this wretched forest? Bo Siu also found it strange. They had passed through this woods earlier without taking so long. Why do I feel like we are going in circles? It's over. We've encountered a ghost wall. Exhausted, Yunyu collapsed to the ground. Bo Siu, equally drained, exchanged a glance with her, resembling two fish out of water who had lost their dreams. The reporter had chased them for about 10 minutes and was now equally fatigued. Keep running, aren't you both supposed to be swift? Yunyu, too weary to even lift a finger, replied, run? I doubt I could escape before dark. The reporter grinned menacingly as she drew nearer. Now you know, today is your day to die. Yunyu lifted her gaze to her. There's someone behind you. Having been deceived before, the reporter instinctively glanced back, only to find nothing. Realizing she had been tricked, she erupted in rage. You lied to me again. A shadow descended from above, forcefully pinning her to the ground. The reporter looked up, a flicker of panic in her eyes. For the newcomer was none other than the female ghost. Yunyu murmured, I'm sorry, this time I truly deceived you. It's not behind, but above. Bo Siu gained a new understanding of her audacity. The female ghost, with a piercing gaze, grasped the reporter's throat. Do you remember how I died? The reporter's eyes glinted with malice. Before you died, you weren't my match. Do you think you can surpass me now? Yet, having been worn down by Yunyu, she now found herself at a disadvantage. The two spirits clashed violently, the scene extraordinarily spectacular. Yunyu lay on the ground, listless, and remarked, I've helped you exhaust her for so long. If you can't defeat her now, perhaps you shouldn't even emerge to disgrace yourself. The female ghost hesitated, her attack growing fiercer. Women typically fight by pulling hair and scratching, but ghostly battles differ, resorting to savage biting. You bite my finger, I gouge your eye. The scene was nothing short of bloody violence. Bo Siu, bewildered, eyed her suspiciously. When did you start collaborating with her? How come I was unaware? He sensed something sinister about this woman. After all, he had been with Yunyu the entire time, utterly oblivious to when she had conspired with the female ghost. Bocu fell silent. But he couldn't exactly say, "I thought you were just having another episode." Sometimes one truly could not blame the ghost for being ensnared by Yunyu's tricks. Even he could not discern which of her words were truth and which were lies. She not only deceived people but also spirits. Chapter 46. Once I consume her, I can't be consumed myself. The female ghost pinned the reporter to the ground, her crimson nails digging into the reporter's shoulder, a strange smile forming on her lips, chilling and sinister. "Do you remember how I met my end?" The campus belle, filled with rage, confronted her in an abandoned building. "Didn't you promise to help me expose them? Why have they not received their due punishment while my personal information was leaked?" Her nude photos circulated online, leading to relentless harassment and disdainful insults. The school suggested she take a leave of absence, and she, in despair, clutched her hair, recalling her parents' incredulous accusations and her classmates' strange glances. Feeling as though her life was suffused with hopelessness, she had contemplated suicide, but those who had wronged her continued to thrive. Why should she die? She was unwilling. Even in death, she wanted to drag those people down with her. The reporter nonchalant replied, "Do you not know who those people are? It's not that easy to bring them down. Do you have any idea how many death threats I've received because of you?" She had pre-written her news article, yet it remained unpublished. Initially expecting to gain fame and fortune, she found herself entangled in scandal and regretted taking on that hot potato. Yet, the hush money those individuals provided was rather considerable. The campus belle abruptly raised her head. "Then why did the video I recorded with you end up in their hands?" They shamelessly sent her the video, seemingly mocking her audacity. A flicker of guilt crossed the reporter's eyes. But the campus belle had a realization, lunging forward to grasp her shoulders, disbelief etched in her gaze. "You made some sort of deal with them, didn't you? You promised me." The reporter, feeling pain from the grip, impatiently pushed her away. "So what if I did? Don't forget, I am under no obligation to help you. The fact that I even came to see you is already showing considerable mercy. Don't come looking for me again." Having said that, she turned to leave, but the campus belle was unwilling to relent, stepping forward to seize her. "You can't leave. Clarify your words." The reporter instinctively flung her arm. But with too much force, the campus belle stumbled back several steps and fell from the unprotected 6th floor. She lay on the cold concrete ground, eyes wide with disbelief, blood pooling beneath her, staining her white dress. Instant death. That I in the following days, the reporter worried about being summoned by the police, desperately trying to glean information. That it turned out there were no cameras nearby, and by the time the body was discovered, it had begun to decompose. Everyone assumed the campus belle had succumbed to the rumors and taken her own life. The reporter, seizing the opportunity, concocted a story. A blossoming young girl met with tragedy and shame, leading to suicide. The news gained traction, and she had hoped to shift suspicion away from herself by framing the campus belle's death as a suicide. To her surprise, not only did it garner significant attention, but she also received a promotion. The initial guilt and shame gradually faded as she comfortably reveled in the benefits of the campus belle's demise, slowly forgetting the incident, until one day, the wheel of fate turned once more. The reporter's final memory was of the female ghost's icy, sinister smile as she witnessed herself being slowly devoured, the excruciating pain of her soul being torn apart lasting for over 10 minutes. Yunyu appraised the now even redder-lipped female ghost and cautiously asked, "Are you satisfied?" The female ghost gazed over with a haunting look. Yunyu managed a somewhat awkward smile. "Once you've consumed her, you can't eat me anymore, you know." The female ghost smirked. "Not at all, it's merely a casual snack." Yunyu. Having always been the one to provoke others, this sensation of being rendered speechless was rather peculiar. The female ghost ceased her cold jokes. Her vengeance was fulfilled, and the chilling aura surrounding her diminished significantly. "Soon, you shall be able to leave." Yunyu and Bocu exchanged a glance, and Yunyu rose from the ground, surprisingly earnest. "Once we get out, I will help you hand over all that evidence to the police. They will receive their comeuppance." The female ghost's lips moved slightly, and after a long pause, she softly said, "Thank you." She pondered. If she had encountered Yunyu back then, would the outcome have been different? Yunyu rubbed her aching legs and casually inquired, "So what do you plan to do next? Will you stay here?" The female ghost chuckled, a hint of self-mockery in her smile. "I suppose I will vanish into thin air." Both Yunyu and Bocu were momentarily taken aback. Noticing their confusion, the female ghost elaborated, "You humans have an organization dedicated to capturing souls like us, sending the innocent for purification, while those like me, who have blood on their hands, are to be eradicated." Yunyu could not help but exclaim, but the people you killed were deserving of death. Although legally, these individuals might not face capital punishment, she firmly believed that each of them deserved to die. The female ghost replied calmly, they do not concern themselves with such matters. Yunyu's sense of righteous indignation flared up again. This is utterly tyrannical. Is there no other way? There is. The female ghost fixed her gaze on her, imparting a sense of expectancy. She glanced at the necklace around Yunyu's neck. I could inhabit your necklace to evade their search. Yunyu narrowed her eyes. Why me? Have you been eyeing me from the very beginning? The female ghost offered an awkward smile. Because your constitution is unique, heavy within energy, making you particularly susceptible to attracting unclean entities. BOC, you cast Yunyu a peculiar look, easily attracting unclean entities? What sort of cursed constitution is that? Oh, don't say it, it truly is cursed. Yunyu thought for a moment before decisively responding, impossible. At least in the past 20 years I have never encountered anything like this. In the memories of the original owner, there had indeed been no encounters with ghosts. The female ghost maintained her calm demeanor. Do you think encountering a ghost is so easy? We cannot enter places saturated with yang energy. Only in these past 2 years have our roaming grounds gradually expanded that if it were not for the families versed in metaphysics, ordinary people would never come into contact with us in their lifetime. Yunyu remained steadfast. If I bring you out, what if you cause harm to others in the future? I can't subdue you, and I cannot bear such responsibility that I would have to be responsible even for a little kitten or puppy, let alone a ghost. I'm not foolish. Although the female ghost appeared harmless at present, who could guarantee her future intentions? The female ghost, surprised by Yunyu's caution, gritted her teeth. I can sign a master-servant contract with you. Chapter 47. I will not persist relentlessly. What is a master-servant contract? A glimmer of curiosity flickered in Yunyu's eyes. It must hold some merit if the female ghost was so reluctant about it. Given the gravity of the discussion, the female ghost had to present her utmost sincerity to persuade Yunyu. Once we sign this contract, I will obey your commands, and if I defy it, I will disintegrate. She scrutinized Yunyu's expression, wondering if this was sufficiently sincere. Yunyu remained unfazed. How can I know if your words are true? After all, I am not knowledgeable in these matters. What if you set a trap for me? Boci cast her a somewhat surprised glance, clearly impressed by her prudence. The female ghost ground her teeth. This cunning woman was indeed difficult to deal with. I can swear a ghost's oath that if any part of my previous statement is false, may my soul be shattered, and may I never attain rebirth. She raised her hand. Humans could swear at will, but ghosts had to pay a price for lies. Yunyu stared at her for a few seconds before finally relenting. Deal. But how do we sign this master-servant contract? The female ghost leaned closer. I need a drop of your blood. Upon hearing this, Boci felt a twinge of unease. Sensing it resembled some form of dark magic, that he asked the system, is this really reliable? I don't want to be dragged down with her. 666. Rest assured, I've checked, she is not lying. Yunyu raised an eyebrow and extended a hand. A brief sting pricked her fingertip, and a drop of blood formed. The female ghost lifted her hand, and the droplet ascended into the air before settling on her forehead, where a red mark flickered into existence. Yunyu felt a warmth radiating from her wrist and looked down to see a similar mark, which quickly faded. In an inexplicable sense, she and the female ghost seemed to forge a peculiar connection. Was this the contract? The light suddenly dimmed, as if a curtain had been torn away, transforming day into night in an instant. When Yunyu raised her eyes, she saw the ancient castle looming in the darkness, resembling a slumbering giant. Why did it suddenly turn dark? Boci frowned. Yunyu blinked. Perhaps it has always been dark, and we have never truly escaped the confines of this castle. Boci grasped her meaning. You're suggesting that what we just witnessed was an illusion. No wonder these ghosts fear no sunlight. It was all a facade. This was unacceptable. There were tens of thousands involved. Yunyu turned her gaze and saw Luo Fan's foot lodged in the lawyer's mouth. The latter's face twisted in a murderous expression. Nearby, Zhou Liangshang and Zhongli crouched in a tree, while the artist below was frantic. If you have the ability, come up. If you have the ability, come down. The scene shifted, revealing Su Mingyue with her hands on her hips, assertively confronting Qiyi, who was pinning the chef to the ground, forcefully shoving the necklace into the chef's mouth, who appeared utterly terrified. Yunyu. Truly, everyone has their own spectacle. Quick, they're over here. A battalion of police and Special Investigation Bureau members arrived, their expressions tense upon witnessing the scene, lost in contemplation. This did not align with the scenario they had imagined. Yunyu and Boci were seated, one on the ground and the other leaning against a tree, Observing the group of individuals in black as they produced talismans, peachwood swords, and a myriad of items whose purposes were unknown. The female ghost had already retreated into Yunyu's necklace. Having signed the contract, Yunyu could sense her thoughts at any moment. These are the people I mentioned earlier, the organization dedicated to capturing ghosts. The Special Events Investigation Bureau. Yunyu suddenly understood, her eyes glinting with intrigue. Confirming that Yunyu and Bo Siyu were in a safe vicinity, Shang Shujo proceeded to confront the others. Upon seeing them, the ghost's expression shifted, instinctively attempting to flee. Shang Shujo's gaze turned icy. You think you can escape? The talisman in his hand flew forth, landing squarely on the three ghosts, who immediately let out a chorus of agonized wails. Shang Shujo held an ancient-looking lamp, its wick extinguished as he approached the ghosts, his lips moving silently as he whispered incantations. The three ghosts screamed as they transformed into swirling black smoke, one by one being drawn into the lamp, which suddenly illuminated. Yunyu queried the female ghost, "What is that?" The female ghost, whose true name was Ling Wei, spoke with a hint of trepidation. "The soul-locking lamp. It can imprison ghosts inside. I know who he is now." Shang Shujo. Shang Shujo? Who is that? The captain of the Special Investigation Bureau. He has slain countless ghosts and ranks at the top of the ghost world's hunting blacklist. Yet to this day, no ghost has managed to escape him. Yunyu remarked, "You ghosts certainly have a flair for drama. Quite impressive. How splendid. So cool." After witnessing the spectacle, Chu Yuanyuan and Su Mingyue clapped in unison, their applause jarringly out of place in the hushed atmosphere. One might think they were watching a circus act. Shang Shujo, who had previously maintained an aloof demeanor, reflexively responded with humility, thank you, merely a basic operation." Ahem, Captain Point. One of the bystanders could no longer endure the scene, quietly reminding him, "We're here for serious business." Shang Shujo promptly reverted to a serious expression, his brow furrowed slightly. "These ghosts are quite weak. I suspect there is a more powerful one here. The one in the white dress. Do you know where she is?" Everyone turned their gaze toward Yunyu and Bo Siyu. Compared to their disarray, these two appeared overly relaxed. Yunyu cleared her throat. "Well, two ghosts got into a scuffle earlier, and in the heat of the moment, they ended up mutually annihilating each other." Bo Siyu nodded earnestly. "Indeed, that is precisely what happened." The crowd was taken aback. "This explanation is utterly absurd." Shang Shujo furrowed his brow, harboring some doubts, yet he did not press further, leading his team to search the castle. Meanwhile, Fong Min could no longer contain herself, rushing forward with a concerned expression. "Mr. Bo, are you all right?" At the same time, a dozen or so bodyguards surrounded them, creating an imposing presence. Returning to reality, everyone suddenly realized the disparity between this man and themselves. Bo Siyu stood, his expression cold, defiantly stating, "Do I look like I have a problem?" Fong Min turned her head. "Husband." Before he could speak, Yunyu interjected as if deeply insulted, All right, I understand. Rest assured, I will not pester you. I will keep my distance from your esteemed president." With resolute determination, she clambered to her feet, wincing as she held her rear, limping toward the others. Fong Min. Bo Siyu. What madness is this woman up to now? Chapter 48. Thank you. Hubby moi. Soon Shang Shujo emerged with his team, evidently returning empty-handed. Team leader Han from the police station approached urgently. "Did you find anything?" Shang Shujo shook his head. "The compass indicates everything is normal, and the magnetic field is gradually stabilizing. There are indeed no other spirits here." He found it somewhat strange. Normally, in a ghostly brawl, one would either be consumed by the other or advance to become a more powerful ghost. He had never encountered a case of mutual annihilation. Yet, the reality was before him and he had to accept it, as it explained how the other side could avoid his search. Team leader Han sighed in relief. That's good. A multitude of individuals expressed their understanding. Shang Shujo cast a glance at Yunyu, somewhat concerned that in truth, he had taken note of her the moment he laid eyes on her. Yunyu possessed an exceedingly keen constitution, which was the preferred sustenance of malevolent spirits. Providing substantial nourishment. After a brief moment of hesitation, he approached her, prompting Yunyu to heighten her vigilance, with the necklace's Ling Wei trembling in fear. Thus, as Shang Shujo drew near, Yunyu lifted her chin defiantly, exuding an air of arrogance. "I apologize, but I do not sign autographs or take photographs. Thank you for your understanding." Shang Shujo. Others. Sister, from where does your confidence stem? Who among us does not possess a higher status than you? Shang Shujo cleared his throat. "Miss Yun, I merely wish to remind you that your constitution is rather unique. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek my assistance." As he spoke, he extended a business card towards her. Observing this, others couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. This person appeared quite formidable, yet Yunyu had somehow managed to cling to him. Yunyu took the card and glanced at it, seemingly intrigued. In what way is it unique? Shang Shujo pondered for a moment, his tone gentle. You are prone to untimely demise, the crowd. Indeed quite unique. Well, suddenly no longer envious. Yunyu's expression stiffened momentarily, her polite smile faltering. That you certainly have a way with words. I presume you have endured quite a few beatings? With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. Her actions clearly indicating her disdain for him. Shang Shujo rubbed his nose, not particularly surprised. It was true that his sharp tongue had offended many. He pivoted and walked towards Qiyi, stopping before him, Xiaoyi. Qiyi lazily raised his gaze. Captain Shang, long time no see. Shang Shujo sighed and remarked softly, the pendant I gifted you is not intended for such use. Qiyi smirked, his smile lacking sincerity. What does it matter to you? Shang Shujo's team member whispered gossip. Oh my, is this the rebellious cousin the captain often speaks of? On the way back, they continued their journey in a helicopter. The group first visited the police station to provide statements, and Yunyu submitted the memory card as well. She inquired of team leader Han, will those individuals receive the punishment they deserve? Team leader Han's expression turned serious. Rest assured, we will investigate this matter promptly and provide everyone with an explanation. She wished to steadfastly refuse, but her bank account balance did not permit such defiance. In first class, the two occupied adjacent seats. Bocu frequently glanced over at Yunyu. Ever since their departure from the island, she had adopted a demeanor that clearly distanced herself from him. In truth, Yunyu was merely concerned about potential repercussions, and as fate would have it, her fears materialized. His voice, deep and laced with menace, commanded, remove me from the blacklist. Yunyu widened her eyes, feigning innocence. What blacklist? She offered a sheepish smile. No need for that. It's not a big deal. I'll remove you once we land. Outside, Bocu was akin to her ancestor. To the airport, reporters and fans had already staked out the exit. Soon as Yunyu emerges, we must rush over and demand justice for our brother. Rest assured, she will face consequences. The plane landed, and Yunyu eagerly stepped forward. A throng of people surged towards her, fervently calling her name. Yunyu removed her sunglasses, astonished. Do I truly have this many fans? Some even came to greet me. Caught off guard by the attention, she raised her trademark smile. Everyone, please don't crowd. We can take photos. Just form a line and come one by one. Let us maintain order. Yunyu, you cunning witch. Hurry and exit the entertainment industry. Your very presence is irritating. Climbing to success on the backs of others, you are indeed shameless. Do you truly believe our brother is easy to bully? Today you shall learn your lesson. The smile on Yunyu's lips faltered, and she quickly realized that these were not fans but rather haters. Someone hurled objects at her, while another aimed to douse her with something. Her expression shifted dramatically. Evasion was no longer an option. Just then, a hand reached out from behind, pulling her into an embrace. Yunyu's face collided with a solid chest, causing her nose to sting. The unidentified liquid splashed onto Bocu, whose expression turned cold, eyes glinting with barely contained anger. Call the police, have them handle this. Fong Min's expression grew serious. Yes? Yunyu rubbed her nose and looked up. Observing the mess on Bocu, catching a strong whiff of coffee, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't sulfuric acid or something worse, or the consequences would have been dire. However, Bocu's hand was nonetheless reddened from the scald. The group of haters, seeing the substance meant for Yunyu now sullied Bocu, stood frozen in shock. A swarm of bodyguards in black swiftly enclosed them, their anxiety palpable. Bocu maintained a frigid demeanor as he pulled Yunyu away, her stumbling steps trailing behind him. Noticing his severe expression, she dared not utter a word. The waiting reporters frantically clicked their cameras, exchanging glances filled with excitement. This will definitely become a trending topic. Bocu assumed Yunyu was left speechless by the earlier scene. Indeed, despite her sharp tongue, she was still a pampered young lady who had never faced such adversity. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard Yunyu's anxious voice. His clothes are stained. He won't make me pay for it, will he? I didn't ask him to shield me. But has Bocu lost his mind? Why would he take that hit for me? Could it be that he is possessed? Yunyu jolted and immediately declared with conviction. Let me be clear, I have no money, not a single cent. Bocu, losing his patience, retorted. Be quiet. He shoved her into the car, and Yunyu stubbornly leaned out, her tone a mix of defiance and submission. What if someone captures this moment? Yunyu pondered for a moment, then set aside her pride. Thank you, darling ma. Bocu. Chapter 49. Where is her fragility? The black Kian merged into the flow of traffic. Not long after, Fong Min noted a tailing vehicle. So Bo. There appears to be a car following us. It should be reporters. Yun Yu immediately turned to Bo Siyu. A look of vindication on her face. Bo Siyu shot her a glance, scoffing lightly. Have the bodyguards intercept them and delete any photographs taken. Fong Min maintained his composure. Understood, Bo. Yun Yu mused. Wealth truly allows one to act with impunity. Bo Siyu, with his eyes closed, ignored her. Fong Min dutifully explained. Madam, the family is quite concerned for both you and Xiao Bo. Thus we are heading to the old residence. Yun Yu perked up. Oh dear. At the Bo family estate. Aside from the elderly patriarch who genuinely cherished her, no one else held her in high regard. And one particular scheming individual viewed her as a thorn in her side. Her expression turned serious. It seemed she was in for a tough battle. An hour later, they arrived at the Bo family home. Fong Min quietly prompted. Xiao Bo, we've arrived at the old residence. Bo Siyu opened his eyes and rubbed his temples. The past few days had been quite exhausting, and he had inadvertently dozed off. He turned to his side, finding Yun Yu's head tilted, fast asleep, even more so than he was. The night had fallen, and the dim light cast a gentle glow on her profile, the shadows of her thick lashes resting softly against her eyelids, adding an unexpected air of tranquility to her demeanor. This should have been a picturesque scene, and in a typical domineering CEO narrative, he would have been captivated, unable to resist leaning in for a kiss. If only she weren't snoring and drooling. Bo Siyu's expression soured, and without a shred of sympathy, he gave her a nudge. Get up. You're snoring like a pig. Yun Yu jolted awake, her head bumping against the car window. Letting out a pained wail, he opened the car door and stepped out first, and Yun Yu sweetly called out, Darling, why didn't you wait for me? Before he could express his distaste, a voice filled with resentment echoed in her mind. Damn Bo Siyu. I curse him to be 1 centimeter shorter. Bo Siyu stumbled slightly, causing Fong Min to jump in alarm. Xiao Bo. Are you alright? Yun Yu, rubbing her forehead and finally regaining her balance, nodded hazily. Bo Siyu had already stepped inside, and she hurried to follow, forcefully linking her arm with his. He glanced at her with furrowed brows, his dark eyes brimming with impatience, while she flashed a sweet smile, innocently batting her eyelashes. There are people watching. If it weren't for showboating, I wouldn't bother with you. A newcomer in her 20s, dressed in a lovely princess gown, appeared, her features delicate and charming. Brother Siyu, that sounds like a dead fish. Bo Siyu's expression flickered with displeasure as he regarded her, his demeanor neutral. You're no longer a child. Refrain from calling me that like before. Just refer to me as Big Brother along with Bo Yu and Mingxi. The young girl widened her eyes in shock, seemingly in disbelief, before managing a strained smile. All right. Big Brother. Her gaze shifted to Yun Yu, a flicker of animosity passing through before she resumed her cheerful facade. Yun Yu, you're here too. Come in quickly. Grandpa and the others have been waiting for a long time. The moment she appeared, a name instinctively surfaced in Yun Yu's mind. Qin Kursin. She was originally the granddaughter of the patriarch's comrade, but after losing her parents in an unfortunate accident, the patriarch took her in under the guise of adoption out of compassion. Qin Kursin was sweet-tongued, and Bo Siyu's mother adored her, even jokingly suggesting she should be Bo Siyu's child bride. She took this to heart, nurturing dreams of marrying him, only to have Yun Yu enter the picture unexpectedly. She quickly noticed the linked arms of the two, her smile sugary, yet her teeth nearly grinding in suppressed rage. Following Bo Siyu into the house, the housekeeper cheerfully brought out slippers, just as Yun Yu changed into her shoes. A booming voice resonated from the living room. You little rascal, come here this instant. The only person who could command Bo Siyu in such a manner was none other than the elderly patriarch. Yun Yu raised an eyebrow, sensing that Bo Siyu was in for a rough time. A glimmer of schadenfreude flickered in her eyes. Bo Siyu cast a warning glance her way, prompting her to immediately suppress her emotions. Puzzled. It felt as though he could read her thoughts. Upon entering the living room, they found several individuals already seated on the sofa. An elderly man, his hair entirely white and clad in a traditional white tang suit, appeared remarkably vigorous, his penetrating gaze exuding an innate authority, as if he could see through the souls of those before him. It was none other than old Master Bo. On the opposite side sat a middle-aged couple. The man, with a furrowed brow and a serious demeanor, bore a resemblance to Bo Siyu, albeit with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. The beautiful woman, dressed in a qipao and appearing to be in her early 30s, looked gentle and lovely. Casting a slightly worried glance at Bo Siyu, they were undoubtedly Bo's parents. Nearby sat Bo Siyu's uncle and aunt, with a refined and handsome young man standing behind them, their son, Bo Yu. Bo Siyu also had a younger sister named Bo Mingxi, who was currently studying abroad. Yunyu accompanied Bo Siyu as he introduced her to everyone. His parents' attitude towards her was neutral, neither cold nor overly warm. Only the old master regarded her kindly, remarking, "Xiaoyu, you seem to have lost quite a bit of weight that I've instructed Aunt Zhou to prepare some soup for you to replenish your strength." However, when it came to Bo Siyu, his expression shifted abruptly, his face darkening as he questioned, "Care to explain yourself? As the head of the Bo family, what possessed you to participate in a variety show? Have you lost your senses?" The old master's eyes, filled with suppressed anger, turned towards Bo Siyu, while Yunyu nearly choked on her laughter, biting her lip to stifle it. Yet, she was also intrigued as to why Bo Siyu would join that show. Surely it couldn't have been merely to vex her. Unexpectedly, he maintained a calm demeanor, replying, "Ah, you is so far away. I couldn't help but worried she's so delicate. How could I let her be without me?" "Ah, you? Who is that?" For a moment Yunyu was bewildered, only to realize that all eyes had inexplicably turned towards her. "Oh, Ah, you refers to her, how unexpected." He was quite adept at bending the truth, shamelessly using her as a shield. Yunyu's expression subtly contorted, and Bo Siyu's indifferent gaze swept over her. "Isn't that right, my dear?" The expressions of those present grew increasingly nuanced. She forced a shy smile. "Indeed it is true. My husband is simply concerned for me." Jean Curson exclaimed in disbelief. "She can climb coconut trees with her bare hands and lift dumbbells with one hand to fend off ghosts. How is she delicate?" A profound silence enveloped the room. Chapter 50. Even the thin leg of a mosquito is still meat. Yunyu immediately feigned weakness, leaning into Bo Siyu's embrace, resting her forehead against him with an innocent and fearful expression. "Husband, why would Curson say such a thing? Does she harbor some misunderstanding?" Jean Curson's eyes widened in shock. "That sounds like my line." The moment Yunyu leaned closer, Bo Siyu instinctively tried to evade her, but he managed to resist the urge amidst the system's incessant chattering. Taking a deep breath, he stiffly raised his hand to support her, frowning as he glanced at Jean Curson. "How could you speak to your sister-in-law like that? Her mind is already fragile." Yunyu's lips twitched slightly, and she discreetly pinched the inside of Bo Siyu's arm. Was this intentional? "Whose mind is fragile?" The pain made him grimace, and gritting his teeth, he amended, "Her health is already poor. Just let it go. Apologize to your sister-in-law, and this matter will be resolved." Bo Siyu was actually reprimanding her for this woman? And asking her to apologize? She hadn't said anything wrong. Yunyu felt as strong as a bull. How could she possibly be delicate? Jean Curson's eyes brimmed with tears as she reluctantly dug her nails into her palm and said, "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry." Yunyu beamed brightly. "It's quite all right. It's no big deal. Your brother is just being overly dramatic about such trivial matters." Jean Curson. Bo Siyu. This is what they mean by taking advantage and then acting coy. Referring to someone like her. The spectators exchanged glances, their emotions varied. How had their relationship grown so intimate during a mere outing? Old Master Bo's expression softened considerably. "All right, your concern is commendable, but work matters cannot be delayed. The company awaits your decisions." Bo Siyu nodded. "I understand, grandfather." Old Master Bo sighed. "Let us eat first. We can discuss things later." The Bo family held strict customs. No conversations were allowed during meals, rendering the atmosphere particularly oppressive. After dinner, Old Master Bo tossed a command to Bo Siyu, "Come to my study." The two of them departed first. In an instant, Yunyu found herself surrounded by women, sensing an inexplicable air of scrutiny akin to a trial. Yunyu blinked and lowered her voice. "Is that not the case? Oh dear, having that bloodied figure appear at your bedside in the middle of the night is frightful beyond measure." A shiver ran down the spines of the women at her words. Jean Curson remained skeptical. "Are you trying to scare me? Where would ghosts come from? It's clearly just a ruse." Yunyu shot her an enigmatic glance. "You don't believe me? Be careful, it might come looking for you tonight." Jean Curson's face paled and she bit her lip. "Stop trying to frighten me." Bo Mother cleared her throat. "Xiaoyu, are you and Siyu uninjured?" This was her primary concern. Yunyu smiled sweetly. "Mom, rest assured we're perfectly fine. As long as you're unharmed." Bo Mother felt a bit uneasy at Yunyu's natural address of mom. Sensing a change in her daughter-in-law previously, she had approached her with caution and excessive flattery. And while she didn't harbor any prejudice against her humble background, she found Yunyu to be excessively materialistic. To put it plainly, she had married for money. She had watched the live broadcast of the show, and Yunyu's demeanor had been remarkably different. She had shown considerable care for Bo Siyu, which had moved her somewhat. Well, if she loved money, so be it. It wasn't a bad habit, especially since their family had plenty of it. Auntie Tu glanced sympathetically at Yunyu, whether intentionally or not. "Xiaoyu, I heard your family has gone bankrupt and owes quite a bit of debt." The moment those words left her lips, the atmosphere grew tense. This topic was somewhat delicate. Yunyu's family business was insignificant compared to the Bo family, and if the Bo family chose to lend a hand, they could easily settle her debts. However, this matter was neither trivial nor significant since Yunyu had married into the family for a short time. The impression old Master Bo had of her was relatively favorable, but the others were indifferent, firmly believing that this marriage would ultimately end in divorce. Given that, who would willingly become the scapegoat? Finally, a more cheerful topic emerged, and Chin Kurson spoke with a tone of sympathy. Sister Yunyu, don't be too disheartened. Every family faces challenges. You'll gradually repay it. One day it will all be settled. Everyone expected Yunyu to be utterly mortified, yet she nodded earnestly. That's exactly what I think. Her gaze filled with gratitude as she grasped Chin Kurson's hand. The latter was startled, nearly losing her composure and instinctively pulling away. Auntie and Kurson only mentioned this because they intend to lend me some money for a little while. Right? Such true friends reveal themselves in times of need. She lowered her head shyly. You're so thoughtful. I was hesitant to bring this up myself, and no one could tell where her hesitation lay. Auntie Tu and Chin Kurson's expression stiffened immediately, unable to fathom this woman's audacity. Who would lend her money? Auntie Tu awkwardly chuckled. Xiao Yu, I don't have any money. I just bought a few bags and invested in a beauty salon. It's rather unfortunate, huh? Chin Kurson's face flushed as she withdrew her hand, her tone strained. I don't have any money either. Sister Yun, why you damn, my monthly allowance is only a few $100,000. I doubt you'd find it worthwhile. Yunyu's eyes lit up, firmly grasping her hand. Oh dear sister, what are you saying? Even a mosquito's leg is meat? Chin Kurson. Once the words were out, rejecting her would make her seem stingy. Ultimately, with tears in her eyes, she transferred 200,000 to Yunyu, leaving with red-rimmed eyes. Yunyu gazed at her account balance, feeling a genuine fondness for this naive girl. She was foolish yet affluent, and she had unilaterally decided on this friendship. She resolved that in the future, whenever Chin Kurson and Bo Siyu were together, she would stand guard for them. What a pity. This girl, like her, was a mere cannon fodder character, destined for an ending not much better than her own, let alone getting to kiss Bo Siyu. She hadn't even held his hand. The more she thought about it, the more she felt a sense of pity. Oh, mother, observed Yunyu's delight over a mere 200,000. Her emotions particularly complex, she had previously misunderstood. A child who could be so blissful over such a small sum couldn't be all that bad. She took out her wallet and handed Yunyu a card, to which Yunyu looked up in confusion. Mom, what is this? Bo mother responded casually, I forgot to give it to you earlier. Every child in our family receives an allowance. There's 5 million in this card. If it's not enough, just let mom know. Yunyu's pupils dilated as she grasped the card, her hand trembling slightly. Mommy. Mother felt a touch shy. This child's joy was palpable, even more so than when Bo Siyu called her that. Yunyu choked back her words. Mommy. What is the password? Bo mother. Chapter 51. Were you eavesdropping under my bed? Once in the study, old Master Bo motioned for Bo Siyu to sit, his expression grave as he began to speak. Bo Siyu hesitated briefly. Alright. Upon finishing his account, old Master Bo's expression turned serious as he sighed heavily. What was meant to happen has come to pass. A flicker of intrigue crossed Bo Siyu's eyes. His grandfather seemed entirely unfazed. In the past, he would have dismissed such supernatural occurrences outright. The old gentleman's gaze was laden with complexity. Indeed, there exist numerous phenomena beyond our comprehension in this world. Otherwise, how do you suppose the Special Investigation Bureau came into being? Bo Siyu could not help but express his astonishment. Grandfather knows about the Special Investigation Bureau? I've had several dealings with them, including their connections to the 4 prominent families of the mysterious sect, of which I am not unfamiliar. The 4 prominent families of the mysterious sect. This was the first time Bo Siyu had encountered such a term. The old gentleman chuckled softly. It is understandable that you are unaware. These past years, the mysterious sect has shunned the world, appearing no different from ordinary merchants. Were it not for the resurgence of certain phenomena, the 4 families would have surely descended into obscurity. You must have heard of the surnames Shang, Chu, Zhao, and Bai. A flicker of recognition crossed Bo Siyu's eyes. I have heard of Nan Shang and Bei Chu. The Shang family has prospered through shipbuilding, which I am aware of, while the Chu family engages in real estate development and has some dealings with us. A thought struck him, and he furrowed his brow. Wasn't the head of the Chu family having tea with you a year ago? The old gentleman nodded leisurely. Indeed, he is the same one you nearly chased away, deeming him a charlatan. Bo Siyu's expression darkened. That old man claimed I was cursed and would soon face calamity. How is that any different from a swindler? The old gentleman, with a wry smile, remarked. Considering the events you've recently encountered, do you believe he was mistaken? Bo Siyu's gaze sharpened slightly to a certain extent. He could not deny the truth of those words after all. He had recently experienced a car accident, and had it not been for the system, he might very well have. The old gentleman's expression grew grave. Thus, I assert that what is inevitable shall come to pass. Inform Xiao Yu to withdraw from that variety show. This time we have been fortunate to escape unscathed, but what of next time? Bo Siyu shared the sentiment. Rest assured. Grandfather, I have my plans. This residence is steeped in ominous energy. As Yun Yu stepped into the room, Ling Wei's voice suddenly interjected. She paused, glancing around warily. Is there such a thing in this house? Ling Wei hesitated. Not precisely, no. Yun Yu let out a sigh of relief and plopped down on the sofa. Then what were you so startled about? I know about Yin Qi, but what is this ominous energy? Ling Wei explained. In the realm of feng shui, ominous energy signifies malevolence and misfortune, not merely referring to spirits, but encompassing all factors detrimental to the residence's feng shui. Prolonged exposure in such an environment can adversely affect one's fortunes. Yun Yu rubbed her goosebumps. This high society is indeed convoluted. She retrieved her phone, switched it on, and a flurry of missed calls and messages flooded in. The ringtone suddenly blared, causing her to jump instinctively. Upon seeing the caller ID, her heart sank. Wei Chumwai ancestors finally got in touch with you. Before Yun Yu could speak, the other party launched into a barrage of messages. Do you even remember you have an assistant? Yun Yu fell into contemplation. Where is Mian Mian? Meanwhile, Mian Mian, still at a hotel in City A, sneezed. Wang Wei was equally exasperated. Let's set that aside for now. Are you alright? Yun Yu replied. I'm fine. He pressed on. Have you seen the trending searches? Yun Yu blinked. I haven't. What's up? Growing displeased, Yun Yu retorted. Why am I riding on his coattails, even if black fame is still fame? Isn't he the one riding on my popularity? You really dare to say that? The company is in chaos trying to manage public relations. Do you have Bo Siyu's contact information? Yun Yu scrolled through her contacts, suddenly realizing she hadn't removed him from her blacklist, and fell silent. I have his assistant's number. That'll do. Securing the number, Wang Wei hung up hastily. Curious about what warranted his panic, Yun Yu casually opened Weibo, only to find her name trending at the top under Yun Yu Bo Siyu Airport. Upon clicking, a high-definition image filled her screen. Capturing the moment Bo Siyu held her protectively, he furrowed his brow, one hand cradling her head as he pressed her close. His icy gaze directed at the haters, his eyes dark and bright, as if aflame. His tall and elegant figure made her appear remarkably petite in comparison, evoking an inexplicable sense of his protective masculinity. Yun Yu stared at Bo Siyu's face admiringly, and let out a low whistle. Truth be told, his facial features and physique were indeed a stunning combination. Instinctively, she scrolled down to peruse the comments. Pisces couple. Mom, I'm shipping them. Pisces couple? She wore an expression resembling that of an elderly man on the subway, amused by the creativity of netizens, who had even coined a couple name for her and Bo Siyu. Shipping CP. Yun Yu's team is truly impressive. After all, it's Bo Siyu. Why is she trending every few days? The hired commenters are way too obvious. I just love watching good-looking couples. Some people should stop being so bitter. It's clear she wants to marry into a wealthy family, but alas, he seems uninterested. What to do? As she continued reading, it became evident that the majority of comments directed at her were harsh, with only a few CP fans struggling to survive amidst the vitriol. She promptly took a screenshot and sent it to the director with a simple note. Pay up. Lying in the hospital, Director Zhang felt a wave of darkness wash over him. It would be more fitting for Yun Yu to pay him, however. She had indeed rendered considerable assistance this time. Gritting his teeth, Director Zhang decided to regard it as an expense for peace of mind. When Bo Siyu entered the room, he found Yun Yu engrossed in her phone, typing furiously. He raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and leaned in to take a glance, only to feel his expression darken. Laughing to death, does Yun Yu not deserve Bo Siyu? If he could marry such a clever, beautiful, and understanding wife, he'd be chuckling under the covers at night. Life is dull. And the frog critiques humanity. How many times must I say your acting could be as minimal as the money in your pocket? Why so quiet? Are you secretly consulting a dictionary? After venting her frustrations, Yun Yu felt refreshed as she switched off her phone. The darkened screen reflected Bo Siyu's face, which bore an expression of deep resentment, as if he could not find peace. She nearly jumped in surprise. Marrying you would mean I'd be laughing under the covers at night. Bo Siyu chuckled coldly, gritting his teeth. What, were you eavesdropping from under my bed? Chapter 52. You actually concealed a love child. Yunyu felt a moment of embarrassment but quickly took the initiative. Do you walk without making a sound? Who were you trying to scare? Bosiyu scrutinized her feigned bravado, narrowing his eyes. You've certainly grown bolder. She immediately changed her demeanor, standing up with a warm smile. Darling, come sit down. You've worked hard. What did grandfather want to discuss with you? Disinterested in sparring with her, he spoke in a low tone. You should terminate that variety show contract as soon as possible. Taking advantage of his inattention, she rolled her eyes. Easier said than done. Will you cover my breach of contract fee? Remembering Director Zhang's cowardly demeanor, she doubted he would dare, but could he simply choose not to participate? She felt it was not that simple to be. By the way, Ling Wei mentioned your family's residence has feng shui issues. Would you like to invite someone to take a look? Impossible. Bosiyu furrowed his brow. His grandfather placed great importance on such matters, and they had consulted a feng shui master during the construction. How could there be a problem? Yunyu shrugged, her tone laden with meaning. Just because it was fine back then doesn't mean it is now. Times changed. A sense of unease settled within Bosiyu, and he found himself wavering slightly. Reflecting on the recent occurrences, he felt a nagging sense of connection. Perhaps it would be prudent to consult a feng shui master after all? As night fell, Yunyu glanced at Bosiyu, unable to hold back. Why aren't you leaving yet? I need to shower and rest. He raised an eyebrow in disbelief. You do realize this is my home? My room as well. Yunyu, lacking confidence, asked, Is there not an extra room available? Bosiyu laughed in disbelief. Not long ago, you were performing the act of a loving couple in front of my grandfather. And now you wish to sleep separately? What will they think? The thought sparked a sense of crisis within her, and she relented. Then you can sleep on the sofa. He flatly refused. Not a chance. As night descended, the two occupied opposite sides of the large bed, separated by a blanket, maintaining a respectful distance. Yunyu was quite confident. I sleep very well. You need not worry. Bosiyu remained skeptical, recalling how she had slept in the car, issuing a chilling warning. If you dare to drool on my side of the bed, I will toss you out. Yunyu retorted. Who do you think you are looking down on? As night deepened, Bosiyu found himself awakened by the cold. Yunyu, resembling a koala, was nestled against him, limbs entwined around him. He gritted his teeth, recalling who had boasted about their sleeping habits as he opened his eyes in annoyance to push her away. He unexpectedly caught sight of a figure at the other end of the bed, sending a chill down his spine. The dim moonlight filtered through the curtains. A little girl lay there, facing away from him, resembling a doll, with dark eyes spilling two streams of blood tears, her pale face adorned with a shy smile. She lay there as if it were the most natural thing in the world, and anyone unaware might assume it was a family of three. Bosiyu jolted upright, instinctively reaching for something to throw, yet all he had was Yunyu, so in a moment of folly, he hurled her in that direction. Yunyu let out a yelp, her eyes flying open in anger, and found herself face to face with the little girl, who gazed at her with bleeding eyes, tilting her head in curiosity. After a moment of silence, she exclaimed, Bosiyu, this is just too much. Bosiyu retorted. Do you need to take a closer look? What child has blood flowing from their eyes? Yunyu, upon hearing this, scrutinized the situation earnestly, falling into silence once more. I may have offended the little sister, but I believe it's rather impolite for you to lie on someone else's bed in the dead of night without the owner's consent. How about offering me an apology first? After speaking, she gestured towards Bosiyu with her hand behind her back. The little girl suddenly giggled and said, I like you. Come play with me or I'll get angry. In the blink of an eye, the girl vanished. Yunyu sat up abruptly, and Bosiyu quickly turned on the bedside lamp, illuminating the room that was now devoid of the little girl's presence. Yunyu turned to Bosiyu, her hands clenching around his neck as she gritted her teeth. Bosiyu, you scoundrel! You actually pushed me in front of a female ghost at such a perilous moment. Bosiyu's eyes flickered with guilt as he placed a hand on Yunyu's head to prevent her from getting closer. Calm down for a moment. I didn't react in time. Didn't react in time. Your reaction seemed quite swift to me. Yunyu scoffed repeatedly that if it weren't for my quick thinking, I would be toast by now. And what about Ling Wei? Why didn't you wake me up? Ling Wei retorted, I hadn't even called you yet, and my throat was nearly sore from shouting. That little brat was stronger than me and suppressed my powers. Yunyu furrowed her brows in contemplation. How could there be a little girl in your house? Surely your family hasn't committed any wrongdoing. Bosiyu shot her a cold glance. Your family is the one with a guilty conscience. Yunyu paused, and her phone suddenly vibrated. She glanced over to see that it was Director Zhang calling. As soon as she answered, the other party spoke urgently. Yunyu, you encountered it too, didn't you? Check the group messages. Before she could process this, the call was abruptly disconnected. Confused, Yunyu murmured, "Group? What group?" Looking down, she noticed a flurry of group messages popping up on WeChat. Upon entering the group, she recognized familiar names. The messages had already surged into the dozens, prompting her to scroll back. Su Mingyue. Why did everyone come out from there? How could we encounter such a thing? Biting handkerchief.jpg, Chuung. So terrifying. Woo-woo family, does anyone understand? I opened my eyes and a little boy was smiling at me. As he smiled, his eyeball fell out. Zhouliangsheng, when will this end? Is this thing haunting us? Chi-yi. Can you all type slower? Unable to contain herself, Yunyu chimed in. Did you all encounter a little ghost too? Bo Siyu and I did. Su Mingyue. You and Bo Siyu are together right now? Chu Yuan. Catshock.jpg. Yunyu felt a twinge of guilt. No, he just sent me a message. Su Mingyue and Chu Yuan. You exchanged contact information? Yunyu fell silent. Were their priorities a bit skewed? Director Zhang, in a state of despair, interjected, "What time is it and you're still gossiping? Is there no one to care about my life or death?" Chapter 53. A niche path. This diversion finally prompted someone to remember the director. Chu Yuan. Director Zhang, what's wrong? Director Zhang. Image. Suddenly, a chilling and eerie background image appeared, depicting dark, twisted architecture reminiscent of Western abstract art. A few innocent children stood behind an iron gate, their pitch-black eyes staring directly into the camera, as if they were gazing at the person behind the screen, all with smiles of contentment. 3 menacing words, hastily painted in red, screamed to break free from their confines, orphans' grievance. The crowd gazed at the image in horror, issuing their condemnations. Su Mingyue. Why speak if you're just going to send ghost images? Luofan. Damn. I dropped my takeout in fright. Chu Yuan. Help. I think I've seen one of those kids before. Yes, it's that little boy I saw tonight. Yunyu focused on a little girl in a red dress within the picture. Her brow furrowed as she beckoned Bo Siyu over. Come look at this little girl. Bo Siyu peered closely, his expression darkening. It's the one we just saw. Yunyu hastily typed, Director Zhang. Where did this image come from? After a moment, Director Zhang's lengthy message appeared. I thought it was a spam ad I accidentally clicked on, and I couldn't close it no matter how hard I tried. It was only when I pressed the off button repeatedly with no response that I realized something was off. Just then I felt a chill down my spine, and when I looked up, a little ghost was sitting on the windowsill grinning at me. Damn, this is the 6th floor. When I pressed the call button, the nurse arrived, but the ghost had vanished again. Is this a death notice? Zhouliangsheng, why should we accept this? Are we destined to be haunted for life? After saying this, he left the group, seemingly intent on finding another solution. The group fell silent for a moment before Su Mingyue suggested, True, we can't be at the mercy of others forever. Yunyu, didn't the caravan leader leave you a contact? Why don't you ask him what we should do? Chu Yuan chimed in eagerly, Yes. Yes. He is so capable. He must have a way. Given the unfolding events and after a restless night, Yunyu reached out to Shang Shuzhou at dawn. Upon hearing the situation, he took the matter very seriously, and they promptly arranged a time and place to meet. Bocu had gone to the company early in the morning, burdened with a backlog of work from the last few days. He messaged Yunyu that he would pick her up after work so they could meet with Shang Shuzhou together. In the car, Fong Min suddenly recalled something. Oh, by the way, Mr. Bo, your wife's manager contacted me last night, saying they've managed to suppress the trending topic online, and they hope you won't hold it against them. He closed his eyes to rest, pulling at the corners of his mouth. It's no big deal. Let them be. Fong Min, somewhat taken aback, tentatively inquired. There are still people shipping you and your wife online. How do you want to handle that? He was uncertain about his boss's attitude. In the past, Mr.Bo would have been displeased at being associated with his wife in public. However, after watching that reality show, he felt it was hard to say. Bocu's tone turned displeased. Why do you have to ask me about everything? Handle it as you see fit. He didn't dare to pry further. What kind of nonsense was that? What even is that? Fong Min took the hint. Understood. Mr. Bo, the old man had gone fishing with someone, and with no one else around, Yunyu finished her breakfast and headed to the company. Just as she reached the entrance, a fashionably dressed man rushed over, lifting his hand with an exaggerated gesture and poking her forehead. You little brat. You finally decided to show up? I spent all night cleaning up your mess. Recognizing the tone, Yunyu dodged while awkwardly smiling. Wei Ge, did you manage to resolve the situation? Wang Wei raised his chin, a hint of pride in his demeanor. With me on the case, what can't be handled? It's also because Mr.Bo has a good temper and doesn't care to hold it against you. Yunu's mouth twitched slightly. Bosiu had a good temper? She found herself at a loss for words. Yunyu spread her hands. I'm afraid that's not up to me. Wang Wei's brows furrowed, his voice rising. What do you mean? People have died and Director Zhang still dares to pressure you. Wasn't he worried about the money being insufficient to cover the compensation? Yunu's tone turned grave. He doesn't want to shoot it either, but that thing won't let him go. Nor will it let us go. Wang Wei suddenly shivered, lowering his voice. You mean that thing? Yunyu nodded. Exactly what you're thinking. He looked dazed. Oh my gosh, there really are ghosts? There's no information about this online and any trending topics have been suppressed. The authorities are probably worried about causing public unrest. It's just standard procedure. But the more vague they are, the more people will speculate. Especially with so many supernatural occurrences popping up everywhere, how long can they keep this under wraps? Hearing this, Wang Wei couldn't help but roll his eyes at her. What are you dreaming about in broad daylight? Do you really need to clear your schedule? With no acting skills and no fame, with neither dramas to shoot nor announcements to make, she was even more idle than him. Yunyu. Was the original owner really this miserable? At this point, Wang Wei mysteriously winked. But recently, a certain advertising company did contact me, specifically requesting you as their spokesperson. Yunyu perked up. Who has such good taste? Wang Wei hesitated. A chainsaw manufacturer. Yunyu, have you ever seen a female celebrity endorse a chainsaw? Wang Wei looked at her incredulously, clearing his throat. The manufacturer saw your performance on that reality show and declared you the best choice for their brand. He earnestly advised. Don't be foolish. You should seize the opportunity. In a way, you're paving a new path, aren't you? Yunyu. Such a niche path. Chapter 54. When wealth comes, do not forget. Ultimately, Yunyu relented and confirmed the shooting date. Burdened by debts, she had no choice. Relaxing on the sofa, she scrolled through Weibo. The internet claims I'm trending every few days because I bought bots. TSK, did you buy them for me? Wang Wei, busy with his tasks, couldn't help but tease her. Our company doesn't have that kind of spare cash. She paused, stroking her chin. So does this mean I've genuinely gained some followers? After pondering, she carefully crafted a pose and posted a selfie. Within 2 minutes, the comments surpassed 100. Yunyu leisurely flipped through the comments. Wife, so beautiful wife, let us stick together. I followed you just to see what kind of trouble you can cause. Indeed, ugly people create mischief. Did you edit this? That jawline looks too sharp. Daily question. Why hasn't Yunyu rolled out of the entertainment industry yet? Good news, follower count increased. Bad news, they're all haters. Yunyu was overwhelmed and quickly disabled the comment section. She glanced at the time and said to Wang Wei, I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Wang Wei felt a twinge of envy at her habit of arriving late and leaving early, exclaiming, go, go, go. Just your presence is irksome. Yunyu picked up her bag and exited the office, only to hear a shrill scream echoing down the corridor. Watch where you're walking. Those shoes I just bought. A panicked female voice followed. I'm so sorry, Tingjia, it was unintentional. I'll clean them right away. The woman opposite her appeared particularly arrogant and domineering. Is a mere apology sufficient? Do you not understand the rules? Clueless fool. That woman was a familiar face named Luoting, a minor celebrity known for playing villainous roles. Notably, she had a contentious relationship with the original owner, and they belonged to the same company, always at odds. Yunyu remarked lightly, Tingjia, you seem quite irate. Luoting turned her gaze, her expression shifting. Yunyu? Yunyu leisurely strolled closer. Are you busy reprimanding others? It seems my timing is unfortunate. Perhaps you should continue? Luoting, annoyed by her sarcastic tone, felt her anger rise. Her assistant tugged at her, whispering, Tingjia, she's been quite popular lately. It's best not to provoke her. After weighing her options, Luoting clenched her teeth and huffed. Let us go. Yunyu turned to the nearby girl, noticing her youthful appearance and strikingly innocent beauty. Are you all right? The girl covered her face and shook her head. Her voice choked with emotion. Thank you, Yujia, for stepping in for me. Yunyu, captivated by her watery eyes, felt a stirring in her heart. No need to let her get to you. That's just how she is. I don't believe we've met before. What's your name? The girl blinked, slightly embarrassed. I'm Musia, I just joined the company a few months ago. Yunyu's smile faltered, and after a prolonged silence, she solemnly patted her shoulder. I see a round jaw and a full forehead. If I were to calculate, your future is boundless. Her tone was grave. In wealth and honor, do not forget your roots. Musia looked bewildered. Huh? Yunyu smiled enigmatically. It's fine if you don't understand now. You will in due time. With a hint of wistfulness, she turned to leave. How infuriating. She had only received her first month's allowance, and the female lead had already appeared. Yunyu instantly felt a strong sense of financial crisis looming over her. Whether or not a man was necessary was irrelevant. Would her mother-in-law allow her to keep some funds? Yunyu spent most of the day outside, finally awaiting the end of work for Bosiyu. He called, terse and economical with words. Where are you? Yunyu glanced at the sign and provided an address. After a quarter of an hour, Bosiyu's car pulled up beside her. She opened the door and slid inside, where Bosiyu, still engrossed in his work, held his laptop, his features noble and slightly furrowed. Exuding a seriousness that was more pronounced than usual, his fluent London accent was a pleasure to hear. There was a reason he earned his keep. Yunyu wisely remained silent, not uttering a word since getting in. After finishing a video conference, Bosiyu rubbed his forehead in exhaustion, then glanced at Yunyu. Why are you so well behaved today? She smiled with a hint of sarcasm. You wouldn't understand. I'm simply a refined lady. He twitched his lips, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, and inquired about another matter. I heard Mom gave you a card yesterday? Did you also manage to get 200,000 from Curson? With each word he spoke, Yunyu felt her confidence waver, her previous calmness crumbling. What do you mean by managed to get? She willingly lent it to me out of kindness, and the card from Mom was also given voluntarily. Seeing her anxious demeanor, Bosiyu scoffed. Look at you, so pitiful. If it's from Mom, just keep it. He wasn't the type to quibble over such small amounts. Moreover, as long as it wasn't from him, the system wouldn't deem it a violation. Yunyu's spirit soared. Darling, I knew you were the best. Though Bosiyu was accustomed to her rapid mood swings, he still felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Coolly warning, behave or I'll toss you out. Yunyu was unfazed. As long as it didn't involve money, everything could be negotiated. Alright, I'll keep quiet. They had arranged to meet Shang Shujo at a private restaurant known for its discretion. Upon entering the private room, they found him already there. Mr. Bo, Miss Yun, Shang Shujo stood. I ordered a few dishes. Feel free to let me know if you'd like anything else. Bosiyu took the menu and handed it to Yunyu. The waiter stood by, maintaining a professional demeanor while internally squealing with excitement. The Pisces couple was real. Yunyu selected a few dishes and prodded Bosiyu. How does this look? He glanced over and nodded. Let us go with these. Shang Shujo sensed an unusual familiarity between them, though he wasn't one to gossip. Once the waiter left, he straightened his expression. Can you both tell me the specifics? Yunyu recounted the general situation from last night and pulled up the chat records from their group. Shang Shujo's gaze lingered on an image, his expression growing serious. Indeed, there is a strong aura of malice here. He turned to Yunyu. Miss Yun, are you saying that little ghost asked you to find her? Yunyu nodded, worry etched on her face. Yes, that little ghost is clearly deceased. She asked me to come play with her. What does that mean? Shang Shujo chose his words carefully. Perhaps she wants company in her afterlife. Yunyu. Chapter 55. You're quite ruthless. Yunyu smiled. It's a miracle you've managed to survive this long without being harmed. Shang Shujo rubbed his nose, wisely shifting the topic. According to your accounts, that group of little ghosts will likely seek you out again. Bosiyu expressed his concerns. Why us? It seems this group of little ghosts has no connection to the previous female ghosts from the castle. Why are they fixated on us? I'm afraid I cannot provide an answer to that question either, Shang Shujo replied, his expression somber. However, I can share some news. In the past 6 months, supernatural incidents have surged across various locations, nearly doubling compared to previous decades. For reasons unknown, their power seemed to be intensifying. He clenched his fists, adding, whenever a supernatural event occurs in one area, similar incidents tend to follow, forcing us to seal off those locations, but this is unfeasible in heavily populated areas. Just last month we lost a colleague. If this continues, humanity will soon fall, reduced to a playground for ghosts. Shang Shujo glanced at the two. The female ghost you encountered before was relatively mild. She at least did not harm innocents. However, not all spirits are so accommodating. Some malevolent spirits are inherently fierce. We must remain vigilant. Yunyu and Bosiyu exchanged glances, realizing that the seemingly peaceful world they inhabited was fraught with peril, the danger creeping ever closer. While many remained blissfully unaware, Shang Shujo suppressed his emotions, retrieving several yellow talismans from his bag. These have my drawn symbols on them. Carry them with you and the spirits will not dare approach. Yunyu's eyes lit up. She had witnessed Shang Shujo wield these talismans firsthand. The power they possessed was undeniable. She reached out to take one, but when she tugged at the other half, it wouldn't budge. Gritting her teeth, she pulled harder, only to find he held on even tighter. Confused, she looked up at him. What's going on? Shang Shujo, under her gaze, felt his face grow inexplicably warm, as if he were a college student nervously selling something for the first time. Each talisman costs $9,998. You can't go wrong with this deal. Yun Yu and Bo see you. She laughed in disbelief, so that's what this is about. You're here to sell us stuff. Shang Shujo chuckled awkwardly. Gotta make a living. Their department had considerable expenses, relying solely on the meager funding from above. They would have long run out of resources. He had no choice but to develop side ventures to sustain operations. BOCU was ready to pay, viewing the amount as negligible. Yun Yu frowned. You're quite ruthless. Everyone else charges $9.98, but you just had to add an extra zero. BOCU, unfamiliar with the pricing, hesitated as he considered her words. Shang Shujo replied earnestly, you get what you pay for. I have confidence in this price. Miss Yun, you can rest assured that we offer after-sales service. Yun Yu scoffed. Captain Shang, we've known each other for a while now. Can't you give us a discount? Shang Shujo hesitated slightly. If I recall correctly, this is only our second meeting, right? Yun Yu with a straight face replied, I feel a deep connection with Captain Shang. BOCU was taken aback, wanting to interject. Is it really possible? Shang Shujo gritted his teeth, appearing pained as he made a concession, as if he were suffering a great loss. Fine, I'll give you a friendship price of 10% off? That was hardly a discount at all. Yun Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, sneering. Ha, your friendship is truly cheap. It was her first time encountering someone even more stingy than herself. Shang Shujo felt equally wronged. His previous clients had been more generous. Life and death matters were not something one haggled over. Ultimately, BOCU covered the expense, and with his father footing the bill, Shang Shujo's demeanor became noticeably warmer. I have more than just talismans. I also have other tools available. If you need anything, feel free to inquire. He was so attentive that he seemed less like the enigmatic captain of a special operations unit and more like a real estate agent. BOCU's lips twitched slightly. We'll talk about it later. His gaze flickered momentarily. Could the caravan leader read feng shui? Shang Shujo paused for a moment before nodding. Those of us in this line of work generally possess this knowledge. BOCU harbored no doubts about his competence. The Shang family was one of the 4 prominent families in the realm of metaphysics, and his guess was indeed correct. Shang Shujo must be related to the Shang family he was familiar with. When will the caravan leader be free? I would like to ask for your assistance in inspecting the feng shui of my ancestral home. It was illogical to turn down money that came knocking at one's door. Shang Shujo readily replied, I will be free tomorrow. I can even do it now. BOCU lifted the corners of his lips. There's no rush. Let us plan for tomorrow morning. I'll send someone to pick you up. Caravan leader. Upon returning home, BOCU casually mentioned this matter to Old Master Bo, who raised an eyebrow. What made you suddenly think of inviting someone to check the feng shui? BOCU maintained a calm demeanor. So much has transpired recently. I can't shake the feeling that there might be an issue with the feng shui at home. It would be wise to have someone take a look for peace of mind. The old master's eyes glimmered with amusement. Weren't you quite averse to such things in the past? You once called me superstitious. BOCU's expression stiffened slightly. This is a different time. Well, that Shang fellow is indeed quite capable among the younger generation. You haven't made a poor choice in inviting him. Old Master Bo frowned, recalling that Old Master Chu had fallen ill. He decided it was time to pay a visit. The next morning, the other members of the Bo family were somewhat puzzled to see BOCU leisurely seated on the sofa, perusing the newspaper, as he was typically the first to leave. Uncle Bo approached with a smile, asking, Siu, are you not going to the company today? BOCU looked up from his newspaper. I have some matters to attend to. I'll head over later. Although Uncle Bo found it odd, he wisely refrained from further questioning that he may have been the elder, but he felt somewhat intimidated by this nephew. I'll be off to the company then. BOCU nodded. Take care. Uncle Shang Shujo arrived quite early, taken aback by the grandeur of the Bo residence. While the Shang family also belonged to the aristocracy, they paled in comparison to the Bo family, especially considering the recent decline of the Shang family. During the journey here, he learned that the entire mountain belonged to the Bo family, and he nearly shed tears of envy. Setting aside other matters, the location was superb, rich in spiritual energy, truly a treasure trove of feng shui. For an ordinary person, residing here would ensure longevity and prosperity, and for individuals like them from the realm of metaphysics, it was even more beneficial. However, the moment he stepped through the Bo family's threshold, a surge of ominous energy struck him, causing his brow to furrow involuntarily. His expression hardened. This residence certainly harbored issues. Mr. Bo, Mr. Shang has arrived, Fong Min announced, leading Shang Shujo inside. Shang Shujo greeted politely. Good morning, Mr. Bo. BOCU set down his newspaper. You're quite early, caravan leader. Have you had breakfast? One must adhere to some basic etiquette when visiting someone's home. Shang Shujo smiled. I've already eaten. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Bo. BOCU dismissed it casually. Not at all, I merely asked out of politeness, Shang Shujo. That having spoken little the previous day and being generous when it came to money. He instinctively felt that Bo Siyu was rather easy to converse with. Now it seemed he had misjudged the situation suddenly. He found himself missing Yunyu. At least her presence would alleviate the awkwardness. Just then, as if summoned by fate, Yunyu, still half asleep, emerged from upstairs with a cup of coffee, her face still drowsy. Her gaze landed on Shang Shujo, and she yawned, greeting him naturally, "Good morning, caravan leader." Upon saying that, she belatedly realized something was amiss. Wait a minute, wasn't this the Bo family? How could Yunyu be here? He cast a stunned glance at Bo Siyu, who had his eyes lowered, clearly uninterested in providing any explanations. As Yunyu emerged from the kitchen, she noticed Shang Shujo gazing at her with an expression of hesitance. Unable to contain himself, he quietly asked, "Miss Yun, UNMRWO." Yunyu suddenly understood, and with a cryptic smile replied, "Isn't it obvious?" She playfully continued, "Indeed, just as you think. I am actually his kept canary." Shang Shujo. Ah? His mind reeled. Was this something he was meant to know? Bo Siyu's temples throbbed with irritation. Unable to tolerate her audacity. Yunyu! This woman was utterly reckless, daring to spread rumors in front of him. Fong Min stood to the side, staring at the ceiling, torn between laughter and restraint. Yunyu shot him a glare. "What are you afraid of?" "Caravan leader, isn't an outsider." Shang Shujo nearly stumbled over his words, caught off guard by Bo Siyu's piercing gaze. His fear was palpable as he quickly waved his hands. No, you'd better treat me like an outsider." He still wanted to leave this place alive. Bo Siyu rose, lifting his eyelids in warning as he glared at Yunyu. "Don't listen to her nonsense. Let me show you around first." Yunyu, unabashed, leaned closer. "I want to go too." The Bo family's ancestral home comprised several standalone villas nestled together, surrounded by mountains and rivers, offering a breathtaking view. With amenities like a swimming pool, farm, tea garden, and golf course, there was even a rose garden in the back hill. Rather than waste time wandering aimlessly, Bo Siyu brought Shang Shujo to tour the main residence and the small building where his parents resided. "What do you think? Have you discerned anything, caravan leader?" Shang Shujo frowned. "I observed carefully on the way up. This location is exceptionally advantageous. It is clear you've consulted someone before. However, upon entering this house, I sensed a heavy aura of malevolence." Yunyu's gaze flickered. This aligned with what Ling Wei had mentioned. Did the caravan leader identify the source of this malevolence? Shang Shujo shook his head. Having just taken a cursory glance, "I haven't discerned any issues with the feng shui layout yet. I will need to investigate further." He retrieved a compass from his bag, cradling it in his hands. Yunyu examined it curiously. "Is this the feng shui compass? It looks rather antiquated." Shang Shujo smiled. "This has been passed down from my great-grandfather's generation. Don't be fooled by its ordinary appearance. It possesses great power." Yunyu questioned, "But why isn't the needle in the center moving?" Shang Shujo looked down, his expression unperturbed. "Don't worry, it might just be temperamental again with that." He struck the compass a few times with considerable force, and the needle, which had been as still as an elderly person nearing death, gradually began to turn. Yunyu and Bo Siyu exchanged glances, both silently questioning the reliability of this shabby contraption. The needle began to sway erratically. He looked down to see it halt, slowly pointing southeast. Shang Shujo raised his gaze. "Whose residence is that?" Bo Siyu's expression tightened, and he spoke slowly. "Mine." The closer it got to Bo Siyu's room, the faster the compass needle spun, its agitation palpable. The incessant spinning of the needle indicated an intrusion of malevolent energy. Such intense resentment. Shang Shujo quickened his pace down the corridor, halting at the door to Bo Siyu's room, where a half-man-high vase stood in the hallway. The needle pointed unwaveringly at the vase. Shang Shujo frowned. "This vase?" Bo Siyu decisively lifted his foot, sending the vase crashing to the ground, shattering it into pieces. "Shang Shujo, if I'm not mistaken, that appears to be an antique from the Zhou dynasty." The vase had contained silver willow, and the soil spilled everywhere. Shang Shujo nudged it with his foot, uncovering a clump of dark, tangled hair within the soil. Yunyu felt a chill run down her spine and took a step back. How could there be hair in there? Shang Shujo's expression grew grave. Silver willow is known to attract wealth when cultivated in a residence, but it is unsuitable for dark, shadowy places. Otherwise, it disrupts the feng shui. This corridor receives no light and is not an appropriate spot for it. Moreover, a woman's hair carries a yin attribute. The combination of these two. Bo Siyu's expression darkened. "Zhou Ma had long since heard the commotion and hurried upstairs. "Young master, what has happened?" "Oh no, how did the vase break? And where did this hair come from?" His eyes turned icy, and his lips pressed into a thin line. I remember this vase, wasn't he here before? Who placed it here? Zhoma flinched, responding awkwardly, yes, young master. The compass began to spin again, this time pointing towards Bo Siu's bedroom. Shang Shujo inquired with a serious expression. Mr. Bo, may I enter to take a look? Given the privacy of a bedroom, it was prudent to seek the owner's permission first. Bo Siu furrowed his brow slightly and stepped forward to open the door. Just as Yunyu recalled something, her eyes widened, and she rushed forward to intervene. But it was too late. As the door swung open, the scene within the room was laid bare. Tio managed the cleaning staff. Yunyu would meticulously arrange the room each morning upon waking. At that moment, the bed was a chaotic mess. The sheets crumpled into a heap, and her casually discarded nightgown was entangled with Bo Siu's pajamas. Draped over the sofa, the cushions had tumbled to the ground, with suspicious stains adorning them. It appeared as though a fierce battle had taken place. Yunyu. Bo Siu. Chapter 57. You'll be the one in a hurry. Later, a nearby gasp echoed in disbelief. Fong Min quickly concealed his astonishment, exhibiting commendable professionalism by averting his gaze, pretending he had seen nothing. Shang Shujo also lowered his head, his expression serious as he focused intently on the floor. To be honest, the flooring was indeed quite impressive. At this moment, both men wished they could dig a hole right where they stood. The difference being, while Yunyu wished to bury herself, Bo Siu wished to bury her instead. No wonder the servants at home have been casting him furtive glances these past few days. He had briefly believed that his zipper was undone. It turns out it was all due to Yunyu dragging his reputation through the mud behind his back. As Bo Siu shot a murderous glance in her direction, Yunyu felt a jolt in her heart, covering her face in embarrassment and rage. How infuriating. It's all your fault. I can no longer face anyone. She deftly shifted the blame. Meanwhile, several meaningful glances were cast in their direction. Bo Siu gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. Let's focus on the matter at hand. Yunyu interpreted his words as a prelude to dealing with her, sending a shiver down her spine. Surely he couldn't be so petty? Shang Shujo cleared his throat and, adhering to the principle of ignorance is bliss, stepped into the room. The compass spun increasingly faster as he made a circuit of the room, finally stopping in front of the wall opposite the bed. There hung several paintings and a unique woven wall hanging, designed to hold books, adorned with trinkets fashioned from animal bones. Shang Shujo furrowed his brow. This hanging. He reached out to touch it, his expression suddenly sharpening. The texture felt eerily like human bone. Yunyu gasped in shock. Are you serious? Just days prior, she had found it beautiful and had touched it for quite some time. Shang Shujo examined it closely, nodding in affirmation. The resentment is palpable. These are the bones of someone wrongfully deceased, cursed no less. It's no wonder the atmosphere here is so ominous. Having such items in the bedroom will surely lead the owner to an untimely demise. Bo Siu's expression turned cold. Zhoma, where did this come from? Zhoma trembled as she stepped forward, hesitantly explaining. Young master, if I recall correctly, this seemed to be a birthday gift from Miss Qin. You told us to handle it, and the subordinates took it upon themselves to hang it here. Her voice trailed off, growing quieter, before she suddenly knelt, fear written all over her face. Young master. We had no idea it was human bones. In that moment, Yunyu was torn between feeling sympathy for and being impressed by Bo Siu. It seemed not a single member of this family wished him well. Yet, despite everything, he remained unscathed. It must be said. He was truly difficult to kill. Bou, observing Bo Siu in the living room, sensed the tension in the air. Elder brother, what's going on? Yunyu looked at her with a sympathetic gaze. This foolish girl, grinning widely as if she just won the lottery, remains blissfully unaware of the storm about to hit her. Bo Siu slowly lifted his gaze, his inscrutable eyes sweeping over both of them, causing them to involuntarily straighten their backs. Even Qin, usually oblivious, noticed something was amiss and blinked in confusion. One by one. Please. Bo Siu smirked derisively. Bo Yu, do you harbor resentment towards me? Bo Yu's expression changed dramatically. Elder brother? Why would you say that? The shock on his face was genuine, and he couldn't help but inquire further. Has someone been sowing discord between us? He glanced at Yunyu, suspecting her motives, having the gossip directed at her. Yunyu immediately displayed a look of indignation. Hey, if you want to speak, then speak. Why glare at me? Don't think I'm unaware of your insinuations. Unexpectedly, she called him out directly, leaving Bo Yu feeling somewhat awkward. Zhoma, show him. Zhoma, gathering her courage, used a broom to scrape away some dirt, revealing a clump of hair. It was a woman's hair. Damp and resembling it had just been pulled from a sewer. Exuding an air of malevolence, Bo Yu froze. Is this hair? Qin's eyes widened in shock. Who is shedding hair so profusely? Bo Yu, unable to believe his eyes, stared incredulously. How can this be? Shang Shuzhou kindly explained. A woman's hair carries a heavy yin energy, and this could potentially belong to a deceased individual. Elder brother, I had no idea. Bo Yu's heart sank, while Qin turned to glare at him in fury, appearing even angrier than Bo Yu himself. How could you place such an item at your brother's door? Bo Yu? What were you thinking? Yun Yu's tone was laden with meaning. Don't be so hasty. You'll have your turn to panic shortly. Qin expression stiffened. Yun Yu, what do you mean by that? What does this have to do with me? Yun Yu pointed at the taken down hanging. Does that item look familiar to you? Following her gaze, Qin's pupils dilated, an ominous feeling creeping in. Isn't that what I gave to my brother? Yun Yu replied leisurely. It's made of human bones. Qin. What were you thinking, hanging such a thing in your brother's room? Qin's complexion drained of color. That's impossible. It's clearly animal bones. Shang Shuzhou frowned. I can differentiate between human and animal bones. Qin, terrified, felt her strength wane as she met Bo Siyu's icy gaze, quickly shaking her head. Brother Siyu, I had no idea. I truly didn't know that was human bone. Her eyes reddened with urgency, fearing he wouldn't believe her. That was, Yun Yu leisurely completed her sentence. That was a scam, wasn't it? Qin instinctively shot her a glare. Yun Yu, stop with your cryptic remarks. Huh? Mid-sentence, confusion flickered across her face. Why was Yun Yu defending her? Was she up to no good? Yun Yu blinked innocently and directed her gaze at Bo Siyu. She clearly lacks the intellect to orchestrate such a grand scheme. Qin felt a surge of anger, even though she knew the other was trying to help. Something about it felt so off to her. Chapter 58. Someone seems to dislike you. Bo Siyu was well aware that Qin could not have concocted such a scheme. But the ease with which she was deceived left room for doubt regarding her innocence. As for Bo Yu, he was no stranger to the other's little schemes. He just couldn't be bothered to engage. I'll give you 10 minutes. I want to know precisely how this item came to be here and from whose hands it was acquired. Bo Yu chimed in. That vase was also something I bought from a friend. Bo Siyu chuckled softly, his tone devoid of emotion. Oh? Are your friends all the same? Bo Yu's expression turned awkward. Well, not exactly. My friend, you know him, it's that kid Sun Sifin. He even planted the silver willow inside. He told me this thing couldn't be hydroponic, it had to be soil grown, and I foolishly believed him. Had it been hydroponic, the servants would have noticed the hair in the water every day. That brat had clearly played a trick on him. Yun Yu scrutinized his expression, finding it hard to believe he was lying. This matter could be clarified with a simple confrontation, and he had no reason to fabricate anything. Bo Siyu raised his chin. Call the Sun family. Did he bring the item over himself, or did I send someone to fetch it? Fong Min immediately took action, retrieving Sun's father's number to call. Briefly explaining the situation, his expression shifted subtly. Mr. Bo, Sun Sifin has been missing for 2 days. Bo Yu stared in disbelief. How is that possible? Yun Yu raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence, could it be? He was silenced? Bo Siyu's expression darkened. Tang Yaoyao's parents quickly arrived to apologize, their demeanor one of trepidation. Mr. Bo, our daughter is ignorant. She was deceived. They implored. Mr. Bo, you are magnanimous, please don't hold it against her. Tang's father wiped the sweat from his brow, glaring at Tang Yaoyao. You better confess where you got that item. Tang Yaoyao had never encountered such a scene, crying as she stammered, I got it from an online friend. An online friend? The situation became increasingly bizarre. Tang Yaoyao shrunk back, her eyes glistening with tears. I thought you wouldn't want it. Qin was nearly faint with rage. As a wealthy girl, Tang Yaoyao loved to share her daily life on social media. Her peculiar hobby involved collecting strange items. One day, an online friend messaged her, claiming to possess a good luck bone. Initially skeptical, she was swayed when the person, a longtime follower, provided several examples. Why would someone gift me such a wonderful item? At first she was doubtful. If it was truly that good, why would they give it away? The other party began to lament about their family's grave illness and their urgent need for money, clarifying that the item was for sale, not a gift. Naively, Tang Yaoyao believed them. The person first sent her the item, and she promptly paid them. However, the item was said to be somewhat sinister and could not be used directly but required borrowing luck from others. Intrigued, Tang Yaoyao thought of Qin. Though they were close friends, she had always felt envious of Qin, who, despite her less affluent background, was living in the Bo household as a foster daughter, enjoying privileges akin to those of a legitimate Bo family daughter. Thus, she gifted the bone to Qin. Strangely, after that, her luck did indeed improve. Who would have thought that this would all blow up in her face, revealing that the bone was made of human remains? Qin Xin, upon hearing this, felt as if her heart was being ripped apart, lunging at Tang Yaoyao and slapping her twice. I trusted you so much and you plotted against me? Tang's parents exchanged anxious glances. Mr. Bo Yunyu, relishing the unfolding drama, quipped. This isn't friendship. It's more like a frenemy situation. Tang Yao's face flushed crimson, fully aware of her wrongdoing yet too intimidated to evade the confrontation. Enduring the slaps in silence, Bocu cast a glance at Tang Yaoyao. Fong Min was his trusted confidant. Capable of discerning his superior's intentions with just a glance, he stepped forward to separate Qin Kursin. His tone polite yet assertive. Miss Tang, might I take a look at your chat records with that individual? All right. Tang Yaoyao had no choice but to comply, obediently handing over her phone. Fong Min made a call to have the technical department investigate. And the conclusion was unsurprising. President Bo, this individual utilized a virtual IP. It appears this was premeditated, however. It remained unclear whether the target was Tang Yaoyao or President Bo himself. As they reached this juncture, the trail seemed to grow cold again. Meanwhile, Tang's parents continued to plead for leniency, but Bo Siu appeared somewhat irritated, his voice frigid. Fong Min, show them out. His ruthless demeanor left Tang's father feeling a chill. His face devoid of color, as he instinctively sensed the impending doom for their family. Bo Siu was known for his unyielding approach in the business realm, where those who crossed him seldom fared well, especially when it involved his daughter. Their family was surely at an end. Fong Min's gaze held a hint of pity. President Tang, please. Bo Siu rose from his seat. Thank you for your efforts. Captain Shang. Shang Shujo offered a restrained smile. It's nothing, just. Well, that matter? He seemed a tad embarrassed, and Bo Siu smirked knowingly. I shall have someone transfer the payment to your account shortly. Shang Shujo sighed in relief. You are too kind, President Bo. I would be more than willing to assist in similar matters in the future. Yun Yu's lips twitched. It's not exactly a pleasant affair, so let us hope there won't be a next time? Shang Shujo chuckled awkwardly. Haha, fair point. After Shang Shujo departed, Yun Yu turned to Bo Siu with her arms crossed. It seems this is aimed at you, President Bo. It appears someone harbors ill will towards you? Bo Siu's expression darkened. The other party may certainly attempt to see if they can unearth me. They believe that by concealing their IP and erasing traces, they can escape unscathed? How Navi, Chapter 59. Sunshine Welfare Institute. Yun Yu, have you seen Weibo? Yun Yu was somewhat puzzled upon receiving the message from Su Mingyue. Since the director formed a group, they had added each other as friends, but they had yet to converse. She felt a nagging doubt. She had been quite well behaved lately, so there was no reason for her to suddenly trend online. Upon opening Weibo, to her astonishment, the top trending topic featured an unexpected individual. The glaring headline, Zhou Liangsheng drug use. Upon reading this, Yun Yu merely raised an eyebrow. She had known about this person's drug use long before, but how had this scandal erupted so quickly? The Weibo post detailed how a concerned citizen reported a group engaging in drug use, leading police to the scene, where a number of individuals were apprehended, including Zhou. Although no names were mentioned, a passerby had captured a photograph. Even in profile, those familiar could easily recognize him. As she scrolled through the comments, fans were attempting damage control, yet the majority were mocking. Some fans are truly astonishing. How can they still defend him? A public figure leading the way in drug use. Does he have no regard for the sacrifices made by narcotics officers each year? Zhou should be expelled from the entertainment industry. Just looking at his face, he doesn't seem like a good person. He resembles someone with mania. Turns out he is a junkie. I felt justified in confronting him. Don't be ridiculous. It's just a coincidence of the surname. What evidence proves that it's him? Yun Yu was thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama, as group messages continued to flood in. Chu Yuan, doesn't this seem a bit suspicious? Is the timing of Zhou Liangsheng's scandal too coincidental? Do you think it might be related to that incident? Luo Fan. He just told me he planned to go abroad to avoid the storm, saying those little brats couldn't possibly cross the ocean to bother him, and right after, he gets caught using drugs. Zhang Li. In hindsight, that does seem rather coincidental. If he intended to exploit the situation, who knows if he might end up with the same fate. Director Zhang. Zhou Liangsheng certainly can no longer appear as a public figure, but with him gone, where am I to find someone to fill the gap? Director Zhang's hair was nearly turning white from worry. Embracing a nothing-to-lose mentality, he posted the guest recruitment information online, but he never anticipated that someone would actually reach out to him. Shang Shujo called team leader Han. Old Han, have you found any leads on the place I asked you to investigate? The background noise on the other end quieted. I had my team search through every orphanage in the city, even in the neighboring city, and we barely found one that matches the criteria. I'll send you the location shortly. I'm quite busy here. The voice on the other end was filled with exasperation, as they were under considerable pressure from above regarding the previous castle-related case, which had significant connections, but it took considerable effort to finally get a lead on them. Shang Shujo raised an eyebrow. So, is this case close to resolution? Team leader Han scoffed. Shouldn't it be resolved quickly? The entire nation is watching. Alright, I'll hang up now. Not long after the call ended, Shang Shujo received the location from Han. It was situated in the neighboring city of S. Sunshine Welfare Institute. Shang Shujo let out a derisive snort. It sounded rather cheerful. Xiaobai. Investigate whether anything inappropriate has transpired at this welfare institute in the last decade. A short-haired, efficient woman sat before the computer, operating it. This welfare institute has a rather high adoption rate. After browsing for a while, she voiced her confusion. Shang Shujo leaned in, inquiring, "What's the matter?" Bai Wanshuang furrowed her brow. It seems that the children here all have some form of disability. When Yunyu and Bo Siyu arrived at the hotel, it was somewhat late. The attendant guided them forward. This way. Please. Upon entering the private room, Su Mingyue and Chu Yuanyuan stood up, somewhat awkwardly greeting Bo Siyu. Bo Siyu nodded coolly, his gaze landing on Yunyu, their expressions instantly lighting up with excitement. Yu, I've missed you so much. Su Mingyue rushed forward teary-eyed to embrace Yunyu, who disdainfully pushed her head away. Wait a moment, I don't recall us being this close. Chu Yuanyuan quickly withdrew her actions. Awkwardly fiddling with her fingers, Su Mingyue glared at her. You're rather heartless. We've shared hardships together, however, she soon plastered on a shameless grin. But I'm magnanimous. I forgive you. Chu Yuanyuan's gaze flitted between Yunyu and Bo Siyu, eagerly asking, by the way, how did you two end up together? Bo Siyu had already seated himself, engrossed in his own affairs. Yunyu maintained her composure. We ran into each other on the way. Su Mingyue and Chu Yuanyuan exchanged knowing glances. Yunyu settled into her seat. Is it just the two of you? Chu Yuanyuan glanced at the entrance. Luo Fan went to the restroom. The others haven't arrived yet. Yunyu casually played with her phone, her demeanor relaxed. Didn't they mention there would be newcomers? Su Mingyue suddenly clapped her hands. Right, who's the one so reckless as to dare show up at such a time? The door swung open and Qi Yi and Zhang Li entered one after the other, the former glancing around the private room, a smirk playing on his lips. You all arrived rather early? Su Mingyue looked distressed. This is a matter of life and death. Should we not be proactive? Qi Yi raised an eyebrow, non-committal. Just as he was about to speak, the door was knocked twice, followed by a deep voice. Apologies for being late. I got caught in traffic. Shang Shujo stepped in with an apologetic smile, followed closely by a short-haired woman. A flicker of surprise crossed Yunyu's eyes, while the others gaped in disbelief. Captain Shang, what brings you here? Bai Wanshuang nodded. Hello everyone. The group was initially incredulous, but soon their expressions shifted to excitement. Su Mingyue looked utterly bewildered. Did I hear wrong? Captain Shang is joining us? Director Zhang's smile seemed to hold an extra touch of sincerity. It was the team leader of the merchant caravan who took the initiative to contact me, stating that for everyone's safety, the Special Investigation Bureau would send personnel to accompany us. Consequently, the safety of all is greatly ensured. Everyone has witnessed the prowess of Shang Shujo, and it must be said that his willingness to join us brings immense joy to all. Now let me first share the information we have uncovered. Shang Shujo's expression grew solemn. Based on the image we possess, we have pinpointed our target to an orphanage in S City named Sunshine Welfare Institute. Here is a brief overview of this orphanage, which I have arranged to be printed for everyone's perusal. Bai Wanshuang retrieved several documents from her handbag and distributed them for review. When the papers reached Yunyu, she scrutinized them closely, noting that the orphanage was established in 1998, alongside significant events that have transpired since its inception. She squinted. Are all the children in this orphanage disabled? Zhang Li also found it curious. While many children are indeed abandoned by their parents due to congenital disabilities, it seems rather coincidental for every single one to be disabled, does it not? Chu Yuanyuan tilted her head in contemplation. Perhaps this orphanage exclusively adopts disabled children. Yunyu smirked slightly. Disabled children are often difficult to adopt after all. Who among normal families would invest their efforts in nurturing a child with disabilities? Yet, the probability of adoption in this orphanage appears rather high. Whether these disabilities are congenital or acquired presents a tantalizing mystery. Shang Shujo nodded. I too find it somewhat perplexing. We should pay attention to this issue. In 2004, a fire broke out in this orphanage, tragically resulting in the deaths of 5 children and 2 caregivers. Shang Shujo's gaze sharpened. This incident garnered significant social attention at the time. However, Subsequent police investigations revealed that the orphanage's fire safety equipment harbored considerable hazards, leading to fines and a temporary closure for rectification. Resuming operations 2 years later, he paused, adding from past experiences that in instances of supernatural occurrences, the likelihood of accidental incidents is exceedingly low. Bai Wanshuang interjected, "Aside from this, we have yet to uncover any other useful leads. The information available online is rather scant, and to ascertain what truly transpired, we may need to delve deeper." The group exchanged glances, each feeling a sense of unease. 7 days later, a bus halted in front of the Sunshine Welfare Institute. One by one, around 10 individuals disembarked. "Hey, who are those 2 newcomers? Are they ordinary people? Their looks are quite striking. Oh my, this time the location is an orphanage. The king of hell is troublesome, and the little ghosts are difficult to deal with. I can already sense how frightening this will be. Ah, where are my army of bullet comments? Hurry and come to my aid." Yunyu was the last to alight, raising her gaze to observe the orphanage. The blue and white walls exuded a warm atmosphere, adorned with vibrant graffiti. Inside, there were playgrounds and various recreational facilities. The imposing black iron gate stood before them, emblazoned with the words Sunshine Welfare Institute in bold red letters on a white background. This scene bore no semblance to anything horrific. Chu Yuanyuan hesitated. Did we come to the wrong place? This orphanage looks completely unlike the one in the picture. Director Zhang approached to negotiate. Yes, Director Li, we truly appreciate your assistance this time. Director Li quickly shook her head. Not a problem, this is merely a form of promotion for our Welfare Institute. She glanced at the handsome men and beautiful women behind her, urging, please step inside. The iron gate swung open wide, revealing an exceptionally warm environment within, yet no one was eager to make the first move. No matter what, he would not enter alongside them this time. Yunyu cast a knowing glance at him. Director Zhang us into this rather inconsiderate? Director Zhang lamented. Alas, I am of an age where I cannot compete with your youthful vigor. Shang Shuzhou chuckled. Come, let us proceed inside. Chapter 61. These individuals are the adopters this time. A group of people closely followed the Welfare Institute's director as she introduced the general situation. As you can see, our Welfare Institute comprises 3 main buildings. The central one is the teaching building, which includes activity rooms, classrooms, and a psychological counseling room. The building on the right is the dormitory where the children rest, with bathrooms and shower facilities on each floor. The building on the left houses the administrative management area, which also contains the cafeteria and staff rest and office spaces. The group followed her indications. Shang Shuzhou inquired, how many children and staff currently reside in the Welfare Institute? The director smiled. Our Welfare Institute is small in scale compared to those in the city, with only 56 children. For teachers, 6 caregivers and 1 security guard. A few children were playing in the children's playground. Upon seeing the unfamiliar group, they gazed curiously, their eyes betraying a hint of shyness. Yunyu looked around but did not spot the little girl they had encountered earlier. These children appeared quite ordinary, and the group's initial apprehension began to ease. The director cheerily remarked, allow me to show a few of you around elsewhere. They followed behind, whispering among themselves. Luofan expressed confusion. This Welfare Institute seems quite normal? Could we have come to the wrong location? Indeed, I find those children rather adorable, unlike the eerie little ghost we encountered before. Su Mingyue agreed wholeheartedly. Chu Yuanyuan gestured for everyone to look. See? The director clearly has a shadow. She appears quite normal. Shan Shiyu, unfamiliar with the ghost matter, asked curiously, will we encounter a ghost here? Chu Yuanyuan immediately frowned, lowering her voice. Please refrain from mentioning that word. Teacher Shan. Just hearing it sends chills down my spine. Meanwhile, Yunyu was surveying the surroundings when she heard the voice of Bo Siyu beside her. Do you have any thoughts? She glanced over, biting her lip. Everything here seems too normal. Let us observe further. To the entrance of the Welfare Institute, Director Zhang sat in the van, visibly anxious. How long have they been inside? Since the director mentioned taking them to see their accommodations, the live broadcast has been eerily silent for quite some time. The assistant director, keeping track of the time, quickly replied. Over 2 hours have passed. Director Zhang could hardly remain seated. Call team leader Shang. The assistant director pulled out his phone, dialing Shang Shuzhou. The call failed. Your call is outside the service area. Please try again later. Both their faces paled. Director Zhang swallowed hard. What about the others? The assistant director dialed several numbers but none connected. The group hurriedly exited the vehicle and rushed into the Welfare Institute. Director Zhang, disregarding his fear, shouted, where are they? The director appeared bewildered. Are you referring to those handsome men and beautiful women? Didn't they leave? Nonsense. We have been stationed at the entrance and have seen no one exit. The assistant director couldn't hold back a curse. The director, surprised, raised her hands in confusion. I took them to the dormitory, then answered a phone call, and when I turned around they had vanished. You can go inside and search if you don't believe me. The production crew turned the Welfare Institute upside down. Yet not a single person was found. Have they encountered a ghost, with perfectly normal individuals vanishing into thin air? Director Zhang's face turned ashen. Quickly, contact the Special Investigation Bureau. Yunyu awoke in a daze, her neck aching. How did I fall asleep? She straightened up from the narrow single bed, which creaked unpleasantly as she jumped down. She sensed something was amiss. Slowly, she raised her head to survey the dormitory, quickly noticing something peculiar. This room seems to have aged. The peeling walls revealed patches of decay, the corners damp with mold, the walls bore haphazard scribbles, resembling the chaotic scrawls of mischievous children. The originally wooden bed had transformed into an antiquated iron frame, the kind typically found in dormitories, now rusted and worn. She was certain that when the director had brought them here, it hadn't looked like this. A sense of dread settled in her heart as she approached to wake the others. Wake up! The ghosts are at the door. What? Su Mingyue sprang upright from her bed, colliding with the terrified Chu Yuanyuan, who was shouting about ghosts. Yunyu sheepishly rubbed her nose, a flicker of guilt in her eyes. Bai Wanshuang jumped down from the upper bunk, her expression serious. What is going on? Zhongli, clutching her head, frowned. Why did I suddenly fall asleep? Yunyu shrugged, pointing at the calendar on the wall. My goodness, it's 2004? Have we traveled back in time? Chu Yuanyuan gingerly touched the bump on her forehead, doubting her own sanity. Bai Wanshuang, seasoned in such matters, frowned deeply. We may have arrived in another timeline. Let us go find the team leader and regroup. The male guests were downstairs, and the two groups quickly converged. Shang Shuzhou was the first to calm everyone's nerves. Please do not panic. I am encountering this situation for the first time as well. Su Mingyue cautiously asked. What should we do? He pondered for a moment. The force capable of transporting us to this alternate timeline is more formidable than I had anticipated. If we wish to escape, we will likely need to confront and eliminate it, I must say. Everyone. A haunting voice echoed from behind them, causing everyone to shiver in unison. Turning with uncertainty, a woman in her 30s stood expressionless, her gaze far from friendly. The arrival of such an individual went entirely unnoticed by them. As they continued their conspicuous scheming, Chu Yuanyuan's voice trembled. Is she even human? Unexpectedly, the woman, possessing keen hearing, cast a cold glance in their direction. How amusing your words are. Madam. If I am not human, what could I possibly be? A ghost? Chu Yuanyuan's lips quivered slightly, while Shun Shiyu, maintaining a gentle demeanor, patted her shoulder. Do not be afraid, she has a shadow. The group looked over. And indeed, a long slender shadow fell at the woman's feet. Her expression was somber, evoking a chilling scrutiny, soon morphing into a rigid smile. You must be the adoptive parents for this occasion, correct? I am the caregiver here. My apologies for the wait. Please follow me to meet the children. As she spoke, she turned on her heel and walked ahead, leaving the others exchanging bewildered glances. Adoptive parents? What does that mean? Shang Shuzhou raised his chin slightly. Let us follow her and see. Chapter 62. The strange tales of the orphanage. The once clear sky had turned overcast, enveloping the orphanage in a misty light, akin to a dimly colored pencil drawing, where even the outlines of the buildings appeared faded. Drawing closer to the scenery depicted in the image, the caregiver led them to the children's nap area, stating in a formal tone, Please wait here, I will wake the children. The windows were transparent, allowing a clear view of the scene within. Rows of cots were closely aligned, with over a dozen children lying inside. As they sat up, they all turned to look outside in unison, their gazes devoid of the innocent curiosity typical of childhood, instead reflecting a lifeless, stagnant demeanor, their dark pupils fixated on the group. This sight was undeniably eerie. Chu Yuanyuan and Su Mingyue, the most timid among them, instinctively stepped back, their voices trembling. Are they really normal children? Their expressions are more desolate than mine after long hours of labor. Yunyu's lips twitched. This description was indeed rather accurate. The children dressed themselves obediently and climbed down from their beds, without a single cry or noise. The oldest among them appeared no older than 8 or 9, an age typically characterized by mischief, yet each child exuded an unusual quietness. The caregiver ushered the children out, and they lined up silently, scrutinizing the unexpected visitors. The caregiver spoke blandly. Greet your uncles and aunties. The little ones displayed a uniform, somewhat unsettling smile, as if etched by a ruler, and in unison, they greeted. Hello, uncles and aunties. Chi smirked sarcastically, his eyes glinting with interest. This doesn't seem like a greeting. It feels more like a farewell wish for our journey. His ill-timed humor plunged the group into silence. Wait a moment, a slow, languid voice interrupted. Yunyu stepped forward amidst the puzzled expressions of her companions. Do you not understand manners? Who taught you to address a 20-something young lady as auntie? Bending down, she pinched the cheek of a little boy. Call me sister, or I shall make you see our why-did-I in the crowd. A little girl pursed her lips, her aura darkening. The little boy looked at her with bewildered eyes, his lips quivering as if on the verge of tears. Unfazed, Yunyu lazily threatened, if you dare to cry, I'll have to deal with you right now. Her gaze was fierce, suggesting she might indeed follow through. The little boy bit his lip, reluctantly uttering sister. Pleased, Yunyu nodded, her gaze sweeping over the other children, who instinctively took a step back. Their voices came out in a scattered chorus. Sister, the onlookers were left agape. Is she always this reckless? Shang Shujo's expression was wooden, and those behind him nodded in unison. The caregiver's gaze flickered over Yunyu's face but ultimately remained unspoken. Now let us discuss the adoption rules. Each couple may adopt only one child, and you must ensure that the child comes to like you within the next 7 days. Her icy gaze surveyed the group once more, particularly fixating on Yunyu, her smile devoid of warmth. Those whom the children dislike shall not fare well. Concerned glances turned to Yunyu, only to hear the woman shamelessly remark, TSK disliked by children? Surely, who could be so unlikable? The caregiver was momentarily taken aback, shooting her a cold glare before shifting the topic. Here. You have 5 couples, which means 5 children for adoption. You may now begin your selection. The group began to comprehend the situation. There were 5 boys and 5 girls, implying they must form 5 distinct teams. They exchanged glances, deciding to maintain their previous groupings. Jiang Li's team saw Shen Shiyu replace Zhou Liangsheng, while the newcomer Shang Shujo teamed up with Bai Wanshuang. Rows of children gazed up at them, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Upon recognizing familiar faces, Chu Yuanyuan's expression shifted. After much mental preparation, she hesitantly approached a little boy. Would you like to come with me? The boy's eyes appeared misty, suggesting a vision impairment, but a shy smile crept onto his face as he nodded. One by one, the others found their chosen children for adoption. Bocu hesitated, contemplating whether to select randomly, when he noticed Yunyu walking straight to the last child in line, stopping before a little girl in a red dress, gazing intently at her. Come to play with you. Are you happy? The little girl lifted her face, her eyes innocent yet somewhat bewildered. Yunyu's gaze fell to her legs. Then she realized the girl was using a cane, having only one leg. Pausing, she patiently bent down to meet her gaze. What is your name? The girl timidly replied. Ali. Yunyu tilted her head. Is it the parting character? The girl softly corrected her. The teacher said it is the pair character. Yunyu readily acquiesced. Ali, would you like me and that uncle to be your adoptive parents? Bocu frowned in displeasure, musing why she was a sister while he was an uncle. Ali glanced at Bocu and nodded. Once everyone had chosen their children, the caregiver surveyed the scene, offering a somewhat ambiguous smile. You have all made your selections. Correct. Once decided, alterations are not permitted. For the next 7 days, you shall be their mothers and fathers. Su Mingyue stammered. Wait. Mothers and fathers? She doesn't even have a boyfriend, and now she has to be a mother? Yunyu remained silent for a moment. Actually, uncles and aunties are not entirely out of the question. The caregiver's expression remained impassive. This is the adoption manual. Please read it carefully and adhere strictly. Each received a copy of the manual, and Yunyu perused it, feeling it might as well be retitled Daily Parenting. 8:0 a.m. Children wake up. Breakfast must be prepared in advance. 8:30 to 9:30 a.m. Class time. 9:50 to 10:50 a.m. Extracurricular activities and crafts. 11:0 to 11:30 a.m. Psychological counseling. 8:0 to 9 o'clock p.m. Story time to lull to sleep. This page appeared quite ordinary at first glance. Bocu's gaze narrowed. Look at the back. Yunyu flipped a page and a line of text caught her eye. Strange Tales of the Orphanage Rules. 1.do not make the children cry. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. 2. Guardians must not refuse any reasonable requests from children. 3. Good children will lie. Bad children will not. 4. Guardians and children have a relationship. 5. Monsters roam at night. Please protect your children. 6. Guardians hold absolute authority in front of the children. 7. The director and staff can be trusted. Seek help in case of danger. 8. Make the children like you. And 9. To successfully complete the task, one must kill a child. 10.2 of the above rules are false. Chapter 63. She is the prey I have set my sights on. What words have been obscured by ink? Why provide clues yet not the full truth? Su Mingyue attempted to scratch at the paper with her nails, hoping to reveal the underlying text, only to inadvertently poke a hole in it. What shoddy material? Shang Shuzhou's expression darkened. The rules are a strange tale. I have encountered it before that we must adhere to the rules yet not rely entirely on them. Zhongli raised her head. Why is that? Shen Shiyu pondered. Because you never know which rule is false. He pointed to the 10th rule. 2 of the above rules are false. Shang Shuzhou nodded. Precisely so we. Before he could finish, Yunyu's eyes gleamed mischievously as she approached the caregiver, her expression earnest. Sister, could you tell us which rules are false? The group collectively gasped. Has Yunyu lost her mind? Even if the woman knew, she wouldn't tell them. The caregiver looked at Yunyu as if she were a fool, coldly responding. Sorry, no comment. Yunyu blinked in confusion, but Rule 7 clearly states that the director and staff can be trusted. If you refuse to tell me, could it be that this rule is false? Her eyes bore a piercing accusation. The caregiver's expression faltered, momentarily rendered speechless. Yunyu, suddenly enlightened, turned away without a hint of regret. It seems Rule 7 is most likely false. You all should best not trust it. The caregiver. A group of bewildered gazes exchanged among them, pondering if they could operate in such a manner. Truly, Yunyu is deserving of her reputation. I shall refer to her as Ghost's dismay. How utterly captivating. The rules of this bizarre tale intrigue me greatly. The caregiver shot an exasperated glance at Yunyu, gritting her teeth. The children's class time is imminent, and with several teachers on leave these past few days, I kindly ask that all guardians temporarily assume the role of instructors. A group of individuals exchanged glances, none of whom had ever envisioned a day where they would become teachers. It is well known that those in the entertainment industry often struggle academically. Several minutes later, Luo Fan and Chu Yuanyuan energetically led a gaggle of children in a game of counting ducks, while Su Mingyue, with a face full of despondency, provided accompaniment on the electronic piano. Yunyu found herself thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. To be honest, they do exhibit quite the knack for early childhood education. Zhongli shook her head. Being an early childhood educator is far more challenging. Very few children are easy to manage, however. They are surprisingly well behaved. Before she could finish her thought, a small boy suddenly tumbled to the ground, his bewildered gaze meeting the world as he pouted. Ready to cry? Oh no. Chu Yuanyuan exclaimed, yes, about to cry. What do? We must remember rule number 1. We cannot let these children see our wide-eye flash. Yunyu dashed forward, and everyone anticipated she would resort to the same tactic as before. But to their surprise, she had a clear target and boldly reached for the boy's armpit. Wait, what? The unfortunate boy, under her relentless tickling, burst out laughing, his face flushed with disbelief at the sounds escaping his mouth. He glared at Yunyu in embarrassment and indignation, desperately evading her playful assault. Yunyu nodded approvingly. That's the spirit. A true man stands up after a fall. There's no need for tears. The boy scrambled away, casting a look at Yunyu that was more fearful than that of seeing a ghost. The group was left in shock. Is it possible to handle it this way? What a revelation! The other children, deterred by Yunyu's formidable presence, momentarily quelled their mischievous inclinations. This woman was terrifying. Not only could she scold children, but she also tickled. The lesson progressed without further incident. During the break, the children played among themselves while the adults huddled together to examine the adoption manual. This 9th rule seems to be a trap. What does it mean that killing a child can lead to a successful conclusion? I've never even harmed a chicken, let alone a person. This rule must be a fabrication. Su Mingyue asserted confidently. Others nodded in agreement. Even if the rule were true, who would dare to act on it? This rule may be misleading, Shang Shuzhou interjected seriously. Additionally, the 2 obscured rules should contain crucial clues. We should take the opportunity to search around for any potential discoveries. Bocu pointed to the paper, his demeanor calm. Also, this rule indicates that monsters will appear at night, urging us to protect the children. It seems we will not be able to sleep at night. His statement filled the group with trepidation about the coming night. Nighttime is already a time when misfortunes are prone to occur, and now there was the threat of an unknown monster. Perhaps we should start by getting to know the children we are adopting, Yunyu suggested suddenly. Do you remember that news report we saw? There was a fire at an orphanage, resulting in the tragic loss of 5 children and 2 caregivers. She raised her head. Could those 5 children be the very ones who perished in the flames? Shang Shuzhou nodded. It is highly probable. Such coincidences are hardly likely. Yunyu blinked. Then let us introduce ourselves and share the names and physical characteristics of the children we are raising. With so many children here, it would be unwise to fail to recognize them when we encounter them. I shall go first. The little girl Bocu and I are caring for loves wearing a red dress. Her name is Ollie, and she has a disability in one leg. Chu Yuanyuan quickly followed suit. The boy Luofan and I are looking after his name Xiaoxi, it seems he cannot see. Su Mingyue added. The boy Qiyi and I have his named Ming Ming, and he appears to be hearing impaired. Shen Shiyu pondered before speaking. The child Zhongli and I are raising his name Tang Tang. She is a girl and seems to have vocal cord damage, rendering her mute, Shang Shuzhou reflected. I actually forgot to inquire about this. Do you remember? Bai Wanshuang nodded succinctly. We are also raising a girl named Xiao Shui. She appears to have some cognitive impairments. Upon hearing this, the group felt a wave of complex emotions. Such young souls afflicted with disabilities, meeting untimely and unexplained fates, left one pondering the horrors they may have endured. Yunyu rose and clapped her hands. Let us split up and explore Diana Corner. The small boy's body slammed heavily against the wall before falling back down. The girl in the red dress looked down at him. Her smile sweet yet her gaze fierce. He is the prey I have chosen. The small boy looked up in terror that if Yunyu were present, she would recognize him as the unfortunate child whose face she had pinched and whose armpits she had tickled. Ollie narrowed her eyes playfully. Listen well, keep your distance from her. Chapter 64. Spread your cheeks wide. Where did that child go? He was just here. Yunyu exclaimed, her brow furrowed in confusion. Suddenly, she heard a commotion and exchanged a quick glance with Bo Siyu before both rushed toward the source of the noise. Breathless, Yunyu arrived in the corridor of the teaching building to find this scene. The girl in the red dress curled up in the corner, adopting a defensive posture. She was drenched in black ink. Bruises visible on her arms, her formerly lustrous hair now a tangled mess, her lips pressed tightly together, and her large dark eyes were wide with fear. A group of children surrounded her, tossing her cane back and forth like a toy. You little cripple, do you want your belongings? Get up? Or how about barking like a dog? If you do it well, we'll return it to you. Look at her now, doesn't she resemble a pathetic little dog? The children's cruelty, innocent yet vicious, sent chills down one's spine. They lacked an understanding of malice, merely acting on their whims. A surge of fury consumed Yunyu as she stormed forward, seizing a child's collar with a cold smile gracing her lips. Who gave you the audacity to bully my child? I have no tolerance for unruly children. Today you shall learn a lesson. Raising her hand high, she brought it down with force upon the child's rear. Ollie lifted her dark eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing her face as if witnessing something incomprehensible. The surrounding children gaped in shock. The struck child, wide-eyed and incredulous, began to wail, only for a hand to suddenly cover his mouth. A man, brow furrowed and expression a mix of disdain and impatience, remarked, Could you give a warning before you act? If he starts crying, who knows what kind of trouble that could bring. Yunyu's palm stung slightly and she frowned. Well then, I'm curious to see what taboos this will trigger. Despite having his mouth covered, the child's tears flowed uncontrollably. This was not a case of denial. Bo Siyu found himself smeared with the child's tears, mucus and saliva. His face reflecting pure discomfort, he gave up on blocking the child's mouth, wiping his soiled hands on the boy's clothes. There you go, congratulations, you're about to find out. The child sobbed while emitting pig-like squeals, prompting Yunyu to stop, her tone fierce. Are you done? It was just a smack on the behind. Is it necessary to cry as if your father has passed away? Do you wish to be hit again? The child fell silent, unable to voice his indignation. Yunyu turned her gaze to the other children, who promptly dropped the canes they were holding, covering their behinds, and began to retreat in unison, attempting to make a hasty escape. Stop, Yunyu warned, recognizing their intentions. Her voice chillingly firm that if you dare run, I'll make your behind bloom. The group of children wore expressions of despair, looking at her as if she were a demon. One child, gathering his courage, spoke up. If you dare hit us, we'll cry for you to see. Oh, are we resorting to threats now? Yunyu's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Fine, I've already made one cry. I don't mind if there are more. Who wants to go first? She rolled up her sleeves in a mock display. The children gasped, realizing they had encountered a formidable foe. What do you intend to do? Yunyu tilted her chin, apologized to her. The children exchanged glances. Is it really that simple? Ollie blinked, her expression a mix of fear and uncertainty. Under Yunyu's coercion, the children reluctantly bowed their heads to apologize, promising never to repeat their actions. As soon as Yunyu relented, the children fled faster than rabbits. She approached Ollie, squatting down to scrutinize her with a cryptic expression. In just a short time, you've managed to make yourself look so pitiful. Was it intentional? Even Lingwei claimed this child possessed abilities far beyond her own. Yunyu found it hard to believe she could be so easily bullied. Ollie stared at her, slightly taken aback. Tugging at her hem, her tone anxious. Is mommy angry? Yunyu's face hardened. Wait, what did you just call me? Ali displayed a mix of grievance and helplessness. Mom. Yunyu covered her mouth. Do not call me that. I am still an unmarried young lady. Do you not realize that such talk hinders my prospects of finding a man? Beside them, Bo Siu looked on, utterly taken aback. Is she really daring enough to speak so boldly in front of him? Is he merely a ghost? Ali blinked, seemingly understanding yet not quite comprehending. When it came to finding a man, did it imply searching for a father figure? She stole a glance at Bo Siu. Inwardly scoffing, it turned out he hadn't even officially started his role. Bo Siu doubted his own perception, incredulously querying the system. What did that little brat's gaze just mean? 666 remained silent for a few seconds. Perhaps it signifies disdain for you. Bo Siu. Yunyu lifted her up, causing the girl's body to stiffen instantaneously. As if unaccustomed to such intimate contact, she stared wide-eyed, too timid to move. Despite her filthy appearance, which soiled Yunyu's clothes, she seemed utterly indifferent. Perhaps her scent was not unpleasant. Ali gradually lowered her guard and, wrapping her arms around Yunyu's neck, whispered softly, "Good." Bo Siu picked up the single crutch from the ground and followed, finding Yunyu somewhat reckless. Did she not realize whether this child was human or ghost before so boldly embracing her? He furrowed his brow, approaching with a disgruntled expression. Isn't she heavy? Let me carry her instead. Though he had no fondness for children, being a man, he felt the responsibility to bear the risks. Rather than hiding behind a woman before Yunyu could respond, Ali clung tightly to her, casting a timid glance at Bo Siu, her expression nearly betraying her disdain. Yunyu smirked with a hint of schadenfreude. It seems you're not particularly favored by children. Bo Siu's expression darkened. Who is this for? Kind intentions gone unappreciated. On their way back to the dormitory, they encountered others. Zhang Suzhou observed Yunyu casually cradling the child in her arms, his face a mix of hesitation and curiosity. Miss Yun, what are you planning to do? A group of onlookers was left bewildered by this unexpectedly heartwarming scene of the three departing. Chu Yuan gaped. No way, do they genuinely believe they're here to babysit? Su Mingyu thoughtfully stroked her chin. Could it be that the boss's way of thinking is simply unconventional? Shouldn't we also cultivate some affection with the child? Chi shot her a glance. I think you've lost your mind. Chapter 65. Understanding the minor protection law, Yunyu and Bo Siu brought the child to the bathhouse. Unlike the separate bathrooms typical in the South, this bathhouse featured individual stalls separated by only a curtain. Understood. Yunyu waved her hand dismissively as the curtain fell. Bo Siu stood in the corridor. Listening to her lackadaisical tone, feeling somewhat exasperated at it was evident she had not taken his words to heart. Turning on the shower to test the water temperature, Yunyu looked at the child before her. Can you wash yourself? Ali pursed her lips, gazing at her with wide, watery eyes, noticing the girl's cautious grip on the wall for support. Yunyu sighed. Very well, I'll do it. She crouched down to remove the filthy dress from her. Ali remained tense throughout, appearing shy. Suddenly, Yunyu's movements halted. Where did all these bruises come from? The girl's skin, which ought to have been as fair as jade, was marred with numerous wounds, both new and old, presenting a rather grotesque sight. Yunyu frowned. Did those other children do this? Ali shook her head, unwilling to speak, and Yunyu chose not to press further. She squeezed some shower gel onto the child. Instinctively softening her touch, the atmosphere fell into silence as Ali cautiously raised her eyes. Are you angry? Yunyu's brow twitched slightly, hearing the child's voice laced with a hint of a whimper. It's the principal. Yunyu furrowed her brows, scrutinizing her, noticing the evident fear in her eyes. Why did she hit you? Ali bit her lip, her response vague. Because I was disobedient. Yunyu temporarily suppressed her rising curiosity and, suddenly fixating her gaze, inquired perplexedly. Why is it getting dirtier as you wash? The water. The showerhead was inexplicably spewing a crimson liquid, initially a faint red that deepened with time. Ali lowered her gaze, concealing the flicker of disdain in her eyes, retreating into the corner in terror. She stood up slowly, lifting her head, only to be met with a horrifying sight. On the ceiling lay a grotesque creature, blood-soaked and resembling a child, yet its flesh appeared flayed. Its limbs, reminiscent of a reptile, had a thin web-like membrane enabling it to cling to the ceiling. Upon noticing her gaze, a spark of excitement flickered in the creature's eyes, its tongue extending unnaturally long, akin to a lizard's. Yunyu cursed her eyes for not automatically blurring the image. She coolly turned off the shower and removed the towel to wrap around Ali, hastily instructing, "Close your eyes. Minors are not permitted to witness the following gruesome scene." Ali's eyelashes fluttered as she obediently closed her eyes, clutching the towel tightly. The stall was scarcely large enough for hiding. Should she attempt to conceal herself, she would merely be left with Ali behind her. After confirming there were no suitable tools within reach, Yunyu's racing heart finally settled. Numbly, she thought, had she known. She should have brought that chainsaw along. Let us see if she couldn't sever that repulsive creature's tongue into pieces. The creature's remarkably flexible tongue soon approached her, seemingly intent on piercing her skull. Holding back her disgust, she seized the tongue forcefully, feeling its slimy texture, her mind racing with a singular thought. This hand might be lost. The small monster jolted, its pea-sized eyes widening in surprise. A typical person's instinct would be to flee in panic. Why was she so brazenly confronting it? Was she not repulsed? She wrapped the tongue around her wrist several times to ensure it wouldn't escape, then yanked it down fiercely. Didn't your guardians teach you not to peek at girls while they bathe? Ali quietly opened her eyes, observing Yunyu's back, her pupils dark and bright. The small creature emitted a high-pitched wail akin to a newborn's cry, as it was forcefully pulled down and crashed to the ground. Before it could register its horror, it heard the woman disdainfully remark, "Up close. It's even more of an eyesore. Are you even polite?" It was, after all, more suited to lurking in the shadows and attacking from a distance. Its actual form was pathetically fragile, immediately screeching and scrambling in a desperate bid to escape her grasp. What on earth? When Bo Siyu rushed in, he was greeted with the sight of bloodied handprints all over the floor, resembling a crime scene, causing his heart to plummet. However, upon looking up, he found Yunyu leisurely walking a dog. Walking a dog while holding a leash, how considerate of her. Wait a moment. Where did a dog come from in the bathhouse? He glanced uncertainly at the unidentified creature on the ground. No, that didn't seem to be a dog. The so-called leash was, in fact, the creature's tongue. No wonder it cried out so miserably. Bo Siyu approached with a complex expression, a hint of disdain crossing his features. What on earth is this grotesque thing? I have no idea. Yunyu clenched her teeth. You arrived just in time. This thing is remarkably strong. Quickly help me subdue it. Subdue? How? Bo Siyu, his face stiffened, glanced at the bloodied creature, and thought it better to die than to touch it. After hesitating for a moment, he stepped forward and stomped on the small monster, his expression rigid. Is this all right? Just stepping on it made him feel utterly filthy. The small monster. Damn it. It is going to report to the Minor Protection Association in the underworld. Do these two comprehend the minor protection law? Yunyu, somewhat satisfied, fixed her gaze on the pitifully wailing creature, a sinister smile creeping onto her face. Go ahead and scream. Even if you cry your throat raw today, no one will come to save you. The small monster. Bo Siyu. In that moment it was hard to discern who the true villain was. Yunyu thoroughly thrashed the small monster and tied its tongue in a knot. Will you dare return? The small creature frantically shook its head in denial. Yunyu gestured for Bo Siyu to lift his foot, and the creature, granted freedom, scurried into the nearby drainage, fleeing in haste. Watching it, Yunyu couldn't help but exclaim, remarkable flexibility. Bo Siyu frowned slightly. You're just going to let it go? Yunyu shot him a sidelong glance. What else should we do? Do you intend to invite it for dinner? Bo Siyu. That would be unnecessary. She turned on the faucet, confirming the water flowing this time was clean, her brow relaxing as she scrubbed her hands vigorously, wishing to wash away a layer of skin. That creature cannot speak. There's nothing to be learned by asking it questions, and it's quite the eyesore. Chapter 66. Hide and seek. Bo Siyu frowned as he scrubbed his shoes repeatedly, still feeling somewhat unsettled. However, glancing at the time, his tone grew serious. It's almost time for the children to play games. He deemed the schedule quite significant, thus memorized it. Yunyu acknowledged him, emerging with Ali, who had changed into clean clothes. Then let us go and meet up with the others. A group gathered on the playground, and upon seeing the tardy duo, Shang Suzhou sighed in relief. You finally made it. Did you encounter any trouble? Bo Siyu cast a cool glance at Yunyu, dryly replying, ask her. This demeanor suggested something had indeed transpired, instantly piquing the curiosity of the group as they fixed their eager gazes on Yunyu. Clearing her throat, she spoke with insufficient confidence, succinctly stating, I made a child cry. The crowd's mouths dropped open wide enough to fit an egg. Wasn't it said that one should not make those children cry? Luo Fan stared in astonishment. However, upon recalling it was Yunyu, it didn't seem so surprising. After all, she never played by the rules. No doubt about it. Still the familiar flavor. Aside from Shang Suzhou and Bai Wanshuang nearly suffering heart attacks, everyone else found it quite normal. However, they were all the more curious about what would transpire next. And then, what happened next? Su Mingyue's face was fraught with tension. What would happen if they made the children cry? Yunyu stroked her chin, her expression contemplative. Oh, it's nothing much. Just that we encountered a rather unfortunate-looking little monster. It appeared to be the size of an infant, its body a grotesque mass of flesh, with an unnaturally long tongue that felt cold and slimy to the touch. Rather revolting, to be honest. As the group found themselves immersed in her excessively detailed description, an involuntary shiver ran down their spines. Wait, did you actually touch it? Chu Yuanyuan's complexion turned pale as she imagined encountering such a creature. Fearing she might faint on the spot, she hastily pressed for more information. And how did you escape from it? This was a first-hand account of an escape experience that could perhaps be invaluable. She needed to jot it down. After all, none could guarantee they wouldn't provoke those children into tears. Yunyu looked utterly perplexed. Why would I need to escape? Su Mingyue exclaimed in disbelief. Are you suggesting we just wait to die? Yunyu shrugged nonchalantly. Not at all. I grabbed its tongue and gave it a good thrashing, and it scampered off into the sewers by itself. The group was left speechless. Chu Yuanyuan clutched her chest, stammering, I'm sorry for interrupting. She felt utterly foolish. How could she not think critically? Could Yunyu's approach possibly serve as a reference for ordinary people? Shang Shuzhou inhaled deeply, suddenly experiencing the familiar headache of a teacher faced with a prodigy who defies conventional problem-solving methods. Now that we have a general understanding, we should prepare ourselves, but it would be best not to take Yunyu's methods as a model. His tone remained relatively diplomatic. Her mental fortitude was exceptional. For a normal person, merely not fainting at the sight of such a creature would be a remarkable achievement. Zhang Li's expression was complex. This isn't something an ordinary person could emulate, is it? Shang Shuzhou cleared his throat to shift the topic. If its weapon of choice is its tongue, we could carry a pair of scissors or use open flames. Either method should be effective. He paused, his tone sincere. However, I believe the most effective strategy is simply to turn and run. Flee as swiftly as possible. The group, who had been listening intently, was left in stunned silence. Ding dong, ding dong. The bell chimed, and Ali looked up, her voice soft as she declared, game time is upon us. Many children began to trickle onto the playground, their innocent faces gathering together, their pitch-black eyes fixed intently upon them, a rather eerie sight. Yunyu looked down at Ali. What game are we playing? Ali tugged at her sleeve, her voice sweet as she replied, today we will play hide and seek. The atmosphere visibly relaxed as hide-and-seek was a familiar game, far more reassuring than any game steeped in supernatural elements. Shun Shiyu chuckled softly. Children really are delightful, retaining such a childlike innocence. Hide-and-seek sounds splendid. It's straightforward and unlikely to lead to any complications. Luo Fan chimed in enthusiastically. Ali's eyes sparkled, her smile growing ever sweeter. Chi scrutinized her demeanor, narrowing his eyes and scoffing. This child looks as if she's about to devour someone. Are you all certain this game is really that simple? Ali's smile faltered momentarily. Yunyu crouched down to gaze at Ali. What are the rules for this game of hide-and-seek? She felt an instinctive wariness. Ali blinked innocently, answering her without hesitation. We will divide into two teams, the monsters and the humans. After counting to 100, the monsters will seek out the humans. If at the end of the countdown the monsters have found all the humans, then the monsters win. Conversely, if even one human remains unfound, the humans are victorious. Wait, this doesn't sound like the hide-and-seek I've played before. Chu Yuanyuan said weakly, her voice barely audible. Shun Shiyu pondered thoughtfully. This game appears quite favorable for the human team, as the monsters must find everyone to win, whereas the humans only need to keep one person hidden. This fundamentally contravened the principle of fairness in games. Any game must adhere to a sense of equity, which indicated that the monsters likely possessed other advantages. Bo Suyu suddenly inquired, how are teams divided into monsters and humans? Ali looked at him in surprise, then cheerfully pointed to the group of children. They are all on the monster team. Then she gestured to the guests, and we are the humans. The group stared blankly between the horde of children and themselves, their minds momentarily paralyzed. It was clear. Monster team, 51 members. Human team, 15 members. Good heavens, the monsters outnumbered the humans by 3-1. Was this not akin to 6 major sects besieging the Bright Summit? Author, do take a moment to reflect on the reasonableness of this scenario. Despair etched across their faces. Su Mingyue raised her hand timidly. May I ask if we can forfeit? Ali tilted her head. Of course you can. Before the group could express their relief, she continued nonchalantly, her expression slightly troubled. However, the losing side will face punishment. Are you sure you want to concede? What punishment? Ali's starkly contrasting black and white eyes fixated on a certain direction. A pale face flitting past the window, her voice trembling as if in a whisper. She will ignore the rules and kill randomly. Chapter 67. Trust me, this is a sure thing. Due to Ali's almost trembling tone, The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Su Mingyue felt a chill run down her spine, cautiously inquiring, "Who dat is she?" But Ali lowered her head, falling silent. "The game is about to begin," murmured a boy named Xiaoxi quietly. The 51 children stared at them in unison, their voices chillingly synchronized. "The game is about to begin. Let us play hide and seek together." Their gazes were cunning and greedy, entirely unlike that of children their age. They resembled predators eyeing their prey. An involuntary wave of dread washed over the group. Yunyu shouted, "If you know the game is about to start, why aren't your eyes closed? Do you understand the rules?" The children, startled by her outburst, froze momentarily before obediently shutting their eyes. The terrifying atmosphere dissipated. Chu Yuanyuan exhaled in relief. That was terrifying. Thank goodness for Yunyu, but as she turned, her expression of relief shifted into one of shock. The group exclaimed, "You've changed. You used to at least give a warning before running off. Quickly, find a place to hide." Bosuyu observed Yunyu as she remained calm and collected, breathlessly asking, "Have you figured out where to hide so quickly?" The orphanage was evidently the territory of those children, and he had serious doubts about being able to evade them anywhere. Yunyu's eyes sparkled with determination. "I do have a place in mind." Bosuyu sighed in relief. "Where to?" Yunyu approached the administrative building, her gaze fervent as she addressed Ali. "Do you know where the principal's office is?" Ali's innocent expression shattered in an instant. Hadn't she caught on to her earlier hints? Bosuyu exclaimed incredulously, "The principal is clearly not someone to be trifled with. You're not hiding and you're just walking right into her office?" Yunyu entered the building swiftly, retorting, "Haven't you heard? The most dangerous place is the safest place." Ali's eyes widened in alarm, trying to persuade Yunyu, "No, you can't go in there. The principal will be angry." Upon hearing this, Yunyu's resolve only strengthened as she shot a glance at Bosuyu. "Did you hear that? She's afraid to go in. Those little ghosts certainly won't dare to. Trust me, this is a sure thing. And besides, if we sneak in, she won't even know." Bosuyu and Ali were left speechless. Ali, seeing her unwavering determination, resigned herself and pointed numbly in a direction. "This way." The principal's office was located on the top floor of the administrative building, the 4th floor. This level was eerily quiet. They encountered no one on the way, and the dimly lit corridor felt reminiscent of a horror film-esque supernatural events. The three of them stealthily arrived at the office door. Yunyu, however, didn't recklessly push the door open. Instead, she crouched down, pressing her ear against the door to listen intently. She gestured to Bosuyu. "It seems no one else in there." Just as Bosuyu was about to open the door, Yunyu stopped him. "Do you not understand manners? Knock first." He frowned, feeling that since they had already decided to sneak in, discussing etiquette was rather superfluous. Wasn't that akin to dropping trousers to fart? Bosuyu pinched the bridge of his nose. Indeed, spending too much time with Yunyu had grounded him. Yunyu knocked 3 times, and after waiting a moment with no response, she finally pushed the door open. The principal's office was surprisingly spacious, featuring both an office area and a separate lounge. Yunyu cautiously surveyed the room, confirming that the principal was indeed absent, before plopping down in the office chair. As she glanced around, she noticed the decor bore distinctly feminine traits. "Are you saying this principal is the same one we met before?" "Principal Li?" Yunyu asked, her brow raised. "I fear not," he replied, turning to face her. "How do you know?" She slid a work diary across the desk, the cover adorned with a bold signature, Zhang Yanhong. She tapped the desk, deducing, after the fire, the orphanage was rebuilt and closed for restructuring during this time. It stands to reason that the principal must have changed. Bosuyu concurred with her assessment. The countdown had already elapsed for some time. Yunyu inquired of Ali, "How long will this game last?" The child, somewhat reserved since her arrival, nestled beside Yunyu and obediently replied, 1 hour. 1 hour. How effortlessly one could find them all within that time frame. Suddenly, a cacophony of wails erupted from outside, and Luo Fan's booming voice reverberated through the air. "You perverted fool, even the girls' restroom you dare to enter. At such a tender age, do you not possess even a modicum of shame?" This fellow had hidden in the girls' restroom. How could he muster the audacity to chastise others for their lack of modesty? Yunyu and Bosuyu exchanged glances before cautiously peering out the window. Below, Luo Fan was being pursued by 3 mischievous spirits. He ran so fast that one of his shoes flew off, and ultimately, he collapsed onto the ground, exasperatedly wiping his face and gazing skyward. "Brothers, I'm out. You must hold on." Just moments earlier, Luo Fan had been with Chu Yuanyuan. However, she insisted on bringing along that little blind boy. He was frantic, pleading earnestly, "Why are you bringing him along? Our chances of survival would be significantly higher if we split up. If we hide together and are discovered, we'll all be doomed." He cast a wary glance at Xiaoxi, lowering his voice in caution. And who knows if he is allied with those little devils? What if he communicates with them and betrays us? Although these children belonged to the human faction, it was apparent they were no ordinary humans. Who could tell what their true intentions were? Perhaps this was merely a part of their sinister scheme, placing these children in their midst to eliminate them all. Chu Yuan furrowed her brow in distress. But he can't see. If no one guides him, won't he be easily caught? In such dire circumstances, was she still indulging in maternal compassion? Luofan gritted his teeth. Fine, if you wish to take him along. Go ahead, and I will not be responsible. He turned and ran off, leaving Chu Yuan with her lips moving silently as she looked at the quietly compliant Xiaoxi, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Sister will help you hide. But you must not repay kindness with malice. To be honest, being alone with such a child made her heart race with fear. Xiaoxi lifted his misty eyes and sweetly expressed his gratitude. Sister, you are truly kind. Chu Yuan's worried expression paled as she led Xiaoxi to the teaching building, feeling at a loss for a hiding place. Suddenly Xiaoxi spoke up. Sister, I know a place where they won't find us. Chu Yuan regarded him with skepticism. Where? Chapter 68. Seeking friends. Qi, where shall we hide? Su Mingyu observed Qi, who appeared as unflappable as ever, and her heart settled. Su Mingyu stumbled, still taken aback by his calm demeanor. Brother, how can you remain so composed at a time like this? Lives are at stake? Qi entered an activity room, squinting as he surveyed the area. Hearing a commotion behind him, he turned to find Su Mingyu struggling to climb into a storage locker. His gaze fell silent. There's only one locker in this room. Do you truly believe hiding in there will keep you undetected? Su Mingyu had already managed to wedge herself halfway inside. Her voice muffled as she exclaimed, Those little devils are not very tall. If I hide on the top shelf, they might not even see me. As she spoke, she fully entered the locker, urging him, Quick, help me move the stool away. Qi sighed, acquiescing. Very well. Being a good sport, he not only helped her shift the stool but also closed the locker door. Su Mingyu cracked the door open just a sliver, gazing at him with a pleading expression. Qi-gu, please don't hide too far away. I'm scared alone. Please? Qi waved his hand, tucking her under his arm. Let us go. Zhongli and Shen Shuryu chose the dormitory building as their refuge. Shen Shuryu suggested, We should separate and hide. It's best not to put all our eggs in one basket. Zhongli nodded, hesitating as she glanced at Tang Tang. What about her? Shen Shuryu gently ruffled Tang Tang's hair, smiling. She can stay with me. It's not convenient for you to be with a child. Zhongli thought to herself, Shen Shuryu truly lived up to his reputation as the kindest in the entertainment industry. Everyone who had worked with him sang his praises. Even in such a moment, he remained considerate and gentle. Time was of the essence, and she could not afford pleasantries. All right, thank you, Teacher Shen. She quickly dashed off in the opposite direction. Shen Shuryu looked down at Tang Tang, extending his hand, but the girl instinctively took a step back, fear flickering in her clear eyes. He smiled gently. Come on, dear child. Captain, what should we do? Should we split up or stick together? Bai Wanshuang cradled the bewildered Xiao Shuai in her arms. Her questioning gaze directed at Shang Suzhou. He spoke with unwavering conviction, and Bai Wanshuang believed him. A few minutes later, she found herself staring at a foul-smelling garbage bin, pinching her nose as she hesitated to speak. Captain, is this truly your plan? The cafeteria's waste bin was a large blue plastic container, capable of accommodating 2 or 3 people easily. Shang Suzhou nodded affirmatively. Those little devils are quite sensitive to the scent of humans. If we hide here, the odor will obscure our presence to a certain extent. He lifted the lid for inspection, his expression encouraging. It's empty inside. Come on in. Bai Wanshuang grimaced, her face a picture of reluctance. Do I really have to squeeze into this bin? Upon entering, she had glimpsed the door sign. This was the psychological counseling room. Yet she couldn't fathom why Xiaoxi believed it to be utterly secure. Xiaoxi blinked his vacant eyes and tilted his head slightly. It's very safe here. Don't you trust me, sister? Chu Yuan swallowed hard and suddenly recalled something. She cautiously asked, Could you first tell me, are you a good child or a bad child? It dawned on her the third rule. Good children lie. While bad children do not. In her haste, she had rushed in without even inquiring. What if he were deceiving her? Xiaoxi paused, softly asking, Sister, do you wish for me to be a good child or a bad child? Chu Yuan hugged herself tightly, unable to respond. Good children lie. Yet, even if one were to consider a bad child, it hardly sounded like a benign prospect, did it? Oh dear, the heavens were conspiring against her. She wondered where Qi had hidden himself. Su Mingyu heard Luofan's commotion and felt a wave of anxiety. Laughter echoed down the corridor. He seeking friends, found a good friend. Her scalp prickled and her body tensed. Oh my heavens, how terrifying. Why are they singing? She bit her hand tightly, terrified of making a sound. Please don't come in, I beg you. Yet, contrary to her wishes, footsteps halted at the door before it swung open. Su Mingyu began to pray. You can't see me, you can't see me. There seemed to be more than one child entering, giggling and shoving each other as they hopped about the room. Yet they took their time approaching the storage locker, as if deliberately toying with her. Su Mingyu's emotions were tumultuous. On one hand, she resigned herself to the idea of an early demise, while on the other, she fervently hoped to remain unseen. Let us bow and shake hands, you are my good friend. The door of the locker creaked open, and her heart leapt. Fortunately, the top and bottom doors of the storage locker were separate. However, once the bottom was opened, wouldn't they turn their attention to the top next? Oddly enough, no one was there. Well then, let us check the next room. The footsteps gradually receded, and the room fell silent once more. Yet Su Mingyu did not feel at ease. It was entirely possible this was a ruse. Perhaps as soon as she pushed the door open, a ghostly face would be thrust into hers in a shocking encounter. Terrified by her own imagination, her face turned pale. The silence was unnerving, cold sweat trickled down her back, and her anxiety was indescribable. Help, if it must come, may it be swift? I found you. Suddenly, a voice laced with laughter whispered in her ear. As though it were right beside her, the locker door parted slightly, revealing a pitch-black-eyed Su Mingyu's hair stood on end, and she could no longer contain herself. With a scream, she flung the locker door open. Oh my gosh! The suddenness of her action sent the little devil perched on a stool peering and tumbling backward. Crashing to the ground, the other little devils stared in shock. Her scream echoed throughout the building. Chi-yi, hiding at the other end of the corridor, felt a twitch at his temple. He had warned her that hiding in that locker was unwise. Hearing the commotion, Yunyu shrugged, shaking his head with a sigh. Well, another one bites the dust. Chapter 69. The hope of the village. Bo Siyu glanced at the time, his expression darkening. Only a few minutes have passed. 2 individuals had already been discovered. Let us remain optimistic. Yunyu stood up and began to wander about the office, remarking, this director appears quite affluent. Bo Siyu's gaze fell upon a pair of jade Pai-Shou figurines on the desk. Indeed, wealth is evident. The jade was of exceptional quality, with a brilliant luster, undoubtedly quite valuable. Back in those days, money held far more worth than it does now. A playful smile curled at the corner of Yunyu's lips. The welfare home's profits primarily rely on government subsidies and social donations. This establishment seems modest in scale. Where could their funds possibly originate? On the playground, Su Mingyue and Luofan lay languidly beneath the basketball hoop, their faces etched with weariness, resembling condemned prisoners awaiting execution. As they exchanged reflections on their capture, how did you come up with the idea of hiding in the girls' restroom? Su Mingyue queried, her tone laced with confusion. Luofan replied, his expression awkward, I simply couldn't find anywhere else to go. Could I? What about you? Where did you hide yet still ended up getting caught? Su Mingyue wiped her face, her eyes burning with indignation. These children were utterly despicable. They had deliberately remained silent, lurking outside to frighten her. Had she known, she would have joined Chi-yi instead. Suddenly a thought struck her. Didn't Chu Yuanyuan accompany you? How outrageous. She had been caught, yet Chu Yuanyuan had escaped unscathed. Were they not supposed to be good friends? Luofan's eyes flickered with discomfort. I didn't go with her. She insisted on bringing that little child along. I just had a feeling those kids wouldn't be on our side. In the midst of their conversation, Zhongli, sporting an irritated expression, was escorted over by several children. Su Mingyue sat up abruptly. Oh no, another one has arrived. With one more, we could form a table for mahjong. Meanwhile, Chi-yi cautiously clung to the window's edge. Balancing on a white drainage pipe, half of his body suspended in midair. Yet he appeared remarkably composed. He had observed that this was a blind spot, obscured by an air conditioning unit, making detection challenging. Despite having hidden himself in the stairwell, the children had already found someone else. Listening to the footsteps in the corridor drawing nearer, Chi-yi remained patiently concealed. The footsteps retreated and then approached again. Seemingly perplexed, as if sensing the presence of a living being yet unable to locate it, suddenly, a soft rustling sound caught his attention, followed by a small white hand grasping the window's edge. He squinted, silently lowering himself against the wall. In the next moment, a small face unexpectedly peeked through the window. The child's dark eyes darted about, revealing a hint of curiosity. Once assured the footsteps had faded, Chi-yi refrained from immediate movement, waiting until his legs grew numb and began to tremble before slowly standing upright. Upon raising his head, He found a little girl peering into the window. Her eyes glinting with a mischievous smile. I found you. Chi responded, are you playing games with me? A sudden realization struck him. Rule 6 states that guardians hold absolute authority in front of children. The little girl regarded him with a peculiar expression for a few seconds before cheerily declaring, do you have a problem with your brain? I'm not your child, so why should I listen to you? Chi muttered, oh, so this rule only applies to one's own offspring. Bai Wanchuang had indeed not hidden in the garbage bin. She had attempted to do so, but the odor was simply overwhelming. Fearing she would succumb to nausea before the children arrived, she opted instead to bring Xiao Shui to the kitchen. Concealing herself among a pile of vegetables the kitchen staff were bustling about. Entirely unaware of the two who had slipped inside. One of the chefs was busy preparing ingredients, holding a lively rabbit by its hind legs with a swift motion. He used the butt of his knife to strike the rabbit's skull, rendering it motionless. The next steps involved a deft process of skinning and gutting. Bai Wanchuang turned her gaze away, feeling a wave of discomfort, but sensed Xiao Shui trembling in her arms. The little girl was fixated on the rabbit, as if terrified, murmuring, the bunny is dead. Dead. Bai Wanchuang assumed the child was frightened by the scene and quickly covered her eyes. Don't be afraid, it's all right. Bunny is delicious when cooked. It's just a different way of being with you. Xiao Shui's face turned pale, her expression pained as she clutched her head and suddenly pushed Bai Wanchuang away. Bolting out of the kitchen, Bai Wanchuang stared in shock. Xiao Shui. The chef, startled by the commotion, nearly dropped his knife, exclaiming, how come there are two people hiding here? Unquestionably, Bai Wanchuang and Xiao Shui were discovered. Meanwhile, Shang Shuzhou, hiding in the garbage bin, wore a resigned expression. How much better would it have been to hide together in the bin? Though it does smell a bit unpleasant and the confined space, the stench was pervasive. Fortunately, it was bearable. Suddenly, someone opened the lid and dumped a bowl of food scraps inside, dousing Shang Shuzhou in the process. He irritably pushed aside a noodle that had clung to his hair, unable to contain his frustration. Is there no sense of public decency? Who threw garbage at me? Step forward. A voice nearby exclaimed. Goodness, the garbage bin has come to life. Captain, you smell terrible. Could you please keep your distance? Bai Wanchuang pinched her nose in disdain, and the others recoiled similarly. Qi bluntly remarked, did you hide in a garbage bin? Bai Wanchuang turned to correct him, it's not just any bin. It's a food waste bin. Qi had no rebuttal, merely giving her a thumbs up. Su Mingyue looked at Shang Shuzhou with admiration. Captain Shang, you are quite bold. Luo Fan felt a sense of relief. If hiding in a food waste bin led to capture, then it's no surprise I was caught in the girls' restroom. That evens things out for me. Shang Shuzhou silently bore his emotional scars. Shen Shiyu and Tang Tang had also been found. Only 10 minutes remained. Now only Yun Yu's trio and Chu Yuanyuan's duo were yet to be discovered. An air of tension enveloped the group. The entire village's hopes rested upon them at that very moment. The village's hopes faced a daunting challenge. Bocu straightened up, hearing the slow, deliberate sound of high heels approaching in the corridor. Chapter 70. This is truly the end. A trace of fear flickered in Ali's eyes. Yun Yu gently patted her head. Stay calm. He glanced at the time, contemplating. Less than 10 minutes remain. There is still time. He even approached the window to assess the possibility of jumping out. Estimating the distance to the lower floor, he deemed it manageable. Attempting it was not out of the question. Yun Yu's eyelids fluttered. Silly Chun, what are you thinking? This is the 4th floor. Let me make it clear. If you jump, I won't follow. The approaching footsteps loomed like a death knell until they halted at the door. The woman smiled enigmatically, her red lips curving slightly. I sense an unpleasant odor. It seems a mouse has slipped in? She turned the doorknob and entered, expecting chaos, yet the scene before her froze her smile. On the sofa, a man and a woman sat composedly, accompanied by a child. One might mistakenly assume they were at home. Yun Yu discreetly observed the woman before him. She was indeed not the former Deanly. This woman appeared to be in her 30s, youthful and beautiful, yet dressed in a stern, formal manner reminiscent of a disciplinary head. Yun Yu gazed at her in surprise. Of course it's yours. The dean squinted, a glimmer of danger flashing in her eyes. Who allowed you to enter uninvited? Before she could finish, Yun Yu cheerfully interrupted. Zhang, let me introduce you. This is our Mr. Bo of the Bo Group. Perhaps you've heard of it? He is the owner. The dean instinctively responded. Mr. Bo. Bo Siu remained indifferent, nodding slightly at her. What does that have to do with me? Her anger surged once more, only to be interrupted by Yun Yu's next words. Well, Mr. Bo has a multi-billion project he'd like to discuss with you. The dean inhaled sharply. Multi-billion? In this day and age, even hundreds of thousands was no small sum, let alone billions. Yet, she maintained a skeptical attitude. I wonder why Mr.Bo would be interested in our humble welfare institution. Bosiu casually raised his hand, intentionally revealing the Patek Philippe on his wrist. Once business was on the table, his aura shifted dramatically. Let us sit and talk. The dean's demeanor instantly transformed, forgetting her role as the host. She took a seat, her eyes betraying eagerness. What project would Mr.Bo like to discuss? Bosiu replied calmly, I wish to invest in the construction of several buildings and procure necessary supplies for the children. The dean hesitated, but that doesn't seem to cost billions, does it? He smirked lightly, exuding the air of a carefree scion. It doesn't matter. Money can be spent freely. Yunyu interjected, brother, are you getting too into character? The dean's eyes lit up, perhaps beguiled by Bosiu's aristocratic demeanor. She felt as though she had encountered the foolish scion of a wealthy family. Her eagerness heightened. Yunyu, meanwhile, kept glancing at the clock. Only 3 minutes left. A smile crept across his lips as he noticed the dean's gesture of picking up a teacup. First with her right hand, then switching to her left, she squinted slightly, recalling the earlier sense of incongruity. Observing the surroundings, she noted the items on the desk were arranged predominantly on the right side, decorations and potted plants, while everyday items were placed on the left, pen holders, cups and documents. Initially puzzled by this arrangement, she now confirmed her suspicion. The dean appeared to be left-handed. She exchanged a knowing glance with Bosiu. Only 3 minutes remained on the playground. The tension among the group escalated. If they could endure until the game concluded, as long as they remained undiscovered, this game would be deemed a victory. Chu Yuanyuan heard the sound of footsteps pacing outside the door, clutching Xiao Shisa. Trembling with fear, it seemed as though someone was twisting the doorknob from the outside, but she had locked the door when she entered, ensuring it could not be opened from without. Suddenly, someone violently slammed against the door, and the children's voices rang out insistently. Found you! I found you! Why won't you open the door? Chu Yuanyuan could feel the door trembling with each impact, as if it might burst open at any moment. She bit her lip, tears brimming in her eyes, thinking, isn't it obvious? If she opens the door, she would surely be in trouble. Who knows what these children have been fed to grow so strong? The commotion outside abruptly ceased. Xiaoxi remained silent, her vacant gaze fixed on the window, where a sound soon followed, and the unmistakable noise of the window being pushed open reached their ears. Chu Yuanyuan gasped. Can they really climb through the window? This is the 3rd floor. It's over, it's truly over. The knock at the door interrupted the conversation, and the director turned her head, her tone laced with impatience. What is it? A timid voice outside responded. Director, we are playing hide and seek. Is anyone inside? Upon hearing this, the director's gaze slowly fell on Yunyu and Bosiu, her pupils dark and cold, mingled with a hint of inscrutable intrigue. Bosiu nodded slightly, his brow furrowed in hesitation. Indeed, it's not a trivial sum. I need to understand more about your welfare institution before making a decision. The director's expression altered instantly. Fearing that this benefactor might retract his generosity, she smiled and said, what else would Mr.Bo like to know? Everything is negotiable. I can clarify any doubts you may have. With an irritable tone, the director scolded. Get lost, I am entertaining distinguished guests here. Suddenly, silence enveloped the outside. Chapter 71. The old man is still the old man. As the countdown for the game concluded, the hearts of the group finally settled. Su Mingyue was on the verge of tears from joy. That's wonderful. Yunyu and the others were not found. We won. Qi crossed his arms, his brow furrowed in displeasure. I'm quite curious. Where on earth did they hide? Even those hiding in the garbage bin were found. Could they possibly be hiding in the sewers? Qi's lips twitched. If it were truly as he imagined, they were quite audacious, and losing wouldn't seem unjustified. Just then Chu Yuanyuan exclaimed, look over there. In front of the administrative building, Yunyu and Bosiu were being respectfully escorted out by a woman, who bore a fawning smile. Well then, Mr. Bo, shall we discuss this further later? The director hastily agreed, her face beaming. Certainly, Mr. Bo, may I see you off? Yunyu sensed the intense gazes of the crowd on the playground and cleared her throat. No need. Just here is fine. The director ceased to insist, her gaze falling on Ali, laden with meaning. Ali, do be sure to get along well with your 2 adoptive parents. Ali's shoulders trembled slightly, and she lowered her head. Understood. Who is that woman? Luofan scratched his head in confusion. Weren't the staff here usually quite aloof? Why were they treating them so kindly? Xiao Shui's eyes flashed with fear as she hid behind Bai Wanshuang. Murmuring, Director, it's the director. Xiao Shui is obedient. Xiao Shui is the most obedient. The director? The group collectively widened their eyes. Given Xiao Shui's frightened reaction, this director seemed to be no ordinary character. As Yunyu approached, Shang Shujo could no longer contain himself and stepped forward. Miss Yoon, where were you hiding just now? Yoon Yu instinctively covered her nose, a subtle expression of disdain flickering in her eyes, and said in a muffled tone, Captain Shang, what is that smell on you? It's like a mix of socks that haven't been washed for months and spoiled pickles. Bocu also frowned, distancing himself slightly, demonstrating his distaste through action. Shang Shujo. Is it really that bad? Alright, it is quite foul. He clutched his chest, retreating a few steps with a wounded expression. The director's office? Su Mingyue's face was filled with shock. How could you dare to do that? To evade a group of children and willingly walk into the hands of the big boss. Is that something a sane person would think of? Yoon Yu shrugged. You all saw it too. The director is quite nice and enthusiastic, even seeing us downstairs herself. The group. Before you say that, shouldn't you take a look at how shaken these children are? But wait, why was she so kind to you? Yoon Yu glanced at Bocu, contemplating for a moment before replying. Perhaps it's due to the allure of money. We told her we would donate several $100 million to the welfare institution. No wonder. How could one not be enthusiastic? This is a living treasure. Shang Shujo's eyes glazed over. So money truly can move mountains. How hilarious, whose benevolent benefactor casually donates hundreds of millions. Who has been broken by this? Mr.Bo. Just a little shock for you poor souls. I'm starving. Let us go eat. The group arrived at the cafeteria and hastily consumed a meal while exchanging information. Thus far, it seemed that the director's office and the psychological counseling room were the relatively safe zones. Shang Shujo frowned. Not necessarily. The director is not easy to deal with unless you can deceive her like those two. Yoon Yu pouted in displeasure. How can that be called deception? I rely on my strength, alright? Talking nonsense is a form of strength too. I have a question. Shun Shiyu interjected, analyzing. The director's office may be understandable, as these children seem quite afraid of her. But what is the reason for their aversion to the psychological counseling room? The group exchanged glances. Chu Yuanyuan pulled out a booklet. There's a psychological counseling session tomorrow morning. We can just go and see. Bai Wanshuang nodded. That's a good idea. Su Mingyue rested her chin in her hand, sighing. We have to stay here for at least 7 days. How can we endure playing hide and seek every day? My poor heart can't take such torment. Moreover, places they've already hidden and can't be used again, meaning there aren't many hiding spots left. Yoon Yu set down her chopsticks and said softly, Is it possible that tomorrow's game won't be hide and seek? Ali mentioned that today's game was hide and seek, indicating that the games varied each day. Upon hearing this, the group appeared despondent at so, they had no chance for a reference. Seeing the atmosphere dampen, Shang Shujo took the initiative to lift spirits. Everyone doesn't need to be so downcast. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Let us not worry about tomorrow. He paused, hesitating to add, and whether we survive tonight is still a question. The manual stated that monsters roamed at night, indicating that the nighttime was the most perilous. Yoon Yu smiled faintly. Captain Shang means that encountering difficulties is no big deal. Think positively. What if we die tomorrow? How comforting. As they exited the cafeteria, they encountered an elderly man dressed in a security uniform. The grandpa was taking a stroll, his hair gray but his spirit vigorous. Zhang Li queried suspiciously, Is this the security guard the director mentioned? Yoon Yu couldn't help but twitch her lips. At this age, moving around a bit could easily send him into disarray. In the event of danger, would he protect others or would they protect him? The group felt increasingly uneasy. Entrusting their safety to such an elderly man was disconcerting. Who would have guessed that despite his age, the grandfather still had sharp hearing? Upon hearing Yoon Yu's remarks behind him, he glared fiercely. You young girl, why are you peeking through the cracks of the door? Who do you think you're looking down upon? He struck a martial stance, proudly lifting his chin, waiting to show off his skills. The grandfather clearly wanted to prove himself, performing a backflip and landing perfectly. Wow! Impressive, Grandpa! Su Mingyue and Chu Yuanyuan, the two cheerleaders, immediately applauded. The grandfather began to feel a bit buoyant. Is that all? I can do a few more. He flipped again, but as he landed, his foot twisted, and everyone heard a sharp cracked in the blink of an eye. The grandfather was lying on the ground peacefully. Yoon Yu was startled and hurried over. Don't blame me for this. Chapter 72. A bit presumptuous with endless energy each day. Why must one at such an age exert themselves? Yoon Yu and Bocu exerted considerable effort to escort the grandfather to the infirmary. The grandfather, supported by Bocu, expressed his dissatisfaction. This was just an accident. Wait until next time. Oh. There's a next time, she scoffed coldly. This time you twisted your left foot. Next time it'll be your right foot, aiming for an even distribution of injuries, huh? The grandfather, choked with anger, turned to Bo Siyu and muttered about Yunyu. Young man, your eyesight seems poor. This girl has a sharp tongue. You'll regret it later. Yunyu stood with arms crossed, delighting in the misfortune, for when it came to sharp tongues, she couldn't match Bo Siyu. As expected, Bo Siyu had already exhausted his patience, thinking to himself, do you really need to remind me? How many times have I been at her mercy? He raised an eyebrow, icily warning, talk too much, and you'll be the one to hop over. The grandfather stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. Do you young people today not understand respect for the elderly? Yunyu casually inquired, Grandpa, how long have you been staying in this welfare institution? Still fuming, the grandfather shot her a glare. I've been here since this welfare institution was first established. Her eyes flickered with curiosity as she leaned in, a look of gossiping intrigue on her face. Having been here for quite some time, have you heard any secrets that others do not know? Bo Siyu turned his head, instantly grasping her intention. With a skeptical gaze he inquired, why do you ask that? Yunyu blinked innocently. You see, I've always had a keen interest in peculiar tales since I was young. The stranger, the better. The elder suddenly enlightened. I see. You remind me of those foolish souls in horror films who, eager for adventure, are the first to meet their doom. Yunyu replied, you watch horror movies too. At his age, he truly had no fear of a heart stopping in fright. He lifted his chin with pride. I know a great deal. As for those curious tales you seek, I have indeed some. Yunyu's interest was piqued. Could you give me an example? He chuckled, not telling you. You impolite little girl, you certainly hold a grudge. It must be a side effect of spending too much time with Yunyu. Unfazed, Yunyu retorted, tsk, I believe you are merely trying to deceive a child. If you don't know, just admit it. I won't mock you. The elder, unable to withstand her provocation, glared at her. Who is deceiving whom? It's no big deal to tell you, but best not to venture out tonight. If someone knocks, do not open the door. Otherwise you may attract unclean things. As for anything else, his sympathetic gaze swept over the two of them. Just focus on surviving the night. Does this mean something dreadful will occur tonight? Su Mingyue's face paled upon hearing Yunyu's words. The old man warned against going out at night, but the manual stated that monsters roamed after dark, urging us to protect our children, which practically forces us to venture out, doesn't it? Luo Fan raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. Suddenly, Chu Yuanyuan's eyes brightened. Why don't we keep those children close by? That way, even if something happens, we won't have to go out. Zhongli frowned, but wouldn't that put us directly in the monster's path? The group exchanged glances, uncertain of what this monster was or its strength. Moreover, they could not guarantee whether the children harbored any ill intentions. Recklessly bringing them close could be perilous. If the children were in league with the monster, they would find themselves in dire straits. After a prolonged contemplation, Shang Shuzhou proposed, let us do this on the first night. We shall remain still and observe what unfolds. Meanwhile, I will place talismans around those children. If anything approaches, I will be alerted immediately. Shen Shiyu nodded in agreement. Captain Shang's idea is commendable. The others concurred as well. Qi Yi glanced at the time, his expression falling. Let us go. It's time to lull those little darlings to sleep. 20 to 2100 hours storytelling to sleep. On the way back to the dormitory, Bo Siyu, holding a Li, looked at Yunyu with a solemn expression. Can you tell stories? The child still seemed reluctant to be held, but Yunyu was too weary to carry him, so she reluctantly relented. Yunyu naturally replied, of course, can't you? Bo Siyu fell silent for a moment, unwilling to concede. Of course I can. Yunyu nodded. Then you should tell one. After a long day, I deserve a break. Bo Siyu retorted. Wait, if you could sit, you wouldn't be standing. How are you tired from a day's work? Upon entering Ali's dorm, they surveyed the room, which was a double, wondering who the other occupant might be. Zhongli nodded at Yunyu. What a coincidence. Shen Shiyu also offered a warm smile. Each focused on their tasks. Yunyu found a spot to sit, urging the still motionless Bo Siyu. They've already begun. Why haven't you started? Meanwhile, Shen Shiyu's melodious voice narrated the tale of the Little Mermaid. True to his reputation as an acclaimed actor, his performance was captivating, with rich emotional resonance. Bo Siyu sat at the foot of the bed, his expression stiff as he exchanged glances with Ali. He took a deep breath and slowly began to speak. Hearing a string of professional terms, Yunyu couldn't help but interrupt. What fairy tale is this? I've never heard of it. Bo Siyu succinctly replied, the Wall Street financial crisis. Yunyu's expression turned blank. Look at Ali, does she seem like she's going to sleep? Bo Siyu, flustered, said, then you do it. That if I do it, I do it. Yunyu scoffed, taking his place. After a moment of preparation, she began. Once upon a time in a forest, there lived a lovely little girl who adored dancing in her red shoes, But then her feet were severed. Realizing the unfortunate implication of her story, she quickly glanced at Ali's legs. Sorry, that was not a good message. Let me choose another WOCU. How dare she critique him? Ali blinked her wide eyes. Legend has it that in the sea lived a mermaid who fell in love with a human prince. In exchange for legs, she traded her beautiful voice, only for the prince to choose a princess, and in the end, she turned to foam after finishing. Yunyu sensed the atmosphere growing quiet, turning to see the three staring at her intently. Suddenly recalling that Tang Tang was mute. Yunyu's gaze faltered. I'm sorry, was that too presumptuous? Shen Shiyu smiled. Zhongli remarked, no wonder you two get along so well. Chapter 73. Something beneath the bed. After finally lulling the children to sleep, Yunyu followed Shang Shuzhou's advice and affixed talismans to Ali's headboard. Originally a 4-person dormitory, considering the safety of having an extra person, the 5 female contestants opted to squeeze together. Su Mingyue and Chu Yuanyuan felt safer sleeping together, proactively resolving the bed space issue. Yunyu occupied the lower bunk with Zhongli above her. Kneeling on her bed to smooth the sheets, she smirked. By midnight you might just find yourself more excited. Su Mingyue poked her head out from under the covers. Yunyu, please don't scare me. She looked to Bai Wanshuang for help. Sister Bai, will you protect us? Bai Wanshuang fell silent for a moment, suddenly feeling immense pressure. I should, but if something too powerful comes, I might not be able to handle it. Then we can only… Chu Yuanyuan cautiously pressed. Only what? Bai Wanshuang calmly concluded, if the king of hell demands my life at midnight, I shall take my leave by 2 of the others. Yunyu chuckled, not a bad philosophy, focusing on my fate being determined by me. Not heaven. I have a small request. Could we keep the lights on while we sleep? Su Mingyue asked quietly. Zhongli was the first to respond. I have no problem with that. I can sleep with the light on. Yunyu suspected she had been waiting for this moment, yawning, I can sleep as well. Everyone agreed to this arrangement, as darkness often breeds fear. Although they were all quite tired after a long day. Once in bed, very few could actually fall asleep. By 11 o'clock, the lights suddenly went out. Chu Yuanyuan's eyes widened in terror, and she huddled with the similarly trembling Su Mingyue. What happened? Who turned off the lights? But everyone was in bed at this time. Yunyu, already feeling drowsy, closed her eyes and murmured sleepily, I told you, it's quite normal for the dormitory to have a schedule for lights out. Haven't you seen the routine? The startled pair. As the night deepened, everyone gradually drifted into slumber. Yunyu usually slept soundly, the type who wouldn't wake even during a thunderstorm. Beneath the bed, a certain presence had its sights set on her, scratching at the floorboards, hoping to give her a slight shock. However, after several seconds, nothing happened. Unfazed, it persistently scratched for 3 minutes, its nails nearly splitting. The occupants above remained utterly unresponsive, sleeping more soundly than a pig. Even the faint sounds of snoring could be heard. The ghost found itself facing a monumental challenge. Is it possible for someone to sleep this soundly? How could she, at her age, sleep so deeply? In a fit of rage, it decided to change its target. Chu Yuanyuan and Su Mingyue, also in lower bunks, became the next victims. The sound of nails scraping against the bed was simply unbearable. Su Mingyue covered her ears and turned over, frowning as she mumbled, who lacks civic virtue at this hour? Grinding nails late at night, are you trying to keep everyone awake? Chu Yuanyuan, half awake, opened her eyes. Not me, I'm still busy flirting with handsome guys. The eerie sound continued unabated, jolting Chu Yuanyuan awake as she realized it seemed to be coming from beneath her bed. Her eyes widened in terror, sleep instantly evaporating as she hurriedly shook Su Mingyue awake, her voice trembling, don't sleep. There is something under the bed. Su Mingyue sat up in alarm. What? Under the bed? The combined courage of the two was no bigger than a mung bean. The sounds from beneath the bed grew more audacious. Su Mingyue nudged Chu Yuanyuan, urging, you go take a look. Chu Yuanyuan gulped, why don't you go? Su Mingyue, on the verge of tears, replied, what if I peek and see a ghostly face? Just thinking of that image made her feel faint. Bai Wanshuang's voice came from the upper bunk, what are you two chattering about at this hour? Unlike Yunyu, who could sleep through anything, she had been disturbed by their commotion. For Su Mingyue and Chu Yuanyuan, this was akin to celestial music. Wu, sister Bai Wanshuang, come quickly and see, there is something stirring beneath our bed. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanshuang hastily rolled out of bed, but as soon as her feet touched the floor, she let out a sharp gasp. Su Mingyue immediately inquired, what happened? What happened? Bai Wanshuang's voice was taut with tension. It seems something has grasped my ankle. Su Mingyue and Chu Yuanyuan, Though the scene was invisible to them, it did not hinder their vivid imaginations. Bai Wanshuang, no, I'm the one being grabbed, why are you two making such a fuss? The commotion caused by these two could topple the entire room. And finally Zhongli and Yunyu were roused from their slumber in the dead of night. Were the two sisters putting on a performance? Yunyu opened her eyes with a look of utter disillusionment. Yunyu, help! There's a ghost under the bed. Yunyu sat up, her tone perplexed. If there's a ghost, why don't you just pull it out and give it a good thrashing? Why do you make it sound as simple as eating or drinking? Bai Wanshuang lowered her gaze, unable to see anything in the pitch blackness, only feeling the bone-chilling grip around her ankle, which seemed to intensify as if it were trying to drag her under the bed. She braced herself against the bed, resisting with all her might. Is there any kind-hearted soul who could shed some light? Zhongli quickly turned on her phone flashlight. Bai Wanshuang caught a glimpse of a thin, dark hand and she produced a talisman, bending down to affix it to the hand. The hand recoiled sharply back beneath the bed in response. Yunyu also got off the bed, having inexplicably procured a mop. And without further adu, she thrust it beneath the bed. A cacophony of chaos erupted from underneath, causing Su Mingyue and Chu Yuanyuan to fear that she might overturn the entire bed. Only then did Su Mingyue and Chu Yuanyuan dare to descend. Wu, with so many people, why did it fixate on us? Zhongli, after a moment of silence, remarked, it initially targeted Yunyu, but she was in too deep a slumber. With her light sleep, Yunyu didn't wake up, but it startled Bai Wanshuang awake instead. Yet, she was too frightened to speak, fearing that the entity would turn its attention to her. Yunyu scratched her head, her expression bewildered. Is that so? Su Mingyue and Chu Yuanyuan exchanged glances, speechless. Just then a frantic knocking echoed at the door, accompanied by a child's voice tinged with tears. Sister, there's a monster chasing me. Save me. Chapter 74. I see you are truly hungry. Yunyu recognized the voice as that of Ali, but she hesitated to rush to the door. Another scream pierced the air, and Chu Yuanyuan's eyes widened in alarm. Oh no, that's Xiao Shi's voice. They must be in danger. Bai Wanshuang fished a talisman from her pocket, feeling its heat radiate. Her brow furrowed. Something's wrong. This talisman was given to her by the captain, and another was affixed at Xiao Shui's location. If anything happened, they would sense it immediately. The unusual warmth of the talisman indicated that there was indeed a problem. Zhongli frowned in disapproval. We can't open the door. What if those things are out there? The security guard explicitly warned that one should never open the door at night. Who knows if those entities might disguise themselves as children to deceive them? Yunyu pursed her lips. Isn't it simple? We can just test it and find out. She approached the door, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Is that you, Ali? Sister, it's me. Ali's voice quivered with fear. Sister, hurry and open the door. The monsters are coming. Outside, a hesitant voice responded. Sister, you ask? Yunyu casually replied. What is 1 + 1? The others exchanged glances, their thoughts unspoken. Was that question not overly simplistic? She followed up with another query. What shape was the birthmark on the ghost we encountered in the bathhouse today? The group? What a tricky question. Who watches someone's backside so closely? Ali fell silent for a few seconds, then stammered. Sister, I was too scared at that time to notice. Yunyu leisurely posed a third question. When we met the dean, was the hairpin on the dean's head black or gray? The response came back uncertain. It was black. Yunyu smiled meaningfully. Are you sure? The voice outside quickly corrected. It's gray. I remembered it wrong. Yunyu chuckled lightly. Fool, the dean wasn't wearing a hairpin at all. I was just teasing you. Also, the ghost didn't have a birthmark on its backside. A prolonged silence ensued outside. The others gazed at Yunyu with expressions that conveyed unutterable feelings. The door was suddenly slammed against with force. Su Mingyue looked on in terror. Oh no, they won't break in. Will they? If they had that ability, they would have entered long ago. Why waste time here blabbering? Yunyu replied calmly, don't worry, it's just impotent rage. Indeed, the entity outside banged against the door a few times in frustration, and upon finding it impenetrable, it departed angrily. The hallway fell silent once more. Yet they dared not open the door recklessly. The group huddled together, chattering in hushed tones. Did they truly leave just like that? Or were they lying in wait for an opportunity to pounce the moment they stepped outside? Su Mingyue's eyes shifted thoughtfully. She had learned to be cautious after being tricked before. No one could deceive her again. Bai Wanshuang, clutching the talisman in her hand, spoke gravely. What concerns me more is that group of children may genuinely be in trouble. We can't just hide here indefinitely. Yunyu pondered. Let us wait a bit longer. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Yunyu, it's me, open the door. Bocu's calm voice came from outside. The others exchanged glances, debating whether to open the door. Since the entity could disguise itself as a child, who knew if it would impersonate them? Yunyu cleared her throat, struck by inspiration. Do you remember what you whispered to me during the four-corner game? Bosiu. I remember, how could I forget? How dare you bring it up? His face darkened instantly. Had she forgotten what she had done at that time? Yunyu urged. Quickly say it again. Who knows if you're truly Bosiu or some other entity impersonating you? Bosiu gritted his teeth, glaring at the door. Woman, you're playing with fire. As soon as those words left his lips, several male guests regarded him with astonished expressions. Did the true domineering so also indulge in melodramatic tropes? Was he truly so reckless? Yunyu turned to the others. Anyone who can utter such vile words in a murderous tone is certainly genuine. Yunyu opened the door, only to meet Bosiu's fiery gaze. She feigned ignorance, diverting her eyes. Shang Shujo quickly interjected. The talisman reacted earlier. There may be trouble. A group of them rushed towards the children's dormitory, only to find it deserted. Beds were in disarray, and the floors and ceilings were smeared with countless bloody handprints, along with damp dragging marks on the ground. Yunyu and Bosiu exchanged glances, furrowing their brows as they exited the dormitory to regroup with the others, split up in search. Out of the corner of her eye, Yunyu caught sight of something and hurriedly bent down. Picking up a solitary red shoe lying on the ground, she frowned. This is Ali's shoe. The duo hurried down the stairs to the first floor of the dormitory, when suddenly, a child's figure materialized ahead. Bosiu slammed on the brakes, his heart racing, and he pulled Yunyu back just as she was about to rush forward. The flashlight illuminated the boy's face, casting a pallor over him, his gaze vacant, wandering outside at such a late hour without sleeping. He clearly wasn't a well-behaved child. Just as Bosiu was about to refuse, Yunyu intervened, shaking her head. They couldn't deny a child's reasonable request. Stepping forward, Yunyu smiled warmly at the little boy. All right, where is your dormitory? The boy blinked innocently. 303. He stared at Yunyu's fair neck, unconsciously swallowing, his expression innocent. I can't walk anymore. Can you carry me, sister? Before Yunyu could respond, Bosiu stepped in front of her, looking down at the boy with a forced smile. Let me do it. I'm strong. Not only can I carry you, I could even toss you over my shoulder. The boy. Reluctantly, the boy climbed onto Bosiu's back, deliberately provoking. Brother, your shoulders are so hard. It hurts me. Bosiu retorted coldly. My fists are hard too. Do you want to give them a try? Bosiu felt the weight on his back grow heavier, and he noticed that his steps had unconsciously slowed. A chilling sensation brushed against his neck, accompanied by an eerie giggle. Brother, you smell so good. To Bosiu. I see you are truly hungry. Chapter 75. Do you think I'm a GPS? The innocent expression on the little ghost's face gradually faded, revealing a sinister grin as it targeted Bosiu's neck, baring its sharp teeth, ready to bite down. In the blink of an eye, Bosiu seized the little ghost by its collar and executed a swift shoulder throw. Slamming it forcefully to the ground, his eyes darkened, and he spoke slowly and deliberately. Desiring everything will only lead to your ruin. The little ghost, flustered, covered its gaping mouth. In the briefest moment, when Yunyu turned her head again, the space beside her was empty. To Bosiu. Where are you? She silently lit a candle for him, as it seemed that creature had initially fixated on her. At that moment, Yunyu heard a faint sobbing sound. Following the sound, she arrived at a classroom where Elise sat on the floor, tearfully looking up with surprise in her eyes. Sister. Yunyu's gaze swept over Eli's bare feet and then to her injured arm, her brow furrowing as she stepped forward. What happened to you? Suddenly, she shot a wary glare. She is the fake. I am the real one. The two Alice locked eyes, the tension palpable. After a brief silence, she earnestly suggested, how about you two have a fight? Whoever wins, I will follow. It was quite vexing, not encountering some danger. She had no idea she was so sought after. Of course, a fight was out of the question. Yunyu's eyes darted as she proposed. I have a method to discern who among you is genuine and who is not. When Bosiu found Yunyu after dealing with that little ghost, he discovered the situation was beyond his comprehension. Hearing Yunyu's startled exclamation, his heart sank, envisioning countless dangers she might be facing. But upon entering, he froze, his entire being numb. There she was, seated comfortably in a chair, one Ali dutifully massaging her shoulders while another was vigorously kneading her legs. Both bore injuries, appearing weak and pitiable. Yet Yunyu seemed devoid of compassion, barking orders without hesitation, even expressing dissatisfaction. Put some effort into the shoulder massage. Have you not eaten? And ease up a bit on the leg rub. That hurts. Be careful not to smear your blood on my pants. The two Alice stood there, speechless. Yunyu sighed slightly, furrowing her brow. Ali is a good child. She listens to everything I say. You two seem rather reluctant. Instantly, the two Alice increased their efforts. A thought flickered in Bosiu's mind. Isn't employing child labor illegal? No, a little ghost doesn't count as child labor, right? Oh, you've arrived. Yunyu noticed Bo Siyu and greeted him enthusiastically. Care to join in the experience? Bo Siyu's lips twitched as he politely declined her invitation. What's going on? Yunyu shrugged, gesturing helplessly. As you can see, there are two Alice here, and I cannot discern which is which. Perhaps you can identify the genuine one? The two Alice, as if seeing a savior, eagerly looked up at Bo Siyu. Brother, I am the real one. I am Ollie. Brother, can't you recognize me? Bo Siyu's expression became subtly complicated. The child had never been particularly fond of him. When had she become so eager? They exchanged glances and Yunyu signaled for them to stop, rising to her feet. I believe I have arrived at my conclusion. Both Alice turned their gazes toward her. Yunyu stepped back, revealing a girl in a white dress sprawled on the ground. Ling Wei, grimacing in displeasure, climbed to her feet and scowled. I say, big sister. Could you kindly announce your ghostly summoning next time? At least let me prepare. This entrance lacks any flair. The two Alice, sensing the formidable aura radiating from the girl, exchanged looks of shock, realizing she was nurturing a ghost. Yunyu succinctly stated, feed her some snacks. Let her consume them. As she spoke, she resembled a callous woman who abandoned a man after using him, after all the diligent service the Alice had provided her. They deserved at least some acknowledgement. The two little ghosts were taken aback, turning to flee. Ling Wei, muttering about her own selective appetite, lunged forward with remarkable speed, gripping one little ghost. Where do you think you're running off to? They immediately began wailing, hurling insults. You, a ghost, dare to serve humans? You are utterly disgraceful. Ling Wei narrowed her eyes, sneering, you know nothing. In this day and age, who wouldn't he want a high-paying job with food and lodging, without the worry of losing a kidney or being forced to work overtime? Yunyu and Bo Siyu. That it seemed the ghost world was not an easy place to find employment either. Another little ghost cried out, the big ghost is bullying the little ghost. How shameless. Feigning innocence. In 04, I was merely 2 years old. Who is really bullying whom is debatable. Ling Wei clicked her tongue in annoyance, originally wishing for a swift end for them, but now it appeared unnecessary. With a firm motion, she revealed the true forms of the two little ghosts. Ling Wei's method of consumption remained as brutal as ever. As she directly swallowed the two little ghosts whole, seeing her grimace as if about to retch, Yunyu curiously inquired, what does it taste like? Ling Wei replied, expressionless. If I had to describe it, I'd say it resembles expired herring from a can. Yunyu's eyes sparkled with admiration as she raised a thumb. Thank you for your hard work, but I need to digest this. Ling Wei looked weary. Wait a moment. Yunyu halted her movement. Help me locate that child's position. Ling Wei gritted her teeth. Do you think I'm a GPS? Nevertheless, she pointed Yunyu in a general direction downstairs. She couldn't sense the exact location, but the child seemed injured and very weak. Yunyu and Bo Siyu hurried downstairs, encountering Chu Yuanyuan and Luofan being chased by a group of little ghosts, screaming "Dada! Don't bite my behind!" Luofan was jumping around like a distressed maiden, tears streaming down her face as she clutched her backside. Assessing the situation, Yunyu tugged at Bo Siyu, who was ready to charge out. Let us hide for a moment. But the two girls, sharp-eyed, joyfully sprinted towards them. Yunyu, Bo Siyu, are you here to rescue us? The two. That was not the plan. Chapter 76. The Great-Grandma's offering to heaven. Boundless magic. My dear sister. I was right about you, Yunyu. Before they could voice their rejection, Chu Yuanyuan and Luofan were already moved to tears. Chu Yuanyuan, feeling as though she had found a protector, no longer felt pain or fatigue as she boldly confronted the little ghosts behind her. You're doomed. My sister Yu is incredibly formidable. Then she realized these beings were likely already dead, hastily correcting herself. Well, you're finished anyway. Chu Yuanyuan's expression turned dazed. Yunyu, why are you running? Yunyu's voice was filled with exasperation. Big sister. There are too many of them. Did you really think I could take them all on? Chu Yuanyu. Had she known, she wouldn't have stirred up animosity. The four of them reached the first floor of the dormitory, encountering others along the way. There was no time for pleasantries. A mere glance sufficed for communication. Thus, their fleeing party gradually grew. Yunyu spotted Ollie, who was hoisted in the air by a tentacle. Not just her, but several other children were ensnared, appearing to have already lost consciousness. Shock swept through the group. Shang Shujo attempted to remain calm, analyzing the situation. This world is shaped by the will of the boss, devoid of scientific explanation, but he soon realized that was futile. This was simply too immense. The dormitory door had been violently broken open, and Yunyu dodged the shards of glass as she charged outside. For those with a fear of large objects, would this not cause them to faint? Heavens! It's so large, how can we deal with it? Deal with it. Luofan cautiously suggested, it only wants a few children. Why not just give them up? It's a long way to come. Let it take some local specialties home. Local specialties, you say? Chi smirked, casting a glance at him. You seem quite hospitable. I take it they aren't your children. Luofan's expression turned sheepish. But the rules dictate we must protect the children. Who knows what crisis we might face if anything happens to them? Chu Yuanyuan's eyes were filled with worry. Yunyu squinted. Aside from the tentacle, its body seems unable to enter. Upon hearing her words, everyone looked up. Not only that, but it also appeared incapable of smoothly taking the children away. Shang Shuzhou's eyes glimmered. This must be some form of restriction set by the orphanage. Thus, the immediate concern was the group of little ghosts behind them. Shang Shuzhou bit his finger and began to draw a formation on the ground. I need some time. You all find a way to delay them. The little ghosts had already caught up, their eyes glowing green, resembling creatures that had gone too long without food, by Wanshuang relatively calm. Distributed props to the group. This is a Bagua mirror. It can ward off evil spirits. Su Mingyue received it like a treasure. This is a Sanqing bell. Its sound can harm ghosts and monsters. Bai Wanshuang paused, her expression serious. But if we're unlucky and encounter a deaf ghost, it will be ineffective. Zhongli hesitated but ultimately chose it. Long-range attacks were ideal for someone as timid as her. There was no way every ghost they encountered would be deaf, right? Chu Yuanyuan looked astonished. Isn't this a wooden fish? What's its use? Bai Wanshuang handed it to her. Its purpose is similar to the Sanqing bell. But it only works on weaker little ghosts. If you encounter a particularly powerful ghost, it will do little harm but will be highly insulting. She straightened her posture, suggesting, better to strike it a few times. Accumulate some merit before you die to secure a better reincarnation. Chu Yuanyuan. Dr. Yunyu's gaze landed on a wooden sword. Is this a peachwood sword? I want this. She would surely appreciate a weapon with such lethality. Yunyu gripped the peachwood sword and tested its heft, and the little ghost opposite her showed a flicker of hesitation, seemingly intimidated by it. However, the aroma emanating from Yunyu was simply too enticing, prompting most little ghosts to rush towards her. Bocuyu's expression sharpened as he kicked away a little ghost that lunged at him. The ghost clung to his pant leg, leaving him in a precarious battle to hold up his nearly slipping trousers. Bai Wanshuang tossed him an object. Here I have a copper coin sword too. She had yet to teach Bocuyu how to use it when this individual, unable to endure any longer, plunged his sword through the little ghost, piercing it completely. Meanwhile, Yunyu found herself encircled by the little ghosts, causing everyone to break into a cold sweat on her behalf. Her eyes shifted slightly as she rummaged through her pocket, retrieving a handful of powder. With a swift motion, she raised her arm, scattering the powder into the air, and amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers cried out, "Great-grandmother, aid me!" She then consumed the remainder of the powder, leaving the group of little ghosts, along with several others, utterly stupefied, even devouring her own great-grandmother's remains. What a fierce individual! Su Mingyue gaped in horror. What on earth is she eating? Ashes. Is it? Chi, with a cryptic smirk, replied. How could that possibly be ashes? What sane person carries their great-grandmother around? Zhongli inquired. Is she a sane person? Chi. Perhaps not so much. Not far away, Bocuyu, with powder smeared across his face, looked absolutely dreadful, as if he had swallowed a fly. Yunyu, he pressed his lips tightly together, feeling a hint of the powder slip into his mouth, and his rising anger suddenly diminished. It seems a bit sweet. That he smacked his lips, his expression taking on a peculiar quality. Was she a sweet person in life? Over there, Yunyu was already skewering several little ghosts with her peachwood sword, showcasing her formidable combat prowess. The crowd's emotions were complex. This is what they call great-grandmother's heavenly offering boundless magical power? Chapter 77. The national server on the charts, achievements verifiable. The group of little ghosts was already startled by Yunyu's explosive fighting style, terrified to the core, and when they saw her calmly turning a group of ghosts into skewers, they immediately began to retreat. Although they had only heard of ghosts consuming humans, they had never encountered humans consuming ghosts. What if she wasn't picky about her food? To take it a step further, if she wouldn't spare her own great-grandmother, would she hesitate to spare them? A few attempted to flee, but Yunyu raised her sword and shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" The onlookers' expression shifted from shock to numbness. Wait, why were they the ones running? Shouldn't it be them? While the male contestants hesitated, several female contestants eagerly joined the fray. Su Mingyue, brimming with excitement, clutched her gossip mirror, constantly seeking angles to illuminate Yunyu. After being dazzled several times, Yunyu couldn't help but turn her head and glare at her. Are you foolish? Why are you shining that in my face? Pointed at them instead. Su Mingyue suddenly realized, hurriedly adjusting her direction. Oh, sorry, I'm just used to taking pictures. Jiang Li and Chu Yuanyuan trailed behind, one jingling a bell, the other striking a wooden fish. Lacking any skills but focusing solely on participation, Bai Wanshuang was energetically jumping around, busying herself with sticking talismans on the foreheads of those little ghosts, creating a truly spectacular scene. Those in the know would assume they were capturing ghosts, while those unaware might think it was a dance party. At that moment, the formation created by Shang Shuzhou was complete. Looking up, one could only describe the scene as a chaotic dance of demons. He thought. Although this was all just a delay, it was somewhat different from what he had envisioned, were those elder sisters perhaps too engrossed in it. Shang Shuzhou's lips twitched as he quickly recited the incantation, and the array drawn on the ground erupted with golden light, rapidly expanding outward in a circular shape, forming a golden barrier that firmly trapped the group of little ghosts within. A few little ghosts, upon touching the golden boundary, let out terrible screams as they transformed into black smoke. The remaining little ghosts within the golden circle also met their demise in an orderly manner. A crowd of onlookers widened their eyes, expressing astonishment at the unprecedented sight. Wow! Xikong Zheng is truly impressive. Captain Shang is amazing. Shang Shuzhou instinctively adopted a humble demeanor. The national server is on the charts. Achievements are verifiable, basic skills should not be flaunted. After uttering these words, the next moment, 2 streams of nosebleed unexpectedly flowed down. Qi, with a complex expression, remarked, it seems you're bleeding? Oh, really? Shang Shuzhou swayed as he stood, wiping the blood from his face, suddenly realizing why he felt a bit dizzy. Apologies, I may need to. Before he could finish, his vision darkened, and he collapsed. Qi Yi, quick on his feet, caught him, his feelings complicated. The others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Was he all right? Bai Wanshuang appeared unfazed. Under normal circumstances, he just expended too much energy. A short rest will suffice. Qi Yi gritted his teeth, setting Shang Shuzhou aside. This kid is heavier than expected. The octopus suddenly noticed her, extending a tentacle. Be careful. The crowd looked in terror at Su Mingyue, who appeared frozen in place, shocked. However, the tentacle merely snatched the gossip mirror from her grasp. Su Mingyue's legs buckled, and she plopped down on the ground, relief written all over her face. Having narrowly escaped disaster, after examining it for so long, she still hadn't figured out how to use it. She stared at the tentacle, a mischievous thought bubbling up. Perhaps you'd like some grilled squid. What do you think you're doing, big silly spring? The octopus, indeed, turned its attention toward her, its dark eyes glimmering with an eerie light under the night sky, exuding the unique pressure characteristic of deep-sea creatures. Yunyu made a face at it. You ugly creature, why don't you come and catch me? The octopus clearly understood, as it furiously waved its tentacles, striking towards Yunyu. Just as its agile appendage was about to close in on her, Bo Siyu seized the moment, swinging his copper coin sword to sever a portion of the tentacle. The not-so-sharp sword easily sliced through, leaving him somewhat astonished as he examined it with fondness. What a fine sword! As it beheld its beloved small tentacle rendered mutilated, the octopus, fueled by a surge of anger, launched more tentacles to attack the two. The few children who had been bound were tossed aside, and the others quickly rushed to catch the unconscious ones. They bore various injuries and appeared quite weak. On the other side, the octopus had now deployed all 8 of its tentacles, relentlessly attacking Yunyu and Bo Siu. The octopus, the two on the ground, resembled mere fleas, leaping about, slipping through its grasp as if it were walking a dog. Frustrated, it spat ink at the two. Yunyu and Bo Siu managed to evade it, but the bystanders were drenched. What is this stuff? It stinks. So sticky and disgusting. I can't take it anymore. Yunyu glanced at the group of pitch-black individuals nearby. Feeling fortunate. If you can't win, then just spit. No sense of martial ethics. Thankfully, we ran fast. The octopus, noticing several of its small tentacles severed, felt its dark eyes moisten, etching the images of Yunyu and Bo Siu deeply into its memory before it twisted its massive body and vanished into the night. Chapter 78. Even the small ones are quite adorable. A group of little black figures gazed at them with resentful eyes. Yunyu couldn't help but chuckle. Bo Siu, not wishing to provoke further animosity, turned his face away, maintaining a semblance of restraint. Suddenly, a beam of flashlight illuminated the scene, accompanied by the furious voice of an elderly security guard. What are you all doing awake at this hour? The elderly guard strode over quickly, and upon seeing the disarray and the broken dormitory door, his expression shifted. Who allowed you to vandalize public property? You must compensate for the damages. Yunyu raised an eyebrow slightly. Sir? You arrived just in time. The earlier commotion had failed to stir him, but now that the crisis had passed, he hurriedly emerged to assess the damages. The guard shot a disapproving glare. Don't think that being friendly will absolve you of punishment, he lamented while jotting down the losses in his notebook. The group, exhausted from the night's escapades, waved their hands. Let us discuss this tomorrow. After a long night of turmoil, they finally found a moment of peace. Were their injuries truly not serious? Su Mingyue observed the children with concern. Yunyu checked Ali's wounds, noticing that they seemed to be healing. She yawned, lying down comfortably. Don't worry, she won't die. Was she perhaps being a bit too nonchalant? But it didn't matter. Since Yunyu said so, there surely wouldn't be any issues. The others also relaxed, lying down at ease. The next morning, Yunyu was awakened by the alarm clock. As she groggily opened her eyes, she was met with a pair of large, shiny black eyes. Ali was quietly peering at her from the edge of the bed, her gaze focused and curious. Her pupils large enough to evoke a hint of eeriness. Any timid individual would surely be startled, however. Yunyu naturally extended her hand to cover Ali's eyes, her voice laced with sleepiness. Be good. Don't make noise, let me sleep a little longer. Ali blinked gently, her long eyelashes brushing against Yunyu's palm, causing a ticklish sensation. Obediently, she remained still, yet Yunyu still could not fall back asleep. Oh my goodness! In the adjacent room, Chu Yuanyuan and Su Mingyue exchanged astonished glances, expressing their shock in unison. You. Yunyu sighed, helplessly opening her eyes. What are you two doing here so early? Performing a duet? Realizing sleep was no longer an option, she sat up to put on her shoes, but after fumbling for some time, she couldn't locate them. Looking down, she noticed that her feet were quite far from the ground. Yunyu fell into contemplation. Her long legs had previously been able to reach the floor in one stride. Thus she concluded, who swapped my bed while I was sleeping? The two fools across from her looked over in unison. Are you Yunyu? Yunyu felt utterly perplexed. If not, then who am I? She raised her gaze, and upon meeting the eyes of two unfamiliar children sitting on her bed, she was taken aback, her expression shifting to one of wariness. Who are you? Where are Chu Yuanyuan and Su Mingyue? The girl with twin ponytails quickly replied. I'm Su Mingyue. Another round-faced little girl on the verge of tears lamented. I am Chu Yuanyuan. Huh? Realizing something was amiss, she glanced at her short legs and was reluctantly forced to accept the harsh truth. It wasn't that the bed had grown taller, but rather she had shrunk. A few of them gathered around the mirror, confirming their predicament repeatedly, and the anxiety that had hung in the air ultimately faded into despair. What on earth was happening? Rejuvenation? Su Mingyue touched her flat chest, her eyes filled with indignation. Zhongli gazed at the solitary little girl in the mirror. When she frowned, her reflection mirrored the expression, and her lips curved downward. Caught between dreams and deception, she chose the path of magic. Yunyu managed to reach the mirror only by precariously climbing on a stool. Staring at the adorably naive girl in the reflection, her heart sinking. Good grief, how on earth did the original owner look exactly like me as a child? Noticing her gloom, Ali stepped forward and took her hand, saying, it's okay, sister. Being small is quite cute. Yunyu looked up in shock. Where did you learn this? Sister, did I say something wrong? Ali's innocent gaze revealed her genuine belief in the cuteness of being little. Oh, for heaven's sake. A group of them hurriedly met with the male contestants, and upon seeing each other, they were all taken aback. How did you all shrink? Why haven't you changed? Yunyu glanced at the unchanged Bo Siyu and felt a wave of inequity wash over her. This wretched place was clearly biased against gender. The man scrutinized her with a peculiar gaze, and then to Yunyu's disbelief, he effortlessly lifted her, his tone ambiguous. This little one looks quite unique. To her surprise, he found her childhood appearance rather endearing. Suspended in midair, her short legs dangled helplessly. Bo Siyu, if you're capable, put me down and let us settle this. Bo Siyu smirked, obligingly placing her down, only to realize she was now barely as tall as his thigh. I've been good, please spare me. Chi assessed the group and shrugged. Indeed, if we don't know what triggered this and if everyone turns into children, then we lose our only advantage against that group of little devils. The others nodded in agreement. Shang Shujo's tone grew grave. It seems this transformation is random. Yunyu frowned, letting out a deep sigh. Never mind. Let us just deal with it for now. It's time to prepare breakfast for the children. Breakfast? Bo Siyu paused, finally recalling the first item on the schedule. Children rise at 8, and breakfast must be prepared in advance. On their way to the cafeteria, Yunyu tugged at Bo Siyu's pant leg, causing him to reflexively grip his waistband in trepidation. Yunyu rolled her eyes in exasperation. Could you crouch down a bit? I have something to say. Finding it bothersome, Bo Siyu simply scooped her up, calmly gazing at her. Go ahead. Yunyu. She squirmed uncomfortably, trying to ignore the odd sensation, lowering her voice. I suspect our transformation is related to those children. Chapter 79. Yun, the master of breakups. Bo Siyu was completely oblivious to what Yunyu was saying. He was captivated by her youthful yet serious expression, a shiver of excitement coursing through him. As if electrified, his ears turned slightly pink. She was so adorable, with her chubby cheeks, big bright eyes, a hint of natural innocence, and those long eyelashes. Her little mouth was quite the chatterbox. Although Ali was also beautifully cute, he felt no such stirrings when he saw her. Bo Siyu suddenly realized. He preferred those who appeared not very bright. Quite unsettling, she felt a chill run down her spine, suddenly exclaiming, Bo Siyu, don't scare me. Have you been possessed? Bo Siyu. Her grip was light, yet he immediately snapped back to reality. Indeed, even though they had shrunk, their tempers remained familiar. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. You're the one who's possessed. Yunyu felt a rush of delight, her eyes feigning concern. Are you awake now? Should I give you a couple more whacks? Bo Siyu's forehead twitched. No need. What were you saying earlier? Yunyu repeated herself and he frowned slightly. How did you arrive at that conclusion? She blinked innocently. Those children were clearly gravely injured last night. Yet they healed in just one night. Don't you find that a bit strange? He raised an eyebrow dismissively. What's strange about that? They aren't human after all. Yunyu disagreed. Don't jump to conclusions. By the timeline, the fire hasn't happened yet, and they shouldn't be dead at this point. Bo Siyu pondered for a moment. It's also possible they're deliberately playing the victim to lower our guard? Yunyu nodded. Of course, what you said isn't without merit. He paused, somewhat speechless. Can you be more resolute in your stance? Yunyu, unashamed. What's the harm in rational discussion? I'm merely sharing my thoughts. We've verified that there are indeed monsters lurking at night, and guardians must protect the children. This rule is undeniably true, indicating that monsters can indeed harm children. Bo Siyu nodded. The harm was real. It had merely been transferred to them. He frowned, furrowing his brow. Transferred? Why do you say that? Yunyu, her sparkling eyes gazing at him. Do you remember the fourth rule? Bo Siyu thought for a moment and quickly recounted. The relationship between guardians and children. Correct, this rule was hidden, suggesting its significance. Yunyu unconsciously bit her finger. I've contemplated various possibilities, mostly either opposing or unifying. Having verified last night, I lean towards one. You should be familiar with the concept of symbiosis in the biological world? Bo Siyu, frowning, brushed her hand away, quickly stating. Two species mutually depend on each other, benefiting one another. If separated, either or both cannot survive. Yunyu affirmed. Exactly. I can't be certain it's true symbiosis, but it seems similar? In any case, if they are harmed, our situation becomes precarious. Bo Siyu concluded. So these children must not come to harm. We must protect them. This implies that the ninth rule is misleading. If we were to directly eliminate them, we might perish as well. Yunyu nodded, glancing towards the cafeteria doors. You can put me down now. Bo Siyu, somewhat reluctant, still maintained his aloof demeanor as he set her down. Yunyu stomped her foot. Thank goodness my clothes and shoes shrank too. Otherwise I'd have to run around naked. He glanced at her fluffy head, gently rubbing it with his fingers. Tsk, what should he do if he felt an urge to ruffle it? Ding! Host's strong desire detected. Random task triggered. Within 24 hours, hug Yunyu 10 times, any position. 210. 666 chuckled. Host, am I being too indulgent? Bo Siyu snorted. Mind your own business. 666. You rascal. Aren't you enjoying this immensely? The female contestants, unable to reach the stove, left the task of breakfast to their male counterparts. Fortunately, among the guests, Shun Shiyu could cook, and everyone was bustling under his guidance. Watching Shun Shiyu's diligent demeanor, Su Mingyue clasped her hands starry-eyed. Teacher Shun is so capable. Such a husband vibe, I'm smitten. Chu Yuanyuan eagerly chimed in. Who says otherwise? Zhang Li and Bai Wanshuang also wore expressions of admiration. Men who could cook were rare, let alone a movie star who could do so. Su Mingyue, a bit bashful, quietly asked everyone. I've realized I quite like Teacher Shen. Do you think I have a chance if I pursue him? Chu Yuanyuan puffed up her cheeks, glaring. How infuriating. Shall we fight? Yunyu lazily interjected. You definitely have a chance. Gaining her approval was no easy feat, and Su Mingyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Yunyu, you think I have a chance? Yunyu exchanged a meaningful glance with her, sweetly smiling. Of course there's a chance. Tonight the circus has a role for you. Su Mingyue, confused, asked. What does that have to do with the circus? Zhang Li chimed in coldly. What does the circus feature? Clowns. Su Mingyue. Chu Yuanyuan laughed so hard her expression filled with regret. Too bad I have a boyfriend. Otherwise I'd want to pursue teacher Shun too. They all shared a bond forged through life and death. She had no need to hide her romantic affairs. The others looked on in mild surprise. Yunyu regarded her with a complex expression. You haven't broken up yet? Chu Yuanyuan pouted. Yunyu, you really know how to speak. Yunyu blinked, her expression enigmatic. You know I always advise breaking up rather than reconciling. If they had just met, Chu Yuanyuan might have found her overly harsh. But after spending time together, she realized Yunyu wasn't one to speak without purpose. For instance, her earlier remarks about Zhou Liangxing had seemed harsh, yet not long after, his scandal had surfaced. Thus she cautiously inquired, is there something wrong? Her relationship with her young boyfriend seemed quite good, as his looks and physique were her type. The thought of breaking up was indeed hard to bear. Yunyu didn't launch into a lengthy lecture, pretentiously pinching her fingers, succinctly stating, I've done a fortune-telling for you. He is detrimental to you and will affect your finances. Lending him money felt like a bottomless pit. How could it not affect her? Chu Yuanyuan's eyes widened in realization. Is that true, sister? I'll confront him about breaking up as soon as I go out. Suddenly, I felt an overwhelming sense of release. After all, she could love many men throughout her life. But how much money could she truly earn? The others. Now this is what you call a master of breakups. Chapter 80. Do you see my head? After tending to a group of children for breakfast, it was time for class. Due to yesterday's relentless exploration of the procedures, we had found no useful clues. Thus today we divided our tasks clearly. 2 would remain to teach the children, while the others would venture separately to investigate the orphanage. Zhongli and Shun Shiyu voluntarily stayed behind to conduct the class. She crossed her arms, her expression blank as she gazed at him, resembling a lifeless figurine. Bocuyu's lips curved slightly as he averted his gaze. His tone icy. Stay close. Yunyu. The pair had not walked far when they noticed a child seated on the stairs, weeping. Yunyu tugged at Bocuyu, intending to take a detour. Let us change our route. This clearly triggers a side quest. Unexpectedly, shortly after, the same little boy was found crying by the flowerbed. Skeptical of fate, she chose another path. Yet the boy remained an unwelcome shadow. It felt as if she were encountering a ghost in broad daylight. Yunyu, unable to contain her frustration, marched up to him. Why are you crying? Is this never ending? Did your family abandon you? With tear-filled eyes, the boy gazed up at the fierce-looking girl before him. A flicker of confusion crossing his face as he pouted. But I don't have a family. Indeed, sincerity was the ultimate weapon. Instantly, Yunyu fell silent. Rarely had she been at a loss for words. Bocuyu chuckled softly and stepped forward, lowering himself to assess the boy. Why are you crying? The boy looked up with hopeful eyes. I lost my ball. Can you help me find it? Bocuyu smiled as he declined. You should handle your own matters. The boy's lips drooped, his voice barely a whisper. Are you refusing me? Bocuyu's smile faltered. Here we go again. He glanced at Yunyu, who stood with her arms crossed, delighting in his predicament. He took a deep breath. Where did you lose your ball? The child led them to an abandoned warehouse beside the playground. Pointing inside. I lost my ball in there. Yunyu scrutinized the dilapidated, dimly lit warehouse, which appeared to be a storage room. The entrance was cluttered with an overturned bamboo basket, and several badminton rackets lay scattered on the ground, while the interior remained obscured. Overall, it exuded an eerie aura. She cast a knowing glance at the boy. Are you sure your ball is in there? He nodded affirmatively. Very well, if I can't find it. Yunyu flashed a sweet smile. I shall take your head and use it as a ball to kick. The boy shrank back slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of terror. As soon as Yunyu and Bocuyu stepped into the warehouse, the heavy door slammed shut behind them. The already dim light grew even darker. Reflexively, Bocuyu pulled Yunyu close, and she noticed his hand gripping hers tightly, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. He turned to open the door, but as expected, it wouldn't budge. Yunyu shrugged. No need to waste effort. It seems we must help him find the ball. The air was thick with the scent of dust mixed with plastic, prompting her to cover her nose as she scanned the surroundings. Various sports equipment lay piled together, including basketballs, soccer balls, and more. She fell silent for a few seconds. Oh no, I forgot to ask what his ball looked like. With so many balls here, how could I possibly know which one he needs? Bocuyu frowned slightly. Stay here, I'll take a look inside. Yunyu felt quite at ease. The darkness inside was stifling. Hurry up then. If all else fails, just grab any ball to placate him. Bocuyu acknowledged her request and ventured into the shadows. Noticing some dirt on her small shoes, Yunyu furrowed her brow and crouched to wipe them clean. Suddenly, a rhythmic thumping echoed nearby, reminiscent of someone bouncing a ball. The sound reverberated eerily in the vast emptiness, sending chills down her spine. Yunyu sighed in exasperation. Bo Siyu, are you being childish? How old are you to still be playing with a ball? There was no response. The bouncing continued. Thump, 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 ominously unsettling. Yunyu lifted her gaze, staring into the darkness, and suddenly recalled a ghost story she had heard long ago. In school, the sound of a bouncing ball would often be heard, followed by the question, "Do you see my head? If you hear that voice, do not respond." The sound would draw closer, halting at the door. Xiaoming was terrified, and with no movement outside, he couldn't help but peek through the crack at the bottom of the door. Cold sweat trickling down his back, he saw a pair of blood-red eyes. It turned out it wasn't a ball at all, but a human head. It smiled sinisterly. "Do you see my head?" Startled by her own imagination, Yunyu felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down her forehead. Instinctively grasping the peachwood sword she carried on her back, "Siyu? Don't scare me." Yunyu swallowed hard, cautiously advancing into the darkness as the sound grew nearer, her heart racing. Last. She spotted Bo Siyu, slightly bent as he bounced the ball, his figure shrouded in shadows, exuding an air of aloof detachment. Each bounce of the ball reached the same height with mechanical precision. Yunyu thought he was merely showing off, clutching her chest. "You startled me. What's wrong with you hiding here without a word?" Bo Siyu ignored her, continuing his rhythmic bouncing. This time she noticed something was amiss. His eyes lacked focus, appearing vacant, as if he had lost his soul. Yunyu approached him, kicking the ball away. "No way, you're really possessed, aren't you?" Bo Siyu slowly turned to her, his hollow gaze locking onto her, dark and persistent. "Why did you kick my head?" Yunyu paused, pointing at the ball, incredulous. "Don't you think that thing is your head?" Bo Siyu stepped closer, causing her to instinctively retreat. What do you want?" His tone was rigid, each word deliberate. "Return my head to me." Yunyu gritted her teeth, swiftly darting to pick up the ball, throwing it at Bo Siyu's head. "Wake up! You seem to have lost your mind." With a dull thud, the ball struck his forehead, and he collapsed to the ground. A few minutes later, he awoke, clutching his aching head. "Why does my head hurt so much?" Yunyu, feeling guilty, averted her gaze. "I don't know, you were already lying there when I arrived." Chapter 81. This is hardly a challenge for you. Yunyu opened her eyes and fabricated a tale. Bo Siyu, still bewildered, was quick to divert the conversation. "What happened to you? You seemed like you lost your soul." The mention. His gaze fell upon the ball not far away, his brows slightly furrowing. "I don't know. I was looking for it when that ball suddenly rolled to my feet. As if it had some magical power. I picked it up, and then he had a wonderful playmate, but one day a group of people in white coats came to the orphanage, and from that day on, his companion vanished." People in white coats? Yunyu examined the ball, weighing it in her hands. Talking to herself, she mused, "This weight doesn't seem like it could hold a person's head." To Bo Siyu. For a moment, he was at a loss as to whether to admire her vivid imagination or commend her audacity. Yunyu pondered for a moment, then brushed off her skirt and stood up. "Let South leave this place. It feels chilly." This time, the warehouse door opened smoothly. The little boy stood at the entrance, patiently awaiting their return. Yunyu handed him the ball. "Here, is this the ball you were searching for?" The boy's eyes brightened as he cautiously accepted the ball. "Thank you." He gazed at Yunyu for a moment, his face flushing, then stepped forward to hand her something before turning to run away. Yunyu looked down to find a note in her hand. Raising an eyebrow, she wondered if this was the reward for completing a side quest. The boy's bashful demeanor was rather misleading. Bo Siyu glanced at the note in her hand, his expression darkening. A child his age shouldn't be passing love letters. It's improper. Yunyu smirked, rolling her eyes at him. He's only a few years old. How would he know what a love letter is? She leisurely unfolded the note, falling into contemplation. What is this? The note depicted a drawing reminiscent of abstract art, barely resembling a building. A large cross marked it, accompanied by a line of scribbled text. Bo Siyu bent down to decipher it. "Don't eat it." He paused momentarily, reflecting. He's telling you not to eat it, even if you're starving. That's common sense, right? After all, who in their right mind would eat that? Yunyu's lips twitched as she stomped on his foot. Fool, is it not possible that he means not to eat from the cafeteria? Those two characters are too complex for him to write. Bo Siyu momentarily ignored the pain in his foot, bewildered. Are you saying the food from the cafeteria is inedible? But we've eaten there several times already. Yunyu raised her head, searching for the child, but he had long since vanished. She pursed her lips. In any case, for the next few days, let us avoid eating as much as possible. The two reunited with the others to share this news. What then shall we eat if we cannot eat in the cafeteria? Luofan exclaimed, wide-eyed in disbelief. There was no other place providing meals apart from the cafeteria. Su Mingyue couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Oh dear, what time is it, and you're still thinking about food? What if there's poison in that food? Shang Shujo furrowed his brow, quickly making a decision. The cafeteria food is off-limits, but the ingredients may not be the problem. We can simply cook for ourselves. That should not pose any difficulty. A collective sigh of relief escaped from the group. They could manage a day without sustenance, but staying here for a full 7 days. If they truly had to endure without food or water, they wouldn't even need to wait for any apparitions. They could simply find a pit and lie down. Chu Yuanyuan glanced at the time. Their class was nearly over, so we should head back. On their way to the classroom, Yunyu suddenly remembered. Are we supposed to go to the counseling room later? Su Mingyue blinked. Yes. I've always found it puzzling why there's a dedicated counseling room in the orphanage. If it exists in schools, it's understandable, out of concern for students overwhelmed by academic pressure, to help them manage their emotions. But what kind of pressure do these children face? Bai Wanshuang explained calmly. The orphans taken in by the welfare home are either disabled or abandoned by their parents. Without proper guidance, these children are susceptible to psychological issues. At best, they may contemplate life's end. At worst, they could stray down a dangerous path and harm society. Now it makes sense. So, Teacher Shen, how does it feel to be a teacher? Chu Yuanyuan smiled, eagerly seeking Shen Shiyue's thoughts. Truth be told, just looking at Zhang Li's face, devoid of any enthusiasm, it was clear the experience was far from pleasant. Shan Shiyu curled his lips slightly. It's quite a unique experience. I taught them a performance class, but they seemed unable to grasp it. Luo Fan immediately praised. Teacher Shen's performance class is priceless. Had I known, I would have stayed to observe. Yunyu caught a glimpse of the window out of the corner of her eye. A woman stood there, her expression as blank as a canvas, watching them. The caregiver had arrived. It was the same caregiver as before, her demeanor as frosty as ever. The children will now undergo psychological counseling. During this time you may engage in activities freely. Su Mingyue asked curiously. Can we go in with them? The caregiver's cold gaze swept over, and upon seeing the few transformed into children, there was no surprise in her eyes. No, only one at a time. She paused, then added, if you wish to experience it as well, you may only enter individually. Su Mingyue shrank back under her gaze. Who knew what might transpire inside? She dared not take the risk. All right then, do we need to sign up in advance? Yunyu smiled sweetly at the caregiver. The latter's expression stiffened momentarily, and she shot Yunyu a peculiar look, perhaps having never encountered someone so eager to court danger. Gazing at the door of the counseling room, Ali's eyes flickered with apprehension. She tightened her grip on Yunyu's hand, and when the latter glanced over, Ali's face appropriately displayed her reluctance. Yunyu considered her thoughtfully before turning to the caregiver. The child seems a bit unwell. Is it possible for her to refrain from entering? The caregiver scrutinized Yunyu, her expression as impassive as ever. No, regular psychological counseling is for their benefit. Yunyu expressed her regret. It appears we have no choice. Please go in. I will wait for you outside. After Ali entered, she emerged a good 10 minutes later, leaning on a crutch, her complexion significantly paler than before. Su Mingyue leaned closer to Yunyu. There must be something amiss in there. Are you certain you want to go in? Yunyu smiled faintly. Precisely because something is amiss, I must enter. Bocu stepped in front of Yunyu, gazing at her intently. I'll go in first. Then you can decide whether to follow. This way, if there's any danger, I can inform you in time. With that, he resolutely stepped inside. Chu Yuanyuan cupped her cheeks. President Bo is so considerate. I'm feeling quite envious. Yunyu was taken aback, her tone firm. He must have seen through my attempt to show off, trying to steal the spotlight. How cunning the others. You're truly unfazed by anything. Chapter 82. Into the eye of the money pit. After another 10 minutes, Bocu emerged, his expression somewhat grim. He exchanged a glance with Yunyu and hesitantly uttered 2 words. Yunyu raised an eyebrow, not particularly surprised, and waved her hand as she stepped inside. The others hesitated to engage him in conversation, but Shang Shujo, unperturbed, approached directly to ask the question on everyone's mind. Mr. Bo, may I inquire about your experiences inside? Bocu's brow furrowed slightly as he replied in a low voice. Hypnosis. His voice grew even more somber as he elaborated amidst the curious gazes. The psychologist can make one confront the memories they most wish to avoid, crafting nightmares that ensnare them in fear. He glanced toward the door, his gaze deepening. What could Yunyu's nightmares be like? Upon entering, Yunyu found a woman sitting inside who looked up at her, her eyes brightening slightly. What a lovely young lady. Yunyu blinked, quickly surveying her surroundings before fixing her gaze on the woman, feigning innocence. Hello, the woman beckoned her over with a warm smile. Come. Sit down. Her gaze subtly roamed over Yunyu, seemingly searching for something specific, and a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes, though it was swiftly concealed. The woman in white, donning black-rimmed glasses, smiled at Yunyu. What is your name? I don't believe I've seen you before. Yunyu lowered her head, shyly smiling. My name is Xiaoyu. The woman scrutinized Yunyu, her gaze piercing and unsettling. Do you often feel downcast? Your spirits low? Yunyu nodded. Yes. Do you frequently feel abandoned by the world? Have you ever had thoughts of self-harm? Yes. As time passed, the woman noticed Yunyu's lack of engagement and sought to clarify. Are you certain these questions apply to you? Yunyu pondered for a moment, uncertain. Is into that all right? The woman's smile faltered. After completing the questionnaire, the woman's expression turned grave. Xiaoyu, the results indicate you are suffering from severe depression. According to the assessment, your psychological defenses are on the brink of collapse. Your condition is critical and it's a miracle you are still alive. Yunyu's eyes sparkled with innocence as she feigned ignorance. What is depression? She was merely a young girl, unaware that depression was a common affliction. The woman's face fell and she corrected her. Depression is a serious mental illness. If left untreated, it can lead to death. She deliberately exaggerated the severity of the situation, and Yunyu cooperatively widened her eyes in mock horror. What should I do? Am I going to die tomorrow? The woman smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. I will provide you with psychological guidance and you must cooperate fully with me during the process. After all that talk, we are finally getting to the point. Yunyu's eyes glimmered with anticipation. Over there is a bed. Please lie down. Yunyu obediently climbed onto the bed. She thought regretfully that the bed was too hard. It would be perfect with a mattress and blanket. The woman approached her, holding a pendulum clock, coaxing gently. Now focus intently on this pendulum clock. Do not let your mind wander. Immerse yourself completely. Yunyu blinked. Okay. The clock dangled before her, swinging gradually while emitting a rhythmic ticking sound, soon creating a double vision. Yunyu's eyelids grew heavy, and without resisting, she slowly closed her eyes. The woman, somewhat surprised, smiled subtly. This hypnosis was surprisingly effective. It hadn't even been 2 minutes. The girl's psychological defenses were indeed weak. She coaxingly asked, Xiaoyu, tell me, what is it that you resist the most? Several moments passed without a response from the girl on the bed. The woman was taken aback, thinking perhaps her question was unclear. So she repeated it. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief. Had she fallen asleep? Unwilling to accept this, she pried open Yunyu's eyelids to check again, confirming the girl was indeed asleep. And her anger surged. Here she was, diligently working, and yet this girl could sleep soundly. The woman, seething with frustration, shook Yunyu awake. The latter blinked in confusion. What's wrong? Is it over? The woman, suppressing her irritation, forced a smile. There was a slight issue. Let us try again this time. Yunyu was successfully hypnotized, her gaze vacant as she stared at the woman. The latter smiled in satisfaction. Let us see what your nightmare is like. In her dream, Yunyu sat atop a mountain of cash, surrounded by a multitude of handsome men. She grasped bills in one hand while caressing a handsome man's abs with the other. Grinning like a fool, Bocu held out a tattered bowl, pleading, Sir, may I have a bite to eat? Yunyu casually tossed him a stack of cash, her eyes dismissive. Here, a little something for you. Sir. The scene quickly shifted. She transformed into a destitute waif, the handsome men abandoning her, creditors knocking at her door, and she found herself sobbing, clinging to Bocu's leg, begging him not to cast her out. Bocu shot her a cold glance. Wu Ma, throw this crazy woman out. Yunyu was cast out onto the streets, sleeping in underpasses and competing with dogs for scraps. She had never experienced such a terrifying dream in her life. The woman observed Yunyu's furrowed brow and gently prompted. What do you desire most? After a pause she rephrased. What do you fear most? Yunyu responded more decisively. Being broke. The woman. She scrutinized Yunyu from head to toe, her expression peculiar. Though young, how could she be so materialistic like an adult? Has she truly fallen into the money pit? At some point, Yunyu's gaze sharpened, and in the midst of the woman's astonished expression, she seized the pendulum clock. Minutes later, the woman lay on the bed, her eyes vacant. Yunyu tucked away the clock and rested her chin in her hands, watching her with a playful glint in her eyes. Now it's your turn to answer my questions. Chapter 83. Peppers hanging from the great tree. What is your purpose in hypnotizing us? Yunyu languidly toyed with the pendulum clock in her hands, raising her gaze to the woman. The woman hesitated for a moment, her tone becoming somewhat somber, almost eerily stubborn. Because you are not a perfect person. She placed particular emphasis on the word perfect, her intonation noticeably heavier when she mentioned it. Yunyu paused, unable to resist the urge to follow up with her inquiry. Then what kind of person is considered perfect? A flicker of fervor passed through the woman's eyes. Only the flawed can be perfect. They are the chosen ones, the finest offerings. Flawed, does that refer to physical disabilities? So, in their eyes, individuals with disabilities are deemed perfect? This perhaps elucidates why all the children adopted by this orphanage are disabled. Yet, what does it mean to be chosen by the divine and to be a sacrifice? Yunyu wished to probe further. But the woman furrowed her brow, caught in a struggle. Seemingly on the verge of awakening, she clicked her tongue. Her gaze tinged with a hint of regret. When the woman opened her eyes, she found Yunyu sitting obediently on a nearby chair, gazing at her with wide eyes. "Sister, you're awake?" The woman rubbed her temples and, upon seeing that the person lying in bed had transformed from Yunyu to herself, was taken aback. "What has happened to me?" Yunyu blinked innocently. "I noticed you seemed a bit tired, so I let you have the bed." She stuck out her tongue, reassuring her sister, "Don't worry, I won't tell the headmaster that you slacked off at work." Although the woman was filled with confusion, she instinctively muttered a thank you upon hearing this. Falling into a moment of silence, "Wait, who is slacking off at work?" In the blink of an eye, a memory flashed in her mind of Yunyu holding the pendulum clock, and the woman's gaze stilled, landing on the clock casually strewn across the bed, before slowly lifting her eyes to fixate on Yunyu. The little girl was crouched on the floor, putting on her shoes, unaware that the woman behind her was stretching her neck to an almost unbelievable length. "Do you truly know nothing?" she inquired ominously, nearly pressing against Yunyu's neck. Just then, Yunyu stood up abruptly, energetically kicking her legs to fasten her shoes. The little girl turned around with a look of innocent surprise. "Oh dear. Did I bump into you? Why are you so close to me? By the way, what is it that I should know?" Blood trickled from the woman's nostrils and she could no longer contain herself, urging in a deep voice, "You may leave now." Is her skull made of iron? The nose she just had nearly collapsed from the impact. Has the time already come? Yunyu tugged at her little skirt, her expression one of reluctance. "Can I come to play with you again tomorrow?" The woman. This was the first time she had heard such a request. After all, none of those who left her presence had ever wished to return. The woman hesitated for a rare moment. Theoretically, it should be possible that in reality, she felt that this little girl was somewhat peculiar and was reluctant to engage with her. Yunyu happily walked towards the door, turning back to blow her a kiss. "Then I shall come to find you again tomorrow." She appeared even more eager than the woman herself. No, something is definitely amiss. When Yunyu emerged from within, she seemed to be in good spirits, even smiling. Generally, when she smiled like that, it was others who would be facing misfortune. Bocu observed this and was greatly taken aback. He stepped forward a couple of paces. "How do you feel?" To his surprise, as soon as Yunyu laid eyes on him, her expression fell, and she turned her face away in disdain. Bocu was puzzled. When did he offend this ancestor again? The moment Yunyu saw Bocu, she recalled that heart-wrenching dream, from billionaire to destitute, and now this man was throwing her out as well. She felt an all-encompassing ache, even though she knew it was merely a dream. It did not prevent her from feeling discomfort at the sight of Bocu. Nothing thrilling or terrifying occurred in the face of a group of interviews. Yunyu confidently declared, "Rest assured, it's no issue for those with strong psychological resilience to enter." With a wealth of past experiences, the crowd was too wary to take her word for it. Shang Suzhou suggested, "I recommend that everyone try entering. After all, the unknown is the root of fear. Knowing both ourselves and our adversary will benefit our actions." Upon hearing this, everyone decided to take on the challenge, especially since Bocu and Yunyu appeared to be unscathed. Su Mingyu emerged in tears, unable to stop her sobbing. Yunyu handed her a tissue. "What did you see that made you cry so much?" The crowd grew increasingly suspicious, and Chu Yuan, with an expression full of gossip, lowered her voice conspiratorially. "Was it a spring dream? How thrilling! Is this still considered psychological counseling? Or has it opened up this kind of service?" Su Mingyu was indignant, holding out her pinky finger. "I took off my pants and it turned out to be this small. See this just peppers hanging from a great tree?" The group fell silent as they stared at her little pinky. Chu Yuan awkwardly cleared her throat. "Well, that is indeed rather absurd." Zhongli expressed her disdain. "Smaller than a certain brand of lipstick." Yunyu was at a loss for words, gazing at her. "So this is what you fear most deep down." She could hardly imagine what kind of mental torment and devastation that psychologist had experienced in that brief span of time. After all, Su Mingyu currently resembled a child of several years. Perhaps she was questioning the very essence of existence. Next to enter was Chu Yuan. who emerged with an expression of profound despair. The crowd gathered around her, concerned. What happened? Chu Yuanyuan's eyes were vacant and bewildered. Don't stop me. He is dead, and I shall follow him in death. Wait, who has died? Chu Yuanyuan, in a daze, uttered a name. Yunyu paused, looking to the others. Who is Xue Xingyi? Su Mingyu quickly regained her composure. He was the second male lead in a period drama she shot previously, The Legend of Chongning. Yunyu gazed at Chu Yuanyuan, who was kneeling on the ground, crying like a fool. Goodness, she really got into character. Chapter 84. Better to burden the child. Zhongli wore a complicated expression. If I recall correctly, you played the female lead, right? Why are you mourning for the male lead's death? Chu Yuanyuan clutched her heart. Although the male lead, Rongjing, is wonderful, I also like Xue Xingyi. Yunyu, with an expression of disdain, helped Chu Yuanyuan to her feet. At least you're a celebrity. Mind your image and wipe your nose. You wouldn't be this upset even if your boyfriend died. Would you? Chu Yuanyuan took the tissue, blowing her nose forcefully, her voice muffled. I've never experienced it, so I don't know. You want to experience that too? Just then another person emerged, and Yunyu looked up to see it was Shen Shiryu. His expression caught her attention. He was usually known for his gentle demeanor, never revealing his emotions. Yet now he appeared somewhat gloomy, an air of restlessness clouding his brow. Noticing Yunyu's gaze, he barely managed to compose himself and nodded in her direction. Yunyu recalled the things he had done, a smirk of derision playing on her lips. Perhaps after committing so many misdeeds, one would inevitably feel a pang of guilt. She wondered what mindset he had when he participated in this variety show. Once everyone had cycled through the counseling room, the male guests emerged looking as pale as if they had been drained of their vitality by a female ghost. The group gathered to briefly recount their experiences in the counseling room. And upon hearing Yunyu describe the psychologist's hypnosis technique, everyone offered their admiration. Wait, it can be done this way. If I was led around in circles by her and started doubting myself, wouldn't that make me look foolish? Luofan lamented, regretting his decision. I should have tried that method myself. Qi crossed his arms, speaking in a tone of disbelief. Do you think she is a fool? Why would she give you a second chance to take advantage of her? He cast a glance at Yunyu, who was just barely reaching the table from her seat, noting that it was only because she was small and posed no threat that the psychologist let her guard down. Yunyu, dissatisfied, lifted her head from the bowl. Who are you calling short? Bo Siyu, unable to tolerate it, furrowed his brow and wiped the grain of rice from her mouth. Just eat your meal. Yunyu lowered her head again. Qi smirked slightly, feeling inexplicably uneasy. However, the information Yunyu had extracted from the doctor was indeed a lead. Bai Wanshuang furrowed her brow. We must urgently ascertain why they insist on selecting disabled children. What do they mean by being chosen by the divine and being sacrifices? Shang Suzhou's expression darkened. Given the circumstances, the group turned to him in unison, expecting him to share some profound insight, only to see him solemnly pick up his chopsticks. Let us eat first. Today is the second day. In the stairwell, a group of children gathered together. The speaker was Ming Ming, a little boy whose face bore an unexpected seriousness for his age. Xiao Shi, head bowed, spoke in a low voice. Must we really do this? I really like her. She makes me feel like the sun, even though I haven't seen the sun in a long time. The sun? Elise sat on the stairs, a beam of light streaming through the window and landing on her. She adored her red dress, which appeared even more vibrant under the sunlight. She reached out, attempting to catch a handful of the blazing light, yet it held no warmth. She smiled sweetly. Foolish child. The children of the welfare home cannot see the light. Xiao Shui squatted on the ground, absent-mindedly singing a nursery rhyme. The big rabbit is sick, the second rabbit takes a look. The third rabbit buys medicine, the fourth rabbit brews it. 5 rabbits have perished. She raised her head with a vacant expression, murmuring, 5 rabbits have died. How could they possibly die? At a flash of yesterday's scene in the kitchen surged through her mind, where she had witnessed the chef slaughtering the rabbits. Terrified, she clutched her head. Blood? So much blood, they killed it. Ali cast an impatient glance. Stop singing. It's getting on my nerves. Xiaoxue, feeling wronged by her harshness, instinctively covered her mouth. At that moment, a faint sound of weeping reached them, and Ali turned to the corner where Tang Tang was. Are you done? Why are you crying again? Being mute, she could only produce intermittent sounds while crying, which sounded painfully pitiful. Tang Tang raised her hand, inadvertently revealing the bruises on her arm, and Ali quickly approached her. What happened? Did the director hit you again? Tang Tang cautiously shook her head. Upon closer inspection, Ali noticed several similar marks on her body, and her expression darkened. It wasn't the director. She promised not to lay a hand on us these days. So who did this? Unable to articulate her thoughts, Tang Tang remained silent, But Ollie surmised the truth. A cold, peculiar glint flickered in her dark pupils, and a trace of a smile crept onto her innocent face. Those adults are indeed all no good. Yunyu sneezed. Who is cursing me? Bosuyu quipped sarcastically. It's a miracle you don't curse others. Who would dare to curse you? She shot him an annoyed look. You don't understand, I have a heavy suspicion. Which in ancient times would be the emperor's decree. Yet mere suspicion does not qualify one to be an emperor, does it? The downside of being a child is that after merely a few steps, Yunyu felt utterly exhausted. Although Bosuyu consciously slowed his pace to accommodate her, his long legs left her struggling to keep up. Frustrated, Yunyu glared at Bosuyu, thinking, so what if your legs are long? I said, could you please walk a bit slower? He scrutinized her, cutting straight to the point. It's your legs that are short. Just as Yunyu was about to explode with anger, she noticed his condescending demeanor as he reluctantly extended his hand toward her. Come up. Seeing his willingness, her irritation dissipated, and she joyfully hopped over. Bosuyu lifted her up, and unbeknownst to her, the corners of his lips subtly curled upwards. Observing this, 666 silently remarked. Cunning man. Ollie, leaning on a crutch, approached and witnessed this scene. She gazed at the two with her dark eyes, remaining silent. Usually, it was Yunyu who carried her, and only when Yunyu was unable to do so would she reluctantly allow Bosuyu to lift her. Clearly, Yunyu was in no position to carry her now. Bosuyu slightly raised an eyebrow. As you can see, I have to carry her now, so you'll have to walk on your own. Ollie pursed her lips, feeling somewhat displeased. However, Yunyu poked Bosuyu, her tone conflicted. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? He smirked. Sure, then you can get down. The thought of her aching legs made Yunyu dismiss her concerns, her gaze resolute as she looked at Ollie. Ollie, you're still young. You've endured far too little hardship. Enjoying life is something we older ones should do. Better to let the child suffer than to suffer oneself. Ollie. She reaffirmed her belief. See, adults truly are all no good. Chapter 85. Why not just lay it all bare? I recall the director mentioning that the orphanage employs 4 teachers, 6 caregivers, and 1 security guard. But it seems there was no mention of a doctor. Yunyu rested lazily on Bosuyu's shoulder, remarking. Ollie, trailing behind at a slow pace, looked up and smiled. The psychologist and the clinic doctor were not hired by the orphanage. Yunyu raised an eyebrow. Oh? Then who hired them? Ollie pondered for a moment. They are a group of people in white coats. The director refers to them as investors. Many of the buildings in our orphanage were funded by them. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization crossed her eyes. In a few days they would be visiting the orphanage. Bosuyu furrowed his brow. In a few days? Specifically how many days? Ollie tilted her head in thought. Her smile brightening. Counting today, it should be about 6 days from now. Yunyu and Bosuyu exchanged glances. The caregivers had informed them that they would be spending 7 days with the children at the orphanage. And since a day had already passed, the timing aligned perfectly. Yunyu whispered into Bosuyu's ear. Let me make a bold guess. The fire at the orphanage is also set to happen 6 days from now. Now that was intriguing. It seemed that this great fire was likely connected to that group of investors. So what are we going to do now? Bosuyu pondered for a moment. I don't know. Faced with guardians who seemed utterly indifferent, Ollie maintained a calm yet numbed expression. We are going to do handicrafts. They arrived at the activity room, where the others had already gathered. A middle-aged woman dressed in a black long skirt stood at the front, smiling warmly at everyone. Today's handicraft class will focus on pottery, and parents will assist their children throughout the process. Upon hearing this, Yunyu felt an ominous premonition. Chu Yuan, still feeling fortunate, exclaimed. It sounds easy enough, and the danger factor is low. However, the teacher's next word struck her like a slap in the face. To encourage everyone's enthusiasm, I will rank your final products, and the top 3 will receive rewards. Of course, to ensure fairness, the bottom 2 will face minor penalties. The smile on her face remained friendly, yet it was so rigid and formal that it sent shivers down one's spine. Yunyu and Bosuyu immediately exchanged glances, anticipating yet another unexpected turn of events. Bai Wanshuang raised her hand, and the teacher turned to her. Dear child, do you have a question? Bai Wanshuang asked earnestly. Teacher, may I ask what the penalties are? The teacher blinked gently. That's a secret for now. Bai Wanshuang shrugged, her expression deflated. There were 5 teams, which meant that 2 teams were destined to end up at the bottom and face penalties. It was merely a matter of which 2 teams would be so unfortunate. Yunyu whispered to Bosuyu. Can you do pottery? Recalling the previous storytelling mishap, he responded honestly this time. I've never done it. Yunyu patted his shoulder, her expression serious. You graduated from a top university. Learning should be a piece of cake for you. Did I believe in you? Bosuyu did not accept her flattery, bluntly pointing out. Aren't you also clueless? Yunyu paused for a few seconds, attempting to salvage her dignity. I've got 6 out of 7 senses working, he coldly retorted. So you know nothing, right? The group exchanged experiences and discovered that aside from Su Mingyue, who had some knowledge of pottery, the rest had little to no experience. Yunyu felt relieved. Since no one knows how to do it, we all start from the same level. There's no reason we should be at the bottom. Bosuyu covered her mouth just in time, but it was too late. His forehead twitched slightly. At times like this, you should really refrain from speaking. Hadn't she just jinxed them? The teacher smiled brightly at everyone. Since many of you are new to pottery, I will first give a brief introduction to the process. Luofan felt a wave of relief wash over him. At last, someone has a sense of professionalism. Chu Yuanyuan quickly took out her notebook, diligently listening, embodying the model student. Meanwhile, Yunyu, who propped her chin up, appeared to be focused but was actually lost in thought, an archetype of the slacker. She couldn't shake the feeling that the teacher wouldn't be so kind. The teacher began. The steps to complete a pottery piece are generally divided into 5. Kneading the clay, shaping, refining, decorating, and firing. Chu Yuanyuan took notes furiously, glancing up expectantly once she finished. The teacher nodded. That's it. You may begin. The group below was left dumbfounded. Chu Yuanyuan couldn't believe it. That's all? The teacher blinked. Yes, I said it would be a brief introduction. Everyone. All right, fine. It truly is simple. The materials for pottery had already been prepared. Bosuyu took some clay, his expression hesitant. Do we just mold this stuff directly? He kneaded it a couple of times, his face scrunching up in distaste. Why is it so dry? Ali smiled and pushed a small bucket of water toward him, her gaze filled with a hint of disdain. You need to add water. Mixing the clay with some water made it more pliable, and Bosuyu began kneading it. Yunyu fell into contemplation. We should think about what we want to make. We can't just randomly mold something, can we? Bosuyu blurted out. Let us make a bowl. That should be simple enough. Given their skill level, it seemed they couldn't create anything too intricate. She shook her head disapprovingly. If we choose something so unchallenging, it's a guaranteed bottom position. We can't lose before we even start. He reluctantly acquiesced. Then what do you suggest we make? Yunyu found herself at a loss for ideas. How about a vase? Bosuyu had no objections. All right. I'll go with your choice. Kneading the clay wasn't overly difficult. The real challenge lay in the shaping process. Yunyu placed the hollowed-out clay piece on the pottery wheel, and as the wheel spun, she gradually molded the clay. Feeling a sense of pride, she exclaimed, "This isn't challenging at all." Yet, the very next second, she lost focus and a significant chunk of the clay piece broke off, leaving a gaping hole. Yunyu nervously raised her eyes. Maybe we should stick to making a bowl? It wasn't that she found it troublesome. She simply felt that the simpler something was, the more challenging it became. Bosuyu gazed at her steadily. Humph. The two, evenly matched in ability, lacked any innate talent for this task, and as they busied themselves, the situation only grew more chaotic. Deflated and disheartened, she lamented, I told you it wasn't meant to be shaped like that. With a huff, she added, You're not exactly any better than I am. Ali's eyes, glazed and lacking in luster, reflected her exhaustion. I'm tired. Why not just give up? At that moment, a spectacle unfolded before them. While other groups consisted of adults guiding children, in Yunyu's group, it was Ali instructing the 2 others. Judging by her increasingly irritable expression, it was evident that her pupils were far from exemplary. The absence of her presence would spell chaos for this home. Chapter 86. Uniquely unattractive despite the arduous process, they managed to mold something resembling their intended creation. The next step was painting, which Yunyu found rather straightforward. After completing the final stroke, she let out a sigh of relief. The task was accomplished. Turning to gauge the progress of her peers, she was astonished to see them embellishing their finished products with intricate patterns, some even carving delicate flowers. In stark contrast to the simplicity of her own work, she exclaimed in shock, Are you all this competitive? Didn't we agree to just throw something together? It felt akin to promising a casual exam, only for everyone to secretly cram for it. Su Mingyue wore a grim expression. If we don't put in effort, we'll be at the bottom. Who knows how twisted that punishment might be? The others nodded in agreement, recalling the recent punishment that Yunyu and Bosuyu had faced, prompting them to prepare in advance. Yunyu exchanged a glance with Bosuyu. Shall we add something to our work? He readily consented. Given her limited artistic skills, she suggested, Let's draw animals. Each of us can take one side. Both Bosuyu and Ali agreed without objection. Once the base colors dried, Yunyu took the initiative, completing her drawing before passing it to Bosuyu. She then squatted nearby to wash her hands, all the while surreptitiously observing the others, eager to glean any tips. What are you up to? From a distance, Chi-yi cast a skeptical glance their way, not due to keen perception, but because Yunyu's furtive demeanor was hard to overlook. Caught in the act, she straightened up, feigning nonchalance. "Oh, nothing. Just taking a look," Chi-yi scoffed lightly, unwilling to expose her ruse. Bocu was nearing completion of his artwork when Yunyu leaned in for a closer inspection. After studying it for a moment, her eyes filled with confusion. "Why are you drawing a large goose? There's no aesthetic appeal whatsoever." He flinched at her words, unable to contain his frustration, and retorted through gritted teeth, "Look closely. This is a crane." Yunyu gasped in disbelief, pointing at the creature. "You call that a crane? Even a crane would want to commit seppuku upon seeing itself." Bocu's ears turned red, and he shot back, "And your drawing of a pheasant isn't exactly a masterpiece either." Yunyu frowned, irritated. "Who told you that was a pheasant? It's clearly a peacock." Bocu. "I truly didn't see that. If the peacock were aware of its appearance, it would be too embarrassed to display its feathers." Ali, accustomed to their banter, quietly took on the subsequent tasks. Their mutual jibes distracted the others, who were now curiously eager to see their finished creations. Su Mingyue couldn't help but observe softly, "I don't know why, but having you two around feels oddly reassuring. In every sense, perhaps it was the selection of those destined for the bottom." It was curious how she could detect joy amidst a sea of disheartened faces. She approached Shang Shuzhou and Bai Wanshuang, who were displaying rare expressions of uncertainty as they nervously faced scrutiny. They had molded ceramic dolls, replicas of their own likenesses. A family of three. Xiao Shui appeared delighted, her gaze fixated on the oddly charming figures. Brimming with curiosity, Yunyu lamented, "How did I not think of such a brilliant idea?" Bocu cast her a sidelong glance. "Given our skills, would just thinking of it have led to a successful execution?" That was indeed a valid point. The teacher's eyes flickered with approval. "While the craftsmanship is average, the concept is commendable." Both students exhaled in relief. It appeared they had earned recognition, and at the very least would not be at the bottom. Next came Zhongli and Shanshiyu, who had crafted a set of cups. Quite skillfully resembling their intended design, though not exquisite, they were free of faults. The teacher remarked, "Standard and acceptable." Su Mingyue and Chi-yi had created several animals, lifelike and earning high praise. Chu Yuanyuan and Luofan's group molded a collection of colorful clay blobs. When asked what they were, Yunyu could not discern their form. The teacher, displaying a blend of awkwardness and politeness, inquired, "What is this?" Chu Yuanyuan blinked innocently, lifting one. "It's an angry bird, don't you know?" "Teacher?" Upon closer inspection, the teacher's expression shifted subtly. "While I can't discern the anger, it certainly is abstract." The two girls wore faces of defeat. Yunyu clutched her stomach, laughing uncontrollably. At this point, that game hasn't even been released. Yet her laughter was short-lived. The teacher gazed with astonishment at their final product, hesitating to speak. "Your wash basin." Yunyu's smile faltered, her expression correcting, "That's a bowl." "Very well." The teacher reluctantly accepted the oversized bowl adorned with some rather unidentifiable designs, pondering deeply before finally offering a comment. "Unique?" Yunyu's face lit up. "Really? Thank you for the compliment." The teacher's expression grew complex. "I meant ugly. Uniquely ugly." "Yunyu." Su Mingyue burst into laughter, resembling a honking goose. Unsurprisingly, Yunyu and Bocu secured the last place, while Chu Yuanyuan and Luofan ranked just above them. The latter wore a face of utter despair, while Yunyu and Bocu accepted their fate with an expression of indifference. "It's perfectly fine. Being last isn't new to us." The teacher cleared their throat. "First, let us give a warm round of applause to congratulate the top three. Please come forward to receive your rewards." Scattered applause erupted. Yunyu was curious about the nature of the rewards and craned her neck to see as the teacher extended a hand, patting each of the winners on the head. "What sort of reward is this?" Like Yunyu, the others were equally perplexed. The teacher smiled, explaining, "This reward is known as the blessing of the gods. It grants you a stroke of good luck in critical moments." Zhongli patted her head, sensing no immediate change, her tone laced with skepticism. "Is that for real?" Shang Shuzhou pondered. She likely wouldn't lie. After all, this reward was earned through our efforts. The teacher offered no definitive response, instead turning to Yunyu and her companions. "Now let us also extend a hearty round of applause to congratulate the two groups at the bottom." Bocu and Yunyu scowled. "There's really no need for congratulations, is there?" The insult was minor, but the humiliation was profound. The teacher, too, patted them on the head, a knowing smile gracing their lips. "This is the curse of the gods. With a certain probability of triggering misfortune, good luck to you." Chapter 87. We can steal. Surrounded by sympathetic gazes, Yunyu remained silent. "You're quite kind." Even while delivering a curse, the teacher managed to add a blessing, albeit one that held little promise of utility. Exiting the activity room, Chu Yuanyuan and Luo Fan wore expressions of shared dismay. They speculated on when this curse might take effect, feeling as though a sword hung over them, poised to fall at any moment. Was this not sheer torment? Turning around, Yunyu and Bo Siyu appeared unfazed, going about their business with remarkable composure. Chu Yuanyuan expressed envy. Aren't you too worried? Your mentality is astonishingly good. Yunyu responded nonchalantly. Regardless of whether this silly curse exists, I'm always the unluckiest one here. What's the difference? Bo Siyu, dragged into her predicament, seemed equally accustomed to the situation. Chu Yuanyuan remarked. That does seem to be true. Reflecting on it, she felt a flicker of comfort. Is it just me? Or is it a bit strange? The people here seem quite superstitious, what with their talk of divine blessings and curses. Don't you think it all seems rather juvenile? Zhongli crossed her arms, her expression solemn. Luo Fan quickly chimed in, exactly. I can believe in ghosts, but do you really think there are gods in this world? He glanced around, lowering his voice with an eager expression. Do you think this so-called blessing or curse is just a ploy to scare us? Chi shot him a sidelong glance, coolly remarking, you think she went through all this trouble just to scare you? Is she unwell? Luo Fan immediately deflated. Yunyu smirked knowingly. Who knows what this deity truly is? But it seems we've unearthed something new. She briefly recounted Ali's mention of investors. Shang Shuzhou analyzed gravely. It appears these investors are likely closely tied to the secrets of the welfare institution. He furrowed his brow, however. They won't appear for another 6 days. How do we investigate? Bo Siyu suggested. Given their significant contributions to the welfare institution, the director or the records room should possess information regarding these investors. Upon hearing the mention of the director, the others grew hesitant. Surely, if she knew anything, she wouldn't share it with them. Moreover, that director seemed like someone difficult to deal with, potentially a big boss. Shang Shuzhou also advised against confronting the director. We should first attempt to gather information from the records room. The records room was located in the administrative building and was locked. The key was most likely in the possession of the security guard. Hearing Yunyu's words, curiosity piqued among the group. How do you know all this? Yunyu lifted her chin slightly and said, you can see for yourself. Following her gaze, one could see the security guard leisurely strolling, a shiny set of keys dangling from his waist, glinting painfully in the light. This old man truly resembled a competent NPC, always present when needed. Yunyu approached him casually. Sir. Yunyu continued, sir, why don't you take a look downwards? The old man lowered his head and finally noticed Yunyu. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he smiled warmly. Little girl, what do you need from me? Yunyu blinked. The esteemed dean has sent me to request the key to the resource room. The old man scrutinized her for a moment, snorting with laughter. Nonsense, why wouldn't he, the dean, come to me personally? Yunyu remained unfazed because the esteemed dean is too busy to. And the next instant, she received a light thump on the forehead. Ouch! Yunyu pouted and glared at him. Why did you hit me? The old man chuckled. Who told you to lie? Young children should learn to be honest. No more lies or I'll tell the dean and we'll see if you get a beating. Having said that, he shook his head and leisurely turned to leave. Yunyu pouted. The old man was quite clever and not easily deceived. Once he departed, others quickly gathered around. Su Mingyue expressed her astonishment. How did you just ask him directly? She had expected Yunyu to be more circumspect. Yunyu raised an eyebrow. How much more subtle could I be? At least now we know the key is indeed in his possession. Bai Wanshuang nodded in agreement. As long as we've narrowed it down, the rest can be planned out slowly. Shang Shuzhou pondered for a moment. If worst comes to worst, we could resort to stealing. Seeing the shocked expressions directed at him, he scratched his nose. What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect? Chu Yuanyuan chuckled. Oh, it's just that I didn't expect the captain to be such an upright person to consider such methods. A tune from a radio filled the air, with him occasionally humming along, thoroughly engrossed in his own world. The people outside winced, unable to suppress their discomfort. This old man, despite his age, is quite spirited. Why doesn't he sleep? If he doesn't sleep, how can we make our move? Yunyu's expression remained impassive. Shall we just knock him out? His singing is unbearable. Others held her back. Don't act impulsively. After all, he is an elder. We should respect our elders, shouldn't we? What if we miscalculated and ended up injuring him severely? They waited outside for over 10 minutes, the raucous sounds inside continuing unabated. Su Mingyue rubbed her numb legs. I think Yunyu's idea is quite reasonable. Perhaps we should just knock him out. Shang Shuzhou shook his head. At present, we cannot be certain whether attacking an NPC will incur any penalties. It's best not to act rashly. As time passed and it was getting close to the children's dismissal, It seemed unlikely they would obtain the key anytime soon. After some discussion, they decided to temporarily abandon the plan and go eat. As usual, they didn't eat in the cafeteria but borrowed some ingredients to make do with the meal. As the time for games approached, the atmosphere among the group grew heavier than that of a funeral. They were uncertain about what kind of game awaited them. The psychological shadow cast by the previous day's hide-and-seek was too profound, and everyone instinctively felt averse to playing any games. Who knows what other torturous ideas would emerge today? After having her fill, Yunyu felt her spirits lift, only to turn and see Bo Siu looking grave, prompting her to ask what's wrong. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Are you full?" Yunyu blinked in confusion. "I am." Suddenly recalling something, she leaned in teasingly. "You didn't eat enough, did you? He had quite a generous serving of noodles earlier." Bo Siu frowned slightly. "Something feels off. After that bowl of noodles, I still don't feel satiated. In fact, I feel even hungrier." He gazed at Yunyu, his throat instinctively tightening, a sudden thirst overtaking him. Chapter 88. Real-life werewolf killing. Yunyu inexplicably felt a chill at her neck but dismissed it, casually asking, "Do you want to eat a bit more? It's still early." Cooking another bowl of noodles won't take long. Bo Siu forced himself not to look away. No need. He had a premonition that no amount of food would quell this hunger. "System, is there something wrong with my body?" Bo Siu quickly sensed the abnormality. He considered himself no beast, and it was impossible for him to feel any appetite for Yunyu, especially one of a literal nature. 666. Warning. Host is being affected by unknown factors. The body is undergoing mutation, direction of mutation. Bo Siu? What does this string of gibberish mean? The voice of 666 rarely displayed a hint of hesitation. "It means, I'm not certain either." "What good are you?" Meanwhile, others were experiencing various degrees of abnormality as well. Luofan rubbed his shoulder in confusion. "Why do I feel a bit stiff? Every movement makes a cracking sound. Am I getting old?" Chu Yuanyuan glanced at him with surprise. "Why are your eyes a bit foggy?" He responded with skepticism, a hint of curiosity in his tone. "Really? Could it be from staying up late last night? Is it like wearing colored contacts?" Too bad there's no mirror. As they descended the steps, Shang Shujo nearly stumbled, but Bai Wanchuang quickly caught his leg, her expression astonished. "Captain, what's wrong?" Shang Shujo looked dazed. "I feel like my legs are a bit uncontrollable. Perhaps I sat too long and they fell asleep." Hearing this, Yunyu sensed something was amiss. "Why does it seem like all of you are acting strangely? Didn't the curse only affect the four of us?" She turned to Qi Yi. "What about you? Any reactions?" He raised an eyebrow calmly. "I feel nothing." Afterward, he added provocatively, "Perhaps they're just too weak?" Hearing this, Bo Siu smiled coldly. Some people love to boast about what they lack." Qi Ye's expression soured. "Who are you calling lacking?" When it was time for the game, the group gathered on the playground, but only 5 children were visible. Su Mingyue scanned the area, her brow furrowed. "Huh? Where are the others? Why are there only you few today? Could it be they hadn't arrived yet?" Chu Yuanyuan rubbed her head. Bo Siu looked down. "The time has already come." Yunyu turned to the quiet Ali. "Ali, do you know why the others haven't come?" Ali tilted her head. "Because today it's just us." Yunyu grasped her meaning. "So, you're saying today's game involves only us?" Ali nodded. "That's wonderful." Chu Yuanyuan exclaimed, relieved to finally escape those little devils. "By the way, what game are we playing today?" Ali blinked. "I don't know either." Yunyu frowned. The others exchanged glances, puzzled. "If we don't know what to play, then how do we play?" Bo Siu frowned, the hunger in his stomach intensified. He couldn't help but glance at Yunyu, feeling as if she resembled a roasted chicken. Yunyu, noticing his gaze, exclaimed in shock, "Wait! Bo Siu, why are your eyes red?" He opened his mouth to respond, but her even more horrified tone followed. "Oh my goodness, you've sprouted sharp teeth." Bo Siu instinctively raised a hand to touch his mouth, and sure enough, he felt the newly grown pointed teeth. His expression darkened as he finally realized what he had become. A vampire. He had thought Yunyu would be frightened, but instead, she excitedly reached out. "Quick, lower your head so I can touch it." "I've never seen a vampire before." Bo Siu. "Isn't your reaction a bit off?" He spoke with restraint, his gaze fixed on Yunyu's neck as he swallowed. "Stay away from me. I can't control myself right now." Yunyu, oblivious to the danger, kept urging, "Just let me touch it a little. Just a little." Reluctantly, Bo Siu squatted down, allowing her to touch. Yunyu was thoroughly satisfied. Yet he stared at her intently, a strange red glow flickering in his eyes. "You smell delightful." "Yunyu. I think you're starving." She decisively pulled Ali a few steps back. Not only Bo Siu, but the others were also exhibiting unusual symptoms. "Why do you have corpse spots?" Chu Yuanyuan stared at Luofan in horror, quickly retreating. Oh my goodness, a zombie! Luofan's limbs were now exhibiting twisted phenomena, his eyes becoming vacant as he gazed at Chu Yuanyuan and Xiaoxi, drooling zombie. Bai Wanshuang, witnessing the bouncy Shang Shuzhou, hurriedly pulled out talismans and garlic to throw at him, shouting, "Captain, snap out of it!" Shang Shuzhou, still retaining some rationality, hung garlic around his neck, his brow furrowed with a trembling voice. "I feel my sanity slipping away. You'd better keep your distance from me and don't hold back." Bai Wanshuang, with a serious demeanor, brandished a peachwood sword. "Captain, don't worry, if it comes to it, I'll stab you a couple of times." Shang Shuzhou. That seems rather heartless. Qi and Shen Shiyu had developed fangs and claws, their bodies brimming with wolf-like traits. Su Mingyue, pale with fear, exclaimed, "Qi, didn't you say you were fine?" Qi gritted his teeth, visibly irritated. "What can I do if it's coming out?" He cast a glance at the sharp claws, his voice low as he warned, "If you wish to avoid death, flee swiftly. I feel an overwhelming strength coursing through me now." Su Mingyue, on the verge of tears, muttered, "Damn it! Now I understand what kind of game this is. It's a live-action werewolf game. Isn't it?" This time she had learned her lesson. Without a hint of hesitation, she took off running. She believed her movements were swift enough, but upon turning, she saw Yunyu had already dragged Ali far away. Considering Ali's inconvenient legs, she even carried her on her back. Yet even so, her speed outpaced them by a considerable margin. Su Mingyue, dumbfounded, thought, "Wait a minute, how come you're still so extraordinary despite being a child?" A group of people began to flee in a frenzy, but this time the threat was not from others, but from their own teammates. Ultimately, Yunyu was hindered by her own body, her strength and speed limited to a certain extent. Ali, resting on her back, heard her rapid breaths and remarked, "Sister, perhaps you should let me down. You won't be able to run far with me." Yunyu replied irritably, "I would if I could. Let's switch roles. And when I tire, you can carry me." Ali wanted to remind her, "My legs are not convenient." Yunyu comforted her, "It's fine, I don't mind your slow pace, Ali." Chapter 89. The present is not over. Chu Yuanyuan dragged Xiaoxi into the dormitory building, tears streaming down her face. "Werewolves and zombies, I may have imagined the apocalypse at most, but never did I think I could encounter all of these in a single day." Thankfully Luofan, hindered by his rigid body, hadn't caught up yet. She pushed open a dormitory door and closed it behind her, barely catching her breath when a woman holding a rice bowl looked up. It was the same caregiver from before. Their eyes met, and Chu Yuanyuan cautiously forced out a smile that was more grotesque than tears. "Sorry, I seem to have taken a wrong turn. I'll just be leaving." Sharing a room with this caregiver made her uneasy. She pulled Xiaoxi out the door, only for a shadow to swiftly dart down the corridor. Chu Yuanyuan focused her gaze and nearly collapsed in shock. It was Bo Suyu, or more accurately, Bo Suyu in his vampire form. He moved with incredible speed, his blood-red eyes glowing eerily in the dim hallway, quickly locking onto Chu Yuanyuan and racing towards her. Due to his transformation, his skin had taken on a sickly pallor, and his features were more pronounced, making him stunningly handsome. However, Chu Yuanyuan had no time to admire his beauty. Her legs felt as though they were weighed down with lead, leaving her no chance to escape. All she could think about was impending doom. Why did she have to encounter Bo Suyu? What were vampires afraid of? Right, silver. But where could she possibly find any? Bo Suyu was already in front of her, baring his sharp fangs. Chu Yuanyuan summoned her courage to shield Xiaoxi behind her, crying out in desperation, "I'll let you take a couple of sips, but please don't take too much." Bo Suyu lifted her effortlessly. It would be a lie to say she wasn't terrified. She could only bitterly joke that at least Bo Suyu looked quite dashing in this state, unlike Luofan, who had turned into a mindless drooling fool. She wondered if being bitten by a vampire would turn her into one. But Bo Suyu held her up, yet hesitated to bite. Chu Yuanyuan, emboldened, dared to look, only to see him frowning as he sniffed her neck, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes before he unceremoniously dropped her. Chu Yuanyuan escaped with her life, her gaze still dazed as she watched Bo Suyu's figure vanish down the corridor. Her mind sluggishly processed what had just happened. Did he just find her scent unpleasant? Should she be thankful that even as a vampire, he had a discerning palate? Meanwhile, Luofan and Shang Shuzhou were engaged in a brawl. These two resembled elderly men, one moving sluggishly while the other could only hop. Luofan, seemingly truly hungry, eyed Shang Shuzhou with drool pooling at his mouth, setting his sights on him. He lunged from behind, wrapping his arms around Shang Shuzhou, mouth agape and ready to bite his neck, only to be met with a mouthful of garlic. Luofan smacked his lips, face turning green as he spat it out. Shang Shuzhou raised his arm and turned around to give him the finger, baring his teeth. The two undead locked in a fierce struggle, neither yielding as they bit at each other, all the while growling. He caught a whiff of the lingering scent in the air, a greenish light flickering in his eyes as he sprinted towards the dormitory building. Jiang Li and Bai Wanshuang were huddled together in a dormitory, their backs pressed tightly against the door. Jiang Li wiped the sweat from her forehead. Why have they suddenly become like this? Bai Wanshuang's expression was grave. It must be the game's influence. Perhaps like yesterday. We just need to hold out for an hour, and they will return to normal. As they spoke, a commotion erupted in the hallway, prompting both to hold their breath. Bai Wanshuang reached for a weapon while Jiang Li tightly held the two children, ensuring to cover their mouths. The footsteps drew nearer, quick and determined, and they quickly ruled out Shang Shuzhou and Luofan. Bai Wanshuang frowned. To her, those two seemed easier to handle than the others. She peered through the peephole and spotted Shun Shiyu, who now bore a striking resemblance to the werewolf she knew. His upper body was muscular, and his hands had transformed into sharp, claw-like appendages. Bai Wanshuang silently prayed he would move on, but just as Shun Shiyu passed by the dormitory door, she locked eyes with a pair of glowing green ones. Her heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively recoiled. The next moment, the door shook violently, accompanied by a chilling scratching sound that sent shivers down their spines. Even more alarming, deep claw marks began to appear on the door. Jiang Li frowned. If this continues, the door will soon be breached. Bai Wanshuang gritted her teeth. You take the two children back. I'll open the door and hold him off. You seize the opportunity to escape. Jiang Li turned to her. What about you? Don't worry, I can hold on for a while. Bai Wanshuang pulled out a silver crossbow. Like vampires, silver was also a werewolf's bane. On the count of 3. You get ready to run. Jiang Li ushered the children to hide on the other side of the door. 3, 2, 1. Bai Wanshuang flung the door open, and Shun Shiyu immediately lunged for her, pinning her to the ground. Jiang Li's eyes flickered with struggle as Bai Wanshuang gritted her teeth, shouting run. Only then did she take the children and dash out the door. Shun Shiyu let out a low growl, attempting to pursue. But Bai Wanshuang shot an arrow to his arm. The silver arrow burned his flesh, eliciting a howl of fury as his eyes flashed with rage, and his claws tightened around Bai Wanshuang's neck. Her frame was too slight to even struggle. Her face quickly turned red as she clutched the crossbow, trying to stab him again, but Shun Shiyu was already prepared. Easily twisting her hand, Bai Wanshuang's forehead beaded with sweat as the crossbow fell to the ground. Kicked away by Shun Shiyu, she was nearly suffocating when he opened his mouth, revealing his fangs to bite down and despair. She shut her eyes. In that critical moment, someone charged in from behind, a fire axe striking Shun Shiyu's skull, causing him to stagger back in pain and release her. Bai Wanshuang gasped for air, clutching her neck, her gaze unfocused as she looked at the newcomer. Yunyu glanced at the fallen Shun Shiyu and, without hesitation, swung the axe down again with precision before rubbing her sore wrist. She weighed the fire axe in her hand and muttered to herself, with such high visibility, perhaps some manufacturer should consider hiring me for a commercial? Jiang Li hurried over to help Bai Wanshuang up. Are you alright? Just as Bai Wanshuang was about to respond, she suddenly noticed a pair of glowing red eyes behind Yunyu and murmured, It's not over yet, it could get worse. Chapter 90. Lick clean. Don't waste. Jiang Li followed Bai Wanshuang's gaze, gasping in horror. Yunyu, watch out behind you. Upon hearing this, Yunyu instinctively swung the axe she was holding. When she recognized Bo Suyu's face, her heart sank. Why is it this scoundrel? By then, she had lost control of her strength. Due to the height difference, she could only manage to strike his thigh, and the blow might very well have disastrous consequences for him. That was indeed a source of quiet sorrow. However, Bo Suyu reacted faster than she did. Before she could even comprehend her own movement, the axe had already sailed through the air. Moreover, he had lifted her effortlessly, bringing her face to face with his blood-red eyes. Yunyu was momentarily taken aback, swallowing hard as she exclaimed, By heavens, what a magnificent face! At this, the two behind her nearly fainted in disbelief. Bai Wanshuang exclaimed frantically, Sister, what are you doing daydreaming at such a time? Quickly, stab his eyes. Yunyu glanced at those beautiful eyes, hesitating. I can't bring myself to do it. Goodness, if she were in ancient times, she'd surely be a tyrant. Bo Suyu inhaled the scent emanating from her, a glint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes as he slowly bared his sharp fangs. Yunyu's gaze turned somber as she pushed his face away. This is getting a bit ambiguous, you know. Humans and ghosts are worlds apart. I must decline. Rejected. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a dangerous glimmer crossing his gaze. Yunyu's heart raced unexpectedly. It was purely a physical reaction. His bizarre appearance struck her right in her XP. A creature from beyond, a vampire Sahasahas. Had he transformed into that zombie-like Luofan, Yunyu's axe would have already swung down. Jiang Li couldn't help but shout, Yunyu, get a grip. However, from Bo Siyu's perspective, it merely looked like the little short legs flailed in the air a couple of times, scarcely brushing against his clothing. With a hint of curiosity, he observed the struggling prey before him, choosing not to interrupt her immediately. Yunyu's face darkened, and she reached out, attempting to seize his neck. She was aware of a technique in jiu-jitsu known as the rear naked choke, which, if executed correctly, could render a person unconscious in mere seconds. Yet as she extended her hands towards Bosiyu, he misinterpreted her intentions, hesitatingly lifting her body and cradling her in his arms. He probably couldn't fathom why a prey would willingly throw themselves into his embrace. The onlookers Zhang Li and Bai Wanchuang were left speechless. This couldn't go on. Bai Wanchuang pushed herself up from the ground. Retrieving the crossbow that had fallen, she hesitated on where to aim, uncertain if injuries sustained in this state would carry over into reality. After all, sustaining severe injuries would not bode well for their situation. No one noticed that Shen Shiyu, lying on the ground, had reopened his eyes, suddenly springing up and tackling Bai Wanchuang to the ground. Zhang Li gasped and rushed forward to help, only to be pinned down as well. Upon noticing the commotion, Yunyu's expression shifted with a glint in her eyes. She coaxed Bosiyu, "Go and give that guy over there a good beating that if you win, I'll let you drink my blood. What do you say?" Bosiyu seemed to comprehend, a flash of red light flickering in his gaze. He swiftly tucked Yunyu under his arm and lunged towards Shunshiu. Yunyu, nearly on the verge of nausea from the jostling, thought to herself, "If we're fighting, could you at least let me down first?" Bosiyu exuded an aura of danger, and Shunshiu quickly detected it, turning to snarl at him. In Western legends, werewolves and vampires are natural enemies, and this moment was no exception. When they met, their eyes burned with enmity. Bosiyu glared at Shunshiu. A trace of disdain crossing his features, he delivered a kick to Shunshiu's shoulder, sending him crashing to the ground. Zhang Li and Bai Wanchuang, now free, quickly helped each other retreat from the battlefield. Bai Wanchuang, puzzled, remarked, "Why are these two still fighting?" Zhang Li, clutching her stomach, glanced at the two swift figures. "Who cares? It's good for us anyway. Let us find a place to hide up. By the way, where's Yunyu?" Bai Wanchuang, catching sight of Yunyu's pale face beneath Bosiyu's armpit, fell silent. Over there. Zhang Li looked over and also fell silent. Is she okay?" Yunyu appeared far from well. Bosiyu, that scoundrel, was entirely disregarding her well-being in the midst of the fight. She felt her stomach churning, sometimes fearing she might fly out of his grasp, only for him to begrudgingly pull her back. Compared to Bosiyu, Shunshiu was somewhat weaker and was soon left bruised and battered. Zhang Li winced occasionally. "Ugh, does Bosiyu have a grudge against Teacher Shen's face? They say one shouldn't hit the face, yet he seems intent on doing just that." Bai Wanchuang's lips twitched. "Who knows?" They were unable to intervene. Feeling utterly helpless, Bosiyu landed a punch on Shunshiu's nose, knocking him out cold, and triumphantly sought to flaunt his victory to Yunyu, expecting her to honor her promise. Yet upon lifting Shunshiu, he noticed Yunyu's face had turned ghostly pale, her breath shallow and labored. His expression shifted. Without uttering a word, he pressed his fingers against her acupoint, his voice strained. "What's wrong with you?" With a sharp slap, Yunyu weakly struck his face, tremulously retorting, "You still have the gall to ask." Bosiyu felt no pain but was somewhat aggrieved, pursing his lips and growling, "I won." Fearing his wrath, Yunyu impatiently shoved her finger into his mouth. "Why are you being so fierce? It's not like I'm denying you." Bosiyu bit down on her finger, a look of confusion in his eyes. In his recollection, vampires typically bite necks, but Yunyu's posture made it seem as though he was merely playing with a puppy. Yet as he glanced at her slender neck, he couldn't help but frown. It was so delicate. Would he break it with a single bite? Among the crowd, he was solely interested in Yunyu's flavor. He could distinguish between a hearty meal and mere snacking. Perhaps he would have to settle for less. Yunyu felt a brief sting at her fingertip, followed by a slick tongue, causing her ears to flush with warmth as she stole a glance at Bosiyu's expression. His ravenous hunger finally sated, a languid satisfaction flashed in his eyes. His demeanor relaxed, observing the blood trickling out. Yunyu frowned and pressed her finger against his lips. "Lick it clean, don't waste it." Her blood was precious. Zhang Li and Bai Wanchuang couldn't help but turn their faces away. They exchanged frantic glances, silently communicating. "Do you feel that this is a bit much?" Yes. You notice too?" "Ugh, this is quite embarrassing." Chapter 91. Why is it always her misfortune? Bosiyu continued his actions and Yunyu pushed his head away, adopting a serious tone. "Do you understand the concept of sustainable development? What will we eat after this meal?" The sound of thumping echoed from downstairs, and Bai Wanchuang's expression shifted. "Oh no, it must be the captain. Only zombies would make such noises while walking. Let us hurry and leave this place." Yunyu frowned. Although Bosiyu appeared somewhat obedient at the moment, he couldn't possibly take on 4 alone, could he? She rolled her eyes. Let him lie there. Nothing will happen. Do you think zombies are picky eaters? Zhongli. Though still, why did it feel like she was insulting Teacher Shen? The group hurried upstairs, leaving Shen Shiyu peacefully lying on the ground. Fortunately, the cameras were off. Otherwise, if his fans saw this scene, Yunyu's lineage would be scrutinized. Downstairs, Shang Shujo was laboriously climbing the stairs. Zombies cannot bend their knees, so he had to hop up one step at a time, occasionally tripping, looking quite pitiful. Not to mention, he was being relentlessly pursued by a fool. After becoming a zombie, Luo Fan seemed to have lost his wits, persistently chasing after Shang Shujo as if he were prey. Shang Shujo, growing impatient, shouted, and before long Luo Fan was right back at his heels. The two spotted Shen Shiyu in the corridor, and their eyes lit up, racing towards him. One gnawed at his arm while the other feasted on his neck, only to immediately spit it out. Luo Fan, bewildered, exclaimed, "Huh, this isn't tasty at all." Just then a shrill scream echoed from the other end of the corridor. "They're eating people." The one who screamed was Chu Yuanyu, who hadn't anticipated such bad luck. Barely escaping Bo Cu's clutches, turning the corner, she encountered three more, with Shen Shiyu lying on the ground, oblivious to his fate, creating an unmistakable scene of horror. The two zombies turned their gazes towards her, excitement gleaming in their eyes, instantly abandoning the less appetizing Shen Shiyu and charging towards the lively Chu Yuanyun. Grabbing onto Xiaoxi, she bolted, "Wah, what sin have I committed? Please, big brothers, don't chase me. I don't have any cough syrup." After running for a while, she realized that the two behind her were moving sluggishly, as if old men struggling to keep up. Chu Yuanyuan hesitated, halting her flight, and upon confirming that they wouldn't catch up anytime soon, she confidently stood on the steps, hands on her hips, taunting, "Come bite me. Ha ha ha, can't catch me?" Shang Shujo and Luofan scratched at their behinds in frustration at the bottom of the stairs. Chu Yuanyuan waved cheerily, "Take your time climbing. I won't play with you anymore." It proved that one should never be too arrogant. As she turned, she spotted Chi leaning against the staircase, arms crossed, wearing a half-smile that sent chills down her spine. Chu Yuanyuan's grin froze, her legs weakening, nearly collapsing. Chi, brother Chi, why was it always her misfortune? Oh, that cursed fate. Chapter 92. Emotionally stable, want to talk. Meanwhile, the two zombies were still struggling up the stairs. Chi Yi leaped forward, swiftly closing the distance to Chu Yuanyuan, extinguishing any hope of escape. Observing the weeping prey before him, a flicker of disdain crossed Chi's eyes. Was this creature so foolish that a bite might affect his intelligence? He raised his sharp claws and pressed them against Chu Yuanyuan's forehead, the icy touch causing her to shiver. Her mock tears now tinged with genuine fear. In a moment of desperation, she thought quickly, "Brother Chi, please come to your senses. I'm actually your long-lost sister." Chi furrowed his brow, his voice gravelly and succinct. "Shut up." His stern demeanor was intimidating, causing Chu Yuanyuan to stutter, instantly silencing her ramblings. Normally, Chi was notorious for his lack of compassion. Chu Yuanyuan shuddered at the thought of how brutally he might treat her delicate self, just as she prepared to resign herself to her fate. A languid voice drifted down from above. "If you want to survive, you must listen to me." In this moment of desperation, Chu Yuanyuan dared to hope, raising her head in disbelief, her eyes glimmering with surprise. This place seemed relatively safe. If they could guard the door, they might just make it through an hour unscathed. Wan Shuang exhaled, sitting cross-legged by the door. They had indeed returned to the familiar location, the psychological counseling room. During the day, Yunyu had noticed that the door was made of a special material, unlikely to be easily destroyed, making it a safer haven compared to other locations. Yunyu and Zhongli stood vigil by the window, uncertain whether their companions had developed the ability to scale walls and traverse rooftops. Currently, only Chi Yi remained unencountered. The other two were not a source of significant concern. Wan Shuang, resting her chin on her hand, nodded in agreement. "I wonder what the captain will think once he regains consciousness." She cast a glance at Bo Siyu, who stood nearby with his arms crossed, his demeanor indifferent, and sighed inwardly. Why is there such a vast chasm between people? Others transform into appealing forms, yet the captain's situation has taken an entirely different turn. Zhongli furrowed her brow. "I can't help but wonder how Chu Yuan and Su Mingyu are faring. They have always been the most timid and often unlucky." Just then a faint scream pierced the air from outside. "Help!" Yunyu straightened in her seat. "That sounds like Su Mingyu's voice." Zhongli nodded emphatically. "It is indeed her." Bo Siyu's eyelids flickered, a faint crimson light glimmering beneath, his previous nonchalance transforming into a taut, poised readiness for action. Wan Shuang rose, her expression grave. "This is not good. She must be in danger. I have to save her." Yunyu stopped her with a blunt reminder of reality. "What can you do? With your current physique, wouldn't it be tantamount to inviting disaster? Bai Wanshuang hesitated. But what are you in such a rush for? Isn't there a ready-made strongman available? Yun Yu's gaze fell upon Bo Siyu. The latter looked over sharply, and she smiled sweetly. Waving at him, he swallowed, surprised by her boldness. Although he was quite famished, Yun Yu was akin to a walking delicacy for him, yet he considered the physical condition of the prey and chose to exercise restraint. However, since she was so proactive, he certainly didn't mind. Bo Siyu leaned closer, revealing a hint of his sharp teeth, but Yun Yu expressionlessly pushed his face away, her voice cold. What are you doing? He looked at her, seemingly aggrieved. Weren't you the one who called me over? Yun Yu did not hide her disdain and rolled her eyes. I didn't summon you for a meal. Do you know anything beyond eating? Bo Siyu pursed his lips, his eyes darkening, on the verge of losing his temper. She quickly cupped his face, soothing him. All right, once the serious matters are settled. You can have your meal, okay? Bo Siyu pondered for a few seconds and reluctantly nodded, fine. Bai Wanshuang stepped aside, watching Bo Siyu's retreating figure, and whispered to Zhongli. Isn't this just like a vampire boyfriend come to life? So stable in his emotions, so eager to engage, it's like having a majestic and loyal dog. Li gazed at the bite mark on Yun Yu's fingertip, her expression darkening, a flicker of discontent crossing her eyes. She had not even had a taste, and yet that detestable man had beaten her to it. Yun Yu noticed her gaze and turned her head. What's wrong? Ali blinked, looking at her with concern. Sister, your finger is hurt, it must be painful, right? Yun Yu relaxed her brow upon hearing this. It's all right, not too painful indeed, even a child had more compassion than that dog of a man, Bo Siyu. Su Mingyu had not anticipated that her furtive attempts to hide would ultimately lead to her capture. As she stared at Luo Fan, whose drool was nearly spilling onto her face, she could no longer contain a desperate scream. She could even accept being bitten, but could it not be by someone else? Captain of the Merchant Fleet, do you still remember your identity? You are the director of the Special Investigation Bureau. Regain your senses and do not let desire control you. Just as Ming Ming was about to act, a flicker of internal struggle crossed his eyes, and he bashfully corrected her. It's Captain. I have not yet been promoted to Director. Su Mingyu was speechless yet somewhat elated. Merchant Fleet Captain, you've come to your senses. Shang Suzhou trembled as he fumbled a talisman from his pocket. I can't hold out much longer. You need to run with that. He slapped the talisman onto his forehead. Freezing in place, Su Mingyu looked at Luo Fan, who continued to drool over her, a wave of despair washing over her. No. I want to run, but you should at least help me deal with this situation before you immobilize yourself. Shang Suzhou's eyes rolled with difficulty, his gaze apologetic. Luo Fan seized Su Mingyu. Excitedly huffing, he had initially thought Shang Suzhou would compete with him. Now this prey was all his. Suddenly, an unsettling scent wafted toward him, causing him to grow alert with a vacant expression. He hoisted Su Mingyu over his shoulder and fled. Shang Suzhou. My sincerest apologies, I am also powerless to assist. Chapter 93. The Fragile Wife. The unraveled him. Su Mingyu found herself hoisted over Luo Fan's shoulder. The man was swaying unsteadily as he insisted on taking her along in his escape. If it weren't for the fact that he viewed her as mere reserves, she might have felt a tinge of gratitude. However, at this moment, she dared not move. Let's negotiate. How about you set me down? And I can walk on my own. She genuinely feared that one misstep would lead to her falling, given her slender arms and legs that could hardly withstand such turbulence. Regrettably, Luo Fan ignored her pleas. A gust of wind approached rapidly from behind, and in the blink of an eye, Su Mingyu felt herself weightless, and upon looking up, she saw Luo Fan sprawled on the ground. Thank you, big brother, for saving my life. A wave of relief washed over her, and she turned her head with effort, only to meet Bo Siyu's expressionless face. He also turned slightly, his crimson eyes devoid of any emotion. Su Mingyu. Perfect. Her moment of joy swiftly transformed into terror. What difference was there between falling from one pit of fire into another? Watching the cooked duck fly away, Luo Fan was understandably unwilling. He struggled to rise from the ground, glaring angrily at Bo Siyu. Why don't you go catch your own food? What kind of scavenging is this? Bo Siyu, lacking patience for such a dim-witted creature, tossed Su Mingyu aside and engaged in combat with Luo Fan. To be precise, it was Luo Fan who was receiving a one-sided beating. Remarkably, he exhibited the resilience of a cockroach, repeatedly rising after each defeat. Su Mingyu never expected to witness two men brawling over her in her lifetime. Furrowing her brow, she couldn't help but worry. Stop! You two, cease this. You can't kill a person like this. She would much prefer for the two to be evenly matched. Otherwise, once Bo Siyu finished with Luo Fan, Wouldn't he turn to her next? Clenching her fists, she silently cheered Luofan on. But alas, the latter had no other merits besides his ability to endure punishment. Su Mingyu's eyes darted, glancing at the two engrossed in their struggle. If she didn't run now, when would she? She stealthily retreated, keeping close to the wall, and when she saw they were unaware of her presence, she crouched low and crept away to Bo-Siyu frowned, growing increasingly impatient as Luofan charged at him once more. Bo-Siyu simply sidestepped and turned him around, causing the oblivious Luofan to crash headlong into the wall. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. A slight smirk graced Bo-Siyu's lips. His demeanor nonchalant, playing with him was akin to toying with a dog. Narrowing his eyes, he glanced in the direction Su Mingyu had fled, then leaped after her. Bai Shuang leaned against the door, listening intently to the sounds outside, which were eerily quiet, causing her heart to race. Yunyu remained remarkably composed, gently smoothing the skirt of the slumbering Ali. It should be fine, those few are not his match, unless they encounter Qi. She had yet to witness Qi's strength post-transformation, and was uncertain who was more formidable between him and Bo-Siyu. Has anyone encountered Qi? Bai Shuang and Jiangli exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Yunyu shrugged. Look on the bright side. Bo-Siyu's strength is not to be underestimated. Suddenly, a frantic voice echoed down the corridor. Help me! Help me! Wo Yunyu sis, Mingyu sis, where are you? The individuals in the room exchanged glances. Chu Yuan. At that moment, Chu Yuan wore a guilty expression, desperately trying to act. For Qi was not far behind. Overseeing her actions, she never anticipated that Qi intended for her to serve as bait, luring Yunyu and the others into his trap. It would be far better to simply devour her. In contrast to the previous two dimwits, Qi was astoundingly cunning. After enduring a prolonged mental struggle, Chu Yuan ultimately succumbed to his machinations. While she vehemently condemned herself, she fervently hoped that Yunyu and the others would not fall for his trap. However, as fate would have it, a door opened at the end of the corridor, and Yunyu's head popped out as she whistled. Hey beautiful, hop on! Chu Yuan felt an overwhelming urge to weep, sprinting towards her while shouting, Close the door! Upon entering, Chu Yuan frantically attempted to shut the door, leaving Yunyu perplexed. What are you panicking about? Is there a ghost chasing you? Chu Yuan's face turned pale, her lips trembling. Something far worse than a ghost. After struggling to close the door for what felt like an eternity, she realized it simply would not budge. Lowering her gaze, she discovered her foot firmly wedged in the door frame, and oh wonder it wouldn't close. Chu Yuan's heart sank, and she cautiously raised her head. Qi's face appeared, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the group, languidly stating, Surprise! Getting you to come to me voluntarily was no easy feat. The room fell into a brief silence. Bai Shuang and Jiangli appeared on high alert. Yunyu, belatedly realizing the situation, cast a heartbroken gaze at Chu Yuan. How could we have trusted you so completely, only for you to become his pawn? Don't you feel any remorse? Chu Yuan lamented her choices. Well, I was wrong. He said if I didn't obey him, he would turn me into skewers. Yunyu found the situation utterly perplexing. Can you believe it? A werewolf, and he knows about barbecuing? Qi scoffed. Who do you think you're looking down on? His words were abruptly cut off as Yunyu, caught off guard, swiftly evaded. It turned out that while Yunyu was speaking, she had discreetly exchanged glances with Bai Shuang. Discreetly receiving a silver bow and arrow from her hand, Qi's reaction was far quicker than she had anticipated. The arrow posed no threat to him, yet it was clear that he was incensed. A glimmer of danger flickered in his narrowed eyes, his voice still laced with amusement. You're quite the cunning little girl. Qi lunged forward with great speed, but Yunyu was already prepared to retreat. She swung a chair at him, yet it was hardly a deterrent for someone with enhanced physical capabilities like Qi. He barely bothered to dodge. When the chair struck him, it shattered into pieces instead. The onlookers gaped in astonishment. Undeterred, Yunyu pulled out an axe and swung it, only for Qi to catch it barehanded, his fingers curling around the weapon as it slowly morphed in his grip. Yunyu's eyes widened in shock as she instinctively stepped back, contemplating silently. So you are formidable, I see. Qi seized her and pinned her against the wall, his tone dangerously playful. Shall we continue this little game? Just then, a voice from the doorway exclaimed in surprise. Observing the dark expression on Bo-Siyu's face, the others couldn't help but think of a phrase. A formidable rival, a fragile wife, and the man on the verge of a breakdown. Meanwhile, in a corner, Su Mingyue, having been tossed to the ground, rubbed her rear in indignation, her eyes filled with fury. Don't take your anger out on her. Chapter 94. Double standards. The moment Bo-Siyu approached, Qi sensed an impending threat. Instinctively, he shielded Yunyu and sidestepped, yet a deep gash still marred his arm. Qi glared at the wound. A shadow of darkness passing through his gaze let her go. Bo Siyu fixed his icy stare on him, veins throbbing at his neck, exuding a latent power. Upon hearing this, Qi raised an eyebrow, a wicked grin creeping across his face. I refused. Bo Siyu's gaze darkened, a hint of provocation igniting his barely concealed anger. I'll say it again, let her go. As his words fell, he surged forward with remarkable speed. The onlookers murmured in anticipation, if only we had some sunflower seeds and popcorn. Even Su Mingyue, disregarding her discomfort, hurriedly rose to enjoy the spectacle. What were these two doing? Fighting over a morsel of food as if they were rivals in love. Chu Yuanyuan, cautiously distancing herself from the fray, gleefully gossiped. Have you ever seen someone get this worked up over food? Clearly, there's a personal vendetta. Zhongli expressed some hesitation. But Yunyu is still in their grasp, shouldn't we help her? Su Mingyue grabbed her arm. Help? With our builds, we'd only make things worse. Besides, if two handsome men are fighting over me, I'd be thrilled. Zhongli considered this logic and promptly dismissed her concerns. Thus, it became a world where only Yunyu was injured. She found herself in a familiar position, trapped under Qi Ye's arm, her expression blank and her eyes vacant. Can we refrain from dragging me into your fights? Sometimes I genuinely want to call the police. The two were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand in their brawl. As things escalated, Qi Yi inadvertently let go of Yunyu, who was sent hurtling through the air. In her shock, she felt an indescribable fury, defiantly flipping him off even as she soared. Qi Yunyu landed on by Wanshuang without regaining her composure, and Su Mingyue rushed over, brimming with excitement. Confirmed. Confirmed. Boss Bo truly loves you. Chu Yuanyuan nodded vigorously. Oh my, the way the CEO protects his wife is so dashing. Still dazed, Yunyu instinctively replied, of course, if I were to die, where would he find such a devoted supply of provisions? Neither Qi Yi nor Bo Siyu held back, perhaps due to their long-standing animosity, and this opportunity became a means to vent their grievances. Chu Yuanyuan couldn't help but grimace. Ouch, they're hitting too hard. Is someone going to get hurt? Each punch landed with palpable force. I can testify there was no mercy shown. Yunyu sat on the ground trying to shake off her dizziness. Is this rather good? It's better than them teaming up against us. Zhongli found this reasoning sound. That's true. They're tough enough that a beating 1T cost them any flesh. Bai Wanshuang diligently counted down, 3 minutes remaining. Comrades, victory is within reach. As the countdown reached 0, the two combatants halted in unison. That moment, Bo Siyu lay sprawled on the ground while Qi had him by the collar, their positions strangely intimate and ambiguous. Turning his head, they found several pairs of eyes watching intently. The atmosphere grew momentarily suffocating. Upon realizing the predicament, they fell into an uncomfortable silence for several seconds, before both darkened their expressions. Bo Siyu gritted his teeth. I'll give you 1 second to get off me. With a slight movement, every part of them ached. Both men, their faces pale, glared at each other, initially seeking a quarrel, but upon seeing the other's injuries, they fell into an unspoken agreement of silence. Perhaps neither had come out unscathed. So have you two returned to normal? Su Mingyue observed their mismatched eyes and hesitated to confirm. Yunyu pondered for a moment before extending her hand towards Bo Siyu. Look, do you still wish to take a bite? His gaze fell to her fingers, recalling something, his ears discreetly reddening as he coolly averted his eyes. Do you take me for a dog? Yunyu raised an eyebrow, thinking, was he not just acting like a protective dog? Who did this to my handsome face? A wail of despair echoed from outside as Luo Fan lamented. Su Mingyue instinctively glanced at Bo Siyu, who remained unfazed, as if nothing had happened. What remarkable psychological resilience. Is this what it means to be a big shot? When everyone gathered, they surprisingly did not rush to exchange information as before, instead enveloped in silence. The male contestants bore various injuries, with Luo Fan and Shun Shiyu faring the worst, their faces a canvas of bruises. Chu Yuanyuan, a devoted fan, gasped in shock and sorrow. Teacher Shun, who did this to you? Shun Shiyu, typically gentle, struggled to maintain his composure. After a moment of silence, he glanced meaningfully towards Bo Siyu. A wry smile creeping onto his lips. I'd like to know as well. Feeling somewhat guilty, Bo Siyu intended to apologize, but Su Mingyue interjected with a forced smile. It might have been an accident. That was indeed a blatant lie. Could a fall cause such damage? Shun Shiyu paused, chuckling as he shifted the topic. Perhaps. Yuanyuan, do you not see the injuries on my face? Luo Fan leaned closer, pitifully pointing to his own visage, asking, why do you only feel sorry for Teacher Shen? Clearly, his injuries were not trivial either. After a moment of complex expression, Chu Yuanyuan took a step back, her tone gentle. You can speak freely, but could you not get so close? It frightens me. Luo Fan clutched his chest. Dada the double standards. Shang Shujo rubbed his teeth, his tone somber. I initially thought the game would end and we would return to normalcy. But it seems that is not the case. He still bore the remnants of his zombie-like teeth, and the others retained some traits from their transformations. Bai Wanshuang frowned. Could it be a matter of time? Perhaps these symptoms will fade with time. Su Mingyue grimaced. Surely we 1T have to endure another episode like that. Chapter 95. A hardcore lullaby. Yunyu broke the silence, her usual languid demeanor easing the tension in the group. She leisurely added that there was no need for concern. The ship will naturally sink when it reaches the bridge. Su Mingyue cautiously corrected her. Shouldn't it be the ship will naturally straighten when it reaches the bridge? Yunyu feigned realization. Oh. Right, that's what I meant. Su Mingyue remained skeptical. Are you sure that's what you meant? Before they could disperse, Shang Shujo recalled, tonight, let us have the children sleep with us. Given the events of the previous night, they could not in good conscience allow the children to sleep alone. Bai Wanshuang nodded in agreement. But who will the children stay with? She glanced at the other young female contestants, a wave of concern washing over her. They were all still children themselves. Should danger arise, they would struggle to protect themselves. Shang Shujo considered this, hesitating. How about the children stay with us men tonight? Shun Shiyu also nodded. Given your current state, it would be better for you to rest well for the night. Bocu found this suggestion agreeable. After all, Yunyu and the others were still children, and having exhausted themselves throughout the day, they likely lacked the energy to care for another group of kids. Sure enough, the next moment Yunyu spoke up. Having the children stay with you doesn't guarantee their safety. With you all in this state, what if your primal instincts kick in and you end up devouring them? Luo Fan, still somewhat foolishly in agreement, remarked, that does make a certain sense. Strangely enough, I can't shake the feeling that each of you looks quite plump and fair. As he spoke, his gaze lingered on a group of individuals, and he swallowed hard. Yunyu, wielding an axe, looked at him with a smile. What can't you resist? Luo Fan stepped back, his expression suddenly crystal clear and earnest. I can't help but feel afraid, truly. Yunyu, if you have something to say, please say it properly. I'm quite receptive to advice. Even if I were to turn into a zombie, could you refrain from chopping me with that axe? Yunyu snorted lightly. We'll see how you behave. Bocu, sensing Yunyu's concerns, readily chimed in. What are your thoughts on this then? After a moment's contemplation, Yunyu suggested, how about this? The boys can stay with you, and the girls will stay with us? That way, should anything happen, it won't be a total disaster. After a brief consideration, Shang Suzhou found the proposal reasonable. Then it's settled. Yunyu helped Ali remove her shoes and socks. And as she climbed up, she suddenly heard Zhongli exclaim, what happened to you? A group of people inside the room quickly turned their attention, and Su Mingyu's eyes widened in shock. Why does Tang Tang have so many bruises? The girl curled up in the corner of the bed, her exposed arms marred with patches of blue and purple. Chu Yuanyuan also got off the bed. Did she bump into something? But she spent most of the day with us. When could this have happened? Zhongli frowned. I don't know that I just tried to change her clothes, but she wouldn't let me touch her. Yunyu descended from the bed, gazing gently at Tang Tang, who was nearly burying her face in her knees, and asked softly, Tang Tang, has someone bullied you? Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively felt that she had been a victim of bullying. Tang Tang lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears, and nodded before shaking her head. Zhongli, with a serious expression, held her shoulders. Who bullied you? Yunyu stood there, her gaze a mix of clarity and obscurity. Her expression slightly cold upon closer inspection. After washing Tang Tang's face and wiping her down, Zhongli fell silent for a moment before saying, I'll follow her tomorrow to see what's going on. I can't believe I don't know anything while being her guardian. There was a hint of self-mockery in her tone. Chu Yuanyuan offered a dry consolation, but we can't be glued to them 24/7. Alright, let's tell a story. Ali looked at her with innocent confusion, and Yunyu, maintaining a serious demeanor, patted her head. Today let's change the story. Once upon a time there was a little girl who lost her grandmother. Later she detonated a nuclear bomb, and that night everyone in the town saw her grandmother. What a hardcore way to lull someone to sleep. Su Mingyu exchanged solemn whispers with Chu Yuanyuan. What is this? The girl who sold nuclear bombs? The version I heard doesn't sound like this. Chu Yuanyuan hesitated, wanting to speak. Be confident. The version I heard wasn't this either. Bai Wanshuang shook her head. Her expression complex. We certainly do not advocate imparting bloody violence to minors. Yet Ali's eyes sparkled with interest. What is a nuclear bomb? Where can I buy one? Yunyu stammered. In your dreams. You can see it if you fall asleep. Suddenly, Yunyu fell silent mid-sentence, and Zhongli turned in confusion to see her sister had lulled herself to sleep. Ali, still wide-eyed, showed no signs of wanting to sleep. After a few moments of silence, she stepped forward to wake Yunyu, but Ali smiled and placed a finger to her lips, signaling her to shush. Zhongli was momentarily stunned, and before she could react, she saw the child obediently closing her eyes and falling asleep. Who is really putting whom to sleep here? As midnight approached, Yunyu, usually the soundest sleeper, suddenly awoke. A gnawing hunger stirred in her belly, an insatiable burning sensation. She had eaten too little that evening. Yunyu smacked her lips and stretched her limbs, only to suddenly freeze. She stared at her arm, lost in thought, unable to comprehend the reason behind it. She set the matter aside for the moment, glancing at Ali, who was sound asleep beside her, feeling a sense of relief. The girl was still there. Just as Yunyu was about to drift back into slumber, her phone beneath the pillow vibrated. Without much thought, she reached for her phone, unlocked it, and found a new message. To her surprise, it was from Bo Siyu. The bold text read, "Be careful, they are not human." Half awake, Yunyu sat up, quickly realizing something was amiss. Ever since she entered, her phone had had no signal. How could Bo Siyu's message have come through? Was the person on the other end truly Bo Siyu? A frown creased Yunyu's brow as an unsettling feeling washed over her. She lifted her head and noticed Su Mingyu and Chu Yuan sitting upright in their beds, staring intently at her. Chapter 96. Lanterns in the lavatory. Anyone who awakens in the dead of night to find two people staring intently at them would surely be startled. For an ordinary person, such a moment would not only induce shivers but also render them voiceless with fear. Both of them jumped slightly, clearly not expecting her to be so bold, exchanging glances that reflected their bewilderment. After a moment of silence, Su Mingyu quietly lifted her head. "Yunyu, would you like to play a game with us?" At that moment, Bai Wanshuang and Zhongli also sat up, quietly observing Yunyu. Given the circumstances, she had little room for choice. However, Yunyu, ever the contrarian, replied, "I refuse. Haven't you played enough during the day?" Su Mingyu fell silent. Chu Yuan lowered her voice. "Are you really not going to play with us?" The phone screen lit up once more, and Yunyu glanced at it. It was again from Bo Siyu. "Try to cooperate, and don't let them notice anything unusual about you." Yunyu schooled her expression and nodded. "Then let's play." Bai Wanshuang suddenly asked, "Yunyu, what are you looking at? Did someone send you something?" Maintaining her composure, Yunyu innocently shrugged. "Nothing, I just set an alarm." Su Mingyu questioned, "Why set an alarm in the middle of the night?" Facing their skeptical gazes, she remained unfazed, concocting a far-fetched excuse. "I'm afraid that if I sleep on my side for too long, my spine might curve, so I need to turn over." The others exchanged glances. Absurd, yet somewhat plausible. Yunyu's gaze swept across them, a glimmer of amusement dancing in her eyes. "What kind of game are you all interested in playing?" Chu Yuan cautiously ventured. "You must have heard of the pen fairy, right?" Yunyu. Very well, a standard horror movie scenario. Her expression turned contemplative. "Playing with the pen fairy in the dormitory at midnight, what are you trying to do? Light a lantern to go to the lavatory?" Chu Yuan turned to the others. "What does that mean?" Zhongli succinctly explained. "To summon death." Though crude, the sentiment was not unfounded. Bai Wanshuang cleared her throat. "So, are you going to play?" After a moment's thought, Yunyu replied, "Sure, I want to see what you all are up to." Miraculously, they found paper, pens, and candles in the dormitory. As the candle was lit, its flickering flame cast eerie shadows upon their faces, and silence enveloped them, the distorted silhouettes projecting onto the walls, creating an atmosphere that only heightened the sense of unease. Scanning the expressions of her companions, Yunyu noted the mixture of anticipation and fear, as if each had their own hidden agendas. In that moment, she resembled a lamb lost among wolves, pitiful, fragile, and utterly helpless. After a brief moment of self-pity, Yunyu broke the silence. "Are we about to summon the pen fairy now?" Bai Wanshuang wiped the cold sweat from her brow, spreading the paper on the table, taking a deep breath. "Everyone, hold the pen together." The pen's length was limited, and as Chu Yuan placed her hand on Yunyu's, she felt the clammy cold sweat pooling in her palm. Yunyu slightly raised her gaze, her expression contemplative. Why did they all seem more anxious than her, even though they were the ones trying to manipulate her? In a nonchalant tone, Yunyu remarked, "The greatest taboo when summoning the pen fairy is failing to send her away. I hope no one accidentally slips up." The air stilled momentarily after her words. Chu Yuan's hand noticeably trembled. Su Mingyu forced a laugh. "Haha, how could that happen? Who would be so careless?" The expression on her face practically screamed guilt. Yunyu felt genuinely perplexed. How could this peculiar group, even after being possessed by strange entities, still lack any semblance of intelligence. Su Mingyu exchanged furtive glances with the others, determination flashing in their eyes. The method for summoning the pen fairy was familiar to all, but to ensure clarity, let me reiterate. Count down from 3, everyone recites the incantation 3 times simultaneously, and once the pen fairy is summoned, do not let go until she has been sent away. After outlining the precautions, Bai Wanshuang closed her eyes. I'll count. 321.321. In voices that trembled or were resolute, they chanted in unison. Pen fairy, you are my past life, I am your present. If you wish to reconnect, please draw a circle on the paper. They repeated the incantation 3 times, but nothing happened. The tension was palpable, and they exchanged nervous glances. Had they succeeded or failed? Suddenly, a chill wind swept through the balcony, unmistakably heralding the arrival of something, as the temperature in the room began to plummet. Chu Yuan and Su Mingyu gasped softly, their hands nearly shaking uncontrollably. It's that here. Zhang Li's face turned pale as she squeezed her thigh beneath the table. Yunyu found it somewhat amusing that the situation was so ill-timed. Inside the room where the air was still, the candle flickered violently twice, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Hurry, ask a question. It is becoming impatient. No, what should I ask? Yunyu clicked her tongue. Quite the temper. Isn't it? The others immediately cast fearful glances at her. Unfazed, Yunyu leisurely posed the first inquiry. Spirit of the pen, are you female? It is well known that questions directed at the spirit of the pen must be answered with a simple yes or no. The group felt an odd force at play as the pen, seemingly of its own accord, moved towards the yes written on the blank paper. It truly moved. Su Mingyu stared in disbelief, her face paling further. Isn't this quite normal? Yunyu stretched her neck, her expression drowsy, indicating it was their turn to ask. Bai Wanshuang seized the opportunity. Let me ask. After a moment of contemplation, her tone grave, she inquired, Spirit of the pen, will we safely pass through this night? The pen hesitated momentarily before leaning toward yes. The faces of the others visibly brightened. Let me go next, Su Mingyu exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. Esteemed Spirit of the pen, will we survive and leave this place? This time, the pen pointed unhesitatingly to Noah. In an instant, the group's faces turned pale. Yunyu pondered. Understood, she dislikes overly sycophantic individuals. Perhaps next time you might refrain from being so courteous? Su Mingyu choked momentarily. However, after this diversion, the tense atmosphere eased considerably. Let me ask this time. Chu Yuanyuan's eyelashes fluttered as she maintained a strained calmness. Spirit of the pen, among you is there someone who is not human? Yunyu lifted her gaze, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. That moment, the spirit of the pen slowly revealed an affirmative answer. What does this mean? Is a game being played alongside self-disclosure? Chapter 97. I am a straight woman. Despite plugging her ears, the voice persisted, haunting her relentlessly. Exasperated, she rubbed her bleary eyes and sighed. Who on earth is wandering about at this late hour? Upon opening her eyes, the voice abruptly ceased. Chu Yuanyuan jolted awake, her mind clearing somewhat. Under normal circumstances, who would be roaming about at such an hour? Thus, eliminating the ordinary, only one possibility remained. Chu Yuanyuan's breath hitched. Surely, she wouldn't be that unfortunate? Beside her, Su Mingyu was sleeping soundly, breathing evenly, leaving Chu Yuanyuan on the verge of tears as she tightly closed her eyes. Feigning sleep, the footsteps resumed, gradually approaching her direction, and she lacked the courage to glance at whatever it might be. The surrounding silence was terrifying. Chu Yuanyuan could even hear her own heart racing. The sound paused at the bedside, and she felt an intense instinct that something was watching her. This realization sent chills down her spine, cold sweat forming on her forehead. No, she couldn't be afraid alone. Beneath the covers, she fervently shook Su Mingyu awake. Su Mingyu, roused by the nudging, groaned in annoyance. What is it? Chu Yuanyuan's voice trembled. There is something by the bed. Su Mingyu. Her intention to open her eyes halted, and she firmly shut them again. Su Mingyu began to tremble. What is it? Chu Yuanyuan. I don't know, why don't you take a look? Su Mingyu. I refuse. Why don't you look? They both inhaled deeply. Perhaps they were merely scaring themselves? How about counting down from 3 to 1, and we both open our eyes together? 3, 2. They both opened their eyes simultaneously, only to find Yunyu standing by the bed, staring at them as if they were fools. Yet, Yunyu remained silent, suddenly leaning down to sniff at Chu Yuanyuan's neck, her expression contemplative. Chu Yuanyuan's eyes widened in horror, her words stumbling. What is she doing? Su Mingyu, quick-witted as ever, hesitantly suggested, perhaps she wants to kiss you. Chu Yuanyuan gaped in shock, her face flushing as she pushed her away. Yunyu, I'm a straight woman, not someone so indiscriminate. Why not pursue Su Mingyue instead? What nonsense! How could you say that? Su Mingyue accused her in disbelief, her eyes suddenly widening in alarm. Wait, why do I get the feeling she wants to bite you? Oh my god, when did her teeth get so long? Chu Yuanyuan also glanced over, unable to suppress a shiver. What if she was bitten by Bo Siyu and has mutated as well? What should we do? If Yunyu turns into a vampire, aren't we all doomed? At that moment, Yunyu appeared somewhat irritable, furrowing her brows as she hovered between biting and not biting. Clearly, Chu Yuanyuan did not meet her standards for food, but she was indeed very hungry. Perhaps she could make do. Chu Yuanyuan, terrified, struggled violently, and in her panic, she grabbed an unknown object and thrust it forward. Yunyu, furious, bit down on the unidentified item, and with a slurp, her expression suddenly brightened. This is rather tasty. Su Mingyue, unable to see clearly, felt a surge of dread. What on earth did you shove into her mouth? Chu Yuanyuan defended, clutching a pillow in front of her. It seems to be a tomato I pilfered from the cafeteria. Fearing hunger in the middle of the night, she had placed one beside her pillow, not expecting it to come in handy. Bai Wanshuang and Zhongli descended from the bed, and the group watched anxiously as Yunyu sat in a chair. Obediently munching on the tomato, Bai Wanshuang scrutinized her, concluding, she must have been bitten by Bo Siyu. Resulting in her mutation, she put away her silver accessories meant for dealing with vampires, her expression softening as she thought, how fierce could a vampire that only knows how to eat tomatoes truly be? Yunyu drained the juicy tomato until it was shriveled, dusted off her hands, and climbed back into bed to sleep, completely ignoring the group. They exchanged glances, bewildered. So, our allure pales in comparison to that of a mere tomato? Su Mingyue breathed a sigh of relief. So, even if Yunyu has turned into a vampire, she poses little threat to us. Bai Wanshuang analyzed seriously. Her degree of mutation is not deep yet. Tomatoes likely won't sustain her for long. Zhongli furrowed her brows. What should we do? She seems unaware of her transformation. Just then, everyone's phones vibrated in unison. Bai Wanshuang pulled out her phone to find a message from Shang Shuzhou. Beware of Yunyu. She is not human. Su Mingyue and Chu Yuanyuan gasped. How does Captain Shang know about our situation? Zhongli raised a question. I recall that our phones lost signal after we entered. How can they suddenly send messages now? Bai Wanshuang was at a loss, and another text arrived. Do not directly expose her identity, or it will lead to severe consequences. I know a method to awaken her. Chu Yuanyuan timidly spoke up. I can't shake the feeling that this method isn't very reliable. After Chu Yuanyuan asked her question, Yunyu sensed something was amiss. She did not rush to speak. Her gaze contemplative. Su Mingyue, seeing her lack of follow-up questions, grew anxious. Don't you have anything you wish to ask? Yunyu shot her a glance, composed. What is so strange about this? The ones lying on the bed are not human. She pointed to the sleeping Ollie and the others, then smiled mysteriously. And our invited guest is also not human. The others. The spirit of the pen. Everyone exchanged silent glances, realizing they must proceed as planned. Initially, they had agreed to have Chu Yuanyuan feign a mistake, considering she still bore a curse. Thus, beneath the table, Su Mingyue nudged Chu Yuanyuan with her foot. But she did not respond. Su Mingyue's expression turned puzzled as she increased her force, kicking her a few more times, but Chu Yuanyuan remained as still as a mountain nearby. Yunyu lifted her head. Who has been kicking my foot? Once is fine, but kicking so many times is clearly revenge. I senti it. Su Mingyue, her head lowered in guilt, did not dare to speak. No wonder Chu Yuanyuan did not react. Chu Yuanyuan bit her lip, preparing to feign letting go, but her hand brushed against something cold, causing her face to blanch as she abruptly released her grip and stood up. Her eyes filled with suspicion. The others promptly began to play along. Yuanyu, why did you suddenly let go? Exactly, this is terrible. We haven't even sent the spirit of the pen away yet. Chu Yuanyuan, her expression terrified, stammered, just now something touched me. Su Mingyue couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. That acting is impressive. It felt so real. Chu Yuanyuan's vision darkened. Chapter 98. She is truly a dog. After Chu Yuanyuan released her grip, everyone clearly sensed the atmosphere around them grow even colder. The only source of light, the candle, suddenly extinguished and a piercing, triumphant laughter rang out. Finally, I am free. A ghostly woman in white with black hair, appearing as if she had just crawled out of a sewer, rapidly approached, sending the group into a panic as they scattered. Su Mingyue screamed, scrambling up to the upper bunk. How could something so terrifying exist? Yunyu took a few steps back, her face filled with disdain as she scrutinized the ghostly figure, boldly declaring, With such a ghastly appearance, how dare you refer to yourself as a spirit? The ghost froze mid-motion. The group stood in numbed silence. As expected of Yunyu, her every utterance imparted a sense of wanting to give up on life. Yunyu instantly captured the ghost's attention. Despite the black hair obscuring her face, the chilling sensation of being watched remained undiminished. The ghost hissed ominously, "A lowly blood servant dares to provoke me so recklessly." Upon uttering those words, she immediately scrambled over with remarkable speed, only to be halted by an inexplicable force that barred her advance. The female specter, perplexed, looked up, only to find that Yunyu had inexplicably brandished a toilet plunger. Firmly pressing it against her forehead, "I suggest, dear sister, that you refrain from speaking further. There's quite a foul odor reminiscent of sewage." The ghost, taken aback, scarcely had time to process the audacity of this woman wielding such a filthy object against her head. In the next instant, Yunyu directed the plunger towards her face and pressed down with a resounding slap. The immense suction rendered the ghost unable to escape, and more critically, her vision vanished. Blinded, the ghost flailed about in a panic, desperately attempting to spin in place, hoping to disorient Yunyu and compel her to relent. Yet, Yunyu steadfastly clutched the handle, merely rotating her wrist in sync with the ghost's frantic movements, her body remaining entirely still. Thus, the onlookers bore witness to the ghost spinning wildly in desperation, while Yunyu observed with an expression of intrigue. Chu Yuanyuan could hardly believe her eyes, dazedly inquiring, "What on earth is she doing?" Zhongli hesitated. "It resembles how people played with spinning tops when I was young, though I recall that one had to give it a flick now and then to keep it spinning. This ghost appears to require none of that." Others chimed in, "What kind of madness allows one to treat a ghost as a mere toy?" The thought of Yunyu turning her attention to them after exhausting the ghost sent shivers down their spines. After a dizzying series of spins, the ghost found herself unable to rid herself of Yunyu and was overtaken by nausea. When she finally ceased her frantic motions, her limbs struggled to maintain balance. "How disgraceful!" Yunyu remarked, stepping back with a hint of disdain. "Is that all it takes to make you dizzy?" The ghost felt a profound sense of humiliation. "It's easy for you to say. Why don't you try spinning dozens of times yourself?" Yet, perhaps the spinning had jostled her wits, for she grew wiser and reached out with her pale hand, fiercely grasping the plunger in an attempt to remove it from her face. The sharp pain of tearing flesh accompanied a pop, and she succeeded in pulling it away. Yunyu raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You did that without uttering a single word. You're quite the tough one." In response, the ghost's fury surged exponentially, her voice hoarse. "I will kill you." With a sudden lunge, the ghost charged forward, but Yunyu deftly leaped onto the iron bed's ladder to evade the attack, landing squarely on the ghost's back. This position was greatly facilitated by the ghost's previous crawling stance. The others had grown numb to the spectacle. Su Mingyue pointed at Yunyu. "What on earth is she doing now?" Chu Yuanyuan weakly replied, "Perhaps riding?" She mused, "Haven't you ever ridden one of those coin-operated rides outside the supermarket?" "What's your grandfather's name?" Zhang Li and Bai Wanshuang exchanged glances, their expressions conveying a myriad of unspoken words. The ghost, realizing her predicament, let out a disbelieving scream, struggling to unseat Yunyu. Yunyu gripped the ghost's hair to steady herself, impatiently scolding, "What are you crying out for? I haven't even complained about your bony frame digging into my backside." With her scalp nearly torn from her head, the ghost could only think, she may not be human, but this woman is certainly a menace. Listen to her. Can a human even utter such words? Woe is me. Yunyu tilted her head in confusion, intrigued by the ghost's lament. "What are you crying about?" The ghost, in a mournful tone, replied, "My hair." She lamented. "You speak so lightly." Yunyu, with a hint of curiosity, asked, "Do ghosts also suffer from hair loss?" As the ghost conversed, she stealthily extended her clawed hand towards Yunyu's unguarded back. Zhongli, noticing this, instinctively shouted, "Watch out!" Just as the ghost was poised to strike, a sharp crack echoed, and her wrist dislocated. The ghost screamed in anguish, her ethereal voice echoing, "You can't even succeed in a sneak attack. How shameful!" The ghost, panic-stricken, lifted her gaze, only to find a girl in a white dress standing before her with an air of fatigue. Clearly not human and possessing strength that far surpassed her own. The ghost, eyes wide with fear, cautiously queried, "Which realm do you hail from? I've never encountered you before." Ling Wei smiled faintly, "That's information you needn't concern yourself with." Placing her hand upon the ghost's head, the specter was instantly engulfed by an indescribable terror, her instinct for survival sharpening her wits. "Please don't consume me. I can assist you." Yunyu patted the ghost's damp head. "I sincerely hope you don't attempt any tricks." The ghost, realizing the gravity of her situation, nodded fervently in agreement. This woman, she was actually raising ghosts. Such formidable ones at that. Had she known, she would have never dared to provoke her. The individuals above exchanged glances, trembling in fear. One ghost was manageable, but now there was another. No, this sister bore a striking resemblance. Was she not the ghost from the ancient castle? Ling Wei turned her gaze towards the onlookers, smiling cheerfully. Long time no see, are you surprised? The crowd remained silent, their expressions betraying a mixture of shock and dread. Bai Wanchuang discerned the implications and quickly leapt from the bed, furrowing her brow at Yunyu. You're actually raising ghosts? Do you realize the immense risk this entails? It's strictly forbidden. Yunyu gestured towards Ling Wei. Come on, say hello to the ladies. Ling Wei, uninterested, retorted, be gone. With that, she vanished without a trace. Yunyu blinked. Apologies, the child is a bit rebellious. Chapter 99. What a waste of your 9 brains in a single sentence. Bai Wanchuang's mind was thoroughly boggled. What was she referring to when she called that ghost a child? Uttering little friend repeatedly. Yet, what astonished her even more lay ahead. The ghost beneath Yunyu, striving to flatten her body further, asked earnestly, Boss, is this position comfortable? Am I digging into you? She appeared genuinely remorseful. It's my fault for being too slender. Should I transform into a cushion for you? My skin is soft and comfortable. The onlookers were left speechless. If this ghost were to switch careers into sales, she would undoubtedly excel. Her service standards are unparalleled. Provided her words weren't so chilling, even Yunyu, who was notoriously bold, felt a twinge of embarrassment and cleared her throat. No need, this is just fine. The ghost sighed in relief and cautiously inquired. Does the boss have any other orders? Yunyu pondered briefly, casting her gaze towards the bed. The others stiffened, their nerves fraying, as her face broke into a cheerful smile. It's time to settle accounts. Why are you all standing there in a daze? Come down. They lined up, heads bowed, akin to schoolchildren summoned to the principal's office. Yunyu cleared her throat. Chins up, chests out, and bottoms out. They jumped at the command, hastily lifting their heads and puffing out their chests. Yunyu's scrutinizing gaze swept over them. You were all quite cunning when plotting against me, were you not? Su Mingyue stammered. Yunyu, you can't place all the blame on us. You have no idea how terrifying you were when you transformed into a vampire, standing before me and Chu Yuanyuan's beds in the dead of night. Who could withstand such a fright? Yunyu mused. It made sense why she always felt famished. Could it be that she was bitten by Bo Siyu during the day? Then pray tell, what did I do to you? Chu Yuanyuan cautiously raised a finger. Yunyu, noticing, raised an eyebrow. Did I bite you? Surely not. She believed that even if she had transformed into a vampire, she would not be the type to bite indiscriminately. At least, looking at Chu Yuanyuan now, she felt no inclination to do so. With tears in her eyes, Chu Yuanyuan lamented. You took one of my tomatoes. She had painstakingly snuck into the kitchen to steal it, and hadn't even had the chance to eat it herself. Yunyu replied, that is rather terrifying. The others averted their gazes. Yunyu's attention shifted back to the ghost, who felt a chill run down her spine. Did you send those harassing messages? The ghost attempted to feign ignorance. What messages? The others looked on in astonishment. You received messages too. Yunyu replied languidly, yes, Bo Siyu sent them, warning me to be cautious as you are not human. The crowd collectively gasped that if Yunyu had genuinely believed that assertion, would they not have been doomed? As both parties stood in confrontation, it became evident that they all had received similar messages, the content designed to incite mistrust, an insidious scheme. Under the piercing stares, the ghost trembled slightly. I was wrong. She had hoped for a hearty meal tonight but found herself to be the fool. Had she known, she would have never dared to provoke this group. Bai Wanchuang, her expression grave, remarked, if we've encountered an anomaly here, might Captain S' team be facing the same predicament? All eyes turned towards the ghost, who nearly raised her hands in surrender. I don't know. I was only responsible for you. I truly have no knowledge of the others. Big sister, what is happening? The other children had begun to awaken. Despite the earlier commotion, they had remained undisturbed. Yunyu reassured them. It's nothing, go back to sleep. Dudley cautiously pointed beneath her. Big sister, what's under you? Yunyu replied, unfazed, a stool. The ghost gritted her teeth, making a concerted effort to hide her limbs, quietly cosplaying as a stool. The others could only stare in disbelief. No wonder Zhao Gao dared to call a deer a horse. Once one possesses a certain power, even a harmless fart is praised as delightful. Ollie found herself at a loss for words. She was a child, not a fool. The abrupt and untimely knocking on the door drew everyone's attention. A cold mechanical voice echoed from the entrance. Open the door. Inspection. The occupants exchanged glances, astonished. That voice. It seemed to belong to the caregiver. What could possibly warrant a room inspection at this hour? The caregiver stated in a rigid manner, according to the regulations of the welfare institution. In times of danger, you may seek assistance from the staff. Do you not require help now? A collective gaze turned towards Yunyu. It seemed she was the greatest source of danger at that moment. Moreover, who could trust the caregiver's words? Yunyu's ears perked up slightly, her brow furrowing. Was it her imagination, or did she detect a faint, sticky sound while the person outside spoke? It resembled the soft, gliding sound made by some mollusk sliding across the ground, exceedingly subtle, yet she caught it nonetheless. Her eyes flickered, and in an urgent tone she exclaimed, "We need help. One of our friends seems to be having a problem. She even tried to bite us." The others stared at Yunyu dumbfounded. "What do you mean? Are you reporting yourself?" The caregiver's tone softened considerably, laced with persuasion. "I can assist you. Just hand her over to me, and I will take her to the infirmary." "What are you planning to do?" Bai Wanshuang asked, her brow furrowed, lowering her voice as she looked at Yunyu. Given the current situation, she had to be wary of Yunyu, who appeared less than human. Yunyu, however, remained calm, patting her shoulder. "Don't you trust me with this, Bai Wanshuang?" She found herself unable to respond. It was precisely because it was her that made her uneasy. Nevertheless, she stepped aside. Yunyu continued conversing with the entity outside. "Then we'll bring her out. Please be careful." The caregiver fixed her gaze on the tightly shut door, her voice eerily gentle. "All right, open the door." A crack appeared in the door, revealing half an arm. Suddenly, a tentacle swiftly slithered through the gap, ensnaring the person standing at the door and pulling them out. The tentacle writhed and danced before retreating rapidly, dragging the person to the entrance of the welfare institution. The individual, who had been exhaled all the way there, could no longer contain their outrage. "Damn octopus, can't you at least look clearly before abducting someone? What a waste of your 9 brains." The octopus, with its glistening black eyes, stared at the female ghost before it, lost in thought. Chapter 100. True couples are delightful to watch. Moments later, the female ghost let out a scream as she was hurled into the air. A group of people gathered by the window rubbed their eyes, their gazes fixed upward. What on earth was that? Just now? It zipped past. They exchanged bewildered glances. Yunyu, who had pushed the ghost out to avert disaster, remarked, "Just a poor female ghost." Despite her words of pity, her expression betrayed no semblance of sympathy. Rather, she seemed to revel in the chaos. After tossing the female ghost like a ball a few times, the tentacle surged back with renewed vigor. This time, it had learned its lesson, crashing through the window to ensure that the group would receive a lesson. However, inside the room, there wasn't a single person in sight at this moment. Yunyu was hastily navigating the corridor with Ollie in her arms, the others closely trailing behind. Su Mingyue looked anxious. "Where are we headed? Venturing out at this hour, could we encounter danger?" Yunyu chuckled, teasingly replying, "Staying there would ensure your safety, wouldn't it?" That was a fair point. Bai Wanshuang pursed her lips tightly. "I wonder if the team leader and the others are all right." They made their way towards the dormitory of several male contestants, exchanging glances, but none dared to step forward to knock on the door. That if those few had truly transformed, they would be more terrifying than the last. Yunyu raised an eyebrow, willingly taking on the responsibility. She stepped forward, raised her hand, and knocked leisurely 3 times. The door was yanked open violently from within, revealing Qi Ye's dangerous gaze filled with malice. The people behind Yunyu instinctively recoiled a few steps. Maintaining her knocking stance, she greeted him calmly. "Hi, good evening. Are you still human?" Qi Yi stared at her for 2 seconds, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Is this some new form of greeting? It sounds quite sarcastic, but it suits you to say it." His ability to mock indicated that Qi Yi was indeed in his normal state. Yunyu felt reassured. "What about the others?" Qi Yi stepped aside, allowing her to glance inside. Several individuals lay sprawled across the floor in disarray. Bosiyu perched on the edge of the bed, his brow furrowed in irritation, one long leg resting on the shoulder of some unfortunate soul. His side profile both cold and aloof, utterly stunning. Oh, of course, that was not the main point. Yunyu wiped away her saliva, surveying the scene reminiscent of a bullying incident, her eyes landing on the unfortunate one. The look she cast towards Bosiyu now carrying a hint of reproach. The latter, noticing her gaze, exhibited a subtle displeasure. Luofan, sprawled on the ground, wore a regretful expression. "Bro, I truly realize my mistake. I shouldn't have snuck up on you in the middle of the night, but it was a misunderstanding." Upon hearing this, Yunyu's perspective shifted. She glared at Luofan, feeling that the punishment had been too lenient. She hadn't even touched Bosiyu's pert backside. The others perked up, their curiosity piqued, eager to hear more. "Huh? What is happening here? While they are performing a essence over there, these two are caught up in a passionate moment?" Bo Siyu's brow twitched as he contemplated silencing Luofan. He had awakened from a dream, sensing someone touching him in an intolerable manner, and even locking eyes with Luofan, who looked at him with an insatiable gaze. For Bo Siyu, a staunch heterosexual, it was more difficult to accept than encountering a ghost. He promptly pinned Luofan to the ground and gave him a good beating. Luofan, with tears streaming down his face, explained, "I didn't know what got into me at that moment, mistaking you for a duck?" Hiss! Gasps of shock filled the air as Luofan met Bo Siyu's murderous gaze, hurriedly clarifying, No, not that kind of duck, I meant roast duck. I was probably just too hungry." The group began to piece together the situation, pondering deeply that so they too had encountered trouble. Were these few about to transform? Su Mingyue gazed at Bo Siyu and Qi in astonishment. "Wait, why do you both look relatively normal?" Shang Shuzhou, seated on the floor, peeled a talisman and placed it on his forehead, his voice weak. "I suspect it's because their willpower is relatively strong, thus they are less affected. Among them, Luofan had the weakest willpower, hence his condition was dire, experiencing some hallucinations to his surprise. Shen Xiu, who appeared more composed, also exhibited weaker willpower." Yunyu observed the group, deep in thought. Bo Siyu furrowed his brow. "What's going on? You all can't be wandering around at this hour just for a stroll." After engaging in conversation for so long, they had nearly forgotten the pressing matter. Just as they spoke, a thick tentacle suddenly burst through the window, shattering the balcony glass into countless shards. "Run!" Bo Siyu swiftly hurled 2 chairs at the tentacle, momentarily hindering its advance, while the group hurriedly retreated as they fled. Yunyu couldn't help but glance at Bo Siyu. He had already taken Ollie into his arms, and upon noticing her gaze, he frowned slightly, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. "I was just about to ask, why do you keep looking at me like that?" Yunyu licked her lips, her eyes filled with an unacknowledged yearning. "What kind of gaze?" Bo Siyu's ears flushed red, his expression stern. "The kind you're giving me right now, direct and unembellished, brimming with desire." It was rather disconcerting. Yunyu swallowed hard. "Perhaps it's because you smell too good." Bo Siyu. That sentiment sounded oddly familiar. Having undergone a similar experience, he instantly grasped the implication. The good news was that Yunyu desired him. The bad news was that it was a hunger-driven desire. Yunyu, herself puzzled, had managed to suppress her cravings until she saw Bo Siyu, at which point her appetite surged forth. "How about a little taste?" Bo Siyu coldly rejected. "No, just one bite." Yunyu's eyes glimmered with righteous indignation, reminding him, "Let us not forget how you pleaded with me." He pressed his lips together, his expression one of restraint, lowering his voice. "There are too many people here." Initially believing their conversation was hushed enough, a voice suddenly interjected from nearby. "No worries." Su Mingyue struggled to suppress her curiosity, feigning indifference. "You can just pretend we don't exist." Chu Yuanyuan nodded in agreement. "Exactly, we totally understand. True couples are delightful to watch. Even a brief separation is unbearable." "Oh, how sweet!" Yunyu immediately countered with conviction. "If they don't mind, why should you?" Bo Siyu. A tentacle pursued them, startling the group, and they hurriedly fled. Bo Siyu pulled Yunyu into a compartment, and the moment he released her, she lunged forward, sinking her teeth into his neck. He tilted his head back slightly, his Adam's apple shifting in agitation. His ears flushed crimson. She hadn't even mentioned biting his neck. Ollie, caught in the middle. What, am I also a part of your play? Chapter 101. Who throws banana peels around? Indeed, as Yunyu anticipated, Bo Siyu's blood was exquisitely sweet, instantly alleviating her hunger. The carotid artery is an extraordinarily vulnerable part of the human body. She vaguely remembered to exercise restraint, but after a few hearty sips, she reluctantly extended her tongue to savor the last trace of its sweetness. A soft, silky sensation emanated from her neck, causing Bo Siyu's body to stiffen and become petrified in place. A faint blush crept over her pale visage, her lips pressed tightly together, and a flicker of bewilderment passed through her ruby-like eyes. Resembling a well-mannered man caught in an awkward flirtation, she could bite. But why did she have to lick as well? "I'm so sorry, I'm just really hungry." Yunyu mumbled as she raised her head to witness the scene, feeling a twinge of guilt as she leaned closer to pry open his eyelids. "Are you angry?" "No way, are you really angry? Look at how red you've turned. It's all her fault." Her heart raced erratically, and Bo Siyu, inexplicably hesitant to meet her gaze, wore a cold expression and pretended to be fierce as he declared, "Next time, give me a heads up." Yunyu slowly responded with an "oh," feeling that perhaps Bo Siyu was simply flustered by anger. Otherwise, with his usual combat skills, he would have seized the opportunity to tease her mercilessly. Ailey, unwilling to be overlooked, gazed at Yunyu with innocent eyes and asked, "Sister, What were you two doing just now? Faced with the child's naive stare, Yunyu fell silent, muttering a word of guilt as she covered Ailey's eyes and nervously warned, "Inappropriate scenes are not suitable for minors." Such a bloody and violent spectacle was bound to attract parental complaints. Upon hearing this, Bosiyu's expression grew even more complex. She was aware that the previous scene was inappropriate for children. Was she indeed doing it on purpose? Noticing that a corner was bubbling with pink froth, the curious tentacles that had been eavesdropping immediately dropped their guard. They were witnessing a romantic rendezvous in hiding. How dare they? The enraged tentacles lifted high, sweeping toward the two with an air of righteous indignation. Bosiyu reacted swiftly, cradling Ailey in one arm while wrapping the other around Yunyu, crouching down and rolling out of the partition. Due to inertia, both Yunyu and Ailey tumbled out. The tentacles missed their target but soon returned with a vengeance. Originally, Ailey was the closest to them, yet they completely disregarded her and charged straight for the more distant Yunyu. She braced herself against the ground, agilely leaping up to evade, calling out to Bosiyu, "Run downstairs." Bosiyu scooped up Ailey, and the trio dashed into the corridor. The two moved swiftly and soon caught up with the others. "Where are we headed?" Yunyu announced their destination. The security room. At that moment, the security guard was crouched beneath a table, cautiously observing the situation outside, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. "Oh my heavens! What a gigantic monster!" The old man clasped his hands together, closing his eyes in a futile attempt to convince himself that he was invisible, trembling in fear. "I can't see you, I can't see you." As Yunyu and the others rushed in, their loud voices pierced the night. "Old man! We're here to rescue you." The guard looked up in confusion, still processing the situation, when Yunyu led a group through the broken door. He gazed at the ruined entrance, his vision darkening. "Hey, where's the old man?" The group scanned the area, soon finding the old man curled up beneath the table, their expressions a mix of complexities. Relying on this old fellow to guard the door was utterly unreliable. When danger struck, he was quicker to hide than anyone. Noticing the guard's terrified expression, Yunyu displayed a benevolent smile, approaching to grab him. "Don't be afraid, we're here to get you out." At this moment it was evident that the outside was far more perilous. The old man shook his head wildly, clinging to the table leg in defiance. No need to thank us, it's the least we can do," Yunyu insisted, pulling him up, dragging him towards the exit. The poor old man was no match for her strength, grimacing in pain. "Why do these young girls have such strength?" Yunyu gasped in shock, gripping him tightly to prevent any escape. "What do we do? It's coming. You. The old man stammered. "What should we do?" "Let go so I can find a place to hide." In a moment of desperation, Yunyu pushed the old man away. "Watch out!" The old man was caught off guard, flying through the air and landing on the ground with a thud, lying there peacefully. Yunyu dodged the tentacle strike and ran over in surprise. "Old man, why are you lying down? Get up, you can't sleep here." The old man's fingers twitched slightly. Before he could catch his breath, Yunyu yanked him back up. "Rest assured, I will protect you." Tears glimmered in the old man's eyes, his lips trembling, but Yunyu interrupted with unwavering determination. "I told you, no need to thank me. Respecting the elderly and cherishing the young is a traditional virtue. It's my duty." The old man's gaze dimmed instantly, gripped by Yunyu. He fled haphazardly, stumbling along the way, occasionally getting slapped by tentacles, resulting in a rather miserable plight. The octopus initially targeted Yunyu, yet she continually hid behind the security guard. "If you have the ability, step forward." At that moment, both the human and the creature reached an eerie consensus. She is truly a coward. As they fled for their lives, the others couldn't help but gasp in awe at Yunyu's antics, wide-eyed and speechless. What is this? Creating danger when there's none? Is that a bit too ruthless? Who cares, let us just grab the keys. After much ado, the old man was finally knocked unconscious by a tentacle. Yunyu sighed, retrieving a set of keys from him. "Tsk for his age, he is quite resilient, that if only he had fainted sooner. We wouldn't have had to endure this for so long." Just as she turned around, her feet slipped unexpectedly. She fell face first to the ground, and upon realizing what had tripped her, she couldn't help but scowl. Who lacks common decency and throws banana peels around? The octopus seized the opportunity, excitedly wrapping her up with its tentacles and fleeing. This fall surely left her with bumps and bruises. The others gasped in horror. "Yunyu!" A figure leaped into the air, enormous wings slicing through the night sky. Chapter 102. Will you come back for dinner? Yunyu braced herself for a hard landing, expecting to become a pancake, when out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a winged figure soaring towards her. For a moment, fear was overshadowed by shock. Is this world really that insane? Upon closer inspection, she noticed that the winged figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Bolster. Well, that's a relief. Surprisingly, the outfit looked rather cool. His wings were black, imbued with an aura of mysterious beauty, complemented by his cold, aloof expression, as if a Western vampire had stepped out of legend. Bolster caught Yunyu in his embrace, his eyes reflecting disbelief. You can actually fly? Why didn't you use this skill sooner? He remained silent for 2 seconds before honestly admitting, I'm not very practiced yet. I struggle to control it in that critical moment. He had relied on instinct, not even knowing how he had managed to fly. Yunyu suddenly remembered a pressing concern. Her tone grave. How do we get down? He wanted to know as well. Wow, this is too cool. So vampires really can fly. It felt like a scene from an idol drama. If she were Yunyu, she'd be so moved she might just swoon. The crowd buzzed with chatter, while Chi eyed the two figures, arching an eyebrow with a sarcastic tone. Do you women have to be so superficial? It's just a pair of wings. What is so special about that? Su Mingyue shot him a sidelong glance. You don't understand. It's a dramatic moment of peril and self-sacrifice. And most importantly, he is handsome. Such an experience is unforgettable for anyone. Chu Yuanyuan's face flushed with excitement. Look, he is picking up speed. Their descent quickened, and everyone assumed Bolster was gearing up for a grand display. But unexpectedly they veered off their original trajectory, hurtling towards the construction site of a building. Yunyu's voice echoed in despair. Can't you hit the brakes? Bolster retorted defiantly. Where do you expect me to brake? My face? The crowd's expression shifted from awe to confusion. Chu Yuanyuan gaped. Where are they headed? Chi chuckled leisurely, responding. Such an experience truly deserves to be remembered for a lifetime. Su Mingyue. She realized she shouldn't have spoken up as the two crashed through the window, miraculously not falling to the ground. The crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Mingyue hesitantly asked. What is it doing? Chi shrugged. Can't you tell? It's reveling in their misfortune. The window shattered, glass scattering across the floor. Thankfully, Bolster had the presence of mind to shield them with his wings, so neither sustained serious injuries. He was the first to rise, helping the still grumbling Yunyu to her feet while cautiously navigating around the shards. The room was cloaked in darkness, but perhaps due to inheriting some vampire abilities, Yunyu's night vision had improved, allowing her to see fairly well. She stretched her limbs and gazed at the rows of shelves. Where have we been brought? Bolster approached a bookshelf, casually picking up an item to examine. It contained the details of an orphan, and he surmised, if I'm not mistaken, this is the archive we were looking for. Yunyu. After all that effort to obtain the keys, they ended up here just like that. She turned and headed for the door. Bolster furrowed his brow. Where are you going? Didn't you want to explore? A golden opportunity is right in front of you. Why leave now? Yunyu, remaining silent, twisted the doorknob to step outside, then closed the door and relocked it with the key, returning to face Bolster, her expression indignant. I went through so much trouble to get this key. Of course I'm going to use it. Bolster. Rendered speechless, seizing the moment, Yunyu set aside her playful demeanor and approached the bookshelf, scrutinizing the dense array of documents. So many records. It seems this orphanage has quite a number of children under its care. Bolster frowned, remarking, if we were to examine each one individually, we wouldn't finish until dawn. Who asked you to look at them all? Yunyu retorted, rolling her eyes in exasperation. You could simply extract the files of those few children. Assertively, she added, I am supervising you. You must not slack off. Bolster gazed at her in silence, choosing not to respond, and diligently began searching for the documents. While Yunyu was vocal, she was not idle. She made her way to another bookshelf in the room and began perusing information regarding the adopters of the orphans. Leaning against the shelf, she flipped through the materials in her hands, noting that the families generally possessed considerable financial means. This seemed reasonable, for who would wish to take in additional mouths to feed without the economic capacity to support them? Yet a question nagged at her. If these individuals were financially stable, why would they choose to adopt disabled children when they had better options available? Yunyu's hand suddenly halted as she focused intently on a particular document about an adopter. Adopter. Hu Jigang. Age. 40. Adoption records. September 2, 2001 Hu Xiaodai. Adoption records. June 13, 2003 Hu Xiaoyong. Her gaze sharpened. This individual had 2 adoption records with a mere year separating them. Quickly, she scanned through other documents, discovering that many adopters had multiple records, with some even having as many as 3. Pressing her lips together, she fell into deep contemplation. Typically, a family with children could adopt only one child. while those without could adopt up to 2. However, orphans, disabled minors, and children raised by social welfare institutions without known biological parents were exempt from this limitation. Generally speaking, wouldn't one adoption suffice for the sake of charity? Why were these individuals adopting at such a high frequency? Was it possible that the previously adopted children had encountered some misfortune, prompting the search for a replacement? What are you thinking about? Yunyu was jolted from her reverie by Bosuyu, who had approached her unnoticed. Do you walk silently? She retorted, somewhat irritated. Bosuyu pursed his lips slightly. You were so engrossed in your thoughts that I called out to you several times without eliciting a response. Yunyu scoffed. Why were you calling me? Have you found what you were looking for? Not yet, he replied, his expression grave as he handed her a stack of documents. You should take a look at this first. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Yunyu felt her curiosity piqued. The papers in her hands felt freshly printed without overthinking. She glanced down to see it was a record of an orphan, the black and white photograph appearing somewhat blurred yet oddly familiar. As her gaze swept down the page, the topmost line read, Name Yunyu. Her pupils dilated in shock? Chapter 103. It wants to save them. Startled from her stupor, she realized the orphan was indeed herself. So I was adopted by my father? She pondered in shocked silence. Bosuyu surmised she must be feeling overwhelmed and hesitated to offer comfort. However, Yunyu suddenly burst with joy, her tone exhilarated. If that's the case, does that mean I don't have to repay any of his debts? Bosuyu's attempt at consolation was stifled in his throat. That's so you were mulling over this for so long? He rubbed his forehead, succinctly advising, keep reading. It's not as simple as it seems. Yunyu continued her perusal. Name. Yunyu age, 6 disability, bloodthirsty adopted by? Adoption date, June 23, 2004. She lifted her head. What day is it today? Bosuyu, with an excellent memory, immediately replied, June 19. They exchanged glances, both realizing the significance. Day 7. Yunyu rested her chin on her hand, contemplating the dates. So on the 7th day I would be adopted. But that raises a question. Her tone was incredulous. When did I become an orphan of this orphanage? Weren't they adopters when they first arrived? This is outright abduction. Continuing to flip through the pages, she spotted the name Su Mingyue, Chu Yuan among others. The 5 female guests had all been officially recorded as orphans of this institution, and were on the verge of being adopted. A sense of conspiracy wafted in the air. Yunyu turned to Bosuyu. Why aren't any of you included? He too found it peculiar. Could it be that only the 5 of you transformed into children? This hypothesis was not without merit. Moreover, Yunyu was perplexed as to when she had become disabled. The descriptor bloodthirsty was utterly absurd. Hadn't she merely been bitten by a vampire? Was that even a disability? Have you found any records of those 5 children? Yunyu sought confirmation of her suspicions. Bosuyu shook his head, not yet. I've searched nearly the entire shelf, but for some reason I cannot locate their records. Yunyu's expression turned skeptical. How could they possibly be missing? Are you slacking off? Bosuyu's demeanor darkened. Then why don't you search for them yourself? Undeterred, she and Bosuyu meticulously combed through the documents again, but found nothing. A contemplative expression crossed Yunyu's face. If they're untraceable, so be it. Let's examine the information on these adopters. She recounted her earlier discoveries to Bosuyu, who too found the situation puzzling. From what you're saying, rather than seeking to adopt children, it seems they are fixated on the identity of disabled children. Precisely, that's my thought as well. Leaning against the bookshelf, Yunyu narrowed her eyes in deep reflection. Yesterday, when I visited the counseling room, the psychologist remarked that I am not a perfect person. In their eyes, imperfections are ideal. This distorted aesthetic may well be the criterion for adopters in their selection process. Strange occurrences often conceal ulterior motives. There is certainly something amiss here. As Bosuyu prepared to speak, his peripheral vision caught something falling from above Yunyu's head. Quick as a flash, he caught it. What is it? Yunyu inquired, bewildered. He examined it and found it to be a newspaper. Nothing significant. Something just dropped. Bosuyu, still puzzled, handed the paper to her. Yunyu unfolded the aged, yellowed newspaper, the bold headline proclaiming, "Warm congratulations on the official establishment of Sunshine Welfare Institute." She glanced at the date beside it. Indeed, 1998. The center of the newspaper featured a blurry image of several individuals standing at the entrance of the Welfare Institute, participating in a ribbon-cutting ceremony. A section of the image bore signs of having been burned. Yunyu traced the uneven edges, feeling as if they had been singed by a cigarette. The person standing here must be the director. Right? This vacant space conveniently obscured the director from view. Her gaze shifted to the other figures in the image, quickly noting 2 individuals in white attire. Their garb was peculiar, reminiscent of a Muslim style. clad in white robes and headscarves, their bodies thoroughly covered. Unbidden, a comment from Ali flitted through her mind. A group of individuals in white. The director referred to them as investors, narrowing her eyes. She considered the implications. Investing in an orphanage specifically for disabled children meant these investors were likely not benevolent. Where on earth have you two gone? Su Mingyue shouted, her voice laced with urgency, while the height-fearing Chu Yuanyuan had already fainted. Unperturbed, Yunyu observed the unfolding scene, suddenly posing a question. Have you noticed something peculiar? Bosuyu tilted his head. What do you mean? The octopus creature was thoroughly entangled with several guests. Enjoying itself while the children remained safely on the ground, gazing up in bewilderment, Bosuyu too sensed something was off, his brow furrowing slightly. Normally, those children should be more tempted by it than us. Yunyu replied slowly, Welfare Institute Rule Number 5. Monsters may roam at night. Please safeguard your children. Bosuyu regarded her, his tone hesitant. Is there an issue with this rule? His eyes widened in realization. Are you suggesting? On the contrary, it seeks to rescue them. Yunyu raised an eyebrow. If I wish to confirm my hypothesis, we shall simply put it to the test. Chapter 104. If you can, kill me. Yunyu attempted to fold the documents and tuck them into her pocket, prompting Bosuyu to look at her in astonishment. Are you truly planning to take these documents with you? After a moment of silence, Bosuyu felt compelled to clarify. What I mean is, if they discover these documents are missing, we encounter trouble? What would it matter to it? It cannot read. She smiled playfully, patting the bewildered Bosuyu on the shoulder. The young man was still too inexperienced to understand adaptability. Adopting a mindset of since we're here, we might as well, Yunyu gathered any essential items from the resource room, taking photographs of those she could not physically retrieve, before departing with satisfaction. Meanwhile, the others were facing their own predicaments. After exhausting various methods, Bai Wanshuang could only console everyone. Look on the bright side. Consider it a free experience on a giant swing. The wind howled past, causing Su Mingyue's ears to ring. As she shouted, What did you say? Speak up, I can't hear you. The only fortunate ones were Qi Yi and Shang Shuzhou. As the captain of the special investigation team, Shang Shuzhou's physical prowess was indeed remarkable, especially considering the array of flamboyant gadgets at his disposal, making it quite challenging to approach him. Furrowing his brow, he cast a glance at the other suspended in midair before turning to Qi Yi to deliberate. This cannot continue. We must devise a plan to rescue them. What do you propose? Su Mingyue, her eyes brimming with tears of gratitude, exclaimed, You have finally arrived. True to the adage that adversaries grow particularly hostile upon encountering one another, the tentacles writhed violently, reaching towards the two. Yunyu and Bosuyu sprinted in opposite directions, yet their objective was singular. Heading straight for the children, Su Mingyue gaped in astonishment. Wait, at a time like this? You still prioritize the safety of those children? I believe our situation is more pressing. Perhaps you should rescue us first. Yunyu and Bosuyu swiftly scooped up a child each and fled. Ali's gaze was transfixed on Yunyu barreling towards her, and in that fleeting moment of being embraced, she felt a stir within her heart. She found herself wavering. Was she being too harsh on herself for the decision she had made, given how well Yunyu treated her? However, this moment of emotional tumult was short-lived, as Yunyu's next action chilled her to the bone as the relentless tentacles closed in on Yunyu. She resolutely raised Ali to shield herself. The octopus momentarily froze, its tentacles pausing mid-air as it attempted to approach from different angles, yet Yunyu consistently managed to deliver Ali to its front while she slyly concealed herself behind, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Come on if you dare, kill me, the octopus. Ali. Su Mingyue and the others were utterly baffled by Yunyu's peculiar behavior. What was she doing? Was this a new strategy? Zhongli blinked. I don't know, but she must have her reasons after enduring so much together. Their trust in Yunyu had reached a blind level. Merely a few children. The creature could easily dispatch them with a single tentacle. Yet its hesitance spoke volumes. Was Yunyu testing something? As anticipated, she soon received a definitive answer. Ali bit her lip tightly, her expression one of apparent grievance, her eyes shadowed with a looming darkness, hinting at an impending transformation. The octopus never fathomed it would face a threat from another. Its obsidian eyes swirled in a frenzy, caught in contemplation, and after a moment it surprisingly released the others. The octopus remained motionless, its dark gaze fixated on her. Yet, she remained unperturbed, speaking with a weighty implication. I know what you intend. I will assist you. After a while, that massive silhouette gradually faded beyond the iron gate. Wait, it just left? Su Mingyue rubbed her backside, standing up in a daze. Bai Wanshuang looked towards Yunyu. What did you mean by what you just said? Yunyu's lips curled into a slight smile. That's a secret for now. Ali turned around, tears streaming down her cheeks. Does sister not like me? She lowered her head to gaze at her, feigning confusion. Why would you say that? Ali, eyes glistening with tears, implored, why did you say you wanted to kill me? The others were already feeling embarrassed for Yun-Yu.By the end. Her tone carried an ambiguous undertone. Ali paused her tear-wiping motion, falling silent. Chu Yuanyuan, still lying on the ground, finally received attention as someone approached to pinch her acupoint. She shot up suddenly, her eyes still wide with terror. What happened? Am I dead? Yun-Yu nodded, pointing at Chi-Yi and Bo Siu not far away. Do you see those two in black and white? They are here to collect you, the messengers of death. Chu Yuanyuan. The silence that followed echoed among the three. Chapter 105. An important guest. Yun-Yu retrieved several documents she had pilfered from the archive room, still warm to the touch. What are these? Yun-Yu shrugged, her expression grave. Perhaps evidence of our coerced sale. Ali lifted her head, her gaze falling upon the stack of documents, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. The others took a look, and with Yun-Yu explaining beside them, they were instantly engulfed in darkness. Newly awakened, Chu Yuanyuan was struck with dismay, nearly collapsing again, while nearby individuals frantically pinched her acupoint. She regained her breath, her eyes glazed. Why is it only us? Trembling, she pointed at the men. What about them? Luo Fan, growing displeased, retorted, what do you expect us to do when they've turned into zombies? Indeed, it seemed they were not in much better shape. Choosing between becoming orphans or zombies, she would prefer the former. At least she would remain human. Shang Shuzhou's expression turned serious. This clue is crucial. It may determine our ability to leave this place. If we can discern the true nature of the adoption, all our problems may unravel. Have you discovered anything else? Yun-Yu and Bo Siu exchanged glances and reiterated the instances of the adoptive parents repeatedly adopting. Thus, it appeared our initial suspicions were indeed correct. They only adopted disabled children, suggesting an unknown rationale behind it. By Wanshuang summarized, her expression grave, it would be beneficial to make contact with these adoptive parents. Su Mingyue's tone was melancholic, but we are currently trapped in this dreadful place. Where can we make such contact? Moreover, if we do not find a solution soon, we may be the next to be adopted. Given the circumstances, Yun-Yu pondered for a long while before suddenly speaking, prompting the others to look her way. Their eyes filled with expectation. Did she have a plan? Then they observed her yawning wearily. Let us just sleep first. I'm utterly exhausted. Yun-Yu raised her head, noticing the silence surrounding her, and questioned in confusion, aren't you all tired? I detest this place. I've yet to have a decent night's sleep since arriving. At least in the last castle I could manage some rest, but here I'm constantly awakened by various disturbances. The others. True, conserving energy would better equip them to tackle their issues. Yun-Yu, the most eager, promptly turned to leave, eager to be the first. Ali, still feeling emotional, initially intended to wait for Yun-Yu to console her, only to find that the latter had completely forgotten about her. Taking a deep breath, she begrudgingly followed suit. Fine. She would console herself instead. The latter half of the night passed peacefully. The first rays of dawn filtered into the dormitory, rendering the dust in the air distinctly visible. Suddenly, a loud banging echoed against the dormitory door, resonating deafeningly. Yun-Yu, startled awake, turned over, covering her ears, yet the knocking persisted, intensifying. Who was it? Chu Yuanyuan and Su Mingyue, wrapped in their blankets, sat up, contemplating whether to open the door, only to see Yun-Yu springing out of bed like a jack-in-the-box, having not even taken the time to put on her shoes, striding forward with a fierce determination to yank the door open, only to realize she was too short. After a few seconds of realization, Yun-Yu understood she had reverted to her childhood form. Jumping to open the door, she glared impatiently, you better have an urgent matter. The caregiver at the door paused, initially brimming with ire, but upon encountering the equally enraged Yun-Yu, her energy inexplicably waned. With a stiff expression, she took several seconds to recollect herself before asserting. Last night, the archive room was robbed, and several important documents were stolen. I am here to conduct a routine search. The others stirred awake, their faces instantly shifting to discomfort upon hearing this. Had they been discovered so quickly? They exchanged glances, contemplating their next move. If they were to be searched right here and now, it would be embarrassing to say the least. Would they face any punishment? Bai Wanshuang signaled the others with her eyes, urging them to remain calm. The documents were entrusted to Yun-Yu for safekeeping, and she had confidently claimed to have hidden them in a most secure location. Indeed, Yun-Yu displayed no signs of panic. Standing with her arms crossed, looking at the caregiver, are you accusing us? The caregiver maintained a stern facade. This is not an accusation. We will search every place. Yun-Yu stepped aside lazily. Fine, then come in and search. The caregiver hesitated, wondering if she should accept such an offer. It felt rather peculiar. As she entered, Bai Wanchuang, who had initially remained calm, suddenly caught sight of something out of the corner of her eye. And upon closer inspection, her expression changed dramatically. A white object beneath the desk appeared strikingly familiar. Bai Wanchuang froze, utterly shocked. Did Yunyu use this important item as a desk prop? No, this was her so-called absolutely secure hiding spot? It was practically visible at first glance. Bai Wanchuang felt the impulse to pinch herself. However, the caregiver had already stepped inside. She could not reveal any signs of abnormality. Looking back at Yunyu, her expression was one of utter composure, her psychological resilience remarkable. The caregiver instructed the group to line up, searching each of them in turn, resulting in, of course, nothing being found. She then checked each bed and cabinet, even peering beneath the beds, all yielding nothing. Bai Wanchuang's heart raced every time the caregiver passed the desk leg, fearing the worst, yet the latter remained oblivious. She couldn't help but question herself. Could it be that Yunyu's south hiding place was genuinely well concealed? The caregiver had indeed noticed the paper propping the desk. However, due to its conspicuousness, she paid it little mind. After all, who would use something so important as a desk prop? That would be madness. Having searched the entire dormitory without finding anything, the caregiver's expression slightly softened as her gaze swept over the group, issuing a warning. Do not venture into places you shouldn't, and refrain from touching things that are not yours, lest you attract misfortune. After a brief pause, he continued, today we have important guests visiting, and the scheduled classes have been cancelled. It would be best if you all stayed in your dormitory and refrained from wandering about. Upon hearing the mention of important guests, Yunyu's eyes flickered with curiosity. Who are these important guests? The caregiver did not conceal the truth. They are the investors of our welfare institution, coming to tour our facilities. The director places great importance on this visit. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several individuals varied as they exchanged knowing glances. Once the caregiver departed, they could no longer remain seated. Su Mingyue declared emphatically, these investors must know something. They could very well be up to no good. Yunyu's gaze turned contemplative. When the opportunity arises, someone will inevitably take advantage. But was their visit truly just for observation? Chapter 106. Plumbing repairs. The first piece of news was that someone had already entered through the main gate. On a certain balcony, a row of heads peered cautiously over the railing. Yunyu stood on a stool, glancing at Su Mingyue, who had spoken, and fell silent for 2 seconds. There's no need for a live broadcast. We can all see to the entrance. The director greeted several individuals clad in white with a beaming smile, every gesture exuding respect and courtesy. Chu Yuanyuan whispered, she looks so sycophantic. Of course they're the financial backers. Who wouldn't be obsequious? Su Mingyue mused, stroking her chin, but don't those people have a peculiar way of dressing, wrapped up so tightly in the summer heat? Peculiar way of dressing. Isn't that a sign of madness? Zhongli observed Su Mingyue silently, her expression strange. Since when did you start speaking so pedantically? Su Mingyue blushed. Don't you think this way of cursing is more polite? After all, they are minors now. We shouldn't use vulgar language. Cursing while still discussing politeness. What is there to fear? There are no cameras here. Look at Yunyu. She curses just fine when the moment calls for it. For Yunyu, this was simply setting aside personal decorum to indulge in a lack of virtue. Her gaze settled on a man at the forefront, immediately recognizing him as the key figure, for the other individuals lagged behind him, casting questioning looks in his direction as they spoke. She narrowed her eyes, watching the group head towards the administrative building, her mind racing with thoughts. Where are they going? Bai Wanchuang pointed in a certain direction. Isn't that them? On the second floor of the administrative building, Bo Siyu stood pressed against the window, arms crossed, wearing a cold expression. He shot Yunyu a glance before disappearing from view. Su Mingyue snapped her fingers. Cool. Leaping from rooftops isn't that akin to lightness of foot? There's still a difference. Zhongli replied, her expression complicated, gesturing for everyone to look in a certain direction. Just take a look over there. Luo Fan was wedged awkwardly in a window on the 3rd floor, struggling to squeeze himself inside. A picture of stealth. A voice from below boomed. Who's climbing in through the window? If you fall from that height, you might not survive. Luo Fan jolted, hurriedly managing to get inside, only to crash face first onto the floor. The security guard rubbed his eyes, gazing at the empty wall in confusion. Huh? Where did they go? Am I seeing things? One must admit, the disparities among people can be quite pronounced at times. Yunyu glanced at the irate guard, resting her chin on her hand. It seems last night's antics weren't enough to tire him out. How is he so lively this morning? Come on, let's go find him for some fun. The group exchanged complex glances. Are you the devil? The guard stared thoughtfully in the direction of the administrative building when suddenly confronted by a gaggle of youngsters. He squinted at them. "What are you doing here?" Yunyu smiled brightly. "Grandpa, we have a few questions we'd like to ask you. No one dislikes polite children." The guard raised his eyebrows with some pride. "Go ahead. What questions do you have?" "I never expected you all to take the time to visit personally, especially you, Bishop. What brings you here without prior notice?" Once inside the office, the director gestured for everyone to sit, personally pouring tea. Outside the window, Bo Siyu and Chi Yi leaned against the wall, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor while secretly sizing each other up. "Bishop? What is that?" Upon hearing this title, both men's expressions shifted slightly. On the sofa, the white-clad, white-haired bishop sat with his eyes closed, maintaining a stern demeanor. A man beside him spoke on his behalf. "I've heard there are some promising candidates here?" The director's eyes sparkled with delight. "You already know?" The man nodded. "He informed us. The bishop is quite pleased and has decided to come see for himself, as well as select a new offering." The director's face lit up with surprise. She glanced at the bishop, lowering her voice cautiously. "That would be splendid. Should I bring those children for the bishop to review?" The man raised a hand to stop her. "No need for that. We will be here for a few days. We have plenty of time to observe." The director became even more excited, her face flushed, appearing somewhat flustered. "Then I shall prepare accommodations for them. Rest assured, we will ensure the bishop is satisfied." Only then did the bishop, who had kept his eyes closed, slowly open them, assessing the director before gently touching her forehead. "Well done, the Almighty will bless you." The director's breath quickened, feeling an overwhelming sense of honor, and with a thud she knelt on the ground, her expression reverent. "Thank you, Almighty." Outside the window, Bo Siyu and Chi Yi exchanged complex glances. When they reached a secluded area, perhaps unable to contain their incredulity any longer, they finally began to converse. Chi Yi exclaimed incredulously, "Are they insane?" Bo Siyu hesitated. "That I feel this resembles more of a cult." Chi Yi scoffed. "Only a fool would believe that." Bo Siyu shot him a sidelong glance. "That statement is flawed. Those with higher intelligence are often more susceptible to brainwashing." Chi Yi, uninterested in debating this topic, asked, "So what now?" "Let us keep watching for a bit longer to see what they do next." Bo Siyu suddenly recalled something. "What about the others?" Just then, a loud thud echoed from upstairs. Both looked up, a foreboding sense creeping over them, hearing a commotion outside. The director's expression shifted as she coldly approached the door to open it. Shang Shujo stood up from the ground, wearing a mask, holding a wrench in hand, and politely waved. "Hello, I'm here to repair the plumbing. Do you need assistance?" The director's anger flared, momentarily leaving her at a loss for words. She stared silently at Shang Shujo for a few seconds, her gaze icy. "There's nothing wrong with my plumbing, nor did I call for repairs." Shang Shujo broke out in a cold sweat, a hint of confusion crossing his face. "Oh, is that so? I must have taken a wrong turn." The director's lips curled into a cold smile, enunciating each word. "Is that so?" At that moment, a faint sound of running water emerged from downstairs, cascading from the drainage pipe with a loud splatter. Shang Shujo breathed a sigh of relief. "See, I told you I was mistaken. My apologies. It seems there's an issue with the pipes downstairs." He feigned calmness as he turned to leave, the director's gaze lingering on him the entire time. Once he descended the stairs, that oppressive gaze finally vanished. Shang Shujo leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, while Bo Siyu and Chi Yi exchanged silent glances. "What on earth were you doing?" Chapter 107. Engaging a living father. Shang Shujo looked down and saw the two, suddenly enlightened. "Oh, it's you guys, and no wonder the pipe downstairs burst so easily." He scratched his head sheepishly. "I just happened to lose my balance and fell through the ceiling. You know?" Chi Yi gave him a thumbs up. Bo Siyu then asked, "Did you overhear what was said earlier? Any insights?" Shang Shujo straightened his expression. "The identities of those investors seem dubious. They appear to be part of some cult." Bo Siyu nodded, agreeing with his assessment. "What next?" Shang Shujo fell into contemplation. "I suspect that their initiative to adopt disabled children might also be their directive, but their ultimate goal remains unclear." "Did you catch what that person said about a sacrifice?" Bo Siyu's gaze deepened. "What's a sacrifice?" Chi Yi scoffed. "That term doesn't sound like anything positive." Shang Shujo's eyes glimmered with consideration. "Perhaps we can investigate this angle?" Meanwhile, an unexpected event unfolded for Yunyu. A knock sounded at the dormitory door. The individuals inside exchanged glances, and Yunyu approached to open it. A stranger caregiver stood before her, scanning the group with a cheerful smile. "Everyone, please prepare. We'll be going to the infirmary for a health check shortly." The others looked at each other, perplexed. Yunyu, feigning innocence, replied, but the previous caregiver told us to stay in the dormitory and not to wander around. The caregiver's smile faltered momentarily before she regained her composure. It's different now. It's time for the weekly health check. Chu Yuanyuan raised her hand cautiously. We don't have to go. Do we? Based on Yunyu's experiences in the counseling room, the infirmary was likely not a pleasant place. At this moment, it was just the four of them, defenseless young women. Should anything untoward occur, it would truly be a case of calling for help without any response. The caregiver gazed at her in astonishment, exclaiming, "Why not? The children at the welfare home all attend. If anyone has a health issue, it's best to detect it promptly." Su Mingyue, known for her bluntness, began to retort, "We're not." But Bai Wanshuang pinched her, silencing her. The caregiver, looking at Su Mingyue with a questioning gaze, asked, "Not what?" Yunyu, lazily interrupting, said, "Then let us hurry, we wouldn't want to miss mealtime." The caregiver smiled at Yunyu, her eyes filled with admiration. What a well-behaved child. The group followed the caregiver toward the infirmary, along with Ali and others. Seizing the opportunity while the caregiver walked ahead and couldn't hear, Su Mingyue whispered, "Wait, are we really going? The infirmary looks suspicious." Chu Yuanyuan nodded vigorously in agreement, resembling a chick pecking at grains. Zhongli couldn't help but inquire why. Yunyu slowed her pace, distancing herself from the caregiver. "This is already our third day here, and we still have no clue on how to leave. We must be more proactive in seeking clues and understanding what exactly is happening here. Do you understand?" The others listened, seemingly grasping only half the meaning. Bai Wanshuang, realizing something, glanced back at Ali and the others before stepping closer to Yunyu and whispering, "Yunyu, have you figured something out?" Yunyu raised an eyebrow, appreciating the intelligence shown. Bai Wanshuang felt a chill of sweat trickle down her spine, her eyes wide with shock. Yet, as she looked into Yunyu's eyes, she suddenly recognized that her words were not baseless. Bai Wanshuang pressed her lips together, choosing not to speak further. The infirmary was located at the far end of the second-floor corridor of the administrative building. Upon arrival, Yunyu noticed the absence of other children and, tilting her head in curiosity, asked the caregiver, "Auntie, why are we the only ones here?" The caregiver instructed the group, "Come, everyone line up and go in one by one." Chu Yuanyuan and Su Mingyue dared not take the front, while Yunyu, indifferent, took the lead. Ali, standing behind her, reached out, grasping her hand, which felt somewhat cold. Yunyu glanced sideways at Ali, quietly observing her, asked, "Aren't you scared?" Yunyu raised an eyebrow, "Why should I be afraid?" Ali slightly lowered her gaze, appearing to shrink back. "The nurse is going to give injections, and injections hurt. Ali doesn't want to get an injection." The nearby caregiver chuckled, "What nonsense. The nurse is here to help you get better." Ali fell silent, her demeanor heavily subdued. Yunyu noted her reaction, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Be a good child and go in," the caregiver encouraged, giving Yunyu a gentle pat. She looked up to see the infirmary door wide open as Yunyu stepped inside. The door closed behind her. The young school nurse raised her head from beneath the desk, a hint of suspicious red gracing her slightly parted lips, reminiscent of someone who had just indulged in a meal. Yunyu glanced at her and remarked earnestly, "Auntie, it seems your lipstick isn't applied quite right." The school nurse, taken aback, hastily wiped her mouth, forcing a sweet smile. "Please, have a seat." The moment Yunyu sat down opposite her, the nurse's expression shifted to one of infatuation as she licked her lips. "You smell delightful." Yunyu, now accustomed to such situations, blinked innocently. "Really? I think you smell lovely too, Auntie." The nurse, misinterpreting her words as a compliment about her perfume, was about to smile when Yunyu's stomach let out a loud growl, echoing awkwardly in the quiet room. The nurse's expression froze, disbelief etched on her face. Yunyu, shyly covering her belly, said, "Oh dear, it's all because you smell so good. I've become hungry." The nurse was taken aback. Wasn't that supposed to be her line? After all, it was just a child. What could be so alarming? She struggled to maintain her composure. "Let us start by measuring your height and weight." Yunyu obediently stepped onto the electronic scale. The nurse nodded in satisfaction, jotting down notes while commenting, "Not bad. If only you were a tad thinner." Compared to children of her age, Yunyu was slightly plump. Her expression darkened immediately. "What did you say?" The nurse, caught off guard by her fierce demeanor, swallowed hard and on impulse, changed her response. "I meant, your height and weight are absolutely perfect." Yunyu reverted to her innocent self, shyly smiling. "That's great to hear." The nurse thought to herself, did she just summon a guardian angel? Chapter 108. A matter of personal grievance. The school nurse mused, "It's just a little child after all. And this is her territory. What's there to fear?" She quickly regained her confidence, smiling as she had Yunyu complete a series of checks, her mind drifting into contemplation over the health report. What sort of monstrous characteristic is bloodlust? It was utterly unheard of. She glanced at Yunyu, her tone probing. Do you get excited at the sight of blood? Yunyu's eyes flickered and she replied cheerily. Not really. Just as the nurse was about to relax, she heard Yunyu's soft voice. I merely wish to drink blood. The nurse's face stiffened. After a prolonged silence, she awkwardly chuckled. Well, that is quite a niche preference. Perhaps it was Yunyu's unwavering gaze that sent shivers down her spine, prompting the nurse to hastily change the subject. Please wait a moment. I'll fetch something. The nurse turned to walk behind the curtain. Yunyu, feeling bored, began to explore her surroundings. In front of her lay a series of items she had just discovered, including saws, axes, scissors, and other dangerous tools. Holding a saw with an innocent expression, she looked up and asked, Sister, why do you hide these toys? Let us play together. The nurse inhaled deeply, struggling to maintain her composure. Those are medical instruments, not toys. Please put that down. Yunyu complied, placing the saw aside, which undoubtedly relieved the nurse. She gathered the items, ensuring Yunyu couldn't reach them. Finally easing her own tension, however, Yunyu spotted the syringe in the nurse's hand and recalled Ali's words, feigning ignorance. What's this for? The nurse donned a wolfish grin. Your checkup didn't go well. Your blood sugar is low and you need an injection. Yunyu displayed a look of resistance. I don't want a shot. No. At this point, the nurse's patience was thinning. She approached to restrain Yunyu. You have no say in this. Suddenly, the child flashed her a cryptic smile, and before the nurse could react, she felt a sharp pain and looked down in disbelief. Yunyu was twirling a stun baton, her expression innocent as she chimed, I secretly hid another toy. Surprise! The nurse's vision went dark when she regained consciousness. She found herself tightly bound in a chair. Yunyu was nonchalantly seated at the table, perusing a medical record. You little brat. Do you think this can hold me? How naive! The nurse scoffed, attempting to break free. After several futile attempts, she looked down, realizing the bindings weren't ordinary ropes but, behind her, a ghostly figure murmured, Don't waste your energy. Her hair was tougher than it appeared. This ghostly figure, with a look of weariness, was the very one Yunyu had assaulted the previous night. Recognizing her, the nurse's eyes lit up. Wonderful, so you're here. Quickly help me untie this. I want to give this little brat a lesson. Yunyu turned her gaze, her eyes filled with intrigue. So your name is Tsuehua. Tsuehua's face flushed with anger as she stepped forward, raising her hand to deliver a resounding slap to the nurse. How dare you speak to my brother like that? The slap carried a hint of personal vendetta. The nurse was left stunned, her expression contorted. Tsuehua, what are you doing? I told you to deal with her. Another slap landed. Tsuehua, emboldened, retorted, Who gave you the audacity to yell at my brother? You think you can deal with her? You might as well ascend to the heavens. The nurse glanced between Yunyu and Tsuehua, finally realizing the gravity of the situation, her face turning pale. Minutes later, having subdued her rebellious spirit, the nurse cautiously looked at Yunyu. Feel free to ask me anything. Yunyu nodded in satisfaction, picking up the syringe. What is this for? The nurse hesitated for a moment before she was met with another slap, and Tsuehua, reveling in her newfound authority, chimed in, Just say it. Stop beating around the bush. Honestly, Yunyu found her a bit deserving of a beating. The nurse, unable to voice her anger, reluctantly explained, This is a medication for treating mental disorders. Long-term injections can alter one's cognition and affect certain bodily functions. Yunyu narrowed her eyes, the warmth in her gaze cooling. So you use this drug to mold those children into your ideal perfect beings? A flicker of guilt crossed the nurse's eyes. Not entirely. Yunyu's expression darkened. What else? The nurse hesitated to speak too plainly. Human factors. Yunyu's countenance soured. Suddenly Tsuehua exclaimed, Beasts? Both women turned to her. And Tsuehua, clearing her throat, added, I'm just helping you curse. Yunyu remained silent. She proceeded to ask a few more questions. Why did the investors come here? What did choosing sacrifices mean? Yunyu's expression fluctuated, her silence stretching on. What ultimately becomes of them? The nurse's eyes were vacant. I don't know, but serving the Almighty is such an honor. How many people wish for it yet cannot attain it? Yunyu, with a mocking smile, tugged at the corner of her mouth and said, Would you care for such a blessing? The school doctor displayed a moment of hesitation, replying, At my age, I fear that the Almighty may not take notice of me. From her tone, it seemed that if the age were appropriate, she might genuinely wish to give it a try. This was not something to be dismissed. This person was indeed unwell. Why do people choose to adopt these disabled children? The school doctor, with a demeanor of reverent humility, responded, Because the Almighty has stated that perfect children can bring good fortune to a family. Yunyu emerged from within, and a few individuals scrutinized her closely, only feeling relieved once they confirmed that she was unharmed. Bai Wanshuang could not contain her curiosity and inquired, Why were you in there for so long? What transpired? Yunyu glanced at the caregiver beside her and replied, "It's nothing, I will tell you all about it later." The caregiver with a cheerful demeanor urged, "Next, please hurry inside." After a brief moment, Ali entered and soon reappeared. Su Mingyu, filled with indecision, queried, "Do I really have to go in?" Yunyu nodded affirmatively. "Yes, go ahead." With a heart full of trepidation, Su Mingyu entered the infirmary, where the school doctor, expressionless, instructed her to undergo a series of examinations. After a moment, he lifted his chin and said, "You may leave." Su Mingyu, astonished, exclaimed, "Is that it? Was it truly just a simple physical check?" The school doctor, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, retorted, "What, do you wish for me to keep you for a meal?"